ultimately Al Yisrael is Kodesh Hashem. So the Gemara says, Falal Nabis, Falal Namihamis. So I want to say, I don't understand, but still, if Klal Yisrael is Kodesh Hashem, why can't we go for the beauty? Why can't I open the closet that the Truma is also Kodesh Hashem? So the Gemara says, Targine Rabin Sakamedra Amakra Bab Yasayahe. What's the thing? Because by Truma it's our notion of food means it remains in its state. In other words, just like again its present state, ultimately again it is usable by the coin for whatever it is that it needs. So something is going to be eligible ultimately again for contribution as well. So let's say, so bottom line, we're focusing now just particularly on the sheet of Rabbi Meir. So Meir holds our law, so Shani to go ahead and affect Kedushin. Why not? Because we want to say ultimately again by Ma'aser Sheni, the reason is the pasuk says Kodesh Lashem. Kodesh Lashem. So we'll say, so I just want to point out what's the unique thing over here. Even though Ma'aser Sheni, remember again, I, the Yisrael, I'm allowed to eat it. I just have to eat the Yerushalayim. I can even redeem it, transfer it, send it onto money. But when I say it is still considered to be the property of the Ribono Shel Olam. And therefore, again, Allah said can't use it for Kedusha. I will say I'm going to see guidance in the Halacha L'Maisa. And again, one interesting part of it is the Gemara's contrast the ministry of all these other things. So you can use Chala, you can use Truma. Again, what the Gemara's understanding is it's a unique concept by Ma'aser Sheni because the Torah uses the phrase Kodesh La'Hashem. Incredible. Let's go back here. Well, the Hektish B'Mezid, Kiddush, B'Shogeg, Lo Kiddush, the very there. But we use all of the B'Shogeg, Kiddush, and Lo Kiddush. So now, we're moving on to Hektish. Remember, again, if a man betrothed woman with Hektish, so again, the way that the writers or the Meir sheet is, if you did it B'Mezid, then the Kiddushin works. If you did it B'Shogeg, the Kiddushin doesn't work. That's what he made. As the Gemara says, if you did it B'Shogeg, it works. B'Mezid, it doesn't work. So let's analyze what's going on here. Amar Yaakov, Shamas Nina Rabbi Yochanan Tarti. We can learn that from Yochanan's Shita. Two things. Number one, Shigas Ma'aser Daviduda, Shigas Hektish Perimer. Like I said, both in the case of accidental use of Ma'aser Sheni, the betrothal woman, right, and Shigas Hektish, or accidental use of, so that's accidental use of Ma'aser Sheni Daviduda, and accidental use of Hektish according to Meir, Shnehan Ein Isha Miskadesh Esbahem. So I will say in both cases, Kiddushin doesn't work. So again, accidental use of Ma'aser Sheni according to Yehuda, and accidental use of Hektish by Rabbi Meir for Kiddushin will not work in both of these cases. Chada, the fishing Isharasa, in one of the cases because the woman does not want the item. But the Chada, the fishing Ishneros, in the other cases because neither of them want the item. So I will say, the problem is we don't know which is which. Next time, let's analyze this. Next time, Ma'aser, let me show you here. I'll tell you what. The woman is not going to want Ma'aser Sheni. We'll say, why doesn't she want Ma'aser Sheni? Because what happens if she's betrothed to Ma'aser Sheni? What has to happen now? She has to take it to Yerushalayim. She doesn't want that to her. Right? What did she need that headed for? I should have headed to go to Yerushalayim. But it's a tircha. However, now, for her to utilize that Ma'aser Sheni, she has to take it to Yerushalayim. Ilu Nechalei, the Nikni is Samila. He's more than happy to use Ma'aser Sheni. We'll say, why does he have to use Ma'aser Sheni? Because for him, no sweat off his back, right? In other words, that's easy. That's easy. When you have a Hektish, Tavai Lo Nechalu, I would say, but by Hektish, neither would want it to be used for Ma'aser Sheni. For Kiddushin, why? The Mischel Hektish Hagadahi. Because remember, let's be clear. When you're using Hektish for Kiddushin, what's it effectively doing? What are you getting? Me'ilah, right? Just the difference is the shaila is that perhaps through the act of Me'ilah, the Kiddushin becomes deconsecrated, and through the deconsecration, it can be used ultimately to affect Kiddushin. But the Pashtus, neither of them wants to go ahead and do Me'ilah. So therefore, it must be in the case of Ma'aser Sheni, right? So man is happy to use it. Woman is not as happy to use it because of the tircha involved with having to transfer it to Yerushalayim. So Rabbi Yaakov is just the opposite. Just the opposite is true. We know Ikal Meimar. Ma'aser Ihi Lo Nechalo. We should tircha the orcha. Ihi Lo you should also go. I'll say it's not true. The truth is, by Meiser Sheni, neither of them really want to use why. Because if she doesn't want it, why? Because the tear comes out, right? If she's going to have to take it to Yerushalayim. He doesn't want it, but says this. When man gives Meiser Sheni to a woman for Kiddushin, we'll say, he has responsibility for that Meiser, which is Yerushalayim, the man. Which means if she's that Meiser Sheni, it's on him. He doesn't want to do that. In other words, for Kiddushin, he wants to use something. At the moment he gives it to the woman, right? He's done. Now, but it turns out, if he gives her Meiser Sheni, she thinks he's on the way she uses it, or it spoils. He has to replace that Meiser Sheni. So in other words, she doesn't want it because she doesn't want to be bound to taking up her Kiddushin. So if he Yerushalayim, he doesn't want it because he doesn't want to be bound ultimately by responsibility. When it comes to Hektish, however, so I'm saying, so a woman in general is not going to want to become Hektish with Hektish. Why? Because it will say she doesn't want to be consecration of Hektish, i.e. Meila, through her. I will say he's fine with that. In other words, so I'm saying, so Lamaisa, he's affecting Kiddushin. Okay. So it's like he's going to have to pay a surcharge, right? He's going to have to pay the Meila penalty. But Baruch Hashem, he's married. So that's something he's willing to do, not something she's willing to do. Okay, so I said, bless you. See the two sides. Just doing like one stop for today. Finally, Christa in Miss Kadesh. So let's assume right now, if you use Hektish money, right? I mean, ultimately, it would not. There's Kaddish Hania Mekal. I'm sorry. Coming out the Imi Kudesh's Kishat Shiga Social Media. So what's the script in there? Ultimately, again, if a man were to give a woman money at Hektish, so right there, if it was done to Shogri, she would not be Mikudashas. So by Isha in Miskadashas, most shades of the Chule. So here's the Shaila. Ultimately, again, even if she's not Mikudashas, does the money become Chule? Does the money become it's okay, dude. I'm like Isha in Miskadashas, most Chule. Of course not. Allah Kalamaisa. If what? If the money, right, if the Kiddushin is not affected, then it will say what? And the money remains Hektish and is not deconsecrated. You're not deconsecrated. So I'll say, so we'll stop over for today. We'll stop with this. We'll stop with this last piece. So I'll say, sorry. This last piece is a little bit confusing because what we have over here is really like two streams happening over here. We have ultimately again Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yehuda, right? Ultimately again we have now in Hektish, right? Rabbi Meir telling me that if you use the Hektish, the Mazid, it works. The Shogeg, it doesn't work. So what's just the logic behind that? The Mazid, if you use Hektish, the Mazid, I'm going to say, what are you doing? Meila. But what Meila generates is a penalty, but at the same time, what else does it do? It deconsecrates the item. Now, once the item has been deconsecrated, then what? It's yours. First, you can go ahead and use it to affect Kiddush. So right over here, it's interesting. If you use Hektish B'mezid, it works. The Shogeg, it doesn't work. Right? That's right there. Buddha says the Shogeg works, the Mezid, it doesn't work. Now, how that works, and we have to show see what I say. We'll stop up there for today. Shemaine is so just so I'm scheduled for tonight, a special. I think we're going to do that tonight. This way again, people are davening with different community. On Shana Rabbah and davening and later tomorrow morning. So we're going to Hashem 7:30 tonight in the Sukkah. We're going to do Friday's down. We're going to give ourselves some time also to do it. We don't have to spend anything like that. We're going to rush. We'll do a beautiful dance in the Sukkah. We might even eat some refreshments, some new some refreshments flying around, and your touch that's something beautiful. And then cover it, even if you don't normally. Right after that, when you Hasidus at 8:30, Jets a little bit of singing, a lot of singing, and that's going to be beautiful. And we'll read Shalom together. We'll say, Shbayach. Have a great day, everyone. Good night. It's pretty beautiful. So true. I mean, I can't lie that. Beautiful. Beautiful. I'm sorry. Seems to be the thing that. All right, I want to say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking our sponsors for this morning show today. God, coming for our sponsors for month of Elder Jerry and Sarah Velasky for dedicating all the shoe. Put in drushos this and specific unfortunately for Zachariah Dove that she will be toasting on all families of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the shoe and drushos this month in honor of the weddings of our children and with best wishes for October. We may serve all the members of the year. Thank you, Adam Kelman, for dedicating all the show and drushos this month in memory of their beloved parents and in the source of all of those who need it for Shalom. Thanks, Selma Wolf, for dedicating all show and drushos this month with immense gratitude to Hashem and with feelings for help for all in the year. People joining sponsors. Hillary Jacobson Kent, information of the website of Milton Jacobson, Mordechai, and Menashe, and Bendina, supporting the Rocky Earth and the merit of our Talmud Torah, the Neshama having Aliyah, and the family in the Chamrah. So with that, let us begin. Baruch Hashem, we have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Lamed. But we are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Chavtes Amud Aleph, 29b. We are picking up 4 lines into the wide line. So just remember again, the last piece we left off with, very interesting scenario about what happens if halacha l'maisa, a person has enough funds to go ahead and either fund his own learning or his child's learning. So the Gemara explained that halacha l'maisa, one is supposed to fund his child's learning. Now there was an exception to this. What's the exception to this? If the father is, I guess we'll call it, possesses greater intellectual ability than the son, or the father possesses greater learning potential than the son, in that case, the father would go ahead and fund his own learning over his son. The Lord gives an example of this. Rav Yaakov, the son of Akaba Yaakov, Shadrach will occur that by it. So again, Akaba Yaakov sent his son, Rav Yaakov, to go ahead and learn about Abaye. He also, when he came home, he saw that his son was not so sharp on his learning. In other words, he didn't see this concept, or say that his son didn't seem to have really like a command of the knowledge. So at that point, Rabbi said to his son Yaakov, "You stay home, and I will go and learn." Shema by the Kahava Osbai heard now that the was coming to the yeshiva. So he is Hava who Mazik Beirabon and Abaye. So there was a particular sheep, a particular demon that inhabited the base medrash of Abaye. Now this shade, this demon was so that he had a highly active Yimama Hasiki. This shade was generally shading, don't start up with people during the day. This shade was so powerful, so brazen, that it started up with people even during not only that, the Gemara says it also started up with groups of people. Normally shading stay away by day, normally shading don't start up by groups. This shade was so brazen that it started up with everyone. However, the related with actually the Misrakesh Nisa. So what happened? So Abaye gave instructions to the townspeople. No one offered to host Revacha Bayako. If no one offers to host Kalayako, he'll have no choice but to sleep. And if he sleeps in the basement, hopefully again he will be able to go ahead and come back to this sheep. So Al Basam, Ibn Leketanim and the Shiver Shiasa. What's it happen? Sure enough, Abaye offers for hospitality. Therefore, he had to sleep in the basement. And sure enough, when he came to the basement, he encountered this shade. The shade itself had 7 heads. Called Kriya Dekara. So when he davened, every time he bowed, every time Abaye bowed, so Nasar Chad Reshe, one head of the shade came off. So once I say the idea is, Abaye through his tefillah was able to go ahead and totally decimate this shade. Now the next day, Ravacha Bayakov runs into Abaye. He says, by the way, Amaru, the Machar, Ilo Israkesh Nisa Sakinse. So Ravacha Bayakov says, listen, essentially, I would have really been placed in significant moral danger. Okay, incredible story. We'll say now, by the way, interestingly enough, Halakha myself, remember, so in this case, so going back to the Halakha, if there is a question between funding one's own Talmud Torah and one, but again, we've seen a pattern that needs to do right? Any mitzvah that has to do with who takes precedence over an obligation you have towards someone. Now, the only exception to that is if the person sees it has incredible potential, then economically under those circumstances, there will be an obligation to fund his son. Now, there's a lot of discussion in this, that the pashtus, what he's talking about is after a father has fulfilled the formal obligation of Shinam from the Banach. In other words, so it's not the pshat, my kids are at yeshiva, okay, something like this, should I pay my kids' tuition? Or maybe I should go ahead and spend money on me so I can advance my learning. Well, obviously, as an adult versus a child, I'm going to have success. So that's how it's what I was talking about, really, after a father has funded his child's formal education, and then versus my own, that's when one's own learning precedence over the child's learning. Unless a child, in which case the people would fund that learning as incredible. Let's go back to it. We'll say what happens, what's the proper order in terms of learning and getting married. Right? So the person is of age, so should I get married first or should I learn Torah first? So the Gemara says, person should go ahead and learn Torah, and then afterwards go ahead and get married. Learn Torah first and get married. Now let's say, what's the logic behind that? The logic is relatively simple. Marriage comes with awesome responsibility. So as such, again, the idea is better to learn Torah before one gets married. This way one learns Torah without the yoke of parnasa, without the yoke of responsibility upon them. Then get married. Then that if a man cannot live with a woman, that's what that's referring to is if a person's mind is preoccupied with desirous thoughts, and he has no permissible outlet for those thoughts, and therefore again he's going to be preoccupied with those desires, then better to get married first. He said, the better to get married first. That's when a man has a home, a man has a life, a man has a permissible outlet for natural and normal desires. So get married first, and then go ahead and learn afterwards. I'm not going to Shmuel. No, see, you should have to. Get married first, and I was like, now, which also like embedded is Chazal speak, get married, that's what you're trying to push. Get married young, self-settled, and then go and be able to learn. You know, the kindness are obvious of the Torah. You have to understand, once you get married, you have to support a wife. And to support a wife, right, you get married, you have the obligation to support a household. So how is a person going to be able to devote themselves to Torah? I mean, literally, again, it'll say, the kindness means like the grinding stones around your neck. The yoke of parnasa is on you, and you're going to be able to learn. What's the nurse is that we argued, talking about different communities. So let's say, interestingly enough, one who said that going from Eretz Yisrael in Bavel, it was very common for men after they got married to go to Eretz Yisrael to learn. So therefore, say in Bavel, a man can get married, have the Yishuv Hadas, have the inner peace of knowing he has a wife, he has a home, and then he goes off to learn. So because he's going off to learn, he's not saddled with the day-to-day responsibilities of running the household. And that's why, again, so in Bavel, you can get married first, and then go learn. And Eretz Yisrael was often learning what's happening right there, and a person read, and then go ahead and learn. To get married, because they'd be living at home, they'd be saddled with the responsibilities of running a household, and therefore, again, that would distract ultimately from learning. So it's just interesting. So you begin to see lifestyle model. So the person get married first and then learn. Should a person learn and then get married? Again, different practices. So let's go like that. He will say, so Rav Chisda was praising Rav Hamnuna to Rav Huna, the Adam Gadol. Rav Hamnuna was a great man. So Rav Huna says, okay, when this guy Rav Hamnuna comes along, bring him to meet me. I'd like to meet him. He also, so when also when the priest of Rav Hamnuna to meet Rav Huna, how did you like Paris Sudra? So Rav Huna said that Rav Hamnuna was not wearing a cloak over his head. That was like, wearing a cloak over your head was a sign of marriage. So Rav Huna saw that Rav Hamnuna was unmarried. Probably my time will preach this with Rav Huna said, why aren't you wearing a cloak over your head? To learn shit now. So I'm not married. I'm not married. I drew a lot in it. At that point, when Rav Huna heard that Rav Hamnuna was not married, he turned his face away. He wouldn't look at him. I will not look at you until you get married. So Rav Huna was very disappointed that Rav Hamnuna was not yet married. He's not yet married. He felt that for a person to not be married by a certain age was an unhealthy thing, and therefore his Torah would be practiced by that. Therefore, he refused to look at it. Interesting. So he was a Lakuna Matana, he was using the Amar, and Esim Shalom on the Isa, Hayama Ba'adir. If you reach the age of 20 years old and you are not married, all of your days are lived in sin. He said to a man, if you reach the age of 20 and you are not married, all of your days are lived in sin. I'm not mad at 20, I'm living in sin. I don't know, I said, all of your days are spent with desires or lustful thoughts. Thoughts of the point is focused on here. There's a reality that people have natural desires and natural wants. Healthy desires and healthy wants. So at the end of the day, just want to program us this way. So Rav Huna was a big proponent of being married young. This way, again, a person has a healthy and productive outlet for these desires and these wants, and that allows a person not to be preoccupied with these things and to be able to be successful in other areas of life. If a person doesn't have that permissible outlet, so a person becomes consumed by these things, and that becomes their focus to the exclusion of everything else. Incredible. So I'll know you know the Rishma. I trust Shani, you should have Rishma, and tell the other Muslim you see Rishma. So Rabbi says, Rabbi Shmuel says, until the age of 20, when the person reaches the age of 20, it's patient. when is a person going to get married? Given to be a couple of us, the man reaches the age of 20, because you need a break from the man. If the man reaches the age of 20 and he is not quite married, Amar, Shusha, Asmo, well, besides, let his both swell up. So I say, so I mean, the idea being that the father is displeased that someone who is unmarried still at the age of 20. Let's say, I trying to point out also, you read these commands and are like, what if you didn't find the right person? So understand that the concept of marriage in Gemara is obviously just very different. So, well, find the right person, okay. You're a man, you look at what that's a perfect ship. That's fantastic. So I just want to point out just what our concept of marriage, our construct of marriage, the concept of love. These are all modern day concepts. Remember, marriage was a very utilitarian union. Of course, was there love in marriage? Of course, there's love in marriage. But unlike us, we just sometimes a little foolishly to love before marriage. As I understood, that love is the result of marriage. Anyway, that's what I'm saying. Marriage is so simple. Like, I was so 20 years unmarried, you know, so we think about this as, I do need that. Exactly. You might didn't have those same type of issues in it. Like, might be something to be like a different discussion. I'm not this stuff. So this to say, I'm better than my friends. In a signal of sister, I was married at 16. I was married by 16. You have a signal by Desha, and had I been married by 14, half of Lamed, half of Amina was suffering here where I could have put an arrow in the sufferer's eye. Okay? So as I said, once again, you know, it's pointing out that here, so just to pointing out that marriage is afforded him a certain level of life stability that allowed him to focus on his learning, that allowed him to focus on his spirituality. He had a life, he had a home. Ultimately, again, he wasn't distracted by other things. Had I been married at 14, I would have been able to spend it. Okay? I really don't know nothing about it. I did not have salary replacement in this. I was switching gears a little bit. A little bit of parenting in this house. So I was to talk nothing about it. At the other outside body debate, so while your hand is still on the neck of your child, and let's say that expression is make sure to educate your child and to impart important life lessons while you still have control over your child. Take a look at Rashi. While your hand is on the neck of your child, okay? Just think as a control. Rashi says, so Rashi says over here, it's a reference ultimately to marrying off. But we're going to see the next Rashi talks about not after marrying off, talking about a parental obligation to impart important life lessons upon a child before the child goes off into the world. So while you still have the ability to influence your child, utilize that influence. So you might say, so what age does a father have influence upon his child? This is fascinating. His son, you have estimate time between the ages of 16 and 22. By the way, the teens say I estimate others say from 18 until 24. Let's say, just to turn that like into modern day ages, it's right between the ages of 4 and 9. That's the window. That's the window. You have the idea being also that these ages, again, one of the hardest things today, also particularly parenting, is, parents think that their obligation is to be their child's best friend. I don't want to alienate that kid. I want to be their friend. Your child is not to be your parents, your child's friend. And sometimes parents do go ahead and upset they have to say to their kids. But if a parent doesn't give proper hadlaka to your child, if a parent doesn't say, this is right, this is wrong, you can't do this, you can't do that, even if the kid's upset, who's going to do that for the kid? So you want to make sure that during that window, and it is unfortunately in this society a diminishing window, when a parent has influence over a child, use it. set boundaries. Right, there is one. Don't let kids do whatever they want. Don't let them act in prestigious ways. Don't teach them the concept of legal standards because of the respect for authority, because of the respect for adults. If you don't exercise parental influence in the window, then at the end of the day, children grow up without such fundamental building blocks of freedom. We must keep an eye. I'm looking at the educated child according to his right. But usually in the time of the and the shift about asking the question. So say here, and the focus is now. So Shlomo says in Mishnah, Chanuk now. Don't just say Chanuk now, right? Chanuk now. What's a now? What's a now? A now is a young man. I was going to say, the parents in the maturation of our children, they may be too young to absorb certain life lessons, and then there's a time where they're already a little bit more set in their ways, and already a little bit more independent, where they're also not be willing to accept those lessons. Or say, see, this is the challenge, one of the challenges by the parents. At one time, my child is too young to hear. At one time, my child is too old to hear. There's a window. There's a window. What's that window? That window is now tight. Now tight. When my child is in now, that's where I can get to you the thing. I know for that, so when your child is in now, keep in the proper right at your front. Keep that going. I'll keep that going in the right way according to who and what he is. What is that window? So what is that? What is that? You should say about answering the thousand in 16 to 20. So the kind of thing sorry about that, I'm only saying from 18 until 24. Okay? So once again, these windows all reflect just a different reality, different societal reality. All they said, these windows were definitely these younger contemporaries, but yet and one's children identify the window in which one could exert real influence, by the values and the ideas you want to impart, but model them for your children at that point in time. So, I'm here from type of the remember, Father, we establish in the one of the obligations of Father Nice for 750 Torah. Was how much Torah is able to teach his son? Or what the Shas, one of my obligations to do. I'm not even going to strong because we've done done. The example would be like Starbucks says, we would have done that. Says, how many he was a person, he was a man, he was a guy. He's willing done done. Shalida Avi, Father Father, Mikra, Mishra, Hamid, Halachas Adams. So there's a lot of facts in there. Number one, that again, willing done done will cause all of these things. Number two, we taught him his grandfather. Like he did education for what that was in this place. Not to keep him on the Mishnah. And it actually says, all the father really has to do is teach his son for him. The Ikra of Shinam and the Ikra of teaching one son Torah is finished. And once you teach him finished, you're not obligated to teach him Mishnah or anything else after. So Amayala, Mikra is Torah. Ultimately, finished. That Mikra is finished. So it's not like the obligation of the father has to teach his son Torah is finished. So what do you mean is we were done? His grandfather's probably calls out for which was like, he's doing by now, but also doing by now. You know meant to say that the obligation to educate one's child is like doing them done, and not like doing them done. Also, kids doing them done, Shalom, go all the other, so it's doing them done, and that is right to college. Right, so that's interesting. Part of the mitzvah of Kilo for children is on the jet. According to Father a little bit more, that a grandfather has the obligation to learn with his grandchildren as well. The most people who then not like moving them down, be it awesome, Mikra, Mutala, Husaga, Pila, so on one hand, trying to extrapolate from the Bengal, is that there is an obligation upon a grandfather to learn with his grandchildren. But what's the nutrition? Just unfinished. The fact that Ruben Bengal is a Zay that learned all of this other everything is absolutely beautiful. That's not the type of being a one's obligation. All the other being a type of one second. Where did you come up with the idea that a grandfather is obligated in the care of his grandson? That's how you might have also explanation to know the name. Like the person says, you shall teach your children. It sounds like you're teaching your natural grandchildren. The man in the kind of God and the Barak of the neighbor and so it says, what do you mean? But it says you shall make known to your sons and to your grandsons. Loma Lachol, because Milana is no Torah Ma'ala ala Vakasa Kilu Bando, Lo Ulubino, Ulubben Benaitzov Kadar. So we'll say, what it means is when you teach your son Torah, it is as if you are teaching Torah to future generations. You don't say, then what's the logic? The logic is if I say, teach my son Torah, my son will then interpret and teach his son Torah, he will teach his son Torah, and I have created a dynamic. I have created a chain action that makes it as if I have taught Torah to future generations as well. But in reality, the Torah obligation of Torah is from a father to his son, not from a father to his grandson. So what's going on? So what's going on with Ruben and Ben? We don't have Kana. We don't find Kana. The sign up. We might call them some explanation. Torah is instructing your sons. Any other than them. I don't even know my sons. I don't know even my grandsons. So what he said in the initial pasuk, the pasuk is your future sons and your grandsons. So he's speaking of the mitzvah of Kina is for grandfathers to remember his grandchildren. In King not common so what is the pasuk mean? It's the Rimanaka on Shabbos Benechem. That you should teach your sons Benechem below Sechem. That means your sons and not your daughters. Means that the obligation of Kina, the formal obligation to learn Torah with the child, that applies to sons and doesn't apply to daughters. We saw it in yesterday's time. And Shalom says it's all this beautiful, coming on to this thing, anyone learn Torah with the grandchildren. Ma'ala alava concept to the children has seen. Torah treats it as if you receive the Torah from us. Actually, learning with a grandchild, teaching Torah to a grandchild, makes it as if you are. So when you're learning with a grandchild, it is as if you are experiencing some revelation. Then you get the function that I'm out of the summer play. I share a marathon with the national ahead. You should instruct your children and your grandchildren. The process is to speak before Hashem on Hashem. Yeah. Right? So it equates learning with grandchildren. Yet learning with one's own children is not necessarily a revelation. Let's say, in general, this is so imperative. It's fascinating how it's fascinating how some of the things we do as grandparents are so much deeper when done with grandchildren than the same acts were when done with children. Whereas often there could be natural friction between parents and children. So sometimes the father tries to learn with his sons. It's not always the most pleasant experience. It's not. Sometimes the son is resistant to it. Sometimes the father-son dynamic doesn't work out. So the father pushes, the son pushes back. So even though the father fulfills an obligation, the sweetness of it is sometimes not good. That's why sometimes one of the sweetest thing is when you get your children when they get older, and there's a great appreciation for what it means to learn like a parent, right? Sometimes as a kid, there's that struggle. With grandchildren, often that dynamic is totally different. But with grandchildren, again, the friction isn't there. It's all sweetness. It's all beauty. So it's interesting how when learning with children, obligation for a father to learn with his son. But yet when a father's grandfather learns with his grandson, that's like nothing else. Like that's like Semitic revelation. The sweetness, the beauty, the purity of that is not much like receiving a child as that's incredibly sweet. Here by Abba, I'll go and show you the Shari, this is not Abba, it's like, so here by Abba, the Shari this narration, he like threw a towel on his head. He ran out of the house, he wasn't going to get and the coffin goes out with his head covered, but he just like thrown a towel on his head instead of going ahead and putting on his head covering. The time of not giving the nuclear definition, bringing his grandson to Yeshiva. I remember my Peter high, so let's say, so open up the answer the kids to the Yeshiva lady. Why are you running out of the house with a towel on your head? So I'm going to Zuka, my Bitsif, I'll talk to you with that part. The son of Yom Shamata, so get on the point. So he says, it's a simple thing that it says that teaching your grandchild Torah, or enabling your grandchild to teach Torah, like the senior version has seen it. But it looks like so I'm sure that I had to get my grandson with such a stress to the learning of my grandson, power on my head, and ran out of the house. Like, my grandson should not be late for yeshiva. וכאן ואילך בדיחילו על אבא, ואותם אומצה, אז הם מתגובים מתבמסי. It was from that day forward, yeshiva Abba wouldn't eat breakfast. He wouldn't eat breakfast until he learned with his grandson. Reviewing what his grandson learned the previous day and teaching the additional lesson. So people say, "Sarah, I feel the time umza, and the man's leading to the Russia." So we're gonna have a feel would not eat breakfast until ultimately again he brought his breakfast. As like he would explain the short answer. So again, you see this power for the soul, like how there's a mitzvah to learn with one's children. That's the shnemtom when I have to teach my son. But yet to teach my grandson, or to enable my grandson learning, that's like accelerated generation. Let's say just know also on a deeper level, why is teaching your grandchild learning that's accelerated generation? Because remember again, holy soul of Har Sinai is Messiah. Like Moshe Kibel Torah Sinai, so Yeshua is a king. The whole idea that our concept of Messiah and the transmission of Torah between Har Sinai, I think that grandfather is built up to be Torah to a grandchild. That's Messiah. That is the transmission of Torah itself. That Har Sinai. It's a fascinating idea. So learning with your own child, that's ultimately again an obligation, beautiful but obligation. Learning with your grandchild, that's like Har Sinai. Incredible. So I'm gonna stop there. What's the first one? I was trying to show them Tanaïa. I can see what's the meaning of the concept of Shnam from the Al Tikri Bishinam from Ella Bishilashtam. As is incredible. What do you need as Bishinam from Shofim from Bidi as Bishilashtam? So Bishilashtam means divided into thirds. What does it mean? We only challenge other Shofim. First thing should divide his lifetime into three parts. Like divide up your years into three parts. Just the Mikvah, just the Mishnah, just the Talmud. Where to use 1/3 of your life for Chumash, 1/3 of your life for Mishnah, 1/3 of your life for Gemara. But says that's a good idea. Very one problem. You know that Hamakayim. Also, there's a person know how long he's going to live. The person know how long he's going to live. And we should divide up his lifetime into three parts. But see how you know they. Also, rather, it means divide up the days into three parts. Every single day you're learning should be divided up into three parts. 1/3 Chumash, 1/3 Mishnah, 1/3 Gemara. The idea being able to say that every single day a person should have a well-balanced spiritual diet. It also shows you something amazing. What's the key to successful living? What's the key to live every single day like it's an entire lifetime? You see, what's like the problem often with the way we live is that we burn through time. Right? We burn through days that is often so we often look at time as an infinite renewable resource. There's no urgency. There's no urgency in the way we live because, hey, whatever you don't get to today, you'll get to tomorrow. It's not a big deal. The Lord says it's not true. You have to live every single day like it's its own self-contained lifetime, right? The Lord says the person should divide up his life into three parts. 1/3 for Chumash, 1/3 for Mishnah, 1/3 for Gemara. I ever have long I'm going to live. Good. So divide up your day. In other words, you don't know how long you're going to live. Therefore, each day should be lived as if it's a lifetime unto itself. And imagine today, Pastor Shalom was my last day. Imagine, you got to know, today is your last day. What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? Like, I can tell you one thing for sure. You're not going to be on TikTok. Right? That's for sure. That's for sure. I can identify the thing I would absolutely eliminate from that day, knowing that it's my last. Also, there's something to that. Now, again, attention with every single day like it's your last. You can't just know. You can't do it every single day. But at least to create an awareness that a day should be treated like a lifetime because a day is a lifetime. One day in the life of man is a lifetime. What you can accomplish in one day is you can accomplish. It's like a lifetime accomplishment as well. Live each day as if it's truly the unit of a lifetime. You're not going to lifetime. We do try and solve. You know what I'm saying? Or again, the other scribes or shall you so from color association. These count all of the letters in the Torah. So the Gachon, the Vav Gachon is the middle letter, right? The middle letter of the entire Torah, second Torah. Garosh, Garash, that's in short tables. That's the middle word in the Torah. Liskala, short psukim. But liskala is the middle pasuk in the Torah. Because Semana Chazin Yar, Ayin Yar Chazin short tables. So the Ayin of Yar is the middle of Sefer Tehillim. So get some interesting facts just about the game. We have the psukim and words in Torah. The whole lot of them. That's the psukim is the middle of psukim in Sefer Tehillim. By the way, love the gafon. The both of gafon is you learned some before. Is the letter of the Torah. Does it belong to the first half or the second half? In the easy says, I mean, bring it to the Torah, let's count it out. So we don't allow our fun up. When something is shut, actually, said coming up. Turn up to what I said, we can't figure it out. I'm going to be key that has your things in us. I don't know what the kid that I'm not the key. What's this actually interesting idea? We know the Torah goes to what we call Haseras and Yisiras. There are certain words that are written in a quote-unquote deficient way, but not in a certain way. And other words that are written to include both. One of the interesting things that we have is that over the generations, there is a concern that perhaps in the Torah, the Haseras and Yisiras has been a bit corrupted. That's when it is a mikdash. Then the Azara, right, they had, or actually in the Chasar, that really actually the Ezra Chaladim, they had a Sefer Torah Ezra. That Sefer Torah was the authoritative Sefer Torah. It's funny, if you start counting things contemporarily, our Sefer Torah may not be absolutely correct in terms of Haseras and Yisiras. By the way, this Galak and Hagis and Hagis, what's the word this Galak? Which half does it belong to? First half and second half. I'm not speaking it out and then let's see which part. Let's go open up the Sefer Torah and count Psukim. So the Gemara says, Psukim are not Kingdom. Even if we're counting Psukim, we're not exactly proficient. Why? Because the Asraf Akaba and the Alam Narava, Haz get a high cross with plus of Eresh Moshe, Kinoki Ba'ilaka Ba'akha. So, for example, Israel is so possible that we have an hour to take the word on the solar at one, and we broke it up into you see, even with the number of shooting, we're not necessarily going to be proficient. Kamishas are not going to Ushmona Mos, Ushmona Psukim Habit. Suki Sefer Torah. Well, so there are 5,888 Sukim in the entire Torah. Yes, I love Torah, Shmona. Torah has 8 more than that. Chasana Zivah Yom Shmona, and Zivah Yom has 8 less. Karaban, that's all just all part of the soul thing that what's it going to be like? Karaban. Vishinantam. So it's Vishinantam, we're going to have to teach your son. What does that mean? But Vishinantam is also an interesting word. There's so many different words one to learn, right? But the Manatam, teach your children. Why Vishinantam? She uses a Torah Mekudat in the future. Because it teaches us not only for the child, but really also for the teacher. There's the Torah should be sharp in my mouth. It's a contraction of mission that a person should be clear on the details of his work. To do a time with regarding the people. The word of Torah should be sharp in your mouth. You should have clarity on your word. Somebody asks you a question. I'll begin. Don't stammer. Don't stammer and figure out the answer. Rather, be decisive. Be decisive in your work you do. The first thing I say in the days, tell me who you are, my sister. That's the chat. So actually, that's very interesting. Just like if you ask a person, are you allowed to marry your sister? They'll say, wow, you know, I saw it. What can I say? No. Right, no. Just like a person has clarity, like I love about marrying your sister, right? So too, again, one should have clarity in all areas of Torah, that they look. I will say, now again, this is an interesting idea, such an interesting idea to learn in the midst of Dafyom, right? Like we're flying through a page of Gemara. And so I'll say that a person should have clarity on what you get away when you go with not just for definition of clarity. So let's say, how do I reconcile this with the next speed which we often learn in Gemara? So let's say, perhaps the reconcile it is at least have clarity on something. Have clarity on something. If you don't have clarity on everything, have clarity on something. The opposite, the goal with that thing I will say is, you have to emerge with the doubt. From the doubt, something clear you're holding on to. whether it's a Devar Halakha, whether it's a Devar Hashkafa, whether it's an interesting Shakla of the Karya, the person has to emerge from every step with clarity on something. Just because I can't acquire everything doesn't mean that I'm free from having clarity on nothing. So for halacha, so v'shiyantam should make sure you walk away from the daf of Gemara. I know this. Whatever the this is, the halacha, the hashkafa, I know it's absolutely clear. Gemara goes like this. Omer, he cuts from Atzpal Sefer, the cuts on Rishos Lidava. It's a beautiful idea when it comes to Torah. Literally, again, tie it on your fingers, write it on the walls of your heart. The idea being, let Torah be something that is bound to you. Writing it on the walls of your heart also means that it is inherently part of who you are. Omer, if you think you have people came in and Omer, if you want to meaning, Omer, meaning the honor you're actually a giver share miles ashpasonehem, no yahorishu ki the middle of the bishar. That's a bishar. So it's again, all these are different psukim highlighting this same idea. Like the Torah should be like arrows in the quiver. Like the, just like again the warrior has all the necessary arrows in his quiver. Have your Torah to us. What do you mean when it says ashpasonehem bishar? That ultimately again they will speak to the enemy by the case. Otherwise, there was a beautiful Gemara. But you know, I ask you to know, not the Tamido, shows in the Torah, the Shar, the Shabbat, Nasim, Arvin, Zayzah, and those of the Sham action, Nasim, all of these Zayzah. Those are beautiful. Sometimes in the learning of Torah, so anyone who learns with the Havrusa knows this dynamic. You learn with the Havrusa, and what happens, you begin the process, and like your enemies. Right? You're arguing with each other, you're shouting at each other, right? You're both entrenched in your particular stances. You're like arguing, you're shouting, like enemies at the gate of the city doing battle, and then something amazing happens. Something amazing happens. And ultimately, again, this friend, this Harusa is your best friend. This Harusa is your own. There's a part of that is exactly about Hamish Kuban. That's ultimately, again, after the you become to love the sofa at the end of the process of it. That's because you not dynamic in the learning. But it also represents how to coming back. Right? And how do Jews ultimately again, how we able to resolve them, how able to come together with this just be so different. So that is the power of Torah. The power of Torah is supposed to be a great thing. Even if the observance of that Torah is different, like different people, but what nice and Torah is dynamic, nice people, because they identify similar ideals. If we can identify similar beliefs, if we can be reading the same system of Torah that is able to go ahead and turn enemies against the place. Turn around, the Santam, let's say the concept said the Santam, where's it over here? So the Santam is bigger in the Bachman, right in the pit. You shall place these words on your heart. Samtam. So it says the Samta is a contraction. Samtam. Sam is a potion, or ointment. Tam means to express complete healing. You share Torah, the Sam Torah is like a medicine. Like a medicine. Like a medicinal ointment. Mashallah, Adam said, he does not every door. That's it. He compared to a man, but again, he injures his son. He injures his son with a significant injury. He nearly tamakasa. He places a bandage on the wound. But hold my child, he is on a kasafa. As long as the bandage is on your injury, at home, my child. Eat whatever you want. You shall say not shall eat whatever you want. Or your favorite time and game gets over. And watch me one more thing. If you remove the bandage, hurry up and move it. Ultimately, and then the spring up boils. So the muscle is just like a person. They put the bandage on your wound, and the bandage takes care of the injury. And you can also, as long as the wound is bandaged, you can mix do whatever you want. You'll be fine. So let's do this. Half after the part of Amala, switch up the 12% to quality sub. That's the Tara Basi of Tara tablet. I created the Tara, but I've also created Torah and antidote. Einatem Oskim Torah, Einatem Mushar Biyado. To learn Torah, you will not be handed to the Yitzhak. Shneimar, Havon Keiti, Says. Then Einatem Oskim Torah, but if you don't learn Torah, Atem Musaram Biyado. Ultimately, the thing will be handed over to the hands of the Yitzhak. Shneimar, the Pesach, Chatas, Levit. Those are not actually being held up. Those are so Torah, such a beautiful imagery. Torah was like, is like that ocean. It's like that medicinal ointment. But if you have it, it protects you from so many other negative things. We also, we often think when we learn that what we're doing is we're broadening our knowledge base of fulfilling the mitzvah. All true things. In addition to others, also what I'm doing is I am putting the baggage with the ultimate over myself. Torah protects me in a way that nothing else can protect me. When you have that protection, you're able to stave off so many other things. So I was about to stop over here for today. Pick up an answer, make this super. My more about to protect the power of the website. To be continued, straight out. Can't go over there to everyone. What's sad about this is that I don't think they're having fun. You're like messing with like your girl and just like joking around. It's not. You wouldn't film it, but a minute video of you doing it. Last few seconds. All right, so it's like good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors today. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Elul. Jerry is our last for dedicating all the Shimmer Drushos in Sisor Kushlema for Zachariah Dov, Ben Harold Shira. We hope that of our commentary hitting clothing so have fleet and it's during this month. And to thank our week of learning sponsors, Nancy and David Berkowitz, for dedicating week of learning. Shira this week is celebration of their son Jonathan's recent engagement to Rachel Harris. Mazel Tov, for accomplishing the message of the Zohar B'Chol Chuppah, B'Sha'a Tova U'Mitzlachos. Let's with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem, incredible daf ahead of us. Today's daf is daf Ches 8. And we are picking up a B'Nai Hashem at the bottom of the Zayin Days, 7b. We left off yesterday 2 lines up from bottom. So just to reorient ourselves a little bit, we find ourselves today in the middle of the machlokes between Rava and Rabbi Yosef. Namely, if a person goes ahead and instead of using, we'll call it money, this is classical concept for Kiddushin, but instead use it as an object of value. So the Gemara's example was shirai, a piece of silk. So the shaila is, does that piece of silk require a valuation prior to being used for Kiddushin or not? So Rabbi said no, Rabbi Yosef said yes. Rabbi Yosef said yes. So ultimately again, so remember again, the first iteration of this machlokes, Rabbi said we're talking about a situation where halacha l'maisa, the husband said the value, and indeed it's the correct value. So Rabbi said, therefore, halacha l'maisa, you don't need evaluation because he said it was worth 50 zuz, and indeed it is worth 50 zuz. Rabbi Yosef said halacha l'maisa that it requires evaluation. Why? Because since a woman is often not necessarily well versed in the valuation of items, therefore she is not going to commit to utilizing this as the mechanism for her Kiddushin, unless, of course, she explicitly understands the actual value. That was the first version of the machlokes. Ikadami, so let's go to that version of this. The truth is, they argue, even when talking about a situation where the silk is worth a minimal value. Yosef Amar Shaveh Kesef Hariku Kesef. So Yosef holds that ultimately, again, it requires a shuma. Why? Because he also something it is like money. Ma kesef, the kais, just like money is a quantified, defined amount. Top of that, the value of money also has to have an explicit value. Explicit value. Therefore, we'll say. Yosef says, same way that the man with the money, so money is clearly quantifiable, right? You see how much money is being given. So by position, you don't use money, you can just shove it. You can use something as the value of money. But just like money is really quantifiable, so to that, which is like money, I.e. shove it, has an object also has to be really valuable and quantifiable. Ama biraz etkilendi de var. Biraz hissetmeleri ben de bir şekilde uğraşıyorum. Sen gibi de, you can't set yourself. So let's say, let's say a little bit of context. So the concept is as follows. If all the rabbis başlanır is behead, your shit is also this is talking about an adult who is sold, right? As it is, you're selling to a soul to a Gentile person. And also it is because which is referred to as anything of soul. Neil has talking about there for many years left on his contract with Sue. Ultimately, again, none of his leaving all possible, and this is being out, or pay the master for the remaining contract servitude for the servitude. So it has that from ourselves, literally translated in old rabbis Bashalim, if there are still many years left on his servitude contract, the PAR should give us some cast that with ourselves. In accordance with the amount of years left, we should repay the master, we cast that from ourselves. From the money, from the value, ultimately again of his purchase price. So the cast that with ourselves, the cast that we neglect, the inner neglect is your material. You can redeem the abbot, you can redeem the abbot with money that you cannot redeem throughout the news with rain or Caleb, or ultimately again with utensils. So the Gemara says, what are you talking about here? How to go out with your value? When you talk about the use of the leaf and utensils, what's the context? He says, Ilema, Ilem Niknur with cloud. So if you want to say that halacha that ultimately you can't affect any type of transaction. This is why I came in. That's not true. Yashid Ilasol. The Torah says Yashid Ilasol, which literally means Yashid Yeshachim is redemption. The rabbis Shava Kesef to Kesef. And that teaches us that that the same way you could redeem an other with money, you're also redeeming with something that is worth money. Shava Kesef. He used the less to shut up himself, and if it doesn't have a sense, the Lord to do off, or came in a question, doesn't is not even worth a puta, so my area to draw a feeling, body after the next to draw a feeling, after the cast of man, and it also obviously, if you have clearly or pencils and you're not worth a puta, then of course it is not good work for attention purposes. But the truth is, less than a people that just want money doesn't work either. Money doesn't work either. Which the Gemara says, Elalab is the Shabbat. Rather, we must be talking about a situation where halacha does have a Shabbat. Okay, so we'll say so again. So remember, let's take a step back. What are we talking about? First, telling us that if you want to redeem the other, essentially you look at how much the master paid for him, how many years he has left on his contract, and buy out his contract. Out his contract, so it's telling you that not only can you lose money for that, but you can use Shabbat Kesef. Use Shabbat Kesef. Yes, the Rice said you can't use grain or utensils. So what's the case when you can't use grain or utensils? If you tell me it's not what the food are, okay, so you can't use money that's not what the food either. So it must be that it's worth a food. But if it's worth a food, why can't you use it to redeem the asset here? And the answer must be, and a lot of people show the kingdom of Okaisi. Was he talking about a case where even though I know that it's worth more than a puta, what's the problem? What's the problem? I don't know how much it's worth. And that's a problem. When you don't know how much something is worth, that even below heights is low. And that's what they say. If you begin to see is yes, halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and you can use items that have the value of money to affect transactional reality. And when is that so? Only if you know how much that Shabbat Kesef payment is actually worth. And let's remember that these people want to this down. This is a real thing. Like the real thing is when they say that even if you know you have an object that is absolutely worth more than the Shabbat Kudah, if you want to create transactional reality with it, it is going to require evaluation. So you want to do a tiny thing with a piece of silk. Is the piece of silk worth more than the pizza? It's worth more than the pizza? Of course. So you need to know how much it's worth. You need to know how much it's worth in order to affect a transactional reality. You are supposed to, so this is a Yossi rice sauce. I added is what Yossi's proof to that reality. The other opinions I will say, that was at this point that will be a Rashi, Yoshid Gula, so he writes down from the top, Rashi says, Yoshid Kral Yisilehu, the Matzi mixed up with the end Gula, so the Rabbi Shabakasa, the Indian figure sources number again, just going back to this a moment. The phrase Yoshid Gula, so is actually that's the phrase. That's what we learn out. Shabakasa, which you could even redeem the other, not just with money, but even if something is worth money. Now, Rashi can point out these things in our next one. The papers the mitzvah say, it's really Lami Maknebe, but simply also, we can't set this next one. Now, that's what we're going to see, because we want to make the switches just a moment. Whatever you could use to even Eved, obviously could also be used to purchase it. Right? And back to this, by putting back in the trip. But by Eved, whatever it could be used to even Eved, obviously could use to buy an Eved in the trip. Good, so let's go back to it. The rest of the Enoch, Rabbi will say, Abikala, the Torah's Kesef in Mikna, but ultimately again, an Eved is to be purchased, the Torah's Kesef. Ve'in Mikna, the Torah's Tevua of the Kiro. So those who say, never know what it becomes like teaching, is going to teach that an Eved can be bought, the Torah's Kesef, right? With ultimately again with money, or with things in the parsha of money, which could even mean money itself, or something worth money. The Mikna, the Torah's Tevua of the Kiro. And evidence from that before, literally again, within the framework of Tevua and Kiro. What is that? It might be a little very interesting. Rabbi to the puzzle has points between the evidence gets to be bought within the context of money. It can either mean money itself or something worth money that cannot be acquired for that matter within the Khalifin. So Rabbi Nachman, the Rabbi Khalifin, the French Rabbi Nachman stands that you can't use heroes like for Khalifin, so my equal American, what ultimately is the vice of coming to say that it says Tevua. So you know, the last two Shabbat Puka, just like that, it must be when the vice talks about the use of Tevua and Tevua, it must be talking about again where it's less than a Puka. The Kamrik, my area of Tevua became Akidu Kesef Nami, and that which we said before, well, obviously, if the Tevua or Tevua are not worth a Puka, you know, that's like those without saying that they can't affect, they can't be used, you don't have a really arbitrary. Because obviously, even if you have money that's less than a proof, I'm sorry, obviously, if you have money less than a proof, you can't use that reality as well. Which the Moses, you're right, Lomi Bai Kala. So it's a Lomi Bai is like a, it's a stylistic process through which sometimes the Gemara will say A and certain B. Like not only do you have to say B, but A, but A also. So the Gemara says, let me buy Kama. Let me buy Kesa, the Iske Shabbat Ruta the ain't no laws. But then what's that Kesa? What's that Kesa? The Kesa is worth of Ruta, and it can affect transactional reality. And if it's not worth of Ruta, it cannot affect transactional reality. That's obvious. That's obvious. So the Gemara says, this is another example, maybe that by grain and by utensils, Ema need to become a kind of a Hana Sayu Yama Umakri Nation. So I said, we're switching gears a little bit. We're not talking about necessarily the redemption of an evidence, but rather again, the scale of an evidence. So I said, it goes without saying that I love it myself. You can't sell it. Evidence, right? And evidence can't be bought. So the last Shabbat. That's happy. Especially you can less than Shabbat because of the I would have thought that maybe you could buy ultimately for Tevua or less than a Shabbat. Why? You know, since some remember switching gears for just a moment. Now you want to have it. What's the first? Who does somebody go to? Who's ready to go to? We have it every day. Assuming that purchase from an adult. right? Yeah, I'm going to agree with self. So therefore, if you're purchasing it, agree. I understand that for less than a free value, but maybe when you purchase, go ahead and use it to do it and do it. Even instead of free value, maybe since it is instant, maybe you'd be willing to conduct a transaction even though worth less. But it's going to get there, you can get today's benefit. He's getting a food. He's going to be immediate benefit. Maybe you would sell off my list that doesn't work, but you cannot affect any transactional reality with either money or objects worth less for the share of people. Those I just think they're very careful with the hospital. Most of these hospital site that what we're willing to do for influence really is better. Right? So especially one of the greatest distillers of our contemporary generation. Like there's a little bit of consumers benefits. No one wants to actually get for anything. We want all of the benefits, but we want none of our we don't want to have to do. And that's the thing we see. Our whole lives, we've been operating with the idea that in order to affect any transaction reality, only and here the at least the United States, how many that they you give someone to do all, especially if you listen, how much to do all, you have to wait, you have to take the rest of the people. You have no idea, but it can't be a lot. It can't be a lot. And the notion of a person willing to go ahead and willing to change the course of their destiny, like it's inevitably doing someone for a little bit of Judah, but it's still right now. It's the power and the rule of instant gratification. And how scary that is, how much in the pursuit of instant gratification, sometimes we're getting to this guy and thinking, listen, is this not the entire challenge of faith? There's a lot of these things. I don't know your name, but I'll tell you, right? Right, so why did you do that? There's a lot of different types. I know, but it's people. You know what's sin offers? Faith offers. Faith offers is free gratification. Mitzvahs, let's be honest. Mitzvahs often don't offer instant gratification. Like, this is like big words, but not necessarily just too high. Then I did it. I did gives you immediate pleasure right here, right now. I was terrible, I did actually terrible, ugly, but to make the consequences. Because that's the real, that's where it is the gratification. Because it's right now, and in an intense way, to make this commit certain risks and mistakes. Also, here it is. It's not me. It's not a generational thing. This has always been the great challenge to engage in this cost-benefit analysis, which is giving you the right here in the moment, which will often detrimental consequences, and having the ability to recognize that healing is not the essence of life. Such incredibly so. Anyway, I'm going to go say not even. That's enough. Yosef is really like. Remember, Yosef is one who says that even when you know you are using that is worth more, still require evaluation. So when we know this, so sign up. Ego Zel, please don't do it. It's also imagine for a moment the person has to do that. So what they do is to call it a calf. He says, this calf should be for the opinion of my son. How this is how the people do it. This quote should be for the opinion of my son. No, I'm a quote. Statement is meaningless. Statement is meaningless. Okay? Ego Zel becoming son of the. But if I say, this ego should be worth 5 slime, or is worth 5 slime for the redemption of my son. Or Talis is due the Kamish son of the or this Talis is worth 5 slime for the redemption of my son. So what's Talos? You know, ultimate case, the son is redeemed. Sorry. So you want to say, hi, don't really dummy. Okay, so what's going on over here? What's going on? Elema, the low shabby. So say, if you tell me that all things be again, both cat and clothes are not worth this amount. Shabby, like even though shabby, cultivate, and ultimately again, we could actually smoke it. Cultivate, I'm going to punish some, so I say, good. It's the ego, it's not worth 5 slime. And if the cloak is not worth 5 slug, then what? Then what? So if the guy believes, well, that's the bigger verse, let's take a step back. What's the case? I want to redeem my son. I want to redeem my actually in our family. In our family, we have very female and my mother's side of the family, my wife is actually never anything like that. You know, I only feel like that's very expensive. Anyway, so listen, the verse says, the verse says, so here's the case, right? A guy wants to be poked at his son. So he wanted his son. So he goes over to the Cohen and he says, Cohen, here's an egg right for the finger of my son. Here's a cloak for the finger of my son. So he says, if you just say that, it doesn't work. If you say, here is a cat that's worth 5 slug, it must say 5 slug would be the amount of silver, the amount of money you need to figure that out. Okay, 45 slug, here's the figure that. Or here's the color, that's 5 slug for the figure that would work. Versus, well, what's the case? If we're talking about a case where the cloak or the cat is worth 5 slug, is not worth 5 slug, so, but obviously, why should it work? Right? Listen, just because you say something is worth 5 slug, if it's not worth 5 slugs, ultimately, again, it should not work. And Allah, God, is shoving. Right? And listen, it must be that Allah for myself is talking about a case where the cat and the cloak are worth 5 slug. But the haven below tight seat low. Let's say case number 1. Remember again, there are 2 cases. Case number 1 is where the father of the child just gives the item to the Kohen with absolutely no value attached to it. Case number 2 is where he gives the same object with a value attached to it. Case number 1 does not work. Case number 2 does work. So this is what do you see from here? You see from here that even when you give an item of value, if it is not to be evaluated, ultimately again it's not created transactional value. So therefore again, if you just give the cat, let's clear, everyone knows the cat is worth at least 5 slug. Still, when there was a valuation, it cannot create the transactional value. You want to say, well, you owe them the shoving. So I want to say that's not the case actually. The case that we're talking about is where the cat or the palace is not worth 5 slug. I so what's the case? If you go to other coloring video, we're talking about a few sources here, but even though the cat or cloak is not worth 5 slug, the Kohen accepted the just as if it had the value of 5 slug. You have that Saka Sudra, you get to the Rabban. The Kahana would accept the Sudra, the Sudra is also so, and the cloak that covers the head as well. He would accept that. But we're gonna run. Like I'm gonna give you doesn't become slow. He used to say for me, the cloak that covers the head is worth 5 slug. So let's say there is a consequence in halacha. There's something that has a subjective value, right? Objectively, the item might be worth X, but subjectively, it's worth more. So that's Kahana said, halacha l'maisa, this item is worth more for you. This head covering is worth more for you. So the Gemara says, the Amr actually go to the Kahana to gather out. And this is only for someone like Kahana. But Kahana was a great man. Because he was a Kabbalah, a great man, let's say it was the custom of great people to wear head coverings. And we find these Sujare shapes about Kuli Amalo. Like for everyone else, this would not work. Now, let's say, the truth is, a head covering might not work. But conceptually, the ability to go ahead and see that something has hidden intrinsic value for you. This item represents some real estate, like the world is filled with things like this, where the item that maybe worth X for you, but X plus Y for me, for whatever the particular reason. You have the matter. Actually, just one spot of cloak, but this was talus. Supposed to talus is the cloak that only covers the body. It's supposed to the cloak ultimately that covers the head as well, and covering. So my brother actually, was a sudra, right? A cloak from the mother of Laba of Kushi that was only worth 10 zuz, but he paid 13 for it. Why? We'll say because for him, ultimately again, it was worth more. Okay, incredible. Same I will say, just point out that here we are left still with this machlokas, Laba and Rav Yosef. So what you do is you're using an object that clearly has a heightened value, it absolutely has a heightened value, but it hasn't been assessed, hasn't been evaluated. So does that work for solution purposes? So as I just mentioned to you, so what Rambam over here says, the Rambam says that I love what I saw, I'm going to love this is the work of Jesus. And I love you guys. I'm going to how to actually get to the beginning. So seven commission denial, I shall let you say educations have a line. So she can says, I love what I saw. So it's actually interesting. The way that I'm doing Tawaf is if you Mechanish and the object and you tell her the valuation of the object and the valuation is correct, she's a possession. What you understand from the Rambam is that Allah what I saw, if you're Mechanish and the object and you do not pass the valuation to the object, the condition is not good. So the Rambam really practically like Rabba that whenever a affecting condition is an object, there must be a valuation of that object. Incredible. Let's go like that. Sorry? That's what it says. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Rabbi said, you're saying that the object requires evaluation. Thank you. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara is like, I'm Rabbi Loza. This casually the money. This is his case. And that says, when you come to that, that's the lead, it's the money. And this is about money. You know, some of you know, and then you give them, where's Talaha? And then you do that, that's the action. Talaha, which is with the Dashas, and you just always for the rest of the money. It's Talaha, always for the rest of the money. So my time was the reason. Even the Amrullah Mana, the Yazridinas, and then the Amrullah Amanas Dami. But I'm not going to Amanas for an action Dami. So listen to this. Essentially, when it comes to becoming credentials to me with a mana, so we'll say that is the equivalent of the Amana. Essentially, what he's saying is becoming credentials to me on the condition I give you a mana. And therefore, again, whenever you say Amanas means me action. So you're coming credentials to me as of now. But there's a retroactivity that is triggered which we again when you finish your paying up. So in other words, even though we only gave her a dinar now, at the beginning of the payment, and she's making dashes. May say, where is the cash out? He's cash leaving. If ultimately he says to come to dashes to the money, but higher bona the holidays, and was now is counting out the money. The last time they had last on, if one of them wants to renege, either the dinar even in the last dinar, I was just the other. Ultimately, they're going to have the ability to next. So also, it contradicts each other. The man says to a woman, "I'm Mikudeshes to me with the money." And as soon as he gives her a dinar, ultimately again, Mikudeshes. Now, what you just said is, if a man goes and says to a woman, Mikudeshes to me with the money, and he's counting out, right? He's paying out the money, right? 1 dinar, a second dinar. Either of them have the ability to renege until the money is full. I'm asking, so what's the case of rice? The case of rice is where it says to come to me with this money. It's just he's saying, coming with a money or this money. A money, depending on the condition. And if it wants the first installment to stay, the condition is chal, and again it's fully chal, or will be retroactively. As opposed to money zoo, this money, her das, is only to become Kedeshes when she receives the full amount. I need the safe of the money zoo, Reisha the money stam. So we'll say the first case is talking about money zoo. The safe of the second part of the verse is talking about money stam. The regular key money, the Katani safe, what's the safe case? Our money is catch, even money zoo. The name's money chaser. The man says they're becoming Kedeshes with this money. And it turns out that it wasn't a full money. It was a money chaser, or money chaser dinar, or dinar shalachoshes. Or included in that money was a copper dinar. So what's the halacha? Ain't on the kudashes. Ultimately, again, the condition is not good. Dinar ra. What happens if it turns out that there was a dinar ra, bad dinar? We'll see that bad dinar was just a little bit. So how is the kudashes? We have to, the condition is stable. We have to swap out the bad dinar for a good dinar. Which the Gemara says, what's going on over here? Because again, We just said before that this will be a case of Manistam, to which the words low, ratio of the Sefer, both the ratio of the Sefer are talking about is the Amar, the Manazu. Those they both ratio of Sefer talking about Manazu. Uperusha Kamer Farish. And what is going to explain that? Ratza Afame and Latza, I see the beginning of Afarish, the other. Let's say in the case of the member, let's case of Manazu, and the marriage is called is actually the Manazu. And the Kedushin Manazu. Let's say when is the Kedushin found? When the Kedushin found, after it finishes paying her the entire money. And therefore, at any point in the process, either of them want to read, to have the above case of, to learn the Amar Love and Manazu. The Hankanami is stabbed. These Saturday should have understand, because if you think the beginning is told that I'm understand, Hashta, the Manastam, the Manastam doesn't create Kedushin. The Manazumi, why? Those that say Manazumi is not going to work. Which the Manaz is Inishim Ha, if I was there with cousin, this guy in the Garaya, I'm going to say for the Guruyevusha. Ultimately, you're going to be teaching the Sefer. It shed light on the reading book. Shalotoma, Risha ben Manazu. Don't think that the Risha is talking about the case of Manazu. I'm sorry. Don't think just referring to Manazu about Kedushin, but maybe with the Manasam, ultimately again the Kedushin will be good. On a Sefer of the Manazu, therefore the Sefer takes on a piece of Manazu, the Risha, the Manastam. The Manastam Bas. You go off to the Havi Kedushin. And nevertheless, the Kedushin still won't work. Okay? So says Rashi Shama, mode of a holy shiny. So Rashi says there's a difference between the case of a man who says to a woman, ultimately again, he says to a woman, he's catching the money, and then gives her a dinar, versus a case of a man who says he's catching the dinar of the money, and it's paying out the dinar. He's paying out the money. He says, money of a holy shiny, he like that dinar. Is paying out the entire amount now. Halacha l'maisa, her task is only to commit to the Kedushin until she receives the entire amount. Which the is fine. So I can show the safety dummy. So let's remember again the basic first cases. Ultimately again, where the Kedushin will now work. For example, says to become confessions to you with this mana, and included in that mana is a dinar of Mefoshes. So what's that case? If she knew the dinar of Mefoshes mixed with that, Savan Kibba. All for the she accepted it. To which the Gemara says, we give up. Let's see if it's not going to give up a line. What's the case? We're treating it that man. She was able to discern that mixed dinar was a dinar of Mefoshes. The start of play daily ultimately again she found it still with nothing to do. We must have dinar ahead of the rest of the case of dinar out. It's alone nothing. So if it's something that is dinar that shared to use for commerce, so I don't dinar shall approach. That's the same case as the Kappa dinar. I'm not purpose of going to nothing, I will get. So a piece of the dinar raw, also if you're going to dinar that can be used, but really, I'll get. Use the type of currency that can't be used freely. It only be used in currency. So ultimately, it's interestingly enough, dinar raw works. Because at the end of the day, it's still currency. As opposed to dinar koshas, that it doesn't even have this currency at all. So we'll say, why you do this. The bottom is that there's two different cases. It's actually the money, this is actually the money. It's actually the money. Managing change the money. Once he gives you a dinar, what's the halacha? Why? Because it was essentially you do that as we said before, the priest of the nice. That's essentially becoming the debt of the position of the money. As soon as he gives you some unit of currency, he gives you, and of course it's not fully concretized until he goes there and gives you the entire amount. That's different from saying is actually the money due. When he says to become the money due, when does the condition take effect? Right? When it fully pays out the money. You kind of Amar Rava, which is the case here. Otherwise, man says to me, it's actually been money, Ain't any credentials. Interesting case. Today says to Rahab, become credentials to me from what? I was saying, what is the piece of collateral? I was saying, as you can see, there's a lot of collateral. There are two different types of collateral. There's a type of collateral that essentially is hold on to this as a sign of good faith that I'm going to pay you. But you can't keep collateral. And then it's like collateral that says, in the event that I don't go ahead and pay you what I owe you, then what? You can keep it. That was like, the first type of collateral is not like money. It's not like money. What it is just, yeah, it's a promise. So I'm backing up the promise by letting you hold on to an item of value. Second type of collateral is that trouble. So in this case, you come to credentials to me. That's just me with a money. He doesn't have a money. What does he do? He gives her his Rolex. Thank you. Hold on to this. It's not that she should keep the watch if he goes ahead and right. It's not I'm gonna get money. Just hold on to show you that I'm serious. So let's have a pump. Every credentials. Why should I be credentials? Why? He hasn't given her anything. Other things. Money in time, much money in time. He hasn't given her a money. He hasn't given her an item of items that actually money in time. Much money. Shop at school. Share Mashko Matara. It was like a whole company of Steve. He's not giving her the Mashko to keep in the event that he does not pay her the money. Pay the money. This is the shame that I'm serious. Okay, let's go back to it. So easily, however, I'm not ready. So Rava is behind that matter. So keep something that's going to be that trust. Also, what's the one word? There's a lot of potential in with the matter with collateral. With the measures. So one second. You see that a mash code does work. So what's going on over there? To which the guys no. Hassan, the mash code back here. Let's talk about equity plus collateral. What does that mean? Let's say this is actually let's come back here before we go on. So how you do that though? The two shove the punch reach for Allah. Then also the death test shall not go up the prayer. Let's say watch this. Magnify situation. Then she lends $1,000 shilling. So what could shilling do? Shilling gave you a large sum. Now let's say now the is going to the moment that when you guys have money and they secure that then to match code, you own to match code, close the match code, you cut her. And therefore once I have often when I say now what happens to you, they takes that match code and you cut it to lawful with that match code. To which the Gemara says that's a piece that'll work because since a barrel code ultimately since the creditor owns the match code, if I roll the race when he uses this to affect position, he ultimately is using an item of value to affect position of the work. So you want to say, do that means how? None of these stuff. When I get back for shit in the match code, how do I look at the creditor actually acquires the match code collateral in their matter with a plus the extra? So what's that? So remember again. This is talking about interest produced well. You need money to a corporate. And the only thing that the person has to calculate the pledge's collateral is you can imagine like these pajamas. So what I tell you, at night, you go back to these pajamas, you can use them, and the next morning they go back to you, you will call next Sunday. And this will be brought up to you as an act of charity, an act of generosity. And the Lord says, in April 29, stepping 9, the only reason why is specifically an act of charity and generosity, and we determine why. Why? Because I own the master. See what I said? If I didn't really own the master, they're giving the proper gas back which really belongs to them is not an act of generosity. Like the why is the corporate stopped up? Because since I own it, technically speaking, I'm allowed to keep it. But I'm not going to have a funny act of generosity by giving the proper back which really belongs to me. Yes, you see from here that I'm not going to a creditor acquires collateral. I was like, this time is going to be a bit more complicated than you might have figured out now. The notion of whether or not a Balco is Kona and Mashkona is a big discussion on that. So now we're kind of taking it for granted that there is some quasi, we call it at least some quasi level of ownership. Some quasi level of ownership. Was it interesting enough of an ownership to what? To what? To use it as a vehicle of production. It's very interesting. Very interesting. It says, bought a meat servant, bought a maid servant for some peoples. For some peoples. What happens? Well, how about that? I should say he actually sold a maid servant. Well, how about that? It was the ultimate again, he didn't have to keep those others. Right. Yes, so it's actually changes in the fine. So how about that? So the purchaser didn't have the fructose others. What happens, okay? Receiving that salary. So ultimately, again, gave him a silver bar as collateral. He sold to the guy. Was it, what happened afterwards? Afterwards, the value of the maid servant ultimately again went ahead and went back. So it says, yeah, what happened? The seller wanted to do that because now you can get more money ultimately for the maid servant. The buyer wanted to say, well, I put down tomorrow. You put down tomorrow, the sale is done. You can't go back out. So that's going on down. You can rub down. I'm a little PTA times last day. I'm saying no sale. Because the Putin right the twice without giving and the silver bar that was given on the side. Remember again, we went back, go back before that two types of collateral. One type of collateral is actually for the transaction. One is more to say, I'm serious about coming back to the table with the money. Guarantee again, the type of collateral was given as the second type of collateral, not really meant to be a payment, but rather just to be a display of seriousness to commitment to transactions. Therefore, the line said there's no seller, and therefore seller has the ability to buy. Incredible. Terabon is catching the money. So this is interesting things here. Now you have the situation. We didn't know that it's a record. It says record. You come to that's just for the income money. Okay. So what's the record should be? Now, Russell is a hustle again on the she takes the money and she throws the money into the sea or into the fire or the whole cover of it. The point is, she takes the money and she destroys it. So this is what's halacha. Only delicious. She's done delicious. I shut the seal coming. I will give you shit. What's the season here? The season here is that if she would accept the money, but throw it back at him, she wouldn't do it. I was going to say, besides the fact that the reason why she's done delicious is why? Because she's destroying the money. So the sense of the year, give her the money, then she would take it and throw it back at him, she would be with the rest. You know, it says, Amrale, Shakil, Lo Ba'ila. I was saying, like, you don't really have to be like a relationship expert, but like, if a woman takes the position and then throws it back at the guy, she might be likely declining the offer of solution. To which the wife says, no, let me buy first, do this. So let me buy color. Let me buy Shadasinu Kame for the Hobby Solution. Let's say, it goes without saying that even if she accepts the money, but she throws it back at him, that's not illusion. It's not illusion. As a hustle down over your arm, it's even so. But anyway, she throws it into the sea, or throws it into the fire. Ema, cable to the fiber for the Yushi Kalish Natural. And let's say, like, remember this, here's the difference. If he is not the money, she accepts it, goes back to his face. He goes back to this like Yushi. Watch this. The case where he gives up with Yushi, and she throws it into the fire, or into the sea. Unless it's before anything else. Ultimately, again, who just likes us for that money? Who doesn't get money? Level. So I remember this. So now she's on the hook for that money. I would have thought that she is committing herself to delusion. If she's committing herself to delusion, so why is she throwing the money into the fire into the sea? The Gemara says, Savra, ibdike lahagavra irasafri over. This is incredible. So if she's committing herself to the condition, so at the end of the day, why is she throwing the money into the sea, into the fire? What is she doing? I want to test this. I want to see what kind of guidance is. Right, so I'll say, so remember, because since anyway, when she takes the money and she throws it back in him, you know, no harm, no foul, right? There's nothing wrong with it. Right there, there's nothing. So, right, as we see what she's saying is, I don't want to be married to you. Get out of here. The night she takes the money, she throws it into the fire. Hello, the so she's on the hook for that money. So maybe what's really happening over here, and she's saying, I'll marry you. I'll marry you. I want to see what kind of leader. I want to see what kind of leader she has, right? What happens? You know that says you can tell a lot about a person in 3 ways, right? So she's so cast, right? How does the person act with Vince? How does the person spend their money? And what is the person like when they get married? So speaking of, I'll get married to you. I'd like to see what's it like when you get married. So it's such an incredible story in marriage. Let's say, see, a man would never do this, right? Why would a man never do this? You don't get money into the sea or into the fire or into anything else. So let's say, if you see for a woman in a relationship, having a husband who is going to cheat in a proper way is much more important than anything else. See, men will sometimes choose money over relationship. Women will always choose relationship over money. So you're losing out on the consideration. You're losing out on the money. Better to know the quality of the man that I'm marrying than to go ahead and have the money. It's such an incredibly soulful difference in relationship. Anyway, so let's say, I'm going to put that in here. Kamash no. So let's say, Kamash, that's not it. Kamash Malon, if a woman receives Kesef solution and what? Either throws it back in the guy's face or throws it into the fire, into the water, she's not into that. But how about it? It's actually the money. This is what I said. A woman says, so Shami visits the Rachel, he comes to Kesef to you with the money. So she says, today, she says, give it to my father or to your father. In the direction. So she's not in the direction. Or in the direction. You'll say why? Because the money says, what she's saying over here is, give your money to someone else. First of all, she completely, now it says, ultimately again, that's I'll be coming to possessions for a condition that you give it to my father, and ultimately as a new possessions. So that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, it's new possessions. Ana Abba, the open relations. In this case, you bring down father, or you say, even when she says, Jesus said, we come to give it to my father, even in that case, what she's saying is give your money to someone else. Kana Abi, sorry, Kana in the second case, where she says, give it to your father, I'll become and give it to your father, even though she's saying, give it to my father, she's saying, I'll become the condition to my father-in-law, that case works as well. Incredible. What's the second line? She's touching the money, so it's touching the money. The business level, becoming connection to the money. So it's name Rickloni. She says, give the money to Shimon. Ultimately, the answer is not possessions. Why I will say? Because you view her statement as saying, just give the money to someone else. But if she says, give the money, right, I'll become the possessions on the condition you give the money to Shimon, then the possessions. But I said, that case works. Now, why do you need both of these cases? So the two cases are the same thing, right? You said before. And she says, if he says, accept this money, she says, I'll become a condition, the condition given to my father, to your father, she's the possessions. Same thing. If she goes in and she says, I'll become a condition given to Shimon, she's the possessions. Why do you need the same cases? Sweetheart. Yes, I'll just a my father, your father, hustling with the last sheep. We have a condition. The son got died, got into a life. I want to tell you this, in the case of a father or father-in-law, those are people she depends on to execute that agency. Savra, I've been really with son. These people were my father-in-law were act as my agent. Our police law, also in case of the standard guy, she says that she's really relying on him to be an agent. Therefore, again, even if she says on the condition of giving a Shimon, that is going to work as well. That's what you know, Cody. How did just in the case of Shimon? Of the Amr Shimon, Cody, no habitation, so no Makarba, Kaika, Mugate, the mistake, and then the Makona. They say, I'm going to talk to you, stand. where she says, give the money to Reuben, right? He gives her a mother, and he says, and she says, give it to Reuben. That's the case ultimately when the conditions will not work. Why would it not work? Because since she has no shaykhus to Shimon, she's not just going to give him the stomach gift. In the case of my father, your father, in the partner's life of the Bible, so there is a closeness to both of these people. A mother that told her, yeah, this is it. Maybe she's really forgiving for me. Give her teacher. You know, say, no, there's no matter what this is. So let's say, it comes out bottom line. Bottom line is probably the case. But Reuben says to Rachel, become the precious to you with the mother. Like, if she says, give it to my father, your father, Shimon, place against the most necessary with the meshes. Because you ultimately then as if she was just kind of like putting it up. If however she says, if however she says, then ultimately again, give it to my father or your father. Give it to my father, your father, not she have it, and don't receive it from me. So when she says, my father, your father, or ultimately again Shimon, but she explicitly articulates that Allah for the so they're going to receive it on my behalf. Ultimately again, it does work. It does work. Incredible. Alright, so let's just stop over here for today's Shloya. That again, good job. So let's pick up the next guys tomorrow. Oh, here he is. It's Lucas McCreary, everyone. Hello, everyone. So, a little bit about myself. That's why we all came out here tonight. So, I'm non-binary, right? So, I use they, them pronouns. And I've reminded my dad about this stuff. It's a pretty new thing. So, I'm like, hey, Dad, if you don't mind, I use they, them pronouns. But it doesn't matter how many times I remind him because he keeps calling me faggot. All right, Chavosai, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Thank our sponsors for the month of Menachem, Benjamin and Elisa from the Tiny Arts Israel for dedicating our shows this month. In honor of Moshe Abramson and Jelasin, we enable all of those outside of our physical base match to be able to participate and partake of our Torah. To thank Jack Bennett, leading all the Sherman Joshua this month in memory of Sergeant Nikolai Rappaport and the Givati Brigade, who died in the Hezbollah ambush in southern Lebanon on February of 1990. To thank our Week of Learning sponsors, Larry and Laura Franks, and the Swisser of Fushim for Chaya Mira Bas Sarah and Sarah Bas Elisha. Our Daf Yomi sponsorship for this week, Ganti and Elisa Statman and the Swisser of Fushim for Chaya Rivka Bas Nechama. We hope that in the merit of our Torah, all of the Neshamos have an Aliyah, all of those who require refuah have one together with Kol Yisrael. Let's with that, let us begin. I don't know how I'm going to do it. As long as I didn't finish the parak yesterday, which is incredible. So we made one for this morning. But Hashem says today, we had an incredible course. Let's begin. The 8th parak of the Sefer Gittin. That Ayin Zayin on the Aleph 77a. Says the Mishnah, Hazorik get Rishto, the Hebrew Sofer. So also this is a very exciting Gemara today. There's a lot of new concepts that we really have not focused on at all over the course of this episode. Before, it's really exciting. Hazorik get Rishto. So a man throws a get to his wife. So what's this now? The Hebrew Sofer, the Hebrew Sofer, right? Hazir are raising the directions. If she is standing in her home or she is standing in her concern, ultimately again she is divorced. Now this is obviously what we're talking about over here is he's throwing a get at her or throwing a get to her. She's obviously not catching the get, right? That's not the case over here. She's not catching the get. The get is lying on the ground. So now the Gemara says, Mishnah says, if she's standing in her home or if she's standing in her concern, she has the ability to be divorced by means of the fact that the get is landing in her property. And what the mechanics of that are, we'll talk about in just a little bit. So look at Rashi, the Hebrew someplace up, shall mix in the road, bizarre kuva agave karka. What's the piece of her property? Mix in the road, remember again, we'll see that two different types of property that a woman brings into marriage. Mix in the road, and mix it from Barza. Both are the same in that. what women like for kids title to both those properties. Husband gets usage of properties, you realize that she's fixating on about guarantees so whether the property appreciates or depreciates upon record divorce here is a state according to the value of the property versus that's what that's called mixing same values like iron sheet, retains its value, versus mixing wood, which means title, whatever is or isn't left on the property as a death or divorce, ultimately again goes back to her fund. Either way, the point is she's standing in her house. Or she's standing in her property. Husband is throwing the get right into her clutches. So her house is your clutches, she's divorced. They'll say, how is she being divorced? It's a counterfeit, I love it called a kinyan clutcher. A kinyan clutcher, literally again, your property has the ability to acquire on your back. That's what's unfolding over here. Utilizing kinyan clutcher to allow her to be divorced. Beautiful. Zarku. Let's say he throws it, right? And she's standing in his house, or she's standing in his house, and he thinks of her. Allah Afilu Ukima. Even if he is with her in bed, that's okay, right? But amen to that. Ultimately, again, in this case, she's not going to be righteous. That was a lot of righteous. Because when I saw that's what the world needs. A person who can express himself just genuinely, where it doesn't even remotely feel performative. But then your comedy's really good, so kudos. Right? She's not being righteous ultimately again because halacha l'maisa, ultimately again it's landing in his property. So the Gemara says as follows: the sochika or the sochkosa. What happens if halacha l'maisa close together? So remember, case one is she's standing in her home, her chutzah. Okay? Get lands ultimately again in her property. Halacha l'maisa, she's divorced. That's case one. Case two, she's standing in his chutzah, his home. It's not divorced. Case three is an interesting case. Case three is she's standing in his home. So what does he do? He throws the get. It lands in her lap. Or the so-called Kosa is her basket. Actually points out over here there's a basket that women often kept with them, and they kept like needles and threads. Essentially, it's a really good of a purse. Right? So case number three is she's standing in his property. She throws the get. It lands in her lap. Or it lands in her purse. What's halacha? Haresu migrashas. Ultimately, again, she is divorced. Right? So the Maisa again, what's the condition of that case? The condition of that case is that halacha l'maisa, even though she is in his property, her body or her utensils are able to acquire this. We'll discuss that. So we'll say, so again, case number one is going to start with. Number one is where you introduce to the concept of kinyan chutzah. That when a woman is standing in her home, a woman is standing in her chutzah, and the husband throws the gift, and the gift lands in her property, ultimately, again, she is divorced. Says the Gemara, Menachem. So see, we know something. Now, we didn't know what was. So let's say, now remember, the Torah, in speaking about giving, tells us, the Nasan, the Yazar, the Shulcha, and the Torah says it's the process for giving a get. What's the process for giving a get? Husband takes it, and what does he do with it? The Nasan, the Yazar. He gives it, he puts it into her hand. Torah says, so from a biblical perspective, you read the passage, again, without extrapolating, there's a way that divorce occurs. How does divorce occur? Husband holding to his wife's hand. That's it. That's that. So from where I know this idea, that there's a concept in concert, to which the one says, here we go. V'nasan b'yada. Torah says he gives it into her. Ain't ela yada. I only know that he delivers it into her hands. Gaga. Chatzera. How do I know if he delivers the get onto her roof, into her courtyard? It's a kind of closed area. How do I know that works gets back to divorce as well? Lomar, no son, you come up. Focus on Benosan means he will give you a place. And we learn that to teach that even not into your hand, rather into anything that is for both. And I think we get there's more to this drasha. There's more to this drasha. Rashi says, some of the ודשנו אנטי נפשי, בגלוסים ובידה יתננו משהו. Glossim very interesting. To limit the ability of the husband to deliver a gift into the wife's hand. Right? There would have been a more specific way to write it. How would you have written it? Biyada yitnena. In her hand, you will place it. The fact that it uses a more generic lashon of B'nasan biyada tells us also that the operative word is B'nasan. He has to give it to her. Now, how does he have to give it to her? So we'll say, so biyada becomes a bit more descriptive than location specific. Biyada means the gift has to be given over into a place that is like her hand. Rashi says, so we'll say this is fascinating. So the Torah, so again, had the Torah just wanted to say the get can only be delivered into her hand, there would have been a better way to write it. How would you have written it? Yada yitnena. In her hand it shall be placed. That was the unity. Right? Now that it says b'nasan b'yada, give it into her hand. Really, b'nasan. Husband has to give a get to his wife. How does he have to give it? In a way that is like the yada. What does that mean? Just like her hand, we're going to talk about this more, is mishkaneres. Mishkaneres means it's guarded and secure. So too the get has to be given over into any location that is mishkaneres. Guarded and secure. Guarded and secure, we're going to expound on that a little bit. So from there we learn that what? From there we learn Allah from the Maisa that the get is even delivered into her home, her bodies, her courtyard, her carpet, her employee is Mishkana. So let's just for some more. What does Mishkana mean? Mishkana means literally guarded. It's the kind of place that people could put stuff in and what? The item is not going to get hidden or stolen. So it can either mean the area is enclosed, or it can also mean that the woman is standing right there, asserting her ownership over the area. So now we just something amazing. A get could be delivered into any area that is mishkaneres by the Lord. Incredible. The timing on Gabigano, we find a similar halacha by thief. Listen to this, by theft. So I will say, remember, Torah, the that kind of pasuk outside. The pasuk is, you must say, if the person moving steals an item, if you find a stolen item in Ruben's hands, you sure that Hamor and Seth, this is a contract that if the person Ruben steals something, when you find a stolen object in his possession, he has to pay that. He has to pay a double amount. So what's this? So once again, Torah employs the lashon of, if you might say, a dough, which you find in his hand. So the Gemara says, I only know that if you find it in the guy's hand, he has to pay double. Gago, kasero, kakifominai. How do I know that if you find the stolen item, was an English property, but you also have to pay double amount? He must say Nikomako. Because it says also same lashon, wherever the item is found. Now listen, I just want to point out over here, what are we talking about? So I say, what we're talking about over here, and this is possible, Rashi says this, we don't need to say it right now. When we think about theft, right? Ultimately, again, how do you steal something? No, what I'm saying, maybe right? So what do? You take an item with your hand, and you take it as your own. You're never going to steal. Imagine for a moment Reuven is in his house and Shimon's animal walks into his house. But what does Reuven do? Reuven purposely closes the door with the intention of keeping Shimon's animal. So let's say this is a fascinating case where Reuven has effectively stolen the animal of Shimon, but has not done anything with his hands. Instead, what has he done? He's utilized his property to effect theft. So that's really what's saying. So the Torah, when it speaks about kefal, speaks about the concept of go. Right? Reuben has stolen with his hands. How do I know that if Reuben even steals with his property? Right? Either actively steals with his property or maintains the stolen property, the stolen item in his property that is going to be chayiv kevel. So I must say, so he must say, this double washing. So now listen, and here's this interesting. So now I have two examples, one by Gin and one by Def. That halacha l'maaseh uses the lashon of yado. Hand, yad doesn't just mean hand. What does yad mean? Yad means any area that is mishtameres. Any area that is secured by you. So it could be your hand, it could also be your property. So why do I need to be taught the same concept in two different areas of halacha, one by get and one by theft? I'll tell you why. How they get, if the Torah would have told me that it's not yad doesn't just mean hand, but yad means any area that is guarded and secured. And if the get falls there, or if the get is placed there, she could be divorced. I would have said like this: the shins about Charcha Megarsha. So they will say, if they get is well different. Why is get divorced? Because a woman can be divorced against the will. So once it can be divorced against the will, I could hear the logic of saying that if the husband just drops it into her property, hello, she's divorced. However, about Ganov, so let's say about Charcha, but ultimately, let's remember again, there is no such concept ultimately again of a Ganov, but there's no such thing as being a thief against your will. A thief against your will. Right? So therefore, again, perhaps I would have thought that Kiyun Tutzer doesn't run by a Ganov. So you must say, no, Yashua ain't got a Ganov, therefore it has the Kiyun by Ganov as well. Yashua got a Ganov, and had the Torah just talking the concept of Kiyun Tutzer by a Ganov, I would have said, you shouldn't be considered that for it. Listen, maybe it's a knas, maybe it's a penalty. Maybe it's a penalty about get, but get ultimately, again, halacha. I would have thought that it doesn't work, therefore tzufa. So let's say, even though both pieces are teaching the same principle. Like, what's the same principle? The same principle that the chutzpah has the ability to go ahead and require on my behalf, but I could not have learned that one piece from them. So therefore, I will say, what comes out is as follows. We're going to leave aside the Ganov case, although it is interesting to see that, again, the adult by Ganov teaches me that not only is a Ganov chayiv and kefer if he steals with his hand, or ultimately, again, if the object is found in his hand, it can even be chayiv kefer if he steals with his chutzpah, if he steals with his property. Fine. Back to Gin. So now what you've been introduced to is the following idea. That my entire life of Gin, over the last 77 days, I thought there was only one way for a man to divorce his wife, and that's for a husband to place a get in his wife's hand. It changed my life, and now I understand that well. Moving the husband to be able to get into the chutzner, into the home of his wife. Why do I know that? As it was said, had Torah wanted to limit the giving of a get to the end, it would have said, the Yada Yitnera. Right? The Yada Yitnera. The Nas and the Yada means the Ikra is there has to be a Messina, an act of giving. Where does the act of giving have to be, or where does it have to be given to? A place that resembles her Yad. What's unique about her Yad? What's unique about her hands? One word. What's unique? Yishtameres. Right? It is guarded and secure. So to be get, it must be delivered into a location that is guarded and secure. Beautiful. She says, one second. How can we flow to get into the chutzner? Masha Kansi Shekhan. What's the concept? Whatever a woman has acquired, a husband acquires as well. So I don't understand what I say. This is right. This goes back to competition days. Right, so remember again, we have a concept that when a couple is married, whatever a wife requires, her husband requires. That's true with whatever she requires with her hand. Right, it's true with whatever that she requires with her concept. So he throws it into her concept. Isn't he effectively increasing it from taking from one hand and putting it into another? Jewish people are saying, those have a close as well. Din is voluntarily the exile. So let's say Rabbi has an interesting position. Rabbi says that's the case. He writes to her, I have no rights in your property. So this is very interesting. So according to Rabbi, to Rashi, to Kasavla, Hashta Masha the Kasavla came after Shakansa. Shabbos says, you're right, in order for this to work, before he throws the get into her chutzner, what does he have to do? He has to go ahead and write in her document and no longer have any rights in her property. So he relinquishes the rights in her property, then throws her the get. If he calls it law, hobby, my hobby, I understand. If you own something and you say, I have no rights in this anymore, does that work? But I was listening to this interesting case. There was a piece of here is Reuben and Shimon own a piece of property in joint ownership. Right, so jointly own it. Now watch this. And Reuben doesn't want to be involved with Shimon anymore. So what does he do? He writes, Din udvar Elias Sadisu. I have nothing to do with this field. Only a setback. I have no business in it. My hands are removed from it. Okay, so essentially, what is Reuben trying to do? What is Reuben trying to do? What is he trying to do? He doesn't want to be involved in this anymore. So he's trying to relinquish his ownership interest. How is he doing it? Like, I have nothing to do with this field. I have no business with it. My hands are removed from it. Lo Amar Klum. He has said nothing. He has said nothing. Right? I will say, why is he said nothing? He's actually going to, why is he said nothing? Because there's a way of halachically, transactionally, to remove yourself from an ownership interest. And just saying, I'm not involved, does not work. So I will say, so therefore the Gemara says, if a husband owns rights in his wife's property, simply saying, I'm not involved, doesn't work. Listen, there's a tremendous mitzvah in this. So I'll say, if you're involved in something, and you no longer want to be involved because it's become problematic, just simply walking away doesn't work. You have to resolve conflict, right? You resolve issues. So let's say, if you think about it, in this case over here, Reuben is a partner with Shimon. He doesn't want to be partners with Shimon anymore for whatever reason. So what's the strategy? Right? I'm not going to say it doesn't exist. Allah says that doesn't work. But there's a problem. You're really quick to extract yourself from the problematic situation. But kind of just flipping the switch and saying, not my problem, right? Not my issue. Generally, that doesn't work in life. It doesn't work in partnerships. It doesn't work in marriage. It doesn't work in most relationships. When there is an issue and you need to extricate yourself from the situation, just simply pretending like you're no longer involved isn't usually a resolution. Because you're going to have to go through the steps to resolve whatever the underlying issues are in order to be able to extricate oneself from the circumstance. However you so. Therefore, the Gemara says as follows. Therefore, the Gemara says, I'm going to get Yanai, because of the Oda Arusa. Oh, what's the case for right? It's actually interesting. It's complicated. The Gemara says, here is talking about when Reuben and Rachel got married. They had Edison. So let's say, remember again, let's take a step back. What's driving our problem? Like, what's our problem? We're being accused of the concept that Reuben is divorcing his wife out. How is he divorcing his wife? Right? Trying to get where? Her concept. So what mechanism is he employing? What mechanism? In the concept. But Gemara says, how is it? Step one is how does communication work? How do you know what it looks like? Fine. Versus second, why does this work at all? The husband has the rights in his wife's concept. So essentially, when he throws her get, what is he essentially doing? What is he doing? Taking it from one hand and from the second hand of this. So trying to figure out how could a communication work. So the Lazar comes along and says, what's the case? I'm sorry, Rabbi says, V'kosev lava oda arusa. What's that? He is going ahead and writing her when they're in Eris. And what's that? Husband only requires right over his wife's property after he's doing. That's a full-fledged marriage. So what's it? Then I say, what's the case? While she's still in Arusa, he writes to her, Din Idvarim Amy the next side. I have no right over her property, over your property. So what's it? This is an Eris before he receives rights over property. He dropped time to Makama. Nachla Ababa the Adam Makum Acher, Adam Masna Alesh Shlo Yivashem. That's very interesting. So ultimately, of course, this is your Kahana. What Kahana says, when a person is going to acquire light that is coming from another source, he has the ability to say, I don't want to acquire it. And I'll say, watch, there are two different concepts of really. Excuse me. Those are two different concepts. Two different concepts. So let's say, so listen to this. In case number one, you're talking about when you already have a halakhic right to something, saying, I don't want it anymore, it doesn't work. It's going to have to be a more formal process for you to untangle your ownership interest. That's different than in a state where you don't yet have a right. If I'm going to have a situation where I'm going to state right now, I don't have a particular halakhic entitlement, but I'm going to have it. I'm going to have it. So let's say, before the right is vested in me, I have the ability to say, I don't want it. And just by saying I don't want it, that's enough to prevent it from devolving the property. So watch this. When does the husband acquire rights in his wife's property? When does he acquire rights? When? He's suing. So let's say during Erusin, before he right, during Erusin he says, I don't want rights in my wife's. Simply saying I don't want it is enough to prevent it from acquiring it. So that was like this follow train of thought here. So that's why the rabbi says, what's the case of a husband who has the ability to throw the get into his wife's sponsor? Right? What's the case? It must be where Reuben, the husband, during Erusin said, I don't want to have rights in my wife's property. And also you can do that. In other words, you have the ability to decline a right that is coming your way. The Rava says, Ha'omer, what's that word base? Ha'omer. But Rashi says, if a person says, I don't want the benefit that Chazal are conferring upon me, it says Kigon Zu, like this case, so we discuss what Kigon Zu is. So we'll say, by the way, this is intuitive. If Chazal gave you a right, and you would like to waive that right, you have the ability to do so. I will say, now, the premise, a little bit of the catch that Adriana is coming up with is, when do you have to decline that right? When do you have to decline it? When? Before it's vested in you, right? Before you acquire the right. There's a website, again, Mikey Gongzu, what's an example of this? Let's say I'm down with 77B, 3 lines down. Oh, you should come with a Bible. And you use orange any also. So what's a good example of this, of declining these benefits that Chazal conferred upon you. Chazal says to a woman that ultimately against her husband is obligated to support her. Right? He's obligated to support her now, remember again, in return for that support, what does she have to do? And she has to go ahead and give to her husband. A woman says, no thank you, I am declining support. In the transfer, I will say, if a woman declines support, what does she get? She gets to keep her own earnings. You usually see a case like this. Let's say a woman has her own successful career, and she says, thank you very much, I appreciate your support, but I'm good, I don't have any money. She has the right to do so. What you see over here is a person could decline a right that is coming your way. I wasn't, just to be clear, so just follow the flow of the conversation over there. Step one, wish to introduce you to the concept that a husband doesn't have to hand the debt directly to his wife, but he has the ability to flow into her property. Okay? Step two, we learned out where does this concept come from in the part. Step three is a bomb question. Right? Bomb question. What's the bomb question? Again, how could a husband hands to get into his wife's property? He has rights over that property. So essentially, is that not tantamount taking it from one hand up to the husband, putting it to a second hand? Trying to figure out now, how could this work? So the latest, what Rabbi wants to suggest is it must be that he's declining rights in the house. That's the case. He must be now. What's the legal in that? When does he have to decline the rights in the house? When? Before the rights vest, right? Because apparently, again, if it's during the suing, just saying I don't want rights, that's not really going to work. So So it must be like an irritant before the right vested in him. He says, I don't want this. And that works because it hurts ourselves. Institute something for the benefit of a person. The person has the right to say thank you, but no thank you. Fine. So Rava, so let's say comes along Rava. Let's say Rava changes our life. Rava says once, so Rava, I'll do the other middle kind of. So we'll say Rava said, by the way, if you're going to get caught up in this ownership piece, we'll say, isn't her hand acquired, the wife's hand, isn't her hand acquired by her husband as well? Or else she's going to ask on this. So remember, technically speaking, husband has certain rights over his wife's rights. What do I mean by that? As we just said before, husband is entitled to her earnings. Right? It was like, Ruffles walking down the street, she finds $100 bill on the ground, she picks it up. Technically speaking, where does that $100 bill belong to? Who does it belong to? Her husband, he is Zakai ben Mitzvah. He has entitlement ultimately against whatever she finds. So Rabbi says, if you get worked up about the fact that the husband owns the house, hey, guess what? The husband has certain ownership rights in her hand as well. So you can ask, how could a husband ever put a get into his wife's hand? After all, isn't putting a get into her hand halachically equivalent to taking it from one of his hands and putting it into the other hand? What do you have to say? Allah, each of the other right half. The other what you have to say, and this is the best, is halachic simultaneity. So what you have to say is, just like a regular get, what happens? The moment the husband puts the get into her hand, what's happening in that moment? She's divorced. And when she's divorced, what does she have full autonomy over now? Her hand. And how does that happen? Simultaneously. Halachic simultaneity. Because everything is happening in the same moment. Therefore, again, I love what I said. The Gemara says, Al-Kalami, each other podcast. Beautiful. Absolutely. Like so Rabbi says, you guys need to stop. You're right. There's an issue. Husband has rights over the cluster. Husband has rights over the yard. Absolutely true. But again, all of this is working for Allah simultaneity. Put the get in your hand, she acquires the get on her hand. Put the get in the cluster, she acquires the get on the cluster. And when this happens, it all happens in the very same moment. Beautiful. How many of these are actually? So first of all, let's go back to just a moment. Rava, Yad, Yishak, Hashile, so let's say that here's what's interesting. Rava said, remember, the way Rava got that was, Rava was saying, before you get worried about a chutzah, you're worried about a Yad. After all, again, you're thinking, oh, what up if the husband owns her chutzah? Doesn't he also own her Yad? To which the Gemara says, no. So the Gemara says, Rava, you're wrong. A husband does not own his wife's hand. Let's say a husband doesn't own any part of his wife's body. He says, my siyadel, the other gufa, right? Let's remember again, a husband has an entitlement to a right. Or if you're saying a husband has a right to certain things, he has a right to her earnings. That does not mean he owns her hand. He doesn't own her hand. No, let's say again, remember, the only time you could possibly own another person in what type of situation? Conflict. You can own your Eved Kinani because an Eved Kinani is like Karka. A husband cannot own his wife. So the Gemara is just clarifying this. Rabbi, husband doesn't own his wife's head. He may be entitled to her earnings. He may be entitled to what she earns, but ultimately, again, it's not entitled to her hand. Amalei Rava. So the Gemara says, Amalei Rava, so obviously you're right. Not Eved Kinani, you're right. The case that was really referring to, let's say, is not the hand of a woman, rather, let's say, the case of an Eved Kinani. This is Remember, we tried the Atzmo, the Yad Eved Kazalodam. We'll say, listen to this. I'm saying, here's my passion case. Like this. We'll say, remember, we spoke about this before. You want to emancipate your Eved Kinani. Emancipate your Eved Kinani. What do you need in order to emancipate your Eved Kinani? What do you need? A shtar shikar. And we'll say, there's a concept that, let's say I own, right? I own Evakinani. I want to emancipate him. So what do? I take the starship, I take the document from that station, and I put it in his hand. But why should that work? Listen, who owns the hand of the Evakinani? Who owns it? I own it. Master. So putting a get in the hands of the Evakinani is that not equivalent of taking it from one hand and putting it into another hand? Rather, I would keep the other body to effort. Hapanami, keep the Bekatsera body to effort. So this is very interesting. Rather, again, what you have to say is, so why does it work? Why does it work? Once again, halachic simultaneity. So I'll say the same way when I place the get shikra in the hands of the Eved. So again, he acquires his yad and his get at the same time. Rava was just using this as an example. So also Rava is just applying halachic simultaneity to the case of the process. So Rava said this is really very exciting, very exciting. So now I'll say now I have a full picture. Here's what I know. Step one. If the husband doesn't have to deliver the get directly into the hand of his wife, he can put it into her chutzah. Where do I know that from? The Nashon Biyada. How does that work? After all, doesn't husband have rights over her chutzah? And therefore, isn't it the equivalent of taking it from one hand and putting it to a second? And what's the answer? Halachic somebody. Rava, halachic somebody. Ita, here's the phrase to remember. Ita, the chatzera, she acquires her get and her chatzera at the same time. Beautiful. Let's say a story. Oh, the concept of people in this. So the Hadi and the Mali Shah. Let's say it was a guy, Ruben. Ruben was a shliel. He wrote a get to his wife. Say, why is he letting it get to his wife? Why is he letting it get to his wife? Right? Evil. Right? That's all these cases. He wants to go ahead. And I mean, it doesn't have to myself. So Ruben is right to get to his wife on Erev Shabbos. Well, he's picking a mitzvah, it belongs to the mitzvah. Those are always a problem. He didn't get a chance to give it to her before Shabbos. The Malcha Takif Le'ama was that on the next day, his whole student deteriorated, right? And his death was imminent. And was the problem. Now the problem is apparently at this point in time, he was unable to give it to her, coupled with the fact that it was Shabbos. So what's what happened? I see him with the Rabba. He came up for Rabba. And the other thing is, Zidu Amrulay, the Kenya, the Zidu Lavu, Mufta, the Yasid Bekita, tell me then, the ownership over the property where the debt is situated. The case of Eve is still called the Siftach the taxi, and let Rachel go over this piece of property. Let her open the door, close the door, right? Do something to make that chazaka. What's the it's not gather the Torah spoke to the person told you the person to teaching the fence, Hare is you chazaka. Ultimately, again, it's a chazaka. So Rabbi essentially said, tell Ruvain the Shkibnira to go ahead and convey ownership. Ultimately, again, over the area which the get is situated. Tell Rachel to go do proprietary over the area, and ultimately, again, should be divorced. Good. So I'll say, so take a look at the process of this moment. So by the way, just want to point out that Rashi understands, definitely Rashi understands what's happening over here is we're putting it through the cluster, essentially. Although Rashi seems to be less of the Agro, but leave it on the side. For our purposes, keep it simple. So once Rachel acquires the property, what else does she acquire over here? What else does she acquire? And it's situated on the property. What happens is situated on the property? What's situated on the property? Her guest. Therefore, she'll acquire the cluster, she'll acquire the get, and she'll almighty self. This is very complicated. The case will be the most of all, I forgot to the concept of that in regards to the Shabbos. The street made on the kilo, there were people coming Yavam. There was a very interesting that's over here. That's over here. That even though we don't get the word Shabbos, nevertheless, and we get it itself is more. So this is a case of Shivera, and therefore they relax certain rabbinic stricture members in order to allow this divorce to occur. So essentially what's happening over here is it could be like Rachel acquired the property, and by acquiring the property, ultimately again, he becomes divorced. Masha comes to Isha kind of baila. The husband has rights over the cluster. His rights over the cluster. Salafan, I say, isn't the get still under his ownership. That shit, someone was embarrassed. He sold the dwelling, also got used to it. Then it turned out that in fact the husband wasn't on Yusuf. They were in Aries, and she wasn't on Yusuf, so they didn't have Yusuf. Therefore, he did not yet have rights over her property. I'm a rabbi. Rabbi says, no, don't believe that. I'm going to say, no, Yusuf. So they said this about Yusuf, they about Yusuf. I'm a rabbi. Loshna Arisa, the Loshna Yusuf. Doesn't make a difference if she's on Arisa or Yusuf. She's not the Hatsera for into her. Rabbi said again, halakha community. Halakha some community. I'm a rabbi Meikara. Rabbi already said this earlier. I'm a rabbi Achamaisa. The rabbi said this position, originally espoused this position regarding this particular case. Says Rabbi say again, this is just to start to illustrate the concept. Rabbi say the bottom line, you halachic reason for the concept of kinyan chatzar ultimately again. Working will say why halachic simultaneity. When a husband throws the get into her chatzar, even though he may have used his rights over that chatzar, halachic simultaneity says jita v'chatzera ba'in ke'achad. Ultimately again her get, and therefore again her rights over the chatzar are personal things. So they'll say, bottom line, this is the logic we accept. Ultimately, again, for kinyan chatzar ba'in, halachic simultaneity, jita v'chatzera ba'in ke'achad. That's beautiful. To give this up, so I want to say, so remember again, going back to the Mishnah. So the Mishnah said, he throws it into her house. He throws it into her house. Now it's interesting, the Mishnah said that she is standing in her house. Like that was actually the Mishnah. So he goes, Amarullah, well, who shows beside Desa, beside Chaseda? So Rabbi says again, all of these cases only work if literally she is standing by her house, but she's standing by her house. Okay. So Roshia Amar Akaya, the Chaseda B'Tzipori, B'Tzipori, the Chaseda B'Tzeria, B'Dulashas. Roshia says she does not need to be standing right on the Chatzar. If she's in one location and her house is in a different location, her local mindset works. But that's not what the Mishnah said. The Mishnah literally said that she's in her house or she is in her house. That was the Lashon of the Mishnah. Which the Gemara is talking about. That is what it needs to say. The he, Kimisha, the soap, the he, Kimisha, the soap, Hatzera. So it's like, which the Gemara answers, no. What it means is, it's as if she's standing in her chatzar, as if she is standing next to the house. I will say, what does that mean? The chatzar mishkameres l'kaka, he miskareshes. That will say, Roshia says, she doesn't literally have to be standing in the house or literally standing next to the chatzar. Rather, it just has to be as if she is standing there. We'll say, what does that mean, as if? What does as if mean? Mishkameres. We'll say, what's the definition? What does mishkameres mean? What does mishkameres mean? Mishkameres literally means guarded. What does guarded mean? Guarded means it's a safe and secure location. How do you create a safe and secure location? Either fence it in, right? Literally fence it in, or literally standing there. So as long as the location is guarded and safe, what Lavoshia says, she does not have to be standing there. Ula says, she has to be standing there. Says the Gemara, what are you arguing about? Gemara Sabat Chatzar Yada Isravi. One opinion says, let's say, why does Chatzar work? Because Chatzar is an extension of one's hand. Yeah, let's say that would be the position of Ula. Just like your hand is next to you, she has to be next to your Chatzar. Gemara Sabat Chatzar is other opinion says, no, let's say, why does Chatzar work? Chatzar is like Shlichos. Like, your property is like your agent. Just like your agent doesn't have to be next to you, just like you don't need to be standing next to your property for it to work either. Tuesday says, no, look. That's true. Everyone agrees. They will say, Chatzar is an extension of Yad. It's very interesting. They say, your property works because your property is an extension of your hand. So what's the method? Yes? My Yada Bistufa. So Ula will say, just like your hand literally is next to you, so your Chatzar has to be next to you. You eat up. Listen, Rosh will say, well, if that was true, why don't I say just like your hand is attached to you, your Chatzar has to be attached to you, the person will do this. I like the Yada, my Yada is the Mersa, Av Chatzar is the Mersa. So say, so again, the second opinion, Rosh will say, no, just like your Yad, the Mersa is Mishtamer. Like your Yad, your hand is a sixth location, so your Chatzar has to be secure, but it doesn't require you to be right there in physical proximity. Okay, that's Sarah Shalom Daito. Okay, come to exclude a case on the Chatzar. That is not much. So we'll say, so this is another Yisod. So we'll say, very exciting. So now that I know that there's a kind of Chatzar, now that I know why Chatzar works, we're not somebody other. Now I know simultaneity. Now I know a fourth thing, which is, why does Chatzar work? Chatzar, my property, is an extension of my Yad. This is an interesting focus. So where do I have to be? In proximity to my, or you have to be right there. Just like your Yad Chatzar to work, you have to have proximity as well. And Moshe says, no, I don't need proximity, but I need Mishtameres. Just like my hand, secure location, go to my heart needs to be a secure location. So it's secure, even if I am not in proximity, ultimately, again, that's what's required. So we'll have to stop over here for today. Again, we'll see how to resolve that machlok this morning. Hashem. Mazel tov on starting a new parak. Incredible. Okay,
Instead of cutting trees down, we cut down towers instead. Listen, okay? I drink beer, I eat pork, I have Uncle Take the Six. I'm part of you, right? Like lumberjacks, what they do? They harvest wood.
All right, everyone, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking our sponsors for this morning. Should thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Tammuz, Rabbi Naftali Pilson of Talmud Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the training drashos this month. Information of the art site of his beloved parents, from Fiona Ben Avram Leib, Rivka Bas Yaakov, we hope they invited our Talmud for the Nisham Sahad Aliyah and the families in the family. Also, with that, let us begin. A lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Nun Zion 57, and we are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Nun Vav Amud Beis 56b. We actually left off 3 lines up from the further lines get very long. The master name that is Sabbath. Mike, let's remember again, we were talking about Mike from Yochanan Zakai, smuggled out of the city of Yerushalayim, facing the future Caesar destination, asks 3 things. Give me, tell me, everyone.
Well, how are you? I'm working on it. Let's make it
Prior to the
I just had things in my mind.
Stay off. That
Philosophical stuff.
I didn't know if you had
it or not.
Ask you a mile.
I can do my best to make my time. If you don't mind, you don't take that.
Mix of bread. Maya give him water mixed with coarser bread.
So this is a
next day water mixed with flour. And the Ravach my
concept,
his stomach opened up.
basically that came about during
the
time of Isaac Luria, Rabbi Isaac Luria, around the 15th century. I should say the 16th century.
Remember again, this nation goes back to Rome. Now being crowned as Caesar. Who does he send in his place? Titus.
So this is the idea. Wasn't really around, at least not in his own work, Isaac Luria, and it's an idea basically of a complete contraction That's
So
what
the
it means in
spaceship
Hebrew.
has some level of reverence.
Can also mean
Titus, on the other
retraction.
hand, is totally irreverent.
And
Titus
it's
enters in
basically
personifying
the
Jewish part.
idea
Also, what did Titus
that
do? Tafas is one of the other Nicholas
you have like two aspects of the world.
Titus took a harlot,
You've got Ein
took a
Sof,
soda,
which
goes
is
into the
infinite
Holy of
light,
Holies,
literally meaning without end,
the other
and
are
then
the
the opposite, which
he
is
has
this
relationship with the
idea of
harlot over the
sensual,
Sefer
this
Torah
contraction,
inside of the Kodesh HaKadosh.
and
You got to say it, the Gider Samarot. Remember again, I will say, here's
some
the fundamental
people
distinction. You can see from
basically
the
can
story
refer to
that
it as
the
vacant
nation's
space.
goal was to
Um,
conquer the Jewish people. And Titus's
it's a
goal
really
is not simply a physical victory, but a theological
metaphorical
victory.
type description,
Titus is
perhaps,
intent
of
on conquering the God of the
complete
Jewish people.
absence
The
and
Chas and Shalom. So he takes his sword,
the opposite
plunges
somewhat
it
of
into
himself,
Baruchas,
meaning
into the curtain of the Kodesh HaKadoshim.
without end. That's a basic
Blood started to come
summary.
out of the curtain. Kisavra Haragas Hasmo. Titus thought he had successfully killed HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shagud Zorecha Bekerem Adecha. So Ososim Ososim. Mi Kamocha Chasim Kaf. Mi Kamocha Chasim Dekasher. Sha'at Shomer Utzo Vigdu Sorasha Vishos. How strong HaKadosh Baruch Hu is. The blasphemy of this Russia. Russia being Titus.
So, one more. Certainly, a more accurate description of each himself is just with each end.
Something that the Russian is modeling for us.
What you have is a basic breakdown.
Here the Russian is being blasted by Titus. Was the Russian's response? Silence. Was it modeling for us? Two different things. There are times in life where the best response is no response.
I'm having a problem with the idea that
the ability, and again, wait for the opportunity to go ahead and respond but it didn't require an immediate global response.
I don't know if you're familiar
what did Titus do?
pre-Socratic or Greek philosophy, but there's the idea of that
he tore down the curtain.
Parmenides supposedly came up with that there is no such thing
What
as
he did
nothing,
is, if you imagine the imagery,
and that there's
he
only
piled all of the utensils into the parochas, like slung it over his shoulder.
I don't understand how you can create anything if there's always been something.
That's the divine question, and to be 100% honest with you, anyone who tells you what they know is lying to you. It's a paradox. How can you have something without? How can you make something famous? What happened 1 second before the Big Bang in a scientific sense, right? I think that's what you're asking.
Well, I'm thinking more philosophically rather than scientifically. Yeah, that's an analogy. The scientific would say, where does the matter
I would say, and not only did Titus keep
Right,
treasure from
it's
his
an excellent
possession,
question.
treasures that other
The-
people had.
Is there a rabbinical or is there
Us dug it up.
is there a
back to
deeper,
Rome with all of
like
the
at a
treasure
higher
of
degree or
Yerushalayim.
a higher grade of
How much is supposed to say now?
to
Yes, that's the images. Titus
maybe
is
to
on the boat.
solutions to
Titus
this
is on the boat. Ultimately,
There are no
perfect.
perfect
So,
solutions. The best way that I've heard it described
great wave was going to capsize
is
the boat.
that if you imagine a string, and that's like a timeline of history, at the beginning of it, a string being the creation of the world, whether you believe from the Orthodox perspective that's the year 3760 before the Common Era, essentially 5,786 years ago. Or if you want to take it back to more scientific of 13 billion years ago, which is what scientists currently approximate the beginning of the universe's age. And imagine that's a timeline.
If he's really strong,
And there's a beginning of the timeline, which would be like the start of creation from an Orthodox perspective of the Big Bang, all the way until today. And
Russia,
he took that and wrapped it in circles and kept wrapping it in circles. So that it's like one of those balls of yarn that is almost like a donut, the correct geometrical shape of the toroid. You know what a toroid is? It's like a circle. Okay, excellent. And then you took the one end and connected it to the beginning, but you didn't know exactly where that point was because you were away from the toroid. That's essentially how the universe works. Now, that doesn't leave us with a great answer. Well, there is a start and there is a finish. There's the Big Bang and perhaps a big contraction. The answer is under our current human brain capacity, we can't understand anything more than something happening before the Big Bang or before creation. And we have to be okay with that. From a religious standpoint, at least within the Orthodox Jewish world, we consider that to be a divine mystery. And they're just some answers to which we don't have from God, and we may not ever have, we may not ever be able to understand that. From a physics point of view, it may be the multiverse, that there may be infinite universes that are occurring simultaneously, that is referenced as the multiverse, but all of them being one idea. It would be the omniverse, like an all-encompassing series of multiverses that are occurring. So that's the best answer that you generally are going to get from either a physicist or a religious leader. And both of them, if they were being very honest with you, would say to you, we don't know. And it's an excellent question.
Good. So the nothing you have the Abuzuzi for nothing you would pay for so
So in your opinion,
nothing at all because you have enough I know seeing you suffer. Yeah, right. That's
what would be the difference?
Actually, so this worked for 30 days. Like this worked for 30 days. But at the end of the day, after 30 days,
okay, so this is a great question.
If there is this potentially
after 30 days, what happens? After 30 days, you have given the Dutch after 30 days, so little the organs react used to the noise, and ultimately the bed just kept backing away. Let's say very
excellent question. So, in traditional Jewish understanding, the idea of
metaphor over here is that the gnat
Holy Spirit, so to speak, isn't referenced as much as it is in Kabbalistic literature, particularly with the adaptation and publishing of a book called the Zohar, the book of Splendor, the book of Radiance, that occurs in the 13th century, published by Rabbi Moshe De Leon of Cordova. And now, from a traditional Jewish understanding, this was the writings of a teacher from about 1,000 years earlier, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. However, if I'm going to be honest with you, which I really want to be, there's a lot of evidence that's shown that perhaps Rabbi Moshe De Leon perhaps made up a lot of the teachings within. Much of it is written in Aramaic, that's very medieval, and not from the ancient Near East. Also, many of the geographical references are simply inaccurate. It would be like saying head east to California. But we know California is west. It was almost as if he was writing it as having never been there, or not just that he had never been there, but the rabbi, specifically Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai that had never been there as well. When we know that he said that Shimon Bar Yochai was certainly not there. Additionally, there's reference to a lot of Spanish influences that Shimon Bar Yochai wouldn't have experienced. Moreover, upon being pressed on the issue of the Zohar and where Moshe de Leon was getting this hidden knowledge, he kept pushing off anyone who would attempt to inquire, and eventually someone really made a valiant effort to be able to get to the bottom of where his new texts were coming from, and Shimon Bar Yochai, Moshe de Leon said, come back in some time, about 6 months or so, and then he ended up dying. And there was no vast library that was found, and so the person inquired with Moshe de Leon's wife, and she said that her husband just made it up. And he made it up because he was making a lot of vast fortunes. And she inquired with Moshe, why didn't you just tell the world that you had written it? And he said, because no one would have believed me. Basically, if I said that this was from Shimon Bar Yochai 1,000 years ago, the information is much more powerful than if they just found out that I perhaps was making it up. Now, whether that's true or not, and whether the idea of it is accurate, that's to the audience to determine. But one of the things that he brings into Judaism is something known as the Shekinah, which is basically the female divine aspect of Hashem, of God. And this is much more the Holy Spirit that would be referenced. So of any topic that Moshe de Leon has brought into the forefront, or had brought into the forefront, is the Shekinah. In terms of an individual spirit, we generally reference this as the Neshama, the soul. And generally, we think of the soul as being broken into 5 different variations. So we have the nefesh, which is action and vitality of a human. We have ruach, which is emotion. There's the neshama, which is intellect. The chaya is the transcendent life force, and then there's the chida, which is the absolute unity with God. And so when you're asking about, is there any type of connection that our spirit has with God, we would consider that to be the key.
Titus is also speaking experience. Right? Titus was telling the antagonist that that's
what we consider to be absolute unity with God. Chaya is the transcendent.
What's happening to you is that so I'm relating to my is 57. So the truth is, they do to me that's something. Call your mother.
Does it have a beginning and end?
So what happens?
No, I mean, like every day things.
Go ahead and literally scatter my ass and gather me back up, right? Or whatever. He got me amongst the right. I actually call your own actually they gather my ashes and then instinct me, cremate me again and scatter me amongst the sites. That's what they do.
I get an analogy, right? I don't want to stuff in scientific right? Like,
to try to figure out the beyond, but beyond
your a lot of ideas now.
The Navi you tried to first call this
so essentially, the best way to reference what they see is essentially it's been described as the spark of pushing the spark of the creator.
Has a lot of smoking mirrors.
And
So sometimes the people who rise to
part
prominence in
of
this
Hashem
world are not good, right? Are not
itself,
silent people, but they rise to prominence for a whole variety of reasons.
you can't see it under a microscope or a telescope. It can't be measured, and much of this is just tradition. You have to think that these are medieval people who were trying to understand the makeup of the human spirit in better sense than that they could necessarily understand with what they were given. And also, it was a people in exile. We had no country, we had no temple, there was a lot of free time, and these discussions occurred. And as I previously said, sometimes for whatever reason may be, people made things up or maybe took risks on certain topics that they didn't necessarily have justification for. But generally, Nikita is considered a representation of like a unification of oneness with Hashem, and
successfully cursed the Jewish people.
really
So remember again, he tells Balak. What does he tell Balak?
has been previously discussed or previously referenced as truthfully being revealed during moments of major self-sacrifice. And feeling of oneness with the Creator. But in answer to
Did you buy
to spend eternity
you buy this?
boiling shit. I was asking when he did Israel. So what's this? Again, it's really open this really bring this in, right? He's really trying to figure out, should I convert or not? What does he sum it up? Now he's saying that this mercy does not give you the identity of this was. It was a big sin, right? There's just big stuff, right? So far he's right. He's going like two people's gone to Bilam. Now he goes
I've been teaching
some Jewish sinner, some
every
Jewish
day
sinner,
for
but
the
a big
last
Jewish sinner.
91
So the
days.
Gemara goes like
And I
that.
start my classes with no one really knows for sure.
So who is
Elevate, Elohim, Elohim, but this is the Mazorah we live by. This is our tradition. And so I'm a realist, and I'm also open-minded. But I recognize as well that I live in the 21st century, and I have the opportunity at the push of a button with any need that I may desire to have all of the world's cancers at my fingertips, when a 13th century rabbi did not, and certainly a 2nd century rabbi did not, and they were just doing the best that they could. I see this as the Mazorah, our tradition, but if you were to ask me, do I feel as if every single person really has something measurable? Perhaps like
he disparaged halacha.
Really thinking of do I think people have a soul? I mean, additionally, we feel that way, but that isn't even something that has been mainstream Jewish thought for the entirety of our people. That's only some about in the last 1,000. The soul isn't referenced really in Torah, basically at all. And really only starts to be discussed perhaps somewhat in the Talmud 2,000 years ago, 1,800 years ago, but then really starts to gain traction about 1,000 years ago. So it's really not been mainstream Jewish teaching for the majority of the history of our people. So for me to say no, or perhaps maybe that hasn't been consistent with the Jewish teaching, would be accurate. That it's the new kid on the block from a topical standpoint. I think it's important.
No, that makes sense.
I think
So like in the Torah, in Genesis, it says like God breathed life into the man. Is there, can you not distinguish the difference between the will of man or the life of man from the life of God?
I'm gonna go listen. Alright, come to the co-host.
This next question also gets paradoxical. So there's supposed to be a divine plan that God knows everything that is supposed to occur. However, we have free will. How can we have free will?
So what's the power of embarrassment?
Yet God is in control and knows the end result. And I've heard different analogies, somewhat like, we are video game players, but essentially the end result of video game will always result in whatever the divine plan is. Maybe we'll have different amounts of money in the game, or different cars in the game, or different character sets, or different game, but essentially at the end we know what the cut screen is going to be, and that's the world to come. And it's just basically we are controlling the character, yet the environment is already predetermined. It's really a paradoxical quandary that emerges, and again, it's an excellent question. So, do we have free will? Traditionally, we believe that we do as Jews, but we're planned. And if there's a divine plan, God knows the decisions that we're going to be that we make, and we just go completing them, thinking that we have free will. But if you only think that you have free will, do you really have free will? That's where the paradox is. If God already knows how to manipulate our decisions, then is it really free will? Paradoxical. So it's the same. Yeah. Absolutely.
So what happened? Roman soldiers see the rooster, right? And what do they say? They say,
I also came across something from
so they go ahead, okay, the Jews were so about what occurred. So
he says he has a paradoxes of the higher man, and one of the paradoxes is
right?
He says freedom
is
absolutely
in ready to react dramatically. Let's say, what is life all about? How does life all about? Life is.
It is. There's a lot of paradoxes involved here. So as I understand, the Epicurean paradox has to do with God's omnipotence, correct? And,
his omniscience is
right.
So here,
and
they didn't like Romans took the
another similar paradox is just known as the omnipotence paradox. If God is all powerful, could he create a rock so large that not even he could lift it? And it's like, well, okay, when you first hear that, well, God can do everything. Okay, can you create a rock so large that not even he could lift it? It's this idea that it can't be two things at the same time, and that's where we get into paradoxes. And there's quite a few different paradoxes that occur, especially within religion, especially within philosophy. And we have to be satisfied knowing that these are paradoxes that we, at least with our limited brain understanding, cannot figure out. When I talk about these things, lend some credence to the idea that perhaps we could evolve someday into a being that may be able to understand these paradoxes in their complete form, but we currently are not evolved enough to be able to have that type of understanding. And it's frustrating. So, if you're frustrated by it, I completely understand.
This is exploring, right? Like I'm frustrated by it. I'm in I don't give up. Essentially. So yeah, no, I appreciate your explanation. I won't take up any more of your time. One last question that I'd like to ask you. And it's actually involves a picture of a Hebrew text that I cannot find in the edition. And so I was hoping that maybe if I sent you a picture over Discord of like cover of the book, could you maybe
he says, hello, Anthony,
what it is, what edition? It's a edition of Eric time.
You have forsaken us. So
I don't know which one it is.
here's the problem.
Okay, first thing that I would recommend that you do is just take the screenshot, put it in ChatGPT, and it should give you the answer.
He says Hashem.
Yeah, so why don't you do that? And that should tell you far more than I'd be able to tell you about whatever it is you're referencing. If you have questions, come back and I'll be happy to help you, okay?
All of these.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No.
Excellent. Before you go, I'm just curious, how'd you find out about me?
From the pit, and ultimately again,
I've had one previous discussion with you, and it was on the top of the list.
Are you the person who told me about another live streams 27?
Yeah,
I met him because of you, and I want to tell you about what I learned about him. So I'm not saying, okay, so to our friend here, I'm just giving you a polite warning that we're having a discussion. Feel free to listen. Please don't make it
literally again until we
something
came
to contribute. Okay, so yeah, Spirit, Peaceful Revolution. I went to his YouTube stream after you had referenced it and did everything I could to get his attention, and I couldn't. But I was not frustrated because I know people that happens to me as well. So I went back a few days in a row trying to get his attention. Didn't hear anything from him. And then about a week went by, and then he came in here. And he was like, hey, I saw that you were trying to get a hold of me. And he and I, as I said,
baseless hatred.
Apologies for those interruptions of this individual.
So lack of restraint. Someone does something to you, you don't like. What do you do?
You gave me an excellent breakdown of some of the things that were interesting in, like the Hegelian dialectic and Hegelian philosophy,
someone says something to you, you don't.
What he was doing, and so I already had a basic understanding. I'd been to his website and read some of his writings.
You don't
and I said that somebody came into my stream or saw me stream, while I didn't know who exactly he was. He gave me a little bit of a breakdown. And so he streamed in here for like a month. And so we got to know each other pretty well. To get into some of the things that are going on in his life, but he puts it publicly, like he's going through some stuff with the government, and he's doing what he can to study peaceful revolution, and that's cool. I'm all about peace, but he wants to perhaps get more involved with the revolution aspects of his project more than I would like. In fact, he was a little aggressive in my opinion, of like telling me what I had to do. And I'm fine just streaming my life and being on podcasts and doing interviews and creating a community. I don't feel that I have to go to the local city hall and tell them how I feel. But he teaches their own. everybody's got their own philosophy. So he and I exchanged quite a few messages and spoken here at length. And he streamed in here for like a month. And I know that he had some. He's still streaming. I actually looked at him today. Hopefully he was doing okay. But I did want to thank him for referencing him. I think he's at like 309 days. So I hope he's able to continue as long as possible. And we do have a lot from the stream standpoint. It was really nice to just be able to talk to someone who understood what I was going through. Like, hey, you have to start your streams every 12 hours. And he's like, yeah. I'm like, hey, you know that you can get your account banned, so it's good to have like backups and everything. He's like, yeah, I need to do that. It's good to have someone else out there who knows about the limitations of bandwidth and processors and just computer capacity with all the things that we're doing. And it was really great to just be able to bond with someone over that. And just we were both pretty surprised that we could not find other people who were doing what we were doing. We know that but they just it's very hard to find somebody to drop in the ocean of all the content. But I did want to thank you for referencing him, and I followed up and was able to connect with him and build sort of a friendship. So thank you.
You can't even fit 600,000 into our back. You're very the central mark goes so big. You're saying it's so small. I'm not even it's been a whole month of years now. Eretz Yisrael is called the land of the sea.
I also am
what is
concerned
even I'm in the better job is here is very if you try to be back behind, it won't work. The high
focus on activism
after you go and trade off the so to Eretz Yisrael.
I agree with you. I agree with you. And he's really serious about that. And
land expands.
From my perspective, I'm not about that. I don't want to self-harm to get attention to my cause. I feel that it's really important that I take care of myself and maintain my nutrition and hygiene and all the other aspects about healthy living to the best that I can. He really wanted to have a lot of religious discussions with me as well. I'll just say that he feels that he is
if anyone knows anything about the
a Messiah, and I don't. And
I'll tell you a story.
He's trying to convince people that he saw that.
But
that's his prerogative.
There was once a story of a man named Zarusa.
That's a huge red flag if they truly listen.
They were taken captive.
We're waiting our Messiah, and we know what Messiah is going to do. He's going to rebuild the Beit HaMikdash, the third temple, and he's going to unite the world. And he's Jewish. He comes from the Davidic line. There are some key aspects. If you don't know them, and you're saying that you're that person, okay, well, what can you teach us about Torah? What can you teach us about Gemara? What can you teach us about Kabbalah? And if he doesn't know anything about those things, well, one major key aspect of Mashiach or Messiah is that he will be learned in all of those and a great teacher and great leader. So it's hard to not insult someone when they tell you that they are your Messiah. And I would dig into this because he's I would say, well, like you say that you follow the teachings of the Nazarene, that guy from that guy basically 2,000 years ago who was allegedly crucified. isn't that the Messiah for you? And he's like, well, I am that person. And so that leads me like, wait, so you are a guy from 2,000 years ago, you're his spirit or something? Like, I mean, it's just, as you can tell, like, it's confusing. And I was fine with it. I had to tell him no. He was like, I would answer his questions, and then the next day, I'd get this huge amount of paragraphs of just like all this stuff. And I would read it, and I would respond, but it's like day after day after day after day after day of that. At a certain point, I basically said to him, with all due respect, I'd rather not have religious discussions with you. But the reason why I said that, he wanted to tell me how Jews are supposed to pray. And it's like, we have been doing this long enough that we don't need some random person telling us what we're doing, everything is wrong, and how we should be focusing our attention and our and so I gave him quite a few. I gave him a lot of my time, and I could see that he was very aggressive towards making some kind of peaceful revolution by the spring. So I'm saying, like, it needs to be done by at least the summer or something like that. And, I mean, what do you want me to do? I mean, just living my life just like you are. And that's another thing too. If you're Messiah and you've been shooting for 309 days, I've been doing it for like 1,700 days. What does that make me? And so but I was very understanding of what he was saying. Yeah, with the hunger strike thing, I don't know if that's the way to do it. I don't want to make any accusations, but look what happened over here. So I say, what happened? All of these old again, he brings it to base. One of the people in the basin was one of the elders I have an interesting Masorah. Remember, a lot like white not easy. Lola beats so was very interesting. So the other him out of nowhere, ultimately, so late is really again it tries out. On the other hand, Masera flows away from fire. Also, because let's go to the scene. Let's check the evidence. So I'll say what happens. But much of this part of. So ultimately they found that it was the wisest thing in that scene. So they recognized again also the recognize the husband tried to do. So if you the Basin Bill the groups we'll say they flogged the guy, made him divorce his wife because obviously he's not the husband. I agree. When it takes a physical toll, that's concerning as well. I mean, I'm not saying that hunger strikes can't work under the right circumstances, but that there was a system. Exactly. Exactly. A major aspect of a hunger strike is publicity. People know. Otherwise, you're just going on a diet. You know what I mean? It's basically you're fasting. I'm not saying it's an important and can't have excellent effects, but if you're on a hunger strike, I shouldn't say that he doesn't publicize it, but it almost looks like harm, and I didn't want him to go through that.
The city of Hagar was destroyed because of the side of the wagon. I'm sorry. Shasli Arsa, Yunuksa Shlasli Turnisa. When a boy was born, they would plant a cedar tree. And when a girl was born, they would plant a pine tree. If you have a went right when this young boy, this young girl would get married. So I see the chuppah also be done. It's actually very different. They would cut down the tree and make the chuppah out of that tree, like out of that cedar and out of that pine. It's just their stuff. One day the Caesar's daughter was traveling through town.
No, it's not.
Traveling through the town, and the wagon broke down. Kasu arms and Ailu. Kasu wants to cut down a cedar tree, cut down one of the cedar trees, and they repaired the wagon.
Oh,
The Jews
100%.
were so insensitive. Nafal alayu, mahut. They killed the Caesar's daughter, and her pensions. All because they took the cedar tree. So also I'm going to give some other tell you. They came back, they told the Caesar, the Jews have rebelled against you. Hasalai. And Caesar marched on the entire destruction of the entire. So God, Bachari, Av, Kol, carried Israel. I'm going to be Ilu Shonin, Elef, Kainin, Lokama. It literally takes a first like 80,000 soldiers. Kainin, Lokama, those who carry the horns. And who carries the horn to go into battle? Who carries the horn? Ultimately, again, like the commander of the
Absolutely. One thing I'm going to do is send you also his
entered into Beitar. And they killed everyone. They killed men, women, and children. So the blood also ran so thick that it ran all the way to
send me that picture whenever you want.
Maybe you'll see what Beitar is close to the Mediterranean. But Cholka High School is more than a mile away. Rabbi Elazar Agag Omer. Rabbi Elazar Agag Omer. There are two streams in the valley in the Big Asya Valley. One goes in east direction, one goes in the direction.
And if you don't mind, use the restaurant.
So the city of
You
Beitar
send
was
that
massive.
and
There was such a fall of blood. Two parts of blood to one part of the water. Others say the non-Jews in the area of Beitar Bozai were able to have their fields fertilized with Jewish blood for 7 years. For 7 years, they did not have to add any additional fertilizer because of the Jewish blood which ran through it. On the base. One of the elders of Restream said to me the following: the Bikazu in this particular valley, Harag Uvuzaran Ravat Abachim Masain Ba'afas Asara Ribo. So we'll say in this valley, the Vuzaran killed 2,100,000 people. But Yerushalayim Harag Tishim Ba'arba Ribo. In Yerushalayim, he killed 940,000 people. Al Evan Achas on one note. I will say the Gemara here says, sensitizing us to this idea that when Yerushalayim was destroyed, when Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, let's say the loss of a building, the catastrophic loss of life that came with the Khurban was something absolutely staggering. Millions of people died when the Romans overran Yerushalayim and surrounding cities. Listen to this: when the Vuzaran entered into Yerushalayim and killed out people, he killed so many people, populace, mixed with the blood of Zechariah. And what's that? Zechariah. So remember again, Zechariah lived a number of generations later. Zechariah was killed ultimately by King Yoash. Why was he killed by King Yoash? Because he was giving mercy to the Jewish people and rebuking them for their ways. They killed Zechariah in the courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash. Zechariah's blood remained bubbling in the courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash. They could not get rid of it. The Vuzaran comes into Yerushalayim. He kills out the populace, kills out much of the populace, till the blood of the general populace mixed with the blood of Zechariah. So what happened? So the Vuzaran enters into the Beis Hamikdash, and he sees that the blood of Zechariah is bubbling. Amar, my high. So what is this? What is this? Amrulay, dam zvachim dishtapim. I will say the Jews did not want to tell the Vuzaran what this was because it was embarrassing. So they said, "Oh, it's just the blood of karbanos." So I see that maybe lo idmi. So Zechariah said, "Sorry." So the Vuzaran said, "Really? Because I've seen animal blood before. He brought the blood of all different types of animals, and none of it resembled the blood in the mikdash." Amrulay, he says, "If you tell me what this is good, And if you don't, I will literally remove the skin from your body with combs of iron. He threatens them with violence. Amalei, my name of the what should we tell you? Nivia Hava, then so Nivia Hava, then the Hava Kamucha Lamini Dishmaya, Kamina Ilu the Katinole. This is the blood of a prophet who rebuked the people. The people didn't like the rebuke, and so they killed him where he stood. It's been a number of years already, and his blood has not settled down. So the Vuzaran says, I don't know if I see it. The Vuzaran said, I will appease the blood of the murdered prophet. I see Sanhedrin Gedola, the Sanhedrin Gitana, Kato Elai V'Lonach. So we'll say he killed out the large Sanhedrin, the smaller court, and the blood of Zechariah did not stop bubbling. Bahurim Ubisulos, he takes some men, young women, Kata Alai, he murdered, ultimately the blood of Zechariah doesn't stop bubbling. Was the widest lines. He takes children, he murders them below Nach, and the blood of Zechariah does not stop bubbling. Amalei, Zechariah, Zechariah. So told him Shabahani Baratim. So the Zaran says, Zechariah, Zechariah. I pulled out the best of Klal Yisrael. Do you want us to continue to invade the Jews in order to appease you? So the Gemara says, no, you don't really help me now. The blood of Zechariah stopped bubbling. Oh, Shaita, here are Tshuva B'daita. Let's say in this moment, the Vuzaran had thoughts of Tshuva. Why did he have thoughts of Tshuva? So he said, Amar, Umma Nefesh Achas, Kach, Gada, the Kava, Kahani, Mishmasa, Allah, Kama, Kama. Let's say the Vuzaran has this epiphany. If so much blood was shed to avenge the blood of one Jew, of Zechariah, so the Vuzaran said, what is going to happen to me now that I've murdered so many Jews? What is going to happen to me? Azal, Ara, so say the Vuzaran left his post, he ran away, Shadar Shtar Paratas in the Base, he literally sent the document back to his house about how to dispose of his estate, the Igayer, and he converted. Is this not incredible? Right? The Vuzaran is called Rabba Tabachim. He is called the chief butcher. The chief butcher ultimately goes ahead and converts. Tana, so you want to tell us other great people who converted. Naaman, who was the general of Adam, Ger Toshav Haya. He ultimately again becomes a Ger Toshav. Remember, Ger Toshav means resident alien. Meaning what? He didn't convert to Judaism, but he did pick up idolatry and observe 7 Shemas as plain law. Right? Zaran, Ger said that the Zaran becomes an actual convert. Isn't that incredible? Haman had grandchildren living in Bnei Brak. Learning Torah in Bnei Brak. Sisra, long do Tirok Baz Yushay. We'll say Sisra's grandchildren ultimately were Rebbeim, children in Yushay. The grandchildren of Sancheriv do Torah Beradim, ultimate Torah in public. Who's that? Who ever taught Torah in public? Man in Shemaya Ba'aftar. Shemaya Ba'aftar. How do you say that? In Asati Estama, Atzav, Al-Sachi, Aksela, Javil Taxos. So just as an aside, what's the pshat of this? The pshat is the descendants of these terrible Rishonim ultimately again become teachers of Torah. Because I remember what these individuals represented was dramatic hate and animosity, which represents passion. Passion is the strongest of all midos. If you can rechannel it in the right way, it becomes the source of all life growth. These people who caused so much destruction, specifically for Klal Yisrael, had this passionate hatred. So passion was embedded in their makeup. What do their descendants do? We channeled it in a passion not towards hatred for Klal Yisrael, but just the opposite, a love for Klal Yisrael. Which I will say, this type of message gives us the greatest amount of hope. Because often when we sin, I will say we feel very terrible about ourselves. But recognize that often sin is just a negative manifestation of internal passion. If you can just channel it and repurpose it, there's no telling what we could accomplish. If the children of Sancheriv, the grandchildren of Haman, could rechannel the hatred, the passion of their Zaydah, then Allah has come what we are able to do as well. Incredible. The voice is the voice of Yaakov, the hands of Esau. Kol, we'll say, what does Shishim revolt? He killed 600,000 times 2. Kifayim Kiyos in Israel. Kol Yaakov, Ze Aspanios Kesar, Shaharag B'Yeser Arba Meos revolt. Killed altogether, Shaharag B'Krach Beitar, Arba Meos revolt. Ultimately, he killed 4 million people in Beitar. Ba'amrele, Arba Alof them revolt. Others say 20 million Jews. By dying days of Zumachos Harasha, Shechrivas Pasim, Zarfa Sechalim, V'Yusam. So what does it mean? The hands of Esau. This refers ultimately again to Rome, which destroyed everything. What does it mean Kol Kol Yaakov? There is no tefillah that is effective in this world that doesn't have Klal Yisrael involved. What does it mean the hands of Esau? There is no battle of Osai that is successful that is in this world that does not have the the banks of Bada, that's where and we cried when we remembered the destruction of the first Beis Hamikdash and the destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash. He was shown the destruction of the first Beis Hamikdash. So on the banks of Bada, that's a reference to the destruction of the first Beis Hamikdash. By his Shemi B'Siv, Char Hashem Livnei Edom Es Yom. By his Rishon, now as Baba Shami Hashem Livnei by his Shemi Zachar Hashem Livnei Edom Es Yom Shem Amru Soda. So the point over here is based on this psukim. The destruction of the first and second.
You're breaking up. I can't really hear you.
This is an incredible story. We've never spoken. This is an amazing story. It's a story of 400 Jewish children. 400 literally again. Either me, 400 boys and 400 girls, or a total of 400, 200 boys and 200 girls. Shenishbu the colors. We'll say this by the Romans. They were taken captive by the Romans and they were taken captive for degradation. Rashi points out, what does this mean? Sexual behavior. And the girls, that's exploited as sexual behavior as well. So that's one of my satisfaction. And we'll say these children, we'll say it's children, 4 Jewish children. So we'll say they recognized that. And we'll say now this taking back on a boat, they think that there's immoral behavior. So if we throw ourselves into the ocean, right? Essentially, we take our own life by throwing ourselves into the ocean and drown. So, that's a part of the problem. I think that's part of the problem is when, if you notice, by the way, when the spirit identifies with the body and the soul. Do you know why sometimes in these kinds of stories because I mentioned it's because he comes back into life when life and death are just a false dichotomy many times. When the spirit will fashion for itself a soul and a new body. Another 78 years, the story repeats itself. It doesn't so often it's problem. You keep doing that. You don't say names, you don't say places because it's representative. It's representative of a heart which has played itself out so many times. It means that understand what you are calling taking to roll. So then what is the simple question of it's not true reality, and we avoid immorality. We have all them happen. What happened? The oldest child. To return the child says, Amr Hashem Hashem Silas. The oldest child will say, quarter the pasuk. Tehillim Sanechas. So we basham this child. He says, Hashem will bring back from now from between the teeth of Allah. This refers first to those who find those who are around in the city, you change each so that even if we are in the depths of the sea, the people shall only think our mind. Keva Shishanu are our consciousness. Listen, Keva really Jalados, when the girls heard this, Kaf Tsukula. Ultimately, they all jumped overboard. They all jumped overboard. But that's the soul. They fell to the depths of the sea. You know, see, you love them, Kava Kobe, so the boys are left on the boat. And the boys make the Kava Kobe. What do they say? Mahalolu Shadarka Kava. See, the boys say, the girls, they were going to be exploited. But listen to this. They were going to be exploited, quote unquote, in a normal fashion. What does that mean? What does that mean? That they were not going to be subjected to abnormal, immoral behavior. So, we are going to be exploited in an abnormal, immoral way. That's kind of a common. The boys jumped overboard as well. Because of Omer, jump overboard. Yeah. Soul is exploitation. I would say the soul is magic too. But yes, it is. It does travel. It's like the body travels. You just throw it like this. It moves. Sometimes we face challenges in life, and we don't know if life has the requisite cause to be able to take its magic. They will say, these are our ancestors. This is the nation we come from. This is the strength that's embedded within our religious identity, the ability to stand up in the most difficult times and make the most difficult decisions. This is Klal Yisrael. If you don't break the habit, you have to stop where we are. You just track the little so you because you're eternal. You should come back this place. Really just other we call it, for lack of a better word, the organs. It's like stop here for today. We'll start with the story session tomorrow about the story of liberated. It's known as the story of true stages. We'll stop here. Overwhelming tomorrow. Sure. You think that trees are real? Water is what you drink to live and survive and eat. So you come here. This is where you think life is.
Life is enjoyable.
Yes, it can be. Yeah, it can also be painful and not enjoyable.
How would you answer on suffering?
Say that again.
How do you answer on suffering?
You can't in this world. You can't in the illusory world because it's built off of these dichotomies. There are many. It's a whole world. So there has to be pain. There has to be suffering for there to be connection of the dark sides of love and joy. Satisfaction.
So looking at those diagrams seem to be unique to that edition. I can get that edition from my Safari. If that's of interest to you.
Yes. You send me that link.
I cannot send you that link, but what I can do is tell you that it is about $91, and just go to my Safari tomorrow after sundown, and you should be able to get it.
Perfect. Oh, Saturday. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I appreciate that.
Absolutely, but I would tell you this, that it's probably, unless you know Hebrew quite well, it's not going to be that beneficial to you. I would look at the link that I sent you because it's translated in Restream. You might be able to get the answers that you need.
Well, Absolutely beautiful.
Appreciate it again. Thank you
You're
so much.
welcome.
Well, it was a pleasure.
Absolutely. Come back if you have any questions. Okay?
For sure.
Yep.
That's we dedicate our living today to the four precious Thomas killed in the terror attack in Eretz Yisrael. 2 days ago, Harel Masood, Alicia Enterman, Ofer Therman, and Nachman Mordov. We hope that in the narrative our Talmud Torah, that the Neshamas will have an aliyah, the families in the Chaman Halavai Kushbarach will finally bring the day. The Moch Hashem Dimah Mi'at Kol Panim, that Kushbarach should just wipe away our tears. Such barbaric and senseless acts of violence should the Meretz Hashem cease in our people. Should be zoked for Meretz Hashem to live in our land with eternal shalom. We'll say with that, let us begin.
Just send them a link.
37. And we are picking up the Meretz Hashem on Lamed Vav on the days. You have a really great sugya today ahead of us. More pruzbal, all the pruzbal you could possibly want in one morning. The Meretz Hashem, and also we're going to get into some interesting Inyanim with Shemitah as well. So we left off yesterday. Rav Nachman. Rav Nachman or Kaimena or Elira. Tashma, Damar Shmuel. Okay, perfect. So Tashma, Damar Shmuel, thank you. So let's say that is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, about 20 lines up on the bottom. So Tashma, Damar Shmuel. Hop was blood, Ubula Bidaini. Hizbah is an Ubuna Dana. What's an Ubuna? Rashi says over here, a chutzpah. Right? In other words, so let's say Shmuel come out on record as saying that Pruzbah is a terrible thing. It's a chutzpah of the Dayanim. Right now, why is it a chutzpah of the Dayanim? Because essentially the Dayanim are taking money inappropriately. When they say taking money, they're telling the borrower not to repay. It's true. But by telling the borrower not to repay, what are you doing? You're effectively taking money from the lender. Right? In other words, you're telling the borrower doesn't have to repay. So therefore, again, you're taking money that technically, biblically, the lender isn't due. And you're removing it from Shmuel. If I had the power, baffle it. Well, I'd be mavakel it. Avakline, you'd be mavakel. But in days, not mavakel, there are days in Chadim, but we already established in yesterday's down that the only way for one Bezdin to overturn the rulings of another Bezdin is if that second Bezdin is at least as number and wisdom as the original legislating Bezdin. So how could Shmuel say that he would overturn it? What Shmuel was saying was, if I was able to convene a Bezdin that was larger in wisdom and number than Hillel's, I would overturn it. As Shmuel say, the rest of the sentence is, but I can't. So what he's doing is he's expressing his displeasure with the concept of postpone, articulating the fact that if he could overturn it, he would overturn it, but he can't. Good. So what else? But Nachman said if it was up to me, I would establish Pruzbal. It's established. They already made it. So it's going So said Nachman was saying this, I am such a opponent to Pruzbal that what I would legislate was as follows. That even if a person didn't write a Pruzbal, it's as if they wrote a Pruzbal. They always say, we see concepts like this. Well, if we see a concept like this, Suba is a good example like this. So let's say again, in all of the bahala or hecticness of a wedding, it turns out, right, they were doing the pictures after the chasana, and what happened? They forgot to write a ksuba. What happened? Right, they forgot to write a ksuba. So we'll say, what's the halacha? Halacha is a chas is all proud of himself. Look at this, right? I got into marriage. I don't have a ksuba. Well, if you tell him, calm down. Yes, you do have a ksuba. Right, the Bible say because ksuba ultimately again is an obligation that is baked into the fabric of marriage. In other words, if you have a document, great. But even without a document, still remains. So it appears that what Nachman is really saying is like this. I think Pruzbal is such an important thing that to me, I would kind of make it a standard issue procedure. That if you have an outset, effectively, debts are automatically handed over to Bezdin for the Shemitah year. Now, even if he didn't write it up, the Pruzbal still works. who only should be so the statement of Shmuel, right? Shmuel said, "All the daimi." This word. What is this? What mean chutzpah? That literally in chutzpah is like a chutzpah there to do this. All Lishna de Michusa. So maybe open up is a lashon of Michusa. Michusa means do favor or making it easy. See, that one said this is actually very interesting. The other possibility is, if you think about this like from a procedural perspective, Muslim makes the life of based in much. They will say, what would happen if there was Muslim? What would happen if there wasn't Muslim? In the time leading up to Shemitah, right, what would occur? The courtrooms would be packed, trying to go ahead and collect the money. I must say that you should be aware. When Shemitah says that's when it's the end of the Shemitah year. So we have this, everything has to get done before Shemitah. In fact, again, it could be by the end. So again, we'll see that detail later on. So let's say maybe Obina means, maybe Obina means that in Huzbal, what happens? Everybody's just sending documents, and Basin doesn't have to be on top of a whole bunch of court cases. So it's just Tashma, Dama Ula said, Aluva Kalashin said the character pass up. Literally again, Aluva Karol Chutzpahdik is a one who ultimately can adultery in the midst of her chopah. What I was saying, adultery obviously is always bad. But when I saw there's a special egregious kite that exists when it's done under the chopah at the time that the marriage itself is being formed. And I want to say, Rashi points out over here that this is a reference to the Chet HaEgel, to the son of the golden calf. Right? We built the golden calf literally right at Har Sinai. Har Sinai is the chuppah with the Ribono Shel Olam. And literally in the middle of the chuppah, what do we do? We build this alien identity, right? We build whether it's about this, whatever it was. It was a terrible relationship trespass. So ultimately, again, disgusting with chutzpah is the kind of commit adultery in the mikveh chuppah. So let's say, see the lashon of aluva means chutzpah. I'm not my great rational. My cross was this. Ashamelech ben Nesibo not son Rechel. And Hadidusa with that one Satan below Sidis Yasria. So what's the word points out the positive the most quoting over here is the concept from Shia Shir. Ashamelech ben Nesibo Nitri no son Rechel. While the king is still the wedding party, Nitri no son Rechel. Literally again, the beloved has shared her scent. The idea being that while they're still at the wedding party, the Kala has committed adultery. A reference to Egel. The Gemara says, despite that impressionship trespass, all loves us. And his love, or his desire, still exists by us. It says, no son below Ksiv Kisira. And it says, no son below. Literally again gave away the scent, and it didn't say it's spoiled. It wasn't just as a beautiful aside. It just see the strength of the relationship between Hishbarach and Klal Yisrael. But even in the midst of overwhelming relationship trauma, like the Chet HaEgel, the love that Hishbarach has for us still remains intact. It doesn't mean that it's not tarnished, and it doesn't mean that it's not damaged. It is like any relationship. But when I saw, it still remains with all of the relationship trauma. Incredible. Tanrabanan. We'll say another riot is actually incredible Gemara. And we'll say those who are disparaged, ultimately again, but do not respond in kind. Shomim Hasan, Ve'inon Mashivin. Ultimately again, they hear their degradation and they do not respond. Osni Ava, they serve out HaKadosh Baruch Hu with love, who's making the Yisurim, and they're able to rejoice in the challenges. Aleina Kasuf Omer, about such individuals, the Pasuk says, Va'o'ava Kitseis Hashemesh B'Gvurasa. Those who love HaKadosh Baruch Hu are literally again as radiant as the sun is when it rises. So the reason the Gemara is bringing down this pasuk is, remember, what are we asking? Shmuel said that Chuzbal is an Ubin of Dudaini. That Ubin is an interesting word we never heard before. So what does it mean? What does it mean? The Gemara itself floated two possibilities. Possibility one is it means Chutzpah. Possibility two means Mechisa. But actually it favors something good. The Gemara just bringing proofs that Ubin means Chutzpah. Ubin means Chutzpah. Shmuel going on record very much against the concept of Chuzbal. Now let's say Gemara over here, we actually had this Gemara before. This Gemara is absolutely striking and beautiful. So let's say just to understand, what is the Gemara describing over here? The Gemara is describing those who are most beloved. Oh, love. Those who love HaKadosh Baruch Hu are radiant like the sun when it rises. Let's say, what are the qualities of who loves HaKadosh Baruch Hu? So let's say, look at it, it's incredible. The pasuk doesn't talk about how much Torah you learn, right? The pasuk doesn't talk about, again, how many mitzvahs you do. Well, that it does. But what does it talk about first? Those who are able to exhibit inner strength and not respond when mistreated. And I love it in an over. So let's say, you're disparaged and you don't respond in time. Someone's degrading you, and you don't respond. Let's say the inner strength not to get into the mud. The inner strength takes not to, we all know, we've all been on this. Someone says something, and you're like, oh gosh, I am about to like verbally decapitate you, right? I have something so much better that is going to mamish like clip your wings. I will say the ability to exercise restraint and say, you know what? Why? Why should I do that? Why should I get into the mud? Why should I respond in kind? Why should I sully my neshama? The ability to exhibit that internal strength is one of the greatest needs that you can possess. It's in Kirkevos as well. Ezehu Gibor, who is strong, Hakovish es Yitzro. And I will say, literally translated means he conquers his inclinations. So we often think that this refers to kaiva, to desire. Right? A person has desire to do something, and we think often like desires in the realm of the illicit or immoral. That's true. But there's a Yitzhak, I will say sometimes when someone does something to me, there's a very strong Yitzhak to respond in kind. A person who goes ahead and restrains himself, exercises self-restraint, that is one of the greatest demonstrations of love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What's next? Osing Abba. Osing Abba will say, a person could go ahead and be behaviorally proficient in so many ways, but yet there's no emotion, there's no love. The ability to infuse love into everything we do for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Smechim v'yisurim. It is easy to be in love with the Rebbe when life goes your way. Easy. You say, what do you do when life doesn't go your way? What do you do when you face adversity, when you face challenge? Is the relationship suddenly strained, or do you recognize that the same God who visits the brachas upon you is the same God who visits the challenges upon you? And if you love him when he gives you the brachas, you find a way to love him even when he gives you the challenges. A person who could combine all of these different midas all of a sudden, that is a person who truly loves HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. My prosbon. What's a prosbon? What does the word mean? This is an etymological question. My prosbon. Amarat Krista Paros Buli Ubuti. So it means plus Buli Ubuti. Literally again, a takana, a benefit for the Buli and the Buti. For the Buli and the Buti, top of Lamazai. Buli Edu Ashirim. Only refer to the rich. It said the Shavarti is called Uskan. And I will say Edu Bulus Shemi Yehuda. Buti Edu Ha'anim. That refers to the poor. It said Ha'adei Ta'aditenu. Was again talking about lending someone. So who are you lending to? If you're lending to someone who's impoverished, Steve will say, interestingly enough, so Pruzbol is a contraction of really three words. Pruz ultimately again is atakana and Latin, and bol is a contraction of two other words of buli and buti. This is something that benefits the rich and benefits the poor. So the Gemara goes right there. So the Gemara says, good. So we'll say, so by the way, so I understand why it's a takana for the rich, right? Why is that takana for the rich? Because they get their money back. Why is it a takana for the poor? So Rashi's remember again, I will say, with that Pruzbal, what was happening? Remember, what prompted the ultimate Pruzbal? What prompted him? People were lending. So remember again, the fact that loans made in close proximity to Shemitah, that's a benefit to the poor. So there's a takana that benefits the rich and the poor alike. So the goes like, so Rabbi said to a look, say Loza means a person who spoke a foreign language, right? And ultimately, again, didn't speak Hebrew. So he asked this guy, Mami, because no use the word Pruzbal, meaning your language. So this Loza was said ultimately again, Kursa de Milsa, which means we're going to say a good takana, right? Is it takana? right? An enactment. So again, let's say according to the second version, Pruzbal is just another word for an enactment. Rabbi Yehuda Amar Shmuel, so many insight from Pruzbal. So let's say now let's get a little bit more into the mechanics. Orphans is very interesting. Orphans do not require Pruzbal. So what does this mean? Complying situation. Ruvain has property, right? He makes a bunch of loans. Ruvain died. So now, of course, and along with that, they inherit loans that are due to him. Shemitah is now coming. So Rabbi does not need to write out a Pruzbal. The Chaitan Rabbi Garach is someone in Sifin Pruzbal. Why? Because the meal is based Dino, Avihen shall be sold. Because Rabbi Gamliel and his Beis Din ultimately also they are the fathers of the Yisomim. What does this mean? Effectively, Beis Din has an obligation to always look out for, and the community has an obligation to always look out for the Yisomim. Because we'll say often, especially when we're dealing with minor inheritors, or inheritors who are minors, right? So often, remember, they're just not conversant, they just don't know about the affairs of the estate. That's why we enact so many different pieces of legislation to protect them. We're doing this over and over to protect the Yisomim. The Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says one of the enactments was they don't have to go ahead and fill out a Pruzbal because the Beis Din is like their party. Look at Rashi. So let's say it's as if already for the Yisomim, it's already as if their loans have been submitted to Beis Din. Let's say, right? What does a Pruzbal do? A Pruzbal submits your loan to Beis Din. By Yisomim, it's as if their loans have already been submitted to Beis Din because Beis Din helps them out. Good. So let's say we are in Lamazayim Aleph 37a 2 4 6 8 9 lines, 10 lines down from the top. Sran Hassam. Ain't Kosa Pruzbal, Ella Ala Karka. Oh, very interesting. Let's say so that's some interesting qualifications. You can only write a Pruzbal if the debt is backed by real property. Right? So only if you have a loan that is secured by real property can you write the Pruzbal. And we'll say now what's the pshat with this? Look at Rashi. Ella al karka. In each karka of the low that if the borrower has land, the lotin bisman shachot kishar road shtaros nigbin min karka that most of the shlicha. The norm was that if I'm lending someone money, I'm saying I want to know that loan is backed up by some type of collateral. I would say the best kind of collateral, real estate, the best kind of collateral. So let's say the most common type of loan that was made was always a collateralized, a loan backed up by real property. And let's say whenever Chazal make a takana, they make a takana that governs the normal set of circumstances. So since the normal set of circumstances is that when you're loaning money, you're only loaning to someone who could secure the debt with loan, even if the person is poor. Because remember again, even if the person is poor, like the pashtos, they still have a house to live in. Right? They have a house to live in, they have karka. If they have karka, there's something to secure the debt. So the Gemara says that having a loan secured by real property is what we call the milsa de shlicha. That's the norm. And Chazal only enacted their takanos in a normal situation. Therefore, the only time Pruzbal works is with a loan backed by karka. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so what happens? What happens if I lend Reuben money and Reuben doesn't have karka? No problem. What could I do? I could convey ownership of karka to him. For the purposes of Pruzbal, I can say, Reuben, I'm conveying ownership of Daled Amis in my backyard to you. You are now the proud owner of Daled Amis. And what that's enough to do is to make this now a loan that is secured by real property. I will say there's a big chiddush in this. What's the big chiddush in this? The big chiddush is that generally the only time that real property secures a debt is when it was owned by the borrower at the time of the debt. Property that is acquired afterwards doesn't usually become encumbered by a pre-existing debt. The only example of this, the only exception to this we have in halacha is ksuba or Pruzbal, right? But ksuba, we'll say again, ksuba is the only obligation that exists in halacha which encumbers every single piece of property you presently own and will ever own. Right? The anything you will own becomes encumbered. So we'll say, so this is unique over here. It's unique over here. Over here, we'll say, because part of it's a kind of principle is we want to do whatever we can do to get it done because it's for the benefit of society. We want loans to be made. And the best way to ensure that loans will be made is if you go ahead and you secure the debts that the lenders will not lose their money over the course of Shemitah. So therefore, again, we're going to say the borrower needs to have land. But if he doesn't have land, his lender could go ahead and give him ownership of some more amount of land. How much land does he have to own? Culture, any amount. I'm going to keep Rashi. I think the clock shall grow. Literally, again, even the size of land like a stalk of cabbage. In other words, listen, literally, you just have to own a tiny piece of land. That's it. Then it's called a debt secured by real property. Then it's a notice of the shlicha, common occurrence. If it's common occurrence, then it's covered by principle. I think the shlicha makom with kind of kirayim close up to principle. Listen, not only that. Even if the lender, borrower doesn't own land, but what? He's borrowing land. That's enough real estate. What could I do? Right? You want to say, let's give him some space in my barrel to put down his property. So I could say, Ruben, literally, his stove. He's Ruben, go put your stove in my backyard. The fact that he's allowed to use the land, that's enough land ownership, enough for principle to occur. Even is that so? Vatani, hello. In consequence, what Ella odds knuckles. Well, say the only thing right principle to this is if the borrower owned a perforated flower pot. And what's the half of the perforated flower pot? Is it's considered to be a ground. So because it's attached to the ground, it's a status of character. So the borrower says, knuckle in the shame or knuckle low. And you can see over here, it's only a perforated pot, not the flower pot. But why not? Well, you can come there's the place that the flower pot is sitting on, and that should be enough character to allow for the writing of the principle. But truth of the Manakasi, the case of the cases where the non-perforated flower pot is sitting on pegs. Because it's sitting on pegs, therefore it's not occupying any part of the land. Rashi, the cost of Rashi when he left somebody in Shemitah was coming and he wanted right, but the borrower didn't have Rashi can leave ownership to him of the stump of a palm tree. So again, something insignificant. Stump of a palm tree. Rashi must we'll say the Rabban of the Shiva Rashi, they would go ahead, Masunilai Hadari means they would do a call, not in writing. Not in writing. They would do a verbal prosbol. Rashi says over here, Masunilai below Sivas prosbol, Elakach Avalakabeim Hare Atem Bezin. So it's fascinating. They would essentially affect the verbal prosbol. So in other words, the same text, Harei Mosrani Lachem, right? Dayonim. Cold sheesh the whatever, right? It's yours, right? Egva Koltman Sharensa. So they would just go ahead and say it without writing it. Rabbi Yonasan Masram Yelida Givar Abba. Rabbi Yonasan also did some Givar Abba. Amalei, Sritna, Media, So again, after you give it Givar Abba, he said, let me, do I need anything else? Amalei, because you don't need anything else. You want to see Skimara, the Kalamaisa. Was really very interesting. Even without a document, you grow loans to Bezin and allow them to remain collectible. Karabanan. This is this case. Ain't no karka, a lot of aviation karka. All right, but let's get a little complicated over here. Because why not? Guys, listen to this. I lend Ruben money. Ruben has no real estate, but it happens to be that Shimon is guaranteeing the loan for Ruben. Right? So Lo says, so now, the halacha. So the guarantor has land, but the borrower does not. What's the halacha? Kosvin Allah prosbol, credit pro. Because since the guarantor has land, this is the loan that is backed by real property. Good. Low. Ula arev eiman karka. Ula chayev yesh karka. If the borrower doesn't have land, the guarantor doesn't have land, lender does have land. So what's the halacha? Kosvin Allah prosbol. Ultimately, again, we can write it prosbol. I need Rabbi Nassan. What's this? This is Rabbi Nassan. This is Rabbi Nassan. How do you know that if A lent B money? Right? I'm sorry. And B lent C money. How do you know that A could collect directly from C? Ultimately, I want to say because the pasuk says you will give who he is obligated to. So I want to say this is called in halacha shibuda d'Rav Nasan. Shibuda d'Rav Nasan. Ultimately, I want to say so. What you begin to see over here is also there is a relationship that exists ultimately again between borrower one, lender, borrower one, borrower two. So as long as someone in the chain ultimately has land, that is going to be enough to create first bubble site, which you begin to see is as follows, which is very interesting. Pretty much right, first ball, we're going to relax every single standard we possibly can, right? Why? Tikkun Olam. Right? Tikkun Olam. Both say, again, I want to figure out, this is not like, Tikkun Olam is a very misused word, right? But actually it's misused. It's just been kind of like blown up to include anything and everything that's good. Which is good, beautiful. When Chazal used to know, they meant certain things that are necessary in order for society to function. So remember, I said yesterday, Shir, loans have to be made. Right? You need people to lend money. You need people to lend money for charitable purposes. You need people to loan money for commercial purposes. And if the loan market shuts down, that stymies economic growth. And when economic growth is stymied, the community as a whole suffers. So that's what the Middle Institute's principle. So that's why you see, it's almost like we're making excuses for it to work. Yeah. I can say, remember, all of this operates. Why is all this able to operate? Based on the concept that Shmitas suffering, ultimately again is either Durabaran presently, or ultimately again that they're being Mabatla Daraisa, but it's Shevi al Kasa. It's in a passive fashion, which comes out to the ability to do. Okay, let's go back to it. It says, Shemitah cancels all debts. I would say whether again it's a debt recorded in a document or a verbal debt. The star, when you talk about what do you mean a document, a loan recorded in a document? The star sheyish bo'achrais the chassid. When it says a star, when it says star means a loan that is secured by real property. Shalom star means shim bo'achrais the chassid. Also, when it says a loan that's not in a document, that doesn't mean a verbal loan. That just means a loan that's not backed up by real property. So Shemitah is going to go ahead and cancel a loan that's backed by real property, a loan that's not backed by real property, and certainly a verbal loan. And the Yokor, the Shim, the Lakish, no. The Shtar Shein Bachrais. Shtar means, it also means a document recorded, a loan recorded document that is not backed by real property, right? Shein Bachrais. Shalom B'Shtar, Shalom B'Shtar ultimately means a verbal loan. Let's say if you have a loan that ultimately is backed by real property, Shemitah does not cancel that debt. So we'll say, so this is now a major machlokas. Machlokas essentially centers on the following idea. I know that Shemitah will go ahead and wipe out, so a loan that is not leave principal on the side right now. Now we're just talking about just what Shemitah does to loans, leaving principal on the side. What does Shemitah do to loans? It cancels loans. What kind of loans does Shemitah cancel? So here's what we know. Shemitah will definitely cancel a verbal loan, right? Shemitah will also cancel a loan that is not backed by real property. Does Shemitah cancel a loan backed by real property? That's a machlokas. So Tanya Kavah said, Rabbi Yochanan and Shimon Lakish, we have a price that's Rabbi Yochanan and Lakish. Shtarko, Mishamit, is straight if you have the Yesh price, the Chassim, Eno Mishamit. So the price doesn't say explicitly. If you have a document that is recorded, if you have a loan that is recorded in a document but not backed by real property, Shemitah will cancel it. But if you have a loan backed by real property, Shemitah will not cancel that debt. Tiny, the brother Brisa. Bless you. See him with Sada Achas Baba also. Let's say I lent you in money and we've been identified. He says to me, if I don't repay you, you can collect that field. He identified the field. Ultimately, Shemitah will not cancel that debt. Right, because once again, this is a loan backed by real property, right? Where it says, tell you, you don't see him on Sunday. Not only that, but even if Ruben didn't identify a particular field, but what did he do? He pledged, he collateralized all of his assets. Shemitah will not cancel the debt. So I want to say, what do you see from here? Shemitah only cancels verbal debts or unsecured debts. But if you have a debt by real property, ultimately Shemitah will debt. Today, Rabbi Asi, sources the relative Rabbi Asi, probably have Shtara, have a custom price in the custom document. And in the loan document, the loan will see real property. Okay, Asli Rabbi Yassi came over Rabbi Yassi. I'm gonna leave Mashami. Tell me, right? Does Shemitah cancel this debt or not? I'm gonna leave in Mashami. So Rabbi Yassi said, no, Shemitah doesn't cancel it because it's a secure debt. So I said, so what happened? Shav gave us the good. So everybody is like this, right? So what happened? What happens to the relative? Whatever he did, like she went to the Yochanan. I'm gonna leave Mashami. Rabbi Yochanan says, yes, Shemitah cancels the debt. Also, Rabbi Yassi went to Rabbi Yochanan. So Rabbi Yassi came to Rabbi Yochanan. I'm going to Mishamet. Oh, in the Mishamet. So listen to this. So Rabbi Yassi came to Rabbi Yochanan. He says, tell me, does Shemitah cancel a secured debt or not? I'm going to Mishamet. He said, no. He says, yes, it's Mishamet. Baham Maru Dama in Mishamet. And ultimately, again, he said, but you're on record as saying that it doesn't cancel it. I'm going to just because ultimately, again, what I say, what's interesting is just because something appears to be true, like in the theoretical, doesn't mean that that's practically how we operate. Amarle Tanya Kava said the man, I bet there's a race that supports you. Amarle Dilma Hahi Base Shamahi, the Amar Star Haomi Lagavos Kigabostami. Listen, maybe that price that says that a secured debt is not a debt secured by real property, is not canceled by Shemitah. Maybe that's reflective of Beis Shammai. Or say Beis Shammai has an interesting position that Beis Shammai says that any document or any debt that is ready to be collected is as if it's already been collected. So therefore, if you have a loan that is secured by real property, so that means that there's a source of repayment that is already present. Beis Shammai would say it's as if that's already been collected. And I want to say if it's as if it's already been collected, would Shemitah cancel such a debt? No, because Shemitah only cancels what? Outstanding debts, not collected debt. So I want to say if a person, right, lender lends borrower money and there's a collateral, or someone gives over the documents to Beis Din, ultimately Shemitah doesn't cancel the debt. In the top of the Bedina, I understand where the person gives over their documents to Beis Din, why Shemitah doesn't cancel. Because no one said that's effectively prisbal. That's effectively prisbal. Debt. Alba alamashkan my timer. But also, when a person lends on collateral, why wouldn't Shemitah cancel the debt? Amarava, we shouldn't the toughest thing. Well, because we're talking about a situation where the lender is in possession of the collateral. So the Gemara says, "Ba'i alamiata, hava v'dav v'chaser the toughest thing. Hachinami below Mishamit." Well, what about the following case? What happens if I lend Ruben money and I live in Ruben's house? I live in Ruben's house. I'm living in the collateral, so to speak. So you're going to say, or again, I'm utilizing an asset. When we say that Shemitah would cancel in that case, on the shiny mashkon, the cunning No. Collateral is different. So why is collateral different? Because based on Yitzchak, ultimately, again, a lender acquires collateral. How do I know that a lender acquires collateral? What that means is that there's quasi-ownership over collateral. So let's say ultimately talking about that if you be given collateral and the borrower needs that collateral for his activities of daily, let him use it, and it will be considered to be an act of tzedakah for you. Now, if the lender doesn't acquire the collateral, then what's the tzedakah in allowing the borrower to use it? What's that we see from here? From here you see that actually, again, a creditor actually does acquire to a certain degree a mashkon. I won't say it's not full ownership for limitations, but there is a quasi-ownership. So what you begin to see is a fascinating theme, which is that what? Which is that halakha l'maisa. Here's what we know. Shemitah will go ahead and wipe out verbal debt. Shemitah will wipe out unsecured debt. The machlokas also we have to talk about is what does Shemitah do with secured debt? Now, secured debt could have one of three possibilities, right? Possibility one is that it's just a debt that is backed by real property. Possibility two is that it's a debt backed by specific real property. Possibility three is that it's debt secured by specific collateral. So what do you do in that type? So let's say, so those cases are a little bit different because one could, so to speak, already identify a source of repayment. So do we say that since there is an existing source of repayment, therefore Shemitah will not cancel this debt because on some level it's as if what? To a certain, it's as if it's been repaid. Not literally, but a little bit, because since the source of repayment is clearly identified, it's as if it's been repaid, like Shammai said, and therefore Shemitah won't cancel. So it's like, that's our outstanding question. So again, verbal debt we know wipes out, and secure debt we know wipes out. Secure debt either in the form again of real property, specific real property, or collateral, that still remains outstanding. Tanan Hasa, let's say we go there, on the base. Hamakzir called Lekavera Bashir. So let's say, so again, we'll come to the Rambam. We'll come to the Rambam ultimately again in these particular halachas. Let's just do a little bit more Gemara. So let's say we're moving out now again, not Kuzbo, just basic Shemitah. This is an incredible halacha. Hamakzir called Lekavera Bashir. So we'll say, now watch this. I lent Ruvain $10,000. Okay, Ruvain comes to me at the end of Shemitah, because at the end of Shemitah is when debts are wiped out. And Ruvain says to me, "Here's your money. Here's your $10,000." I have to say, Ruvain, it's okay. It's okay. In other words, I'm canceling the debt. But if Ruvain says, no, I would like to pay you, I'm allowed to accept the money. Right? So let's say, so listen to that, look at that just a moment. I'm not sure if I have the shvius, but it's not shvius no hagas. The other love shvius, the akakaf 0. Hello, Chef 0 b'shvius. That's my the in lo havetzar for Neymar. So let's say, now listen to this. Rashi says, in shvius nishametas alibisov. So I mentioned, let's say, it's very important. Shemitah year cancels debt at the end of the year. So, when you look at the psulim, this sounds like Shemitah is Nishameh at the beginning of the year. No, Allah might say Shemitah is Nishameh. What's that? That's where Makbit Pruzballs often written on Shemitah before the close of the Shemitah year. Sarah will say, what's happening over here? Ruvain's coming at the end of the Shemitah year, or really, Rashi says over here. So the Albrala should be after Shemitah. So that has effectively been canceled. Ruvain wants to give me the money. I say, Ruvain, I canceled the debt. Ruvain says, I still want to pay you. I'm allowed to receive it. I will say, because effectively, what is Ruvain giving me? Matana. It's effectively a gift.
Jay, how are you, big dog?
I don't know, because remember again, but you must pick up on the Paul says the Zedvar Hashmita means that part of the
Trade way.
is an articulation that the debt is canceled.
Let's see how it
So when
is.
he's coming to pay me, I say, Ruben, I am a shamid. He says, no, I still want to pay you. I said, okay. So I say, get ready for this. Amar Rabba, the Talile Adda Amar Hafi. But ultimately, I say you're allowed to literally hang him up, string him up, until he agrees to give you the money. I say, now, what just happened over here? Right? A little one here goes, so look at Rashi, we tell you, right? If Hayam Moitz and Lax or Smoke, you plan it a la 8 in Kata Yadol, over Amale Abba begins. We'll say, now listen to this. What this means is as follows. Right? So we'll say, so look at myself, right? So, let's look at Rashi once more. Rashi says, if Hayam Moitz and Lax or Smoke, so this is not the case. Here's the case. You guys said, I want to pay back. I say, that was okay. And you walks away. Now, what I'm saying, I can compel you to not pay me back. What was that? I just said a minute ago, I'm just shouting to the debt. So it's a very such a thing. We assume that people know how Shemitah works. Right? And we assume that people understand that Shemitah cancels debts. When Reuben came to repay me, I said, Moses Watson. He wants to make good on the debt. He knows there's no debt. But when I see him, since he borrowed money from me, he wants to get back to the first Batana. I say Mishameh Tani. I say, so I say, what happens now in Reuben's mind? He's like, you know what? I changed my mind. I'm not paying it back anymore. So I said, since we know that your real inner ratzon is to pay me back that money, I know that's his ratzon. So how do I know that that's his ratzon? How do I know it? Because he showed up. Let's remember again. Does he have to show up at all? No. Let's say, I want to be clear. Reuben has no obligation to show me at all. But instead he's showing, I'd like to pay you back. We assume he knows that Shemitah cancels the debts. He wants to pay me back. I say, Mishameh Tani. He begins to walk away. I can grab him by the collar and give him a little nugget, whatever, and get him to go ahead and pay me back. Right? Why? because also you assume that his ratzon is to pay. But I say sometimes saving a little bit of money gets in the way of people doing the right thing. I would say so. Therefore, again, this is one of these cases of corporate also at Shiomer sign. I can do some level of physical compulsion to get him to pay me back the debt only because he expressed the interest to do so. In other words, I will say, when doesn't this work? Right? Let's just play out a different case. You give me money, $10,000. Shemitah comes, right? Debt is canceled. I see Ruben at the Kiddush. Can I put it on a headlock and say, you really want to pay me back? Right? No. Why? Because once the Shemitah cancels the debt. Shemitah cancels the debt. Right? That's it. Don't come on. This case is different because Ruben is approaching me, saying, I want to pay back. I say my part, Shemitah cancels it. He walks away. Whoa, you came to me. The fact that you came to me indicates you want to go ahead and pay the debt. So therefore, I'm allowed to use force in order to get you to comply with your original desire. Incredible. So where it says Ace Abai Kishu no Sipolo. So it says when Ruben pays me back, I'll yom the Kobi no Sipolo. I shouldn't say that he's paying me back my debt. I'll yom Shalihain Ubimatana Ani no Sipolo. So Ruben should say, I know that I'm not obligated to pay you back, but I'm giving you a gift. It's important to say in this exchange, it's important that it be acknowledged that this is not payment of a debt, rather this is the giving of a gift. Amalei, Talilei, Nani Adam. He says, you're right. When we coerce him not just to give back money, but we coerce him to what? To say that he's giving a gift. Because we'll say, you have these examples in halacha, a person to do something, because you understand that deep down, you do the right thing. I will say, what is the right thing when you borrow money and Shemitah cancels that debt? What is the right thing to do? What's the right thing to do? To give it back as a gift. Not to pay. We have to be careful with our lashon. Not to pay it, because the Torah says you have no obligation to pay it back. But the right thing to do is to give a gift. That's the right thing to do. So again, let's say, do we force people to do the right thing? Do we force people to do the right thing? Generally, no. But if you of your own volition have come forward to do the right thing, and now you're backtracking from doing the right thing, we're going to force you to do the right thing. So that's this case. So again, I want to be clear. If Ruben never shows up, we're letting it go. But if Ruben shows up, says, I'd like to give you a gift, and then he backs out of it, that's when we can use some level of physical force on him to comply with his original desire to do the right thing. So then it goes like that. So Abu Marta, the Abu Marminu was this. Abu Marta, who was Abu Marminu, Mosik Bay Arab Zuzi. Also, and Rabbi lent him money. So we'll say, Saba lent Abu Marta money. I seen the Yelibushi. So we'll say, so what happened? So Abu Marta brought the money to repay Rabbi during Shmiti year or after Shmiti year. And Rabbi said to him, Rabbi says, I cancel the debt. Shaklim Abu Marta is all happening. What does he do? He takes the money and he leaves. Okay, so the Gemara says, Asa Abai Ashkef. Rabbi was very distressed. He just out all of this money. So Abai says, Rabbi, why are you all upset? So he told Abai the Maisa. So ultimately again, he goes to Abba Mararta. Tell me, did you trust? So again, Abai says to Abba Mararta, did you offer to give a gift to Rabba in the form of in the amount of the loan? Amar said, yeah, of course I tried. What did Rabba say to you? Rabba said, no, thank you. No, thank you. We'll say again, four of the most important words. Did you say, nevertheless, I'd like to give you the money? No, not give you the debt. I'd like to give you my car. Amar no. He said no. Amar the Amrit later. So he says, Abai says, so as you said, Rabba would have accepted the money back. So Abai says to Amaranta, if you want my opinion, which you're not asking for, I need to anyway, right? Go back to Rabba, say offer to pay him back. He's going to tell you, Mishamet, you need to say to him, and you're going to see he's going to accept the money. Also, at noon, he looks to Amaranta to his credit, went back to Rabba, but Amar Lay, right, he offered to pay him the money. Rabba said, Mishamet, Abai, sorry, Amaranta said, I still want to pay you. And what happens? Shekling in your name. Ultimately, again, Rab accepted the money. Rab accepted the money. Amar lo hava beidait by Trumah Banameikara. I would say, Abayi said essentially, but Amarta, this Tam Chacham did not have enough common sense to begin with. Or it will say, a little bit of a knock on Amarta. Amarta should have known that you're supposed to say Afal Pike. I would say it's such an incredible idea. Also, that sometimes when you want to do something for someone, that often they will offer, sometimes they may refuse the request. I would say sometimes people refuse the request for a variety of different reasons. You know that this is something beautiful for the individual. Absolute desire to help. What do you do? Alpha peaking. So then we have to be a little bit persistent in trying to help the other, because often people are just reticent to accept help. But if you push a little bit harder, sometimes after you refuse, I say no, sometimes you offer someone something, they say no, and you're like, okay. And if you would have just pushed a little bit harder in a nicer way, there would have been the opportunity to do something really special for that individual. This happens all the time in marriage, where a person offers help to a spouse says no thank you, and essentially the husband's like, oh yeah, right, perfect, right? I was Yotze check, right? I even offered, and I don't even have to do anything, and look great, and absolutely no work to be done. Meanwhile, you don't even realize how much trouble you're in, right? Because why? Because the right thing to do is say, no, I understand that I don't have to. I want to. Alpha Pekin, I will say, sometimes says that in life, even if you don't have to, sometimes the best thing you could express is, I want to. I know you don't need it, but I want to do this. Sometimes that's ultimately, again, the necessary step to truly growing our life relationships. The goes weiter. I'm going to do the Amar Nachman. Never Adam Lomar. Prizbal Halbia, they did it up and down. Listen to this. A person is believed to say, I had a Prizbal and it was lost. Right? That was the reason. Came with the Takibra about a Prizbal or Shevik Terba Surah. Because won't say there's no reason to think that a person is lying about Prizbal. Since Chazal introduced a Prizbal, since a Prizbal is easy, we believe a person to say that they had a Prizbal and they lost it. Ki Asu coming to out. Amar Le Midi Prizbal Halukha Ba'abad. So I say, when a situation like this used to come before Rab, it asked the person, tell me, did you have a Prizbal, maybe you lost it? He goes, yeah, Pasak Pichon Elim. The Pasuk says sometimes you have to open up the mouth for the person who is mute. Now, the thing so to again, if a lender produces a loan document and he doesn't have a principal, or ultimately again, you can't cut that principal. So tonight so I say, do we assume that every transaction had a principal, but it was not? So I say ultimately again, this is a machlok. So we have to stop over here for today. The one major piece we have standing in the halakha, so I'll say is it does a principal cancel or a secured debt by a debt that ultimately again has specific collateral, general land, ultimately again we'll call it specific land, general real property, or specific collateral. And we'll see that tomorrow. Shkoyach. All right, everyone. Let us. Shir with the help of the meditation of Zoka to recover together for many years to come. So with that, let us begin a lot to do today. Okay. Let's do that. Let's begin a lot to do today. So today's daf is test book 15. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem at Lima Holy Kizchi Hanoihi. Under dollar base 14b, we left off 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 21 lines up from the bottom. So we'll say some number again. We actually got a little bit further than this, but let's just pick up over here for the sake of keeping things easy today. So we're going to say we're dealing with a couple of concurrent themes in yesterday's daf, but most specifically what we were focusing on was the concept that when the mishaleach, when we'll call it the sender, right, goes ahead, the principal sends an object to the intended recipient via a shaliach, ultimately, then what's the nature of that relationship? Does the shaliach acquire the object on behalf of the recipient, or the obvious kamina, like the nature of the being is once the mishaleach delivers the object into the hands of the shaliach, does he have the ability to go ahead and ask for it and it back? So that's the machlokes of holy kizchi. The shaliach takes something, is telling him to take something, the equivalent of telling him to acquire it on behalf of the other party or not. So the Gemara says, holy kizchi. This concept of holy kizchi is a machlokes and how. So let's listen to this. We read this case yesterday already a little bit. This holy one of the flourish. Right? I go ahead and I say to you, then you go to my shaliach, take a monarch chimney. And what happens? Let's keep it easy actually. Ruvain says to Shimon, take a monarch to Levi. Let's keep that easy. So now, what happens? So right, holy one of the flourish. Allah Kubikshul Lamasu. So case number one is Shaliach, Shimon can't find Levi. Why can't he find Levi? Rashi says because Levi died. So it's Halacha, Yachsur in the Shaliach. So we'll say in that case, it's easy. The money goes back. Can't until the item goes back, the source item back to Reuven. Next case, Mace Mishaliach. What happens if Reuven died? So now what do? That's so again, remember, so the case over here would be where Reuven and Levi died. So now the Shaliach has the object, has the money. What does he do with it? But Nasan Rabbi Yaakov Amar, Yachsur L'Yarshim Mishaliach. So it says, Rabbi Yaakov said, the money goes back to the inheritors of Reuven. After Mishaliach, others say no, it goes to the Yashim, it goes to the inheritors of Levi, the intended recipient. So this is also the Shema Yaakov, Shem Shema B'Meir, Mitzvah L'Kayim Divrei Rabbi Rossi says, it is a mitzvah to uphold the words of the deceased. And since Reuven, who is now deceased, wanted the money ultimately again to their two. Therefore, Halach we go ahead and we deliver if Levi's not alive to the descendants of Levi. The Chum say, Yachworku, he split it. He split the money between the Yarshim of Reuven and the Yarshim of Levi. Involved in Kamashi Yitzah Shnasa. So it's a very easy. The Bible used to say, whatever the Shaliach wants to do, he can do. He can't keep it, right? He can't keep it. But what he can do is he can deliver it to the heirs of Reuven or to the heirs from Levi. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, Kamashi Yitzah Shaliach. Rashi says, the theme, Mashallah, the Daito Sham Shaliach. In Isaac, Ino Yaakov, and Atanasu. Why does someone come up as one of? So as I said, essentially, there's a concept, ultimately again in Halacha called Shuga B'Dayin means judicial assessment. Anyways, so sometimes when there's a lack of evidence, like there's a lack of proof of fact, so sometimes what the judge has to do is just use his logic to reach a particular conclusion. So interestingly enough, in Baba, he seems to say that in this kind of case, where both the Sharia, like the Sharia and the intended recipient both died. So again, we leave it to the Sharia to kind of assess the situation and figure out where should that money end up. Under Shimon HaNasi, Shimon HaNasi said, Ayodai Haya Maisa. So I once had this exact type of situation where I get about say, you would sent a mother with Shimon to Levi, Reuben died, and Shimon died. And again, it was passed in. It was passed in that the money should be returned to the heirs of Reuben, of the sender. So now, multiple machlokas. So my love after this, what's what you're arguing about? Well, what's up the source of machlokas? So Tanakh Hamasava, and it's last to see. So once the Tanakh holds, that ultimately again, we publish Aliyah. Take this, hold it, right? Hold it, so when we deliver this, see, delivering is not the equivalent of saying acquired. Rabbi Nassim, Rabbi Yaakov, no, you heard it about this thing. Rabbi Yaakov also agree with this. Yaakov got goodness, no unwillingness for tenderly. And they additionally hold that even though Reuben died, we don't say that there is a mitzvah to go ahead and uphold the words of a person who died. Beishamin, hold it, busy. So it's now we're just plugging in, assuming that halakha myself. If I'm looking at like this is hold it, this and hold it like this. When you tell a child to take something, are you telling him to acquire it or not? Let's assume that that is the basis of this machlokas. So those are saying we're just plugging that in into all of the different positions. And you got us, or you got us, you should be up, some sort of there, hold it flat, this year. That's the first line on the bottom. So you got us, he was saying, ultimately again, hold it as not this year. Miru, they had the miss, but when Reuben died, Amira mitzvah is tiny Reuben Hanes. You say that it is a mitzvah that uphold the words of the 60th. It is a mitzvah to go and uphold the words of the disciple. Come say, Yaakov, come say that the spirit, Misafiri, you don't know whether or not holy is or holy is we're not sure. But again, whether or not holy is like sleep or not. The kind of book, Rabbi said, Shuda Adif. But I want to say in this type of case, for both the Sharia, sorry, not the Sharia, the Sharia, Reuben, and Levi both died, we leave it to the witness to kind of assess where that money should end up. Rabbi Shimon HaNasi, Maisa, and Rabbi Shimon, we share that comes along to teach us about an actual occurrence which occurred. So that's how the Gemara is framing this right now. Right now the Gemara is framing this as a situation where halakha myself, I'm letting my focus is some of holy to see or holy love to see. That's my focus. This Gemara says, well, maybe not. Well, the body. Maybe we start talking about a case where the Sharia is totally fine and healthy. And also, let's be honest, no, the body, you couldn't have a look at it. So let's say, ultimately again, in a case where the Sharia, ultimately again, is fine and alive and well, the ends of the belief and holy love to see. Now, how come I ask you, right? So what's the case over here? The Shchimera. Let's say the case of Israel, Reuben is a Shchimera, who would put the Rabbalazar, the Rabbanan, connected. And ultimately, again, the machlokas, right? We're showing out the machlokas of Rabbalazar and the Rabbanan. What's the machlokas was the Rabbanan? We stand, and the Khalik Nefasa Bakri, where if somebody divides up his estate, takes away his property, verbally, one side of him, Rabbalazar, and then often body back from the sukkah. Right? The person is ultimately with the Shchimera. The person she's not right, is looking because of the Shchimera. Movable property to be acquired ultimately again only to the king. That's a Shchimera. Or gets his money. Shtar is a document. Chazak is a proprietary act. The Shchimera applies and what's a movable property? Sorry, that's real property. The person she's not right is real property, real estate. To be acquired ultimately to one of these money. The Shchimera applies and movable property. A Mikmur Arab and Shifa, the only be acquired ultimately to actually taking possession. The Chachamim and the Chachamim say, Eilu bi'ulu mitmin ba'amira. Ultimately, again, both of these, both real property and movable property acquired, ultimately led to a verbal assignment. Now, let's say, when that's true, that all types of property could go ahead and be acquired through verbal assignment only where? By a shkidmira. That's the power of the shkidmira. I remember Rabbi Moshe was telling us yesterday that I actually did before as well. Divrei shkidmira, it's even in Sunnah, so on Sunday. Like the word of shkidmira are as if they are, as if physically in there. So you know, it says, Amuloi, Maisa, the image of the Rochel. There was a story with the sons of Rochel, Shahaisa Kola, who was very ill. And we said, well, again, we mean like Shkidmira ill, but she said, nothing Papa Tesla, do nothing to be mercy with my pin, like do nothing with my pin, like pin, piece of jewelry should be given to my daughter. And this pin was ultimately again worth 12 money. A lot of money. Who made some? And then she died. So I said, so what did she do? She verbally assigned, she verbally gave ownership of this pin to her daughter. I said, let's be clear about something. Under normal circumstances, the halakha is that, as we just said before, that land, real property, by what we call halakha, the chassid shlish lahem achrayus, could only be acquired with kesef, money, shtar, document, or chazak of the proprietary act. And in general, the chassid she'in lahem achrayus, movable property, required meshicha, require actually taking possession. There is a unique Kiddush by Shkidmira, that a Shkidmira simply by verbally conveying something to someone, that is that of a complete kingdom. And a complete kingdom. So we weren't just telling the story over here of the matriarch of the local family who was a Shkidmira, and ultimately went ahead and assigned it over for him to her daughter. And what happened? The Gemara says, let's say Test Baba without a 15a, second line down, it came back on Estibara. And ultimately, again, the Chachamim upheld her words. And the Chacham upheld her words. On the other hand, so the other hand said to him, when you walk out, take her in the mother. So when you bring a riot from the Yorko, their mother should carry her. Okay, so what's going on here? Here the Rashi, take her in the mother. Rashi says, Klonah, when behind the Ali, the way you spirit the base of Edrish, the Raya, with these Shari Hayu, Shari in the cradle and puts of resistance. So essentially, a very strong reaction to bringing a human to the real time. Right? So literally, the mother should bury them. You what? Don't mention bringing your part in the base message. Like, don't bring them up in the base message. It's not even appropriate to use them as grounds for any halakhic discussion. Now, what could be a roll call do that was so bad? It's actually interesting. So actually, comes back over here. The fish and the coaxing the carrot was that they allowed thorns to grow in their vineyard. And you have the Raja, to lie in the room, but on no like the hand Lyra, to each like the Kassi Bahan, Egg Haisa Osa Tzabash, and that's how we show this with this images. So this is fascinating. So apparently, again, in the local, they used to allow thorns to grow in the so it says there is a machlokas. You have a concept that you're not allowed to grow multiple different species within one season. There's a machlokas as to whether or not the prohibition applies to allowing thorns to grow inside of the car, inside of the vineyard. And the reserves of the opinion is the thorns. It applies to thorns. And if Allah said they were shy, and because they were shy, they were kept at arm's length. They weren't mentioned, they were not to be mentioned in this time. Okay, one thing is, don't bring this story as a raya. So you know, there's like Tanakama Krabba. So we're supposed to start putting all the previous opinions into this one. So Tanakama Krabba. So Tanakama Krabba. So Rabbi Nassan, Rabbi Yaakov, Nami Krabba. Rabbi Yaakov and Yaakov and Rabbi Nassan also Krabba. So they don't Avagat Dinir, even though again the Mishnah reacted. You may die. Low Amiran mitzvah of Hamis. You do not say that it is a mitzvah to go ahead and uphold the words of the day. Ish Omen Kirabanan, Ish Omen Hold like Kirabanan, like Yuga Nasi Shamshon America Velosa, like Yuga Nasi, Singer, and music Velosa, means it's like this, but when the Shalak, when you don't die, I mean, mitzvah the Kayin Hametz. We say that it is a mitzvah to go ahead and uphold the words of the dead. Therefore, come say, Yahweh, come say, ultimately again, you should spread it. So this is where, again, Reuben died and Levi died. So what should the Sharia do? Split the item between both sets of heirs. The statements after the ultimately means the support. The kind of Shuda argument here, they say, now, they said, let the Sharia decide ultimately again where the money should go. Rabbi Shimon HaNasi, Shimon HaNasi, Maisa Asala Shmarinan. Sure, so just coming to go ahead and teach us ultimately again a story will actually occur. So let's say, so therefore, two versions of the machlokes. Like one version of this multi-way machlokes is that is him when the Mishariach, when the sender, from the principal, sends the money with the Shariach. And he tells the Shariach, hold it, take this money to the intended recipient, tries to the Shariach acquire the money on behalf, officially on behalf of the intended recipient, or that's not focus. Second focus, or say is, you see that the words of the Shrivinah ultimately have the effect of a bona fide people. We must suggest in two ways to understand the multi-reading focus. Good. So we might go back to the Bible, Rabbi Shimon HaNasi. Rabbi Shimon HaNasi, Nasi means, and which means that's also violating what it says. This is being important. Rabbi Shimon HaNasi. Is Rabbi Shimon HaNasi an actual Nasi? Was he a Nasi? Or was he quoting this halacha in the name of the Nasi? So Tashma, I'm not Yosef. Halacha Rabbi Shimon HaNasi. Right? Ultimately, again, so Yosef says that halacha follows Rabbi Shimon HaNasi. By that by the so the question so it is Nasi or Nasi or the conversation Nasi or it's the same over the name of the Nasi also see yourself who cares but it matters a lot because again you try to be clear with who is saying what as this has an impact ultimately again on the nature of the Minnesota to which the United States take it. We're not sure. We're actually not sure. We're not sure if Rabbi Shimon is the Nasi or ultimately again if Rabbi Shimon is saying over the name of the Nasi. Okay, so let's analyze this last part. So Rufa, I'm not going to say the real truth says halacha Rabbi Shimon HaNasi, the halacha follows Rabbi Shimon HaNasi. The halacha follows Rabbi Shimon HaNasi. Let's remember again. The halacha follows Rabbi Shimon HaNasi. Okay, so you know it says, is that true? Is that true? I'm sorry. So I really appreciate that. The whole time along, they may distribute that in the consumer. And also the real problem is we are established that we trust ultimately again that the words of the Shrivinah are as if they are blessed, or as if they are written and given over. So the Gemara says, Yosef Moki not good body. So the Gemara says, Yosef for self-defeat and dealing with the Sharia, ultimately the sender is a totally healthy guy. The whole Yoshim said, I'm not for 1 second. But it's clearly indicating that he died, because ultimately, again, in one variation of the case, we're turning back to the inheritance of the Messiah. The Kamala, so you understand, the Yoshim Sheh Kama, the Kamala Mitzvah can't give it a base. I am the paskin that ultimately, again, it is a mitzvah, and that all the words of the base. How do you actually use that? So let's say, I think according to Shranasi, what you'd have to say is you have to change the wording of the Brisa to say not that you return the again, ultimately again to the Arshin, but rather the item is returned to the Mishareach himself. So let's say, so bottom line, here's what we come out with. Number one, we know, let's go backwards. We know that we passed in that Halakha and Isa Gibshkimera is super soon. That the words of the Shrivinah are as if they are written and ultimately given over. So therefore, it's like it's an incredible thing, which we talk about this on Sunday. right? That Chazal said essentially, normally, again, let's go back to what a halacha is. What is a halacha? If property, real estate, land, how do you convey ownership of real estate? Right? Kesef, shtar, chazal. Right? Money, shtar, document, chazal, proprietary act. Right? Real property, the talking or the chassid she'in l'hanachranis, how do you get ownership of that? And ownership of that? Mishika. That's the halacha. The halacha. Again, we'll see that perhaps there's sometimes exceptions to that rule, but that is the general halacha. Shkibira, unique halacha ultimately that says, words of Shkibira have these attitudes. So if our Shkibira says, I want my land to go to this one, I want my pin to go to this one, that works. That works as if it itself has actually been made. If it's been made. Also, remember again, going back to Sunday, so we should have beautiful idea of the idea that Chazal wanted the Shkibira to be totally free from anything else going on in order that it could focus on Shula. We spoke about that earlier. Fine. So I said, what about Ored Kisvi? Because this seems to be the biggest outlying issue. And also, there's many dramatic effects. I'm a Mishaliach. I sent something with a Shaliach to Ruben. Right? So, Ruben wants to send an object to Shimon. So, Ruben wants to send an object to a lady. Right? So what does he do? He employs Shimon. So Ruben sends an object with Shimon. Shimon to Shaliach, ultimately to lady. Ruben gives it to Shimon. He says, Olech. Mana Zu, lady. It was called money, whatever it is. He says, what's the shayla? Has Shimon acquired that item on behalf of lady or not? And it wasn't ramifications or dramatic. Let's say he changes his mind afterwards. Right? Remember, we're talking about before the object has not yet. So what? So this. So the Rambam concept. Very interesting Rambam. Rambam.
I just actually went there and legit I was doing yoga. It was like shooting up and he had a whole like
Good.
tent. I was like,
He said like this.
I know that spot is. It's right next to a homeless camp. But what else do you have that's funny? That's like people in life right next to you trying to be spiritual.
Here it is.
They're like, how inconvenient.
Here it is. How you moving? How you owe Shimon a money? If you don't owe Shimon a money, put Shimon a money. And I will say, then what happens? He went about Amar lady, holding the Shimon money, Zeh, Shimon Chayim. And he said, Shimon takes this right through. The Ruben Chayim Shimon money, but Amar lady, and he says, holding the Shimon money, Zeh, Shimon Chayim. Right? Go ahead, right? So he says to Shimon, right? He says to lady, go ahead and take this money that I owe Shimon. So I said, what's that? In Barak, in a Chazak, ultimately, again, once Ruben gives that money to lady Shaliach, you can't take it back. But I also have to watch this, however, and this now goes back 2 days. So we try back for this, so actually I give him money to Shimon. So I say, even though Ruben can't take the money back from a lady to Shaliach, he has responsibility for the money until it reaches Shimon. It's interesting. So on one hand, it's a little bit of a rock. So once Ruben gives over the money to lady the Shaliach, they cannot take it back, which effectively means that to a certain degree that lady has acquired on behalf of Shimon. But he's acquired on behalf of Shimon to the extent that Ruben can no longer take it back. But Allah the Maisa, Achrayus on that money, responsibility for that money should something happen, rests upon Ruben until it actually reaches the hands of Shimon. So quite fascinating what it says. So again, so essentially you see over here is that halacha l'maisa, holy is key. That was like, now one thing I just want to mention to you, one thing I just want to mention to you is the following. Now remember, so this over here is a piece of a loan. Is a loan, right? So you think about it in this context, there are two different kinds of cases, right? What are the two kinds of cases? Case number one is where Reuben borrowed money from Shimon, and now Reuben is going in and repaying the debt. And my husband is that once Reuben hands that money into the hands of Levi, so it says like the Sharia no longer take it back. Like no longer take it back, or responsibility for the money rests with Reuben. That's one case. Let's say there's another case. What's the other case? What's the other case? The other is not of a loan. The other case is just a so this is a different. This is Ezekiel Umatana. I'm sorry, our internet is down. So I just can't think of it. Back in the standards. No,
Oh, here he is. He's right here. Cyber Jack shoots everybody. Shootsy. Come on, Cyber Jack shootsy everybody. Hi guys.
So this is a difference specifically in Matana, Dalit, Dalit. So let's say, now watch this. Contrast this with the next case. Here's the Ratman. Reuben Sheratza Litain Me'atim Nalam Shimon. So let's say, so again, let's just get our cases straight. So therefore, in the case of a halva, in the case of a loan, when Reuben owed Shimon money, so now Reuben goes ahead and gives, now Reuben's repaying the debt. He gives the money to Shimon. Once he delivers the money into Shimon's hands, what's that halacha? How did Rambam paskin? Once he delivers this, then what? What options does Reuben have? Nothing, right? Nothing. You can't take it back. Essentially, in the case of our law, the Rambam is going to ask him, once Reuben tells Levi, take the money to Shimon, so ultimately Levi acquires it on behalf of Shimon, but he has a chnayis for the money until it reaches the hands of Shimon. Reuben, the sender. Now watch this. So let's say this second halacha now is in Hilchos Ezekiel Umatana, Perek Daled Halacha Daled. Here we go. Reuben Sheratza Litain Me'atim Nalam Shimon. Interesting. Now let's say this is not a case of a loan. What is this a case of? Reuben wants to give 100 dinar to Shimon. So what's that? Is a gift. The main example is the Shabbat law. So Reuben wants to give $1,000 to Shimon. Today, the mayor says to Shimon, okay, mayor says to Shimon, so let's say here's what it's not. If Reuben says to Levi, acquire this money on behalf of Shimon, right? Or give this money to Shimon. Once Reuben gives it to Levi, Reuben cannot renege. Can't take it back. However, he just says, take, hold it, right? Convey this, right? Take this, right? Take this to Shimon. He can renege over here. So let's say, what's the protocol? This is fascinating. So what the Rambam asking is like this. Obviously, if Reuben says to Levi, acquired of Shimon, that's obvious, right? So obviously he can't renege. So why can't Reuben renege? Why not? Right? Because if you tell someone to buy $1,000 on behalf of another party, that's his cost, and that's it, that's all. But I'm succeeding Tina will say, give this, is a word direct to that. This is Reuben says to Levi, hold it. So it's a great term, what does hold it mean? What does hold it essentially mean? You're a carrier. Right? There's no transactional piece to this of acquisition. There's no acquisition. So hold it is a carrier. So let's say, isn't this limiting? Isn't this absolutely limiting? So let's say, in a case of just the matana, essentially the Rambam Paskins, holy love kisri. Holy love kisri. When you tell a shaliach to just take something, you're my FedEx, you're my UPS, just deliver it. Notice if you're not acquiring them after the party. Let's say, if you say Sakay or you say Kane, then you're acquiring. Contrast that with the case of the Halva. Let's say it's just like, it's fascinating, right? Contrast it with the case of the Halva. Ruben is giving Barn $1,000 from Shimon, and that Ruben is paying back the money through maybe the Sharia. Once Ruben gives that to Levi, they want. It doesn't matter what luxury he employs. Is he allowed to eat eggs? So if he eggs, absolutely not. They will say the actually very logical distinction. What's the logical distinction? In the case of the case of the law, that when Ruben's paying you back to Shimon, who's the money belong to? Who's the money belong to? Shimon. Therefore, we'll say it's Shimon's money. So because it's Shimon's money, it makes sense that once Ruben gives this over to the hands of the Sharia, we're done. We're done, right? There's nothing really to speak about anymore. As opposed to the case of the gift, where the Sharia doesn't have any level of entitlement to this money. So the Rambam says if you just use Rosh Hashanah, that is not going to be enough to affect that because it's a Rosh Hashanah or a Rosh Hashanah of acquire, obviously, will so that's the distinction. Hadron Allah, Hamidikama, what's that? Mazel tov, respect, really beautiful. Says the Mishnah. Hamid Medina Sayan. Let's say if a person goes ahead and brings a get from overseas. Interesting. So I'll just point out that here. So remember a get. Remember here it says Hadron Hamidi Kama. This part is also called Hamidi. So the first part is called Hamidi Get. Second part is called Hamidi Get. Both Mishnahs we make the same place. Person goes ahead and brings a get from the Dina Sayan. We already established. First Mishnah did. If you are bringing a get from overseas, what must you do? For the next step, over the next time, that focus, rabba, and roll. Why? But you have to do it. So what's an interesting variation of this case? Maybe get me the Dina Sayan, but I'm the funny nefta, have a lot of funny nefta. Interesting. See, said the funny nefta, the get was written in my present, but you failed to say, you didn't say the funny next time, the get was or the funny next time, about the funny next. So I'm going to say, first case, you only spoke about one part of the act, like you did not speak about the part of the get. Or the part below, the funny next time, or you say the get was stated in front of me, but only actually signed in front of me. Or the funny next time, that's your partially written in front of me, the funny next time, but it was totally signed in front of me. It was all of these cases, possible. All these cases, possible. Now, what's the reason why also is we have a principle, we have a concept in halacha of kala matbeya, kala meshana, between matbeya shekalu chacham. Because some people halacha, like when they create they create a standard. If you deviate from the standard, things are essentially invalid. So in the case of the Mishnah saying like this, as I'll institute that when you bring a get from overseas, what do you have to do? To find that stuff like that. So that's it. Like it's pretty straightforward, right? That's what you have to do. So you do part of that, and if you do part of that, so simply I think what you've done is simply invalid. Simply invalid. Awesome. After one guy says we're finding out. One guy says we're finding out. Possible. This is also going to be possible. And we're talking about all of this. Not going to get possible. Schneider Holman, the finding out stuff, not going to find out. So what happens if two guys say the get was written in front of us, and one guy says the get was signed in front of us. Possible. Ultimately, again, it's really possible, but with the machia, and you get that's such a case for him to work. Okay, see in the Gemara about different cases. But Omar the Funny Neftab, Kishnei, but the Funny Neftab, if one written in my presence, say the guest was signed in our presence, ultimately, again, the guest is kasha. You get a special. Okay, so it's like, so obviously, again, let's begin to make sense of these cases. So first of the Gemara one, Hasulamari. even that sees yet. You consider kosher. You have to say the fun of the fire. And as I say, and from that person, I think everyone clearly understood that what. Then if you don't say it, or you say it partially, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. So why even the need? Why the need for the particular Mr. See what this part for the fact is that we are doing this. And maybe getting this such might be fine that stuff. The fine that we are doing the same. There are not comments that the building is medicines, lots of the Palata, which was a little have a minute. Sorry, this is Russia. So let's say this is very interesting. This is very interesting. Yeah. I love what I said in the first mission. Very Russian missionaries. And we getting the units I love. Sorry, no matter if funny next time, it was funny next time. Right? Sorry. Sorry. Right? Sorry, you know what I have to say. What is sorry mean? What is sorry mean? But you have to. But if you didn't, ultimately again, it's still caution. Hamash Malor our mission said, sorry doesn't just simply mean you have to, rather what does sorry mean? You must. You must. By the way, what a profound soul. What is soul? As the Gemara is saying is that from the lesson of sorry, I would have thought it's something you need to do, but if you didn't, fine, did you have a good function? So ultimately, again, what our Mishnah adds, it's not just that you have to do it, you must. It's an incredible facility in life. A lot of times, in life, you have to accomplish things. And let's say, it mentions many times, like the death knell of any life initiative is like, I'll try. Right? The moment that you say, yeah, I'm really going to try, you're not doing it. Absolutely not doing it. Because I'll try by saying, I'll try to do this, I'll try to do this. So we'll say, see, that's the sorrow phrase. We'll say, yeah, I'm really going to put it. We'll say, if something has to get done in life, really have to do it, is not sorrow, right? Not it's important, but it must occur. Now, again, when you tell yourself that something must occur, does it mean that you're going to be successful? Necessarily, no one is guaranteed of success. But there is a much greater height of success when you tell yourself that something has happened. This must occur in my life. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But one thing is still much higher probability. It's such an incredible, and if you think about it, kind of like, what's it? People have this in work, right? You go into work, and what happens? And any given day, there's a have to get done, right? So you see what you get. You look at all of the activities. What do you do for an organized person? Right? You take that list of all the things you have to do, and then you subdivide that list. What is subdivided into? That have to get done today. Right? Because there's always those things, or there's other things I'd like to do, but then there's a deadline, there's this. And so when you divide yourself into buckets, you divide your food into buckets. This bucket that must get done today, and this is the bucket that I have to get done. It's going to be one of the things that I must do. What is I have to accomplish? Don't give yourself a house. Let's say you're going to try. I'm going to try. That was, by the way, also, you ever notice when people do this five things, you notice what people do is like these things like this, right? I know that. I know it's this thing. I think I have as a person who twists a lot of times to get people to do things, right? I have a student of favorite expression when people say they're going to try something, even if they avoid eye contact, right? Or they smirk or they I know it. I know it. Sign. So the Mishnah says, Pasuk. The Chisda adds, and I will say, watch this. What happens if two witnesses come along and testify about the authenticity of the second aid? So I say I saw the get written, good, we're good with that. And I say I saw the signature of the first aid, but not the signature of the second aid. And then what happens? Two witnesses come along and testify about the authenticity of the signature of the second witness. That sounds like it should be good. But Chisda says, no, not good. My time, what's the reason? Kula became a get, Kula became Takaras Haman. And let's say, listen to this. And let's say, if we authenticate a get in that way, let's say, what are we essentially doing? Can you get to two different halachic mechanisms, right? Let's say the Fanei Nechtav Kulo, and then the Fanei Nechtam, I testify about one signature. That's the Takaras Haman of the Fanei Nechtam. If there's two witnesses, two witnesses authenticating the second signature, that's kiyum shus. So I will say you can't validate a get through two different halachic mechanisms. Either it's b'fanei nechtam, or it's kiyum shus. Maskit or Rabba. So it doesn't make any sense. Me, kosher, hashta did trade puzzle. So I will say if I would say b'fanei nechtam, one point the get would be kosher. So now that I said the Fanei Nechtam Kulo, the Fanei Nechtam Chetzio, so there are two witnesses coming on the second signature. That's not going to be good. It doesn't make any sense. Rabban says, Afilu on the base, Afilu Ruva Echad Meidin Al Chasimas Yacheni Pasal. So let's say this is interesting. So now comes along Rabba. Sorry, Rabba says, no. What's the case? So I said, the case over here is fascinating. The case what I want to say is where I come along and I say, but on a next up kulo, I saw the writing of the get, and I also saw the signature of one witness. I did not see the second signature, but I recognize that signature. So I bring another aid to testify with me about the second signature. Then I was like, why wouldn't this case work? My timer. I'll see that Luther became Shtaris. Because once you may confuse this with the regular case, the Kiyam Shtaris, the Alma, the Kanafik Nechi Riba Gimamona Akuma de Chad Saba. I will say this is fascinating. Listen to this. I will say, if I go ahead, right, I'm the Shaliach bringing the get from overseas. So I will say, now what happens? So now I show up in Bezdin. I say, but listen, I saw the whole get room from Nektav Kulo, and also I saw the signature of witness A. I will say, I didn't see the signature of witness B, but I happen to recognize that signature. But again, now in order to authenticate signature B, if I didn't see it being signed, we'd have to do Kiyum Shtaris. So I bring another witness with me to authenticate signature 2. I will say essentially, listen to this, it's fascinating. The credibility of that document essentially rests 3/4 on my testimony and someone else. Because I authenticated signature 1, ultimately through the fine after, right? And therefore I'm counted as two witnesses on signature one. And then in essence, I'm counted as one witness on signature two. So I'm going to say, so halacha l'maisa, what ends up happening is 3/4 of the testimony comes out or is based on me, 1/4 of the testimony on someone else. So I'm going to say, and that of lopsided authentication we can't have. We'll get more into this. Maskip Ravashi. So Ravashi says, 1 second. Ni ika midi di masikle iku lekulit ibure kasha. Hashta di ika chan ba'adei pasel. So we'll say, here's the problem. Remember, we'll say, if I come along and I said, before what's the halacha? Kasha. So we'll say, logically, does it make sense to say, if I came alone, it would be kasha? Now that I'm bringing in someone else, that should be worse. Like, in general, one would logically assume that what? The more people you need to authenticate a document, the better it is. The better it is. How can it be that there should in any erode the authentication? Al Amravashi, either Omer, who aid Shani Paso. Oh, so let's say, here's the issue. What like the problem here? What happens if halacha l'maisa I show up? Let's say I show up from Medina Sayyad. I bring the gap. I say b'fanei nechtam kula. I saw it written b'fanei nechtam. The first signature, right? The first signature I saw outside. And by the way, the second signature, that's me. So I will say, so now that doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? My timer. All kula b'kima get. All kula b'tekan's common. I will say the concern over there is because that's again a mixture of two processes. You're mixing the process ultimately again of the funny nechtam together with what? Kiyum shtaris. And I will say that you can't do. In other words, choose a process. Either the funny nechtam or ultimately again kiyum shtaris. Choose one, but you can't mix and match both processes. So tonight I will say, isn't that fascinating? Absolutely riveting. In other words, again, and it's logical. You have two different ways to authenticate a get. Either the funny nechtam or kiyum shtaris. Choose a team. Choose a mechanism, but you can't take some from category A and some from category B, combine them together and suddenly create an authentication challenge. That you can't do. So Tran, the funny nechtam kula, funny nechtam chetz apostle. So what's our Mishnah says that if halacha l'maisa again, 8 says, I saw it totally written in front of me, and ultimately again one witness signed in front of me. Apostle, the idak katzio hechidam. So I'll say, what's happening then with that other signature? So even with the leka the kamasi the klal, if no one's testifying about that second signature, hashta echad omer b'fanei nechtam, the echad omer b'fanei nechtam. So we'll say in the case of where another case in Mishnah, where one says b'fanei nechtam, one says b'fanei nechtam. In that case, the high kamasi that kula chasima apostle, where we'll say you have one witness fully testifying the writing, a second witness testifying about the signatures. That's going to be right. So ultimately, again, I want to say that obviously, if no one's testifying about the second signature, obviously it's going to be also Ella, Ikidraba, or Kizravashi. Right? We'll see you have to align it, either like Rabba, like we said before, like Ravashi, Ulakuki made Rav Chisda. I will say one thing is clear: we are excluding the position of Rav Chisda. I'm going to Rav Chisda. Chisda says Latame, but using your logic, the Pane Nechtav, Abalodu Pane Nechtav normally. So let's say according to Rav Chisda, we'll say 1 second. If we have, why do you need the case of where the witness says it was signed in front of me? Sorry, the Pane Nechtav, Benapa Pane Nechtav, Elolozu Afsu Katoni. Rather, I will say what you begin to see is our Mishnah is including cases that don't really need to be articulated, that are kind of obvious. Hachanami Lozu Afsu Katoni. So it's about saying in this case over here, Lozu Afsu. The Mishnah is also including cases that don't necessarily need to be included. So therefore, we'll say essentially the Gemara is ending up with. We'll stop over here for today. Is that Allah Chalamai the Mishnah has certain redundant cases about things that could be learned out from the other. But we'll say, but bottom line is what we take away from this Gemara is that halacha l'maisa, either you have to use the process of kiyum shtaris, or you have to use the process of the fanei nechtam or the fanei nechtam. But you cannot go ahead and combine the.
You're not going to believe play this, but I want to give you
authentication process. And also tomorrow, we're going to begin with an incredible sugya of combination. So that's our premise. You can't combine halachic processes. Tomorrow, the Gemara is going to challenge that assertion and bring examples of the combination of halachic processes in order to create a result of create reality. And it's like,
You're welcome. $500. That's to the great people over at Ritual. And mine is carbon fiber. That one is titanium. The whole crew has them.
It's the best wall in the entire world. You should have it right now. They're in the shed.
They are shit, and you don't have to use that look at the size of that monkey.
It's like half a cow's ass. That's what this is.
By the way, this is the second time that the great people at Bridge have given us a role. We had no idea we were going to get to film. We had no idea it was getting called film. And the two times that we've done it, both people have had to get ripped into this wall. You guys had a piece of special manila paper. How did you wouldn't believe this. The only other time we've done this, and I think that I'm sure there's some fans here that probably know this, the only other time we ever did it, we never know who we were going to give it to or whatever, so it's like I'm feeling it out. I'm not even telling it obviously. It's just control 2 or 3 days a week. This guy's going to get it. But both times, the other guy was home too, and both times I've asked. Both times I've asked, and this is true, you can look back on this episode or wherever it is and find it, but I asked him, what is your wall look like? And I swear to God.
all right, fellas, say good morning. Let us begin to hear my favorite hour sponsors, made our cover code sponsors for the month of Tia. Stephen Perry's into dedicated Restream investments this month for the higher offering you expense and the pen share hard. Work on net cover code so now we're going to be incredible. Successful been called there that you shining. Let's get back in Monday's 42 and an incredible basket is working on the powerful days 41 G's. And we are picking up 10 lines up from the bottom. Versus again at the end of yesterday's class, we got into the suit of Hanifa Valerie is not talking about the curious effects of Hanifa and how again Hanifa ultimately again condemns the individual or culture punishment, which is just amazing. So you want to say, I'm ready to say, Canadian shoes of Hanifa may be after all of any person who goes ahead and brings and literally has flattery in him is also an interesting Russian of Shirish, both Hanifa has flattery in him. We'll come back to this moment. Maybe after all them brings anger to the world. Which also means invites the Midas Hadin, divine attribute of justice, into the world. But funny maybe a single act, below oath, Alashim Krios or Mishmas. Any person who has flattery in him, his tefillos are not heard. Do not listen to Shneimar, but you shall with Yasuram. Was it just a little bit of background to this? And what is it that's so bad about Hanifa? I understand flattery is not good, and I certainly understand that. But when I saw why the intensity, right? Why the intensity ultimately again comes out about this. So let's remember again, what does Hanifa represent? Hanifa represents the height of personalistic insincerity. Right? When a person has the need of Hanifa, the person is just a flatterer. So what ends up happening? They're not sincere. They're not genuine. They're not truthful. And suddenly what comes out is anything they say is always subject to us. Is always subject to, really? Do you mean it? Do you not mean it? Is it just in order to get something? So that's the problem with Hanifa. The total insincerity, the total sense of lack of genuinity. Right? Genuinity. So what's the problem? What's the most important midah that the Torah needs from us in this world? The most important midah is honesty and sincerity. The Torah does not ask me to be perfect. He doesn't even ask me to be great. But he just asks of me to be honest. Because if I'm an honest and sincere person, then when I'm inside, which I do multiple times, right? And ultimately, you'll get at least a hand. If you go ahead of time, when the person lacks sincerity, the person lacks genuinity, then at the end of the day, there's absolutely no hope for such an individual. That's why you see the strong response to Hanufa. If you possess Hanufa, your tefillos are not heard. If you possess Hanufa, ultimately, again, you're bringing anger to the world because it's the antithesis, of the honesty, the sincerity, the genuinity that Kodesh Baruch Hu needs from us in order to be successful people in this world. Incredible. Mother right there. Mother right there. Any person who possesses Hanufa, I feel that even Shirley, even on the color ourselves, this is pretty wild. Even fetuses, like even fetuses in their mother's womb, curse such an individual. Now, Omer Rosh Tzadikata, Yikavu Alam Zamir, they call that a color, Shema Rokaboai, Shema Omer Shema Ulam Yama. And this is how Rosh Hashanah was the rest of Shah that even fetuses curse such an individual. So I said, when a person has need of Hanufa, it's actually anyone destruct from the world. A person has need of Hanufa, so what happens? Everyone is sensitive. Like I don't say, have you ever been around insincere, disingenuous, flattering type of people? Like, what's your feeling as soon as they open your mouth? What's the ear to get in? It's a lot. Come on. It's so clear. So I say, the whole package, when a person sees this in the movie Hanufa, everyone can sense it. That's what everybody says. I feel it. Even the fetuses, okay? It's quite literal. Even the fetuses, in other words, that lack of sincerity is culpable. And lack of sincerity is perceived and conducted and understood by everyone around. No one else. Can you choose your 25? No problem ahead of. Any person has 25? Ultimately, again, falls to Gehenna. Go to Gehenna. Again, about say, it's not a punishment. It's not a punishment. What is it? It's a consequence. It's a consequence. You possess Hanufa, you're not sincere, you're not honest, you're not genuine. Okay, so that means you have to fix your mistakes. You have to fix your mistakes in life, and there's only one destination for such a person like that. Shneimar, ha'olim nora tov shel Torah, maxi also Tosh Lusha Ish, the Kashash Lahavir, Armulazo, Karmakli Rivera, anyone that flatters his friend, Sof Nofel Diaza, which is what I say. Generally, the reason you flatter someone is lying. You want to manipulate the individual. You try to manipulate someone, what generally ends up happening? Generally ends up happening is you fall into the hands of that individual who you try to manipulate. Or reverse it. You mean a no-fault Diaza, and if you don't fall into that person's hands, no-fault Diaza. The fall into the hands of his children, they may not be out, but if they fall into the hands of his children, don't fall out today, but they fall into the hands of his grandchildren. The idea is that you try to manipulate someone who's probably, at the end of the day, it won't work. And not only will it not work, but there'll be a reversal. Ultimately, again, you fall to that individual. Not him and his son, not his son, his grandson. Shneimar, and also the source for this is actually quite interesting. היום יגיעו יום החנניה, Amen Yasa Hashem Yakam Hashem Tivaracha. And I say, this, without getting into the entirety of this story, ultimately, as well, just to go to Bashi, as Hayami and Yom Halaya Nabi, Sha'aman Nebuah Shaka Agala Sifanya, Yitzri Amikdash Shadol Nabi Oich Nasai Yavim, and in the Shivin Alamaka Mazah. So there was this guy Hanania, and Hanania was a false prophet. And one of the false prophets that Hanania espoused is that Yehonah, who was the king of Judah, was already exiled, and Hanania prophesied that Yehonah was going to be returned to Yerushalayim very soon, along with some of the principles of the Mikdash. We all heard this. So you want to know it was false. How do you know it was false? Because he wasn't happy. And he did prophesize about destruction. But yet when Hananiah said this, what did he say? He said, Amen, Kenya Hashem. Also, so if you know, said, Amen. And say, now, do you understand that that was the point of 25? Right? Yirmiyahu was flattering Hananiah. So because Yirmiyahu disagrees in the behavior of Hananiah, so what happened is sit, top of Numbers, top by 42a, first line, Vayir Ushar Binyamin, Ushar Baal Kibos, Ushmo, Yirya ben Shamya, ben Hananiah, Vayipos Yirmiyahu Hanavi Lemar, Alakastin Ata Milcha. So let's say, so fast forward a little bit. That's what a little bit. So again, Yirmiyahu later on is arrested by a guy by the name of Shamya ben Hananiah. I'm sorry, Yirya ben Shamya ben Hananiah. The grandson of this guy Hananiah goes ahead and arrests Yirmiyahu Hanavi. And he makes a claim that Yirmiyahu was a traitor trying to aid the Kasdim. So by Yirmiyahu Sheker and Yirmiyahu Kasdim. Yirmiyahu says no. What's the point of Yirmiyahu? See, are you supposed to know that you'll be able to sorry? He's arrested. He was arrested. He's arrested by the grandson of the guy who flattered. So this just the line up that when you approach flattery as an intent to go ahead and manipulate someone, it backfires. You're trying to get that person to do what you want. Meanwhile, looking somewhere down the road, either now or 2 generations from now, you will fall into the hands of this individual. So I will say, it's all the sin or teach. If it's one who just wants us to be sincere, honest, and genuine people, and the need of Khalifa flattery is the antithesis of that. So when you go ahead and you act with the Nida, that is the antithesis of what who wants of us, nothing works out. Incredible. Melissa Kiniga. Let's say this connection with any leader. And let's say so now what we're doing is we're switching from the individual to the collective. Any kind of ego, congregation, right? So what's that congregation could mean? Cloud Yisrael, or it means any group of people. Possess this terrible Nida of Khalifa. Melissa Kiniga, let's say now Melissa literally means disgusting like a Nida. Also, it doesn't mean disgusting. It means disgusting. Right? So again, we're going to see the definition of just the Mishnah and I. Yeah, that's stuff done. She can be caught there, only Nida. Right? So often, the father has called the Nida Agamuda. My Gamuda, Gemula Nibaila. Someone who's removed from her husband. So that's what it means is like this. They say that the Nida is removed from her husband, and Ada, congregation, that possesses or a group that possesses the Nida Khalifa is removed from her father. And it's like, what's the unlimited that statement? See, normally, we make a distinction between the individual and the collective. And sometimes the individual could do things which remove, which removes his bond, or which fractures the bond between self and responsibility. We always have to under the assumption that there is a general divine providence, exactly Shmaya, that devolves upon the collective tzibur. Like that's like tefillah with tzibur. Like davening with the meaning is so powerful because my prayers have greater impact when they're part of the collective than when they're just done individually. What you must highlight over here is that the Nida of Khalifa is so corrosive and so destructive that it even damages the relationship of the collective to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Not only does it damage the relationship of the individual, but it damages the relationships of the collective to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I was like, it makes sense because the Khalifa represents again a lack of sincerity, a lack of honesty, a lack of genuinity, which is the core Nida or Nidos that allow us to forge a relationship with Hashem. It has been showing that Siva has this. These fractures the relationship. Incredible. Rabbi says, any congregation, any group, even small Israel, at the end of the day will be exiled. Be exiled. Sit haka, Yadas Hanakam, you can sit Hassan, Shamarka Bilbabaha, Minyala Viasila, and Shukula Vigamuda, Go love the Sunnah. Incredible. Oh, you know that one. There's another interesting how the Ketos in the cabin to the Shia. Because it was a profound statement. Right? For groups of people, who literally translated, do not receive the faith, do not receive the countenance of the Shia. The Lord says, this king one of two things. This king was going to be the but either be a reference to all of Abba and want to come, that therefore groups of people ultimately again you don't have a portion in the world to come. Or again, it could kind of back to what we were just saying before, four groups of people who engage in four different types of behavior to ultimately fracture one with Hashem, even in Olam even in but the idea is a relationship state. Right? It's not a punishment. I mean, it is a punishment, but it's more a consequence. They don't have a relationship with Hashem. They don't have to see that again. They want to come or here. One of these individuals calculates it. But say this is incredible. A group of Leitzim. Let's see what's calculating. So we start to see that's shine. And things like get with Sonos. Like what's a life? Someone who just doesn't take anything. Seriously. That's a lot. That's a lot. So nothing is seriously. You have conscious up in your life. So calculate next, cut anything. Your connections, like a group of flyers. Like flattery, cut stone, liars, and cut the sacred of Sahara, those who speak Russian Hara. So let's say these four groups are not in the Kabbal Pinesh. And let's say if you think about it, each of these things by themselves really represent. So let's say, relax. It takes nothing seriously. Once you take nothing seriously, you're not going to grow in life. You're not going to grow in life. You're not a growth-oriented person. So you don't have a relationship with Hashem. And we just spoke about before, lack sincerity, honesty, genuinity, then there's no place for personalistic development. Shaka, once again, as I said, so far come down within these first three is honesty. Honesty and integrity. If you're not an honest person, you're not going to own your mistakes. You're not going to own your mistakes at the end of the day, and then you don't hope for growth. And cut the sacred of Shahara. So let's say, this one kind of stands alone on its own. What's the whole top of Lashon Hara? Lashon Hara erodes the interpersonal fabric of society. If you're not a person who is careful with his or other Makabira, not the person who again who is careful. Personal relationships, you have nothing. You have nothing to go by. So let's say, so again, where do we see this? You want to go through this. Calculating the sin, Mashak Yaga, Aslokisim, Kat, Damshak Kat Hanitim, the sin, Kilo the Fala, Yaga, Kat Shkarim, the sin, Dover Shkarim, Loyikon, and again, Tag the Zabel Shnar, the sin, Kilo, Kel, Hopes, Lashaka, or you go for that, Sabikata Hashem, where again, we'll go for that. So let's say these are just 4 seconds, ultimately highlights this idea that these 4 groups are not the Kabbalah. I've always said, Steve and I was with this tomorrow last night. It's interesting. If you're writing this for, how would you write it? Why does it have to say cat groups? Like, why doesn't it just say, oh, yeah, Arba Anoshim? Like, Arba B'nei Adam. Eyan Mekabim Pnei Ashli. Like, what people who engage in these categories for Arba Midos Shebnei Adam. Why cat? Why groups? So let's say maybe the chunk is like this. See, sometimes when a person commits an Avera, so let's say the greatest possibility to enable their tshuva is surrounding myself with good people. Like told Ritzani told the Shmuel. And this is such an important decision in life. Why it's always good to have friends who are at a higher level than you. Like always to surround yourself with people who are really good influences. Because this is even when I mess up, which I know, when I know that I have a good friend to support people around me, positive guys, good people, good influences, good oriented individuals, even when I am alone, they will lift me up. And I will say, on the other hand, let's talk about tshuva. On the other hand, if I don't know how to surround myself with negative
Good job, Rich.
people.
Congratulations.
Or I surround myself with people
All right.
who are not the right
Let's see
kind
we
of
should get
influence.
another
So when
regular
I'm
up here.
when I'm
Finish this
down,
thing
when I'm down,
out.
I just seek to lower because I know who would lift me up. So perhaps what we want to talk about over here is
Come on, guys.
who are the people or what's the situation with you. It's not just a person who speaks Russian Hara, or a person who's a Lex, or a person who's a liar, or a person who's a flatter. That's what it is. It's cat. It's cat. Let's say group. So the danger is not just when I'm a Lex, but what? Part that's cat race. Not just by go ahead and I have funny part. Our parts are cat. Now suddenly, not only do I go ahead and possess this negative need, but what? I'm surrounding myself with people who behave the same way. Or I'm surrounding myself with people who behave in the same way. Then really, non-negative. That's why it says, when you look at that statement, in the Pablo's conviction, what a doomed statement. What a doomed statement. Such a person is not going to ever the calculation alone. The truth is, if I'm struggling and I surround myself with people who are struggling just as much as I am, chances are none of us are getting out of it because there's no peer pressure to elevate. So listen, it's a truthful statement. It's a statement about the nature of the destructive nature of these behaviors. To be a Lex, to be a liar, to be a Hanifa, to be a Misapa Lashihara. Terrible, corrosive. And what's even worse, to surround yourself with people who have the same need of say, then there's a real danger when you get stuck in a pit from which I will never extricate myself. The power of surrounding yourself with positive people, in fact, from the reverse. The destructive nature of surrounding yourself with destructive people. An incredible result. Let's say, you know what? Elu Me'emani, Mazel Tov. You better. We'll say, this is great. It's great. But Shach L'Chama, we'll say, remember, just to understand, the way we're getting into a lot of these topics over here is because these were all mentioned. And they were mentioned in the context, ultimately, again, remember we had Mishnayos that said, Elu Me'emani B'Lashon HaKodesh, Elu Me'emani B'Cholosh, which are about things that can be said in any language, or things that need to be said in Lashon HaKodesh, in Hebrew. So thinking about that, Mashiach Melchama. And what's we're going to use in Mashiach Melchama, he is the Kohen who was anointed. His specific job is to lead the army out into war. Now, when I say lead the army out into war, he's not a military leader, but he is like the chaplain. And he is the Kohen whose specific job it is to give the army instructions and visit before they go out to war. So what happens? Mashiach Melchama, Rishon, Shemidaber Ela'am B'Lashon HaKodesh HaMedaber. When he would speak to the nation, right, he would speak in Hebrew. Shene Emar Bahel Kikeh B'Fen Ala Melchama. That's when you come close to war. We'll see exactly what that expression is. The Nigash HaKohen, the Kohen will come close to the army, right? So the Nigash, the Kohen will come to the front. That Kohen Mashiach Melchama. He's the person, the Kohen, who is anointed for battle. Anointed for battle. The Diber Ela'am, he will speak to the nation. In Hebrew, what does he say? Yisrael. Again, we'll see the meaning of all of this. He says to them, Shema Yisrael, Al Asad Al Aydechem, V'lo Al Achechem. He says, Shema Yisrael. Ultimately, again, the rest of the passage will say, Shema Yisrael, Al Aydechem. You're going out to battle against your enemies. And let's say, the implicit question that you might ask me, obviously, you're very obvious. What you going to battle? What you going to war against? Seriously, you might say, just understand you're going out to war against your brothers. Sorry, against Hashem. Going towards the enemies and not against the brothers. Then, what does that mean? When you read out Shane, look sure of the enemy. Like, let's say, the word phrase will come with civil war in Klal Yisrael. This is not a civil war in Klal Yisrael. It's not a civil war. You're not going to have brother against brother. Because what happens if you have war against brother against brother? So typically, you're going to have more. The rest say, this may sound strange. What's the Civil War? What's the next Civil War? First Civil War is you pretty much held our brotherly compassion. Right there at the end of the day, he fought back into the hands of your brothers. He was going to teach you compassion. I know Shema Shani to the Shemos. Hayakazi to the Shia. The whole Ma'amare and the Bishim and Shalom. The Abishim and Bima, the Achim, the Yashkin, the Yashkin, and Nima Mahamari. The Kokosha, by Bim and the Yifo, the Yerakmar, Eita Hayim, by a Shubu Shom Lo. So let's listen to this. So Rashi points out over here, this was during the war of Petak Ben Rimal Yom, who ultimately again fought against Takas. So this was against Yisrael, where ultimately again they were under of men from Yehuda. They captured. And what happened to the captives from Yehuda? They were fed, they were dressed, and ultimately again they were returned home. That's what happens in Klal Yisrael when brother fights brother. So the coins just understand, you're not going to war against the brothers. Rather, they from alcohol. You're going to war against enemies. And what happens? You're going to war against enemies should quickly be open irrationally. If you fall captive, they will not have compassion upon you. So I say, so then that's the first thing the Kohen says. Understand the way out to battle, not against your brother, but against your enemies. Be prepared to fight. Because at the end of the day, if you are captured, there will be no mercy. There will be no compassion. I hear up about them. Literally again, don't let your heart be soft. I'll kill you, don't be afraid. I'll capture you, don't hide us. So it says, so there's many different personas that the Kohen employs to tell the soldiers not to be fearful. I hear up about them, don't allow your heart to be soft. Ultimately, because of the braying or the rain, whatever the right term is, right? Because of the sounds of the horsemen, right? You hear the cavalry there, it can be very overwhelming. Don't be afraid. It's but the clanking of the sword. Don't be afraid because of the banging of the shield. So I say sometimes again, when the armies were close to what would happen, they would bang on their shields. They bang on their shields as an effort to intimidate the other army. And don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, ultimately again, of the sounds of the boots of soldiers. Don't be nervous when you hear the horns sounding. And don't be broken as a result, ultimately again, of the cries of the opposing army. So listen, what's incredible about this is, whenever you tell someone not to do something, by definition, what are you essentially saying? I recognize that this is normal. So it's actually an incredible idea. What the Commission of Muhammad is doing is, he's also validating the fact that war is scary. He's validating the fact. It's understandable to be scared, but now I'm telling you, don't be scared. Don't be scared. I understand why you might be fearful. Don't be scared. Why? What's his second white line? What's his so beautiful? Why shouldn't you be scared? Why shouldn't you be scared? Because understand you are not going out to war alone. You are going out to war with Yeribama Shalom. HaKadosh Baruch Hu walks with you. And one Yeribama Shabbat the guns. Your enemies, they come out to battle, they come out to war with successes of human warriors. But you come armed with the successes of a Yeribama Shalom. The Philistines came, armed with the victories of Goliath and Goliath. Mahaya Sofa, what happened to Goliath? The Sof right? Goliath himself is felled by the sword, and he reached alongside him. The sons of Ammon, they come out armed with the Shobak was there, like Mahaya Sof, the Sof Nafal, and so again, same with Ammon. Their champion fell, and the nation fell as well. The Atam came, do you cry while you're not like this? If you, the comes out to battle with you, he's going to lead your battles. This refers to is the Aram. Well, let's see actually what the Gemara means. But this refers to the Aram, or the camp of the Aram, which came out to clog these strongest war. We discuss exactly what that means. So said the Gemara, my comment, and let's right to the beginning of stuff. I said that the Kohen Mashrach would utter his instructions in Lashon HaKodesh, would utter his instructions ultimately again in Hebrew. So said the Gemara, my comment, that the Kohen would talk. The Nemar La'ala Moshe Yizdaber, the Kimei Nebekol, Bahasina Mala Alan Lashon HaKodesh, just like Bahasina, he would say Lashon HaKodesh. After Lashon HaKodesh, so it's what we always said Lashon HaKodesh as well. Incredible. Karabanan, the Nida and the Nida Alaham, the Pasuk says the Kohen will come closely and speak to the nation. Yochel Kol Kohen Shir said, you might apply any Kohen he wants to, could go ahead and give chizuk to the army, coming on the Dibra Shotru. The Pasuk says the officers will speak Mashotrim in the Muna, just like the Shotra officer is appointed position. Kohen in the Muna. So to again, it has to be a Kohen is appointed for this particular job. The aim of Kohen Gadol, maybe it's the Kohen Gadol who does it. Was to remember, give me the Shota. That's the response to a Shota. That's why Mashota Shishimuna Agava, just like the Shota has a superior above him. Kohen Shishimuna, so to a Kohen who has a superior. But the Kohen Gadol, Kohen Gadol doesn't have a superior. Yes, the Kohen Gadol does. God, this is Kohen Gadol, Namla Ikam Melech. Kohen Gadol reports to the king. Like the king, like on the organizational flow chart, the king is above the Kohen Gadol. So the Kohen Gadol does have a superior, which we must have a guess if we're losing his Avodah. The Kohen Gadol doesn't have a superior in Avodah. He's the top guy in the Avodah of the Kohen. Therefore, you need a Kohen, so in other words, because remember, in the same pasuk, there are two people lead the two groups of court to speak. One person had a group on the islands of battle. There's the Kohen and the Shotrim. So the Gemara is saying we have to equate the two positions. So just like the Shotrim is appointed, the Kohen has to be appointed. Just like the Shotrim reports to someone, the Kohen has to report to someone as well. The aim of Scan, maybe it's the assistant Kohen Gadol, but this is incredible. Scan, Rav Menunahu. Therefore, it's actually quite fascinating. Scan is not an appointment. Remember, the Scan, he's the Scan, so he's the Scan. Now, we call him the assistant Kohen Gadol, but the truth is, he's not really the assistant Kohen Gadol, right? What is he? He's the bullpen Kohen Gadol, right? He's the bench Kohen Gadol. So he's actually very important. He's the one who's made better every year. See, assistant Kohen Gadol sounds like what? He's working. Let's say, what is the Scan Kohen Gadol doing on a regular day, right? The Kohen Gadol is happy and healthy. What is the Scan doing? Okay, golf, right? Golf, that's right. He's on a Harabai, he's on a 7-12 the Harabai. I don't know what he's doing. He's everything. He's learning, he's doing mitzvah. That's right, he's doing chesed. He's not doing anything in the Beis Hamikdash, right? Because remember, he is only activated when something happens to the Kohen Gadol himself, right? So we call him the assistant, but the truth is, he's not really the assistant. He's on the bench. Replacement. So that's what it says. Scan of Amuna. Scan is not really an appointed position. The sign I'm already Chayyim, Scan of Ramin, Lama Scan Amuna, right? On the master, what is the Scan appointed for? Shin Ira Bok Subikon Logo, Nichras from the Shanish Hakta. So let's say, the Scan is not really an active position. The Scan is only there in the event that something happens. He springs into action. So let's say, this is actually fascinating. Let's say, so therefore, to kind of close out the circuit, therefore, the Gemara says the Kohen that goes out to war is a specifically appointed position. Right? It can't be the Kohen Gadol because the Kohen Gadol is the highest level. Right? It can't be the Scan because the Scan is not really an appointed position. So you see the Kohen Moshe Haskell. What's the Moshe Haskell? The Moshe Haskell is standing ready to do something, but not actually doing anything is not a position of planning. But I say, talking about what you're going to do, or planning what you're going to do, but not actually doing it, is not really considered to be a position of importance within Klal Yisrael. I say that's the metaphor for life. Many of us spend an incredible amount of time planning and talking and articulating and espousing what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, only one problem, which is you never fully execute. You never fully execute. Well, if I can't fully execute, then at the end of the day, that's nice. That's nice. Maybe one day I'll be important. But the nice right now when I'm on the bench, it's not all that important. Incredible you say. So the Gemara goes like this. Shema Yisrael. So the Kohen Muhammad says, then he gives his own speech. Shema, right? The speech is Shema Yisrael. Listen, Israel. I can't play in Hayom Muhammad. It's the way after battle. So it says, the Adi Shaila is, why this point the Lashon of Shema Yisrael? To which the Gemara says, my Shema Yisrael. I'm not the Yochel, Misham Lechai, and Shmuel will say, it's this. It's this, right? Shmuel Lechai is over here with us on the 34th day of the Omer, right? But one scene is the beauty. Once you create a relationship with Hashmi, a lot with the Omer, that relationship stays with you even into life. That's the beauty of the Torah, like Torah to Hashmi. So Hashmi says, Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yisrael, Akili L'Kiyamtem Al-Kiyah Shema Shachris, V'Arvis, Yaakov Yisrael B'Yadav. He says, all you need in order to be successful in life are spiritual merits. And rest two things that you have to be, as we say, against it tzaddik. You don't have to be so righteous. Even if all you come to war is armed with the mitzvah of Kriyat Shema, Shachris, V'Arvis, they will say, then what? You'll be successful. They will say, now if you notice, by the way, Gemara doesn't say all you need is this use of Kriyat Shema. And what does it say? You need Kriyat Shema when? Shachris and Arvis. So they will say, what's the fact when you're Kriyat Shema, Shachris, and Arvis? You've bookended your day with rookiness. So I will say, if I just have episodic rookiness, then that's not enough. But if I bookended rookiness, even if the middle of the day, even though it's not so great. But if I'm starting with Kedusha, I'm starting with Shema, I'm ending with Shema, I'm going to start with Yisrael, that's great. That's a fantastic start. And then for the nice again, that's enough of a source to allow you to be successful in battle. I need enough of that, cannot be afraid. Cannot bother. What's the greatest? I'm not even that very much. The Kohen Muhammad speaks with us, speaks to the army twice. After the Safar, I will start. One time was when you immediately leave Eretz Yisrael. So when the army goes out to battle, ultimately again, so he speaks us the first time when we leave the borders of Eretz Yisrael.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is
and literally the second time, literally on the front, right when we're actually about to go out to battle. This Safar Ma'al Omer, on the border, what does the Kohen Muhammad say on the days? Shimu divine after the Muhammad, right? Ultimately again, hear my words, those going out to battle, the country, so if you country, anyone who is entitled to go back from battle, go back now. Exemption, look at Rashi. Shimu divine after the Muhammad, Milay Laksha, Milay Lele, the culture how you eat Laksha to go and Balabayas, we talk about all this. Kerem, Elas Isha, Yeri Barak HaRibah. So what's this? That's very interesting. So the first speech is given at the borders of Eretz Yisrael. And it's there that he says, essentially, whoever is fit for battle come, or whoever has an exemption, go back home. So everyone said, what do you see? What do you see from this? What do you see? Everyone goes out. Listen, what's fascinating is, I would have thought exemption. What is an exemption? Don't fight off. What do you see from here? Look, everybody goes. Then you get to the border of Eretz Yisrael. What happens? And he speaks about the exemptions of those who don't have to go out. What's the logic? Everybody, the logic is that when Am Yisrael goes to war, everyone goes. Now, not everyone fights. That's the fact. Not everyone fights. But if Klal Yisrael is going to war, there is no such thing as a Jewish man who is not packing his bags and going out with the army. You may not fight, you may be sent home because of a variety of different things, but the life at the end of the day, listen, that means you're part of Am Yisrael. Am Yisrael is in danger. Am Yisrael is facing a threat. You're going to stay home and eat challenge. What are you talking about? Pack your bag. I knows when they see you schlepping along, there's no way, we're not sending that guy out. Right? Nice, right? But nice, you should stand with each other, right? But nice, right? And left shoulder, right? But nice, everyone goes. So it's just incredible. You saw the actors, right? So when the army is called up, everyone goes to everyone leaves Eretz Yisrael. At the border, we're going to send you home. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Actors, Actors is you are part of the crowd, no matter what is occurring. Even if at the end of the day, you don't have the specific way to help. In other words, you join the ranks. You join the cause is right. Idea I'm counted. Either going to send me home because of whatever different reason. That's fine. Maybe I'm going to get sent home, but I'm still going to join the ranks of Am Yisrael as they march towards battle. Such an overwhelming idea. The mother's like that. So I'll say that's the first speech. So the first speech the Kama Shulch Muhammad gives is at the border of Eretz Yisrael, and where he says essentially the exemptions. What's the second speech? We'll say Membeis 42b second line. So then he tells them, don't be big. Because let's remember again, anyone who's present at the second speech, the front line, who's that? That's the army that's going to fight. Right? So again, anyone who's going home was already exempted during the first speech and was already home. So the second speech is given to the standing army who's going out to battle. And what does he say to them? Don't be soft at heart. Don't be afraid. Don't panic. Don't be broken. This corresponds to white former is just four expressions of confronting the four things that armies with opposing armies. All armies do. Magipin, Umayim, some clearances. So that's right. They would go ahead and flash right. They would go ahead with their shields. They would blow their horns. They would fly out. And ultimately, again, ropes and they stamp their feet or have those horses stamp their hooves. Which the moment is functional well. So remember again, the example of Mishnah gave is the Jewish army become armed with a Kaddish Baruch. Our aggressors, our enemies, come with some human champion. So, for example, the Philistines, they came with Goliath. Goliath, what happened to Goliath? He was killed by David. He was in Goliath. He was governed. Also, mentioned Goliath. I'm going to be up around. I'm going to give you time to get that. So, why is he called Goliath? Goliath's lesson of Hebrew. Right? Hebrew again, he was Megalit Panim. So, Megalit Panim is a lesson that says of chutzpah. Right? Goliath was chutzpah to a Kaddish Baruch. Shene'emar. Goliath, remember again the story with Goliath. So remember, Goliath issues a challenge. Right? So Goliath essentially says, we don't have to wage army against army in such a loss of life. I'll be the champion for the Plishtim. You Jews, you send out a champion. Let's just do one-on-one combat, and that's it. We'll call it a day. Whoever wins that one-on-one combat, that's the victor, and everyone goes home. Choose a man and come fight me. The Ish Alakosh Baruch. We'll say sometimes Ish refers to Hashem. She'emar Hashem Ish Milchama. So the Gemara understands that Goliath was essentially extending a challenge to the Ribono Shalom. We say, come fight me. Come fight me like a man, God, right? I'll take you on. You know what I'm saying? Well, Allah goes back in that people Ayat Ben Ish. His Baruch says, I will cause Goliath to fall, not in the hands of the Ish, but a son of man. Shene'emar the David Ben Ish Eflati. So I say, ultimately, how is David identified? Not even as an Ish, but as a Ben Ish, the son of a man. I'm going to be up on what you know. The Shloshim HaKavos, Lachtoki La'osarasha. Let's say there are three places where Goliath is now betrayed. But let's say he said things that foreshadowed his own demise. Number one, I thought, or the Chavish, the Yireh Eli. Let's choose for something that the Yireh, let's say Navroshnas, the Yireh Eli. Remember again, Aleph and Ayin to be interchangeable. So by Yireh, the Yireh, Eli. Choose the man, ultimately again, the Yireh, who will trample upon me, come upon, which is a reference to the fact that Goliath did this. So unfortunately, he didn't even realize it. He didn't realize it. But ultimately, again, he was foreshadowing his own demise. Do you know? במיוחד בהילחם איתי ומכאן. If someone is able to go out and do battle with me and smite me. Because I start getting me reference that the way we kill. You got to come on his dog, I can't remember if she had talked about Eli with apples. And again, Donald comes out with this slingshot. So Goliath taunts him and says, "What am I? God, that you come out again with your sticks." Ultimately, again, reference the fact that you be beaten like a dog with sticks. Robin Nami, I discovered Nami Amalei. After Bayer, I decided the kindness of the season. I decided not only use this same motion, had the Amalei, but I know he bought a recognition of some sort of policy. So, my uncle is such a character. Davanella qualifies it ultimately again by saying, I don't just come out doing sticks for value again, I come armed. I come armed as an emissary of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Alright, Vayage Shapishkiach Kevara. Listen to this. So the Navi says that Goliath would taunt the Jewish people every morning and evening. Early in the morning and in the evening. So it's about early in the morning and in the evening. I'm going to real first to be a back one, the Kiyach Shmash Shakis Vasis. So let's say, what did Goliath want to do? Goliath wanted to interrupt Shakis and Mary. Right? He wanted to interrupt Keshma. Let's say that, Father, if you notice, what did we just say before? When the coin gives his speech, what does he say? Shema Yisrael. Shema Yisrael. Why does he say Shema Yisrael? It says to the army, even if all you have are the zechuyos of Kriyat Shema Shal Shakis, Kriyat Shema Shal Arvis, that's enough to make you successful. When does Goliath do his stuff? I will say, you're going to see how Goliath do his stuff in just a moment. But Lamaisa, Goliath purposely occupies or purposely interrupted in the morning or in the evening so as to share, so as to undermine your recitation of Kriyat Shema Shakis and Arvis, hoping to undermine the zechuyos of Klal Yisrael. Incredible. By Siasei Barbanio, he went ahead and he taunted them for 40 days. On the real point, connected Barbanio Shnitla Bahem Torah. Ultimately, again, this corresponded ultimately again for the 40 days in which we received Torah. Moshe was up on the mountain for 40 days. So Goliath, mostly you see always that Goliath trying to undermine. That's very interesting. Maybe Nayim, who were from the camp of the Christian. And also, that is a reference to Goliath. Might be Nayim. Why does it call him Nayim? So Amara Shemavuna, he told more. We'll say Goliath was a perfect physical specimen. Like Nayim Shemavuna, he was built up, he didn't have any blemishes. He didn't have any blemishes. So what do we call him? He didn't have any blemishes. The Shmuel Amar, he was kind of like the middle, like the average one amongst his brothers. In other words, he came from a very strong and valuable family. They find that Goliath was the champion of the Christian, just always kind of like the average one amongst his brothers. The name Shmuel Shu'asik Kibiyah. He was known as like a building. And Goliath was like a building. When Yochel Amar, Mea Papi, the Chazan Manor, he was the result of 100 stepfathers and ultimately one father. Also, now we're going to see what this means is at the end of the day, his mother was incredibly promiscuous, right? And slept with a lot of men. So here Goliath's father exactly wasn't a Benjamin Israel. The Goliath Shlomi Gath. His name was Goliath from Gath. And Yosef, Shakom Bashim Estimo to Gath. Everyone literally again had fleshed his mother, like a class. In other words, like the promiscuous lady. And listen, Father, I want to point out, this was a practice by the Christians. It was a practice by the Christians, and they had this idea that if the women slept with as many like valiant men as possible, thinking that the mixture of Zerah would produce like the ultimate warrior. So this wasn't just one unique. You know, I was going to point out, she wasn't uniquely promiscuous. Perhaps she was like the top of the class, right? But the Maisa, this was cultural practice amongst the Christians. We actually said to again. We saw this a little bit earlier in Sota, that the night before Shimshon was supposed to be executed. What was happening? The Christian men were bringing their wives tried to become pregnant from Shimshon. Also, so again, it wasn't even looked at as immorality. It wasn't looked at as immorality. It was looked at ultimately against this is how you build a stronger nation. Find strong men, allow them to become pregnant from those men, and ultimately again have them become pregnant like that. This was cultural. See, Maros Sid Mayachos, Tango Yosef Shakol Hardy, the Emo, and Shakol Armino. Everyone had relations with Goliath's mother. Harpa, Sid Harpa. So enough. So I called her again, Harpa, but it's really as Harpa. Sabi Shma Kadamar, Harpa Shma, don't say the name of Goliath's mother was Harpa. Balama Nikishma Harpa, that was her name called Harpa, Shakal Harpin also me Achalea. So I'm going to say again, another watching over here, this is reference to the issue of America. Yesad Amar Harpa Shma, Balama Nikishma Harpa, Shakal Dashin Osa Kavivos. The Omer, Akika Haisha, the Kipa Samasa Kapina Bear, Akishta Hala Ericos. So again, all of this just from the different immorality. Again, but they call it immorality. They didn't call it immorality. They just call it nation building. Right? But for my second, even say that I was second one, right? There's in the Haka, in the Kakish, as I don't know, the so Kalifos Valley. The as Abbas in the Yoga began. So by you could be the other about it. So again, four children and four sons. One of them is Goliath, who's the primary topic here. And all four of them ultimately again fell in the hands of David and his servants. 9 years old. Also, were the four sons of Harpa. Right, 9 years old. Amalekista, son. Megan Goliath was listed over one name. This is Goliath and ultimately there, so we call the hands of God and the hands of his servants. This is incredible. This is Bakisha Harpon himself, the news got the ball. Which is going to point out something absolutely amazing. We're going to stop with this commandment. Let's say, just point out, Goliath is a descendant of Harpa, and David is a descendant of Lis. So if you remember again, the dramatic moment in the beginning of Megillas Lis, when the army has two brothers of them, Lis and Arpa, and ultimately Arpa goes away, Arpa kisses her mother-in-law, goes away, and Lis stays. So also it's going to point out, that's the moment when Lis and Arpa, their paths split. And let's say, but Lis and Arpa, their paths once again collide. Where do their paths collide? When their respective grandsons meet on the battlefield. Like David and Goliath, the grandsons, like David, the grandson of this, Goliath, the grandson of Arpa, meet again. This is the last line. The last line the Gemara says, "Vatishak Arpa Lachamel." So we're stuck. Va'amar Yitzchak Allah Kadosh Baruch Hu, Yavo B'nei HaNeshuka, V'yitlu B'nei HaDevuka. Let the sons of the one who kissed, i.e. the sons of Arpa, ultimately fall into the hands of the Dvuka, the hands into the one who cleaved to Naomi. In terms of what's stop over for today, we'll pick up at Meretz Hashem with its narrative tomorrow. Incredibly dramatic. Shkach Osai. All right, everyone, have a great day. Good to see everyone. Right. All right, everyone's doing still good. Excellent. right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin. Beautiful, beautiful daf ahead of us today. We must thank you all of our sponsors. Thank our commentators. Thank you for the month of Nisan. Welcome, Kathy College, for dedicating all these questions this month in memory of all parents. Shmuel, Ben, Zachariah, and Sarah, Bas, Aaron, and King Shane, Adam Coleman. Dedicating all the children this month in memory of Aaron's mother, Sarah, Diana, Bas, Yoshua, Heschel. The thank Andrea of learning sponsor, Rita, the Walter, and family. In memory of Hashem Walter, becoming Rafa, and the nation of the 70th anniversary of his liberation from Vietnam. Incredible. To thank our Gafieli sponsors for today, Kevin Nature Levitan, the creation of the 50-yard type of Rachel's mother, Sylvia Schreiber, we left down in America about Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, and the families in the Chama. But once with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Chaf Aleph 21. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on 20b. Chaf on the base. So let's just pick up again at the two dots, the second two dots up. Again, Omen Holt Secret. We actually started this already yesterday. So this is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22 lines up from the bottom. Then Omen Holt Secret. So remember again, this is talking about once the world is beginning to check for the initial explaining that the effects are really instantaneous. So they would say, if we go ahead and figure out before she died in the base of the flesh, which the Gemara says, my time, or what who's going to figure out immediately, the Doma Mesa, because perhaps he's going to die, and obviously having a corpse in the base of the flesh, and if he's in the courtyard is not a good thing, which the Gemara says, when they were the Mesa, also a Machalalabiyah, is that to say that you can't have a corpse in Machalalabiyah, which then again, we ended up with this yesterday, that like the desert, so the base mitzvah structure in the same way you're traveling in the desert. There was Machane Shina, which was the Aron. There was Machane Leviah, which was the being surrounding the Aron, and then of course there was Machane Yisrael, which were the rest of the Shvatim. So to the base Hamikdash, the base Hamikdash courtyard proper, which is the other side of Shar Nikanor, that's the Machane Shina. The outside of Shar Nikanor, which we'll call again the general courtyard, that's called Machane Leviah. And the rest of Paradise in Yerushalayim is called Machane Yisrael. So the Gemara says, I understand, you're allowed to have a dead body in Machane Leviah. After all, the Gemara says, not only Ketani Mace come into Machane Leviah, but even Mace Atzmo Shneimar Vayikach Moshes Atzmos Yosef Imo. It's also ultimately the pasuk says that Moshe Rabbeinu took the remains of Yosef with him. And also, again, we had this beautiful Gemara about Moshe Rabbeinu taking the remains of Yosef to show us. And again, the Gemara says, Imo, what does Imo mean? Imo means when he's also that when Moshe Rabbeinu traveled, ultimately the remains of Yosef traveled along with him. Where did Moshe Rabbeinu travel? Moshe Rabbeinu traveled in Machane Leviah. So what you see over here, that not only did someone who's coming mace travel in Machane Leviah, but even the mace itself could travel in Machane Leviah. Rabbi says, Shema Kikros Nida. So if you have time, by the way, I'll show you something truly beautiful about Atzmos Yosef. We'll come back to that in a little bit. The next one, if you have time to beautiful idea about the Shlach Hamish. And anyway, so the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, therefore, it can't be that we're afraid of the dying. So what are we afraid of? On Rabbi Shema Kikros Nida. We're afraid that ultimately, again, she may become a Nida. She may remain straight. As a result of the fear of the situation, she will escape, and that type of Shema Nida could be potentially problematic in Machane Leviah. So the Gemara says, let's take a look at Rashi. That's the Shema Kikros Nida. Agam B'Yisasa, Damin Damin Yirayim Hamarishim, Valiga Ba'azah Ba'Ba'Kal Yasir Machane Leviah. Also, we're concerned that as a result, ultimately we're going to fulfill the order. She may come to that state. And again, remember, so that type of Tumas, Nida, or Zava, people who are coming in of that type of Tumas are not allowed in Machane Leviah. That's what we're concerned about. Which the Gemara says, Lemera, to be Susa Merapia, is that the same that fear, really was a fear nuisance. That's what Merapia is. Fear nuisance, that in other words, the fear is also moving to that state. Which the Gemara says, we see that this Kalkal Hamalcha Ma'od. Which actually a reference to the last Esther. But here the Gemara says, the realization that Esther was fearful of having to approach Achashverosh. over again, we saw that she was without permission. She was so fearful that ultimately again the fear forced her to menstruate. Some of that شكل سنجا عادها لا تنام حالا بمسلك الكلام. But obviously we have the concept ultimately that fear actually prevents you from menstruating. She was constantly suffering up. But when a woman is living in a state of fear, that fear will actually prevent a normal menstrual cycle. So which one is it? Does fear induce a menstrual cycle? Or does fear relieve a menstrual cycle? Or prevent? Which I am very much. I kind of was. That's how we have the first video. Next week, this is the Gemara says as follows. So, good. The Gemara answers that says, this so let's say the Gemara actually explains the parents and the type of fear. Literally, basically, that Pachad was Pachad, Daizah, Sha'ir Bato. So it's that does not come about you. They were sustained fear, an ongoing and sustained Daizah. I guess Sha'ir Bato. That's really what it means is, it means sustained fear. It means anticipatory fear. Right? Fearing something that may occur. Ultimately, again, solis as hamaka causes literally means causes viewers to constrict, and ultimately again prevents the flow of blood. So solis anticipatory fear, solis causes contraction, causes the viewers to contract, and therefore for there to be no blood. Conversely, Yusasa actually says that is haba piton, fear that comes about immediately. We're going to, for example, this is the warfare, for example, ultimately, mirakia causes a loosening, ultimately causes the bleeding to occur. So it's a very interesting distinction. After solis anticipatory fear contracts, causes women not to bleed. You saw kind of present fear or immediate fear. Immediate fear, where you get a pito. So anticipatory fear versus we'll call it sudden fear. Sudden fear, alright, or present fear, causes unexpected, so present fear ultimately causes her to be. So therefore, again, interesting enough, it appears over here that in the case of Sota, we're concerned more about Sasa, which is like this immediate sudden fear, it's also to become a Nida, and therefore, again, they say quickly to get outside of the base on the first contact. But I was very struck by this lesson over here. These two different types of fear, two different types of fear. And perhaps, again, is a profound life lesson in this as well. And maybe it's like this, Pachad Samis, doesn't mean Pachad Samis, not just for being a Nida, as in being life. But it's like, there are people who live life with constant anticipatory fear, right? In other words, always getting nervous about what may occur. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Like, this could go wrong, this could go wrong. So it's like, what's the effect of living life with anticipatory fear? Summits. You contract. You're frozen. You're paralyzed. Because at any given moment, you contemplate all the things which can go wrong in life, number of things that's what it is. So if you live life with confidence, summits, you contract, you're frozen, you're paralyzed, and you can't do anything. Masha anything, B'Isusa Meratia. They will say, as B'Isusa, so B'Isusa, that's really hard to get. So B'Isusa perhaps means an approach to life where you just roll with it. Right? Whatever it is. Right? Whatever is going to happen with orange, whatever is going to happen immediately, okay, I'll deal with it as it comes along. Right? I'll deal with it as it unfolds. And if you live a life ultimately again, B'Isusa, what happens? Meratia. What does Meratia mean? Nothing means it's loose. Meratia means you find a way to navigate. You find a way to live. You find a way to move forward. B'Isusa live life with constant anticipatory fear about what may go wrong. Summits. Distraction, paralysis, can't do anything. B'Isusa also a willingness to just engage and encounter the challenges of life as they unfold. In Latvia, the least be able to pivot, be able to meet the challenges. Incredible idea. That's all. Let's go back there. Each was Swiss high psychology, so when we're going to show Swiss. And the Swiss ultimately are going to go ahead and stave off the effects of the waters. So you can says, money must be used. Now, also, Irish is not like the idea that the waters that the Swiss to be told off for a year, 2 years, 3 years, 3 months, or 2 different years. Money must be seen. No, I believe it's been fun. I'm going to go to the Scottish Fight. I'm going to be smart. Right? This time, we need to Polish production. The apparatus over the ability then alone. So, when I said that she has a Swiss, the Swiss can go ahead and delay the effects of the water for 3 months. What's 3 months? For 3 months, the amount of candidates for pregnancy to become visible. So the ones that need Scottish Fight, not a moment, has for not 3 months, but 9 months. أما نفسه بالنسبة للزرع ومعنا زرع يعتني السوبر زرع رأي السافر فدي شلون says شنو سافر 12 months يعطى بيش رأي رجع بزيت بروسة so this last piece is absolutely incredible where did you get 12 months from so let's say this is based on a story in Daniel so that chapter is if you Daniel says successfully become that time there is a divine decree that you are going to be punished. So this Haneta is punishment, by the way, is that ultimately, again, he suffers some type of breakdown that leads him to think that he's an animal, and he ends up living with the animals. Then he says to the Haneta, you could effectively state that this decree if you engage in testing. It's incredible, right? If you take care of the poor, the Jewish poor, you can stave off the decree. That's the much possible. Sit by Malcolm up, you shop at Lessa, you get a bit stuck up here, you see from the look of the nose, tap of Patalis, and you can have it out of the shop of Sid. So again, the Leo says that from that side, if you go ahead and engage in Chesed, you could prolong that out of shop of Sid, you could prolong a sense of tranquility for yourself. And how long does it work for the group on that side to stay off? To stave off the effects of this decree. With Saskianakin, Shri Asar. He staves off the effects of this divine decree, ultimately for what? For 12 months. For 12 months, let's say the particular with Rashi, this Rashi about another Rashi says, hey, you have the Akula Shabbasif, the as to hey, Ula is Mangish Lomei, Shri Yehovah, Alek Avaronis. So there's a way to stave off the divine decree. The thing as we look on that service to do is, and the others before you on Israel, every single day of the Knesset is gathered the Jewish poor. Whatever again. Why are they poor? Why are they poor? They're poor because he decided to take us and he exiled them. Yeah, well, by you freaking Israel, when the Spanish, yeah, when we out the she's it's as the captain's cabin, she has to have a go now, the captain, this is incredible. So Daniel says that if you take care of the Jewish poor, you could stave off the divine decree. Sign out the time. You can actually see his credits. Ultimately, went ahead and did so. So in this church, you talk about each of these Gemaras, but just to point out the power of Chesed, the actual power of Chesed, that even if there is a divine decree that is covering over an individual, at the end of the day, Chesed has the ability also, when you live a life that is not about yourself, that person lives a life that is focused on others, the ability to become a God Chesed, literally was like, if it can work for the Yuchanesai to stay on a terrible divine decree, but imagine what Chesed can do for each of us in our respective lives as well. Absolutely incredible. How long did it stay off the decree for? Here's the Gemara says it's saved. It's us not to try us. 12 months. 12 months. In 12 months it went ahead and stayed up to listen. By the way, it also tells you that what's the power of Chesed. So that's why a lot of times in life we get ourselves into bad situations because of bad decisions we've made. And sometimes I find myself in a bad spot because of life circumstances. Sometimes I find myself in a bad spot because of poor decisions on my part. The power of Chesed is not only the ability to stave off a divine decree, but the power of Chesed is the ability to help you back out of bad decisions that you yourself have made. It's an incredible idea. So how long It's they walk divided into the and that's our problem. Therefore, they'll say again, the United Jack thing, that maybe it's the salt that has the source. Ultimately, again, this could help us for up to 12 months, which is in the United States. The older Rabbi Shmuel, so let's say in reality, this initial offensive Rabbi Shmuel, the Ashka, the Amar, the Tani, so ultimately, Rabbi Shmuel found the Pasuk. What was the Pasuk? He said, Kar Amar Hashem, Ashlosha Pishay Edom. Okay, he says, ultimately, again, for the three sins of Edom, ultimately, again, I'll give them a little bit of time. So I said, the Gemara said, Shmuel Daikins, three sins, maybe again a reference to 3 years, and that's where the Mishnah gets our idea of up to 3 years that is supposed to be told about. So it says, I understand why does Rabbi Shmuel go ahead and discount the color of this particular pasuk? Again, it seems to be a denial. Perhaps again we say since ultimately again bringing a pasuk from Edom, maybe when it comes to the Ogdei problem, maybe when it comes to idolaters, so perhaps again HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't hold them to the same level of accountability. So look at Rashi. So let's say by the most nations of the world, Hashem does not exact retribution from them as quickly as he does for Klal Yisrael. Let's say very profound Gemara. By the nations of the world, Hashem does not punish us quickly. But it's therefore maybe that pasuk that is quoted, which is by Edom, is not such a good pasuk. Again, connection, that's why again, it's not an explicit Russia, but ultimately again, it's a remnant, or say, but this actually is a second thing as well. That Kosh Baruch Hu runs to exact punishments in Klal Yisrael. But then when you do something wrong, ultimately punishment is exactly why. It's for our benefit. It's for our benefit, because so much better to go ahead and have judgment measured out against us in this world. That whatever iniquity and whatever couple of words there is that it is done with, so the Hashem includes the way, ultimately, again, nationally and individually, for a beautiful way of conduct. The Gemara goes like, Schluss, telling the Muslim, also said again that the Schluss, that ultimately dispense judgment for up to 3 years. To which the Gemara says, Schluss in mind. So let's say, so what type of Schluss? Right? So we spoke about the idea of perhaps where we find a scriptural allusion to this idea, but when I saw practically, what type of source could stave off the effects of the water? Even in the Swiss Torah. So what do you want to say? Maybe it's the Swiss effect that she won Torah. Well, that's hard to understand because let's say a woman is not obligated in commentator. And so it would be interesting to say that a particular source that she's not obligated in would be the very thing that would stave off the effects of the water. And it's supposed to be mitzvah. Rather, unless you get a special mitzvah, it doesn't have to be a particular mitzvah. Rather, what the mitzvah is saying is, if she has amassed some amount of positive spiritual activity, that activity, we call it mitzvah, has the ability to stave off the effects of the water. Which the Gemara says is incredible Gemara. Supposed to look like the was it a mitzvah that powerful to save one in this context, to save a woman from sulfur, from the effects of the sulfur waters, and in general, because the mitzvah afford that level of protection. But Tyler, this is incredible. As you guys are Menachem by Yossi, or Menachem by Yossi dash in the following he made mitzvah, the Torah all. That was this is incredible. He made mitzvah, we already again, so the pasuk compares a mitzvah to a nair. A nair is a candle. The Torah is like light. Now also when we speak about light, tar usually refers to something which comes from a consistent light source, like the sun, like the moon. So therefore you have Torah, so mitzvah is compared ultimately again to a nail. Torah is compared to Allah, so most of this listen to this. So the pasuk goes in and compares a mitzvah to an air, to a candle, and converts daughter to light. As a mitzvah to an air, interesting thought. Why was it comparing to an air? Just like the candle only provides light for a limited amount of time. Mitzvah, so it's a mitzvah only protects for a limited amount of time. So it says the pastor, what that means is, just like the candle only provides light when it's lit, so to again, the mitzvah only provides protection when one is actively engaged in the performance of that. That's our Torah bar, if the Torah compared to our Lama Lachot, not being or love of Mary or exchange to. That's just like ours. It means eternal life, right? The sun, the moon, are constant luminaries, and Torah not Yola. So said how Torah protects forever. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Torah protects forever. So let's analyze this. What is incredible all that? This halakha kind of shows that. So the Pasuk in Mishnah. Also, if you recognize that part, the recitations at the end of the scene, is halakha kind of close up, the shot for Mishma halakha, but it's so keep to see that one. So let's say, what does this mean? This halakha, when you walk, it will guide you. When you walk, it will guide you. Now, let's say, we reference this in a scene because we understand that this pasuk is actually a reference to Torah. Now, watch this, this is how beautiful this is. This halakha kind of close up. When you walk, it will guide you. Now, let's say, it's not clear what the it is. And so when you walk, it will guide you. What does that refer to? The walking, this halakha, the walking refers to this world. Tishma alacha, it will watch over you. Zoom nisa, this refers to death. This refers to our the first white lives. So such, keep to see that literally again, when you awaken, will be your conversation. What does that refer to? Loss of level. Like transformation, loss of Shia. Those are always talking about. Once again, everything is muscle. Absolutely magnificent. The second white line, I'll find out about it from Q&A. Muscle, Adam Shalom, Halik, Yishon Laila. What can we speak of her? This can be compared to a man who's walking in the middle of the night. Right? The Yishon Laila, Ba'atela. So let's say, not just in the middle of the night, but what? Pitch black. Pitch black. When we're scaring in that coaxing, and in that fussing, and in that banking, and obviously again, he's afraid of what? He's afraid of the thorns. He's afraid of the thorns. Ultimately, again, he's afraid of the bits. He's afraid of all types of thistles. He's afraid of the things that can hurt him. Not only that, he's afraid of wild animals, and he's afraid of robbers. And to compound all of this, see, he's afraid of like the natural obstacles. He's afraid of robbers. He's afraid of wild animals. And to compound this, the idea that he's a gas mahara. Also, to compound this watch, he doesn't know where he's going. So not only is it pitch black, so he can't see what's outside, he doesn't know which direction he's going. So let's say, so what happens? He's the low Africa. Let's say, and I do something like let's say the metaphor. The metaphor, but often we're in this world, we're in this organized that. And let's say, I'm often walking in darkness. I'm walking in total darkness. And because I'm walking in darkness again, there are physical dangers of which I am unaware. And ultimately, again, there are spiritual dangers of which I'm unaware. And the most difficult part of the journey in this world is I don't know if I'm going in the right direction of life. I don't know if I'm headed down the right path or a torch. So what is the Avuka shall argue? Need something a person in a person in a barnacle. So what that does is it saves me. I can see a little bit like a ground in front of me. So it saves me from the thorn bushes, and it saves me from the pits. And it saves me from all that stuff. As I say, once torch, you can actually, is that what Avuka shall? Or Zokal Kayin Mitzvah, Mitzvah Sporos. So let's say the torch is a mitzvah. So a person engages in a mitzvah as a mitzvah. A mitzvah gives you life. And what a mitzvah does is a mitzvah affords some level of protection. So subtly, I'm not falling into pits. Suddenly I'm not tripping over thorn bushes. So mitzvah gives me some amount of light. And again, the light is I can see the area immediately around me, so that I'm not falling into pits, I'm not falling into thorn bushes. What's the matter? That guy in the side of Cairo, I did not listen. But I still have to worry about wild animals and robbers. And also, maybe a rock, there is a rock behind. And I don't know which direction I'm going. And also, we're going to see over here the different pieces, so like the thorn bushes and the pits. That represents certain physical dangers. So a mitzvah has the ability to protect me from certain physical dangers. That's the light. But even if I'm saying spiritual dangers, what's the real actually from the spiritual dangers? Right? So that's represented by the robbers and the wild animals. That's the Yitzhahara. Those are the dark forces which we don't receive the spiritually good. So what happens? So even though I have the torch of the mitzvah, that helps to save me from some physical dangers, but it's supposed to be about the spiritual dangers of life. So it's like, and furthermore, I don't know where I'm going. David Shalom Shaka, then the sun rises, and let's say sunrise over here. Sunrise, it represents ultimately again Torah. I engage in the study of Torah. What does Torah do? Torah illuminates my world. And the study of Torah gives me with the spiritual strength to resist the Yitzhahara. Kevin Shalom Shaka Mitzvah Mechaya Ra, and when I listen, so when the sun comes up, I engage in Torah, suddenly I have the ability to combat with ease, right, the robbers and the wild animals of life. So it's absolutely amazing. It's not absolutely amazing. So here we listen to the metaphor. I am this person in this world of darkness, and there are all of these dangers lurking around me. First thing, get your torch of mitzvahs. Engage in mitzvahs, because what does mitzvahs do? Mitzvahs save you from the physical pitfalls of life. Engage in a life of mitzvahs, and it saves you from the foreign bushes and from the pits, the physical obstacles of life. Engage in Torah, and what does Torah give me? Torah is the torch that I carry. And as Rose said, as long as you're holding that torch, what does the torch do? It keeps the robbers inside. This is the torch inside. Right? You call the torch a mitzvah and ultimately save yourself from the physical dangers of this world. And I will say, but that's not enough. I need the sun. I need the sun of Torah. The light of Torah keeps away the listed and the highest rose. Keeps away the Sahara. Right? Being steeped in Torah helps you get it. Doesn't conquer the Sahara. I would say, what does it do? Sahara at a distance. It keeps it at a distance. I will say, what's the big challenge? I got you thinking of there that is a death Muhammad. I will say, like, even with the torch of this, and even with the sunrise of Torah, and the light of life, headed in the right direction. So I will say, what happens? The year that actually dropping, once you get to the crossroads, you need something to run. You're saved from everything. And once they one of the crossroads, the Rashi, the year that actually dropping, Rashi says, Shisham Hekir is Darko, Yakon, Yina Uyon on the sun. And I say, the only way you really know if you are on the right path of life is the day you leave this world. And I say, the greatest challenge of life is I never really know if I'm going down the right path. And I say, just understand how nuanced the idea. A person can lead a life of doing good things. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm on the path that's right for me. But this is the big challenge of the human condition. Because it's like filled with amazing cognitive system Torah. It doesn't mean necessarily that you're doing all the things you're capable of accomplishing. And this is the big challenge of life. So now, I have the torch of mitzvahs. The sun is up, so I said, Torah have fun, keeping me inside the highest life, listening to faith. And I still walk around with like this nagging question, right? Am I living the best life I can? am I doing what I need to be doing? And I would say that's the challenge with beginning conditioning. And you really only know that until you get to crossroads. And when you get to the crossroads, after I'm going to start to say on the crossroads, tell me, Shkoyach or great job, box. Great job, box. Like, great job, but it could have been more. It should have been more. It could have been a different people in different directions. It's overall. Never happened. I didn't have it until the end. Você não vai escolher igual a vida que tu distingue and the ability doesn't have the ability. I just want you to say, I think this is probably one of the most powerful Gemaras in all Shas. This is a life Gemara. If you had a choice on one Gemara, and that's it, Shas Shah, all the Gemara you have life, that's it. Sota, Kabbalah, that's it. Get your touch of Moses, get your sunrise of Torah, and recognize that you gotta find the right direction, but you never really know until you get to the crossroads. See the crossroads, and that's life. That's life. Incredible. So Gemara says that there as we look into extinction mitzvah, but there can't extinguish Torah Sheh. Looks like even the great waters can't extinguish love. The love in this context, of course, the love the color. So we always say, truth is, what does a Jew love in life more than Torah? Incredible. All of you say, mitzvah the iman the asifah. Migma says a further discussion. Also says a mitzvah when you're actively engaged in it. Migma u'matzlah. And also this last one is very interesting. Migma u'matzlah. What's that migna means? It saves you from the from suffering, from negative physical. The matzlah means it saves you from the Sahara. Right, from the evil inclinations, properties, wants, and desires of life. And on it says like this: when you're performing a mitzvah, it protects you from suffering. Matzlah saves you from the Sahara. That's what it must be. The law also says when you're not doing it, what happens after the performance of this? It's like no more doing it, but I have this choice. Doing it, matzlah. It's saved from suffering, but not from the Sahara. But isn't that incredible? Right, so mitzvah, it saves you from suffering even after the performance, but it only saves you from the Sahara when you're actively performing it. Once it's done, it no longer saves you from the Sahara. That's like, I know that. That's life. That's like I know when I'm actually performing mitzvah, I'm pretty safe from the Sahara. Once it's done, I might have the source by protecting from other things, but that's even the asipay being the asipay, maybe that will not stop. The rest of the project story, our Torah, is that whether you're learning it or you're not learning it, it has the ability to protect you from suffering as well as from the Sahara. Maski for Rabbi, not Rabbi, this is only Ata, don't yet be told that. We will ask you Torah. I might be alive. The best is there. Where you have to Torah. Right? Let's say again, enemies of God and Noah. They learned Torah. So ultimately, again, why did that not prevent them from making mistakes? Which the Gemara says. No, I'm sorry, the Asik Ba'adunim, I'm not Asuri the Masla, Mitzvah being the Igna the Asik there, being the Igna the Asik, Adunim Migna, Asuri the Masla. So as a Gemara now revises its position. A mitzvah, at most protects you from suffering, from Yisur, never protects you from the Sahara. Incredible. Never protects you from the Sahara. Like the Gemara says, Avina, let's skip here. I'm a rabbi outside. Torah, they like the Asifah, Migna Umatzah, so obviously like this Torah, when you're learning it, ultimately it protects you from suffering and from the Sahara. You get the law Asifah, when you're not learning it, Aguim Migna, Atzir Yamatzah. Ultimately, also even Torah, right? Torah, when you're learning it, ultimately again protects you from everything. When you're not learning it, protects you from the Yisur, doesn't protect you ultimately again from the Sahara. So mitzvah, being the Asifah, being the law Asifah, Aguim Migna, Atzir Yamatzah. Let's say the mitzvah is less powerful. Our mitzvah makes when you have the ability to save you from suffering, never has the ability to save you from the Sahara. Ravina says, someone said that's powerful. And you see, it's interesting that quote is about the power of Torah person the power of mitzvahs. And I say one thing is absolutely clear, which is absolutely riveting to contemplate. That the power of Torah is more powerful than Torah mitzvah. Right? Which is fascinating, right? Because again, generally our whole conception of Torah, it's lomod on the last la'asos. Right? The whole point of Torah is in order to inform and to shape what you do. You have to listen what you see here, something so profound. But what you do is meaningless unless it's shaped and informed by Torah. So therefore, again, because of that, as much as the actional component is dictated in Yiddishkeit, from an importance perspective, nothing is more important than Torah. Because without being grounded in the surface of Torah, everything else I do is unanchored. And if it's unanchored, I'm running the risk of really getting myself in significant trouble. Also, from the perspective of Chazal, Torah has a protective power that mitzvahs never had. It's really incredible how you contemplate. But you know, so remember, how do you get into this whole thing? How do you get into this whole thing? You're trying to figure out what supposed as the soul to have that can offset the state of the power of the waters. So it's the Torah. In reality, once I back what we said before, it's the source of Torah that you don't need to stay back the effects of the water. The comment in the syllables, I said, when there's that Abadi Torah, what is the Abadi Torah? Why is that the mitzvah that stays off the effects of the most recent Abadi Torah? You leave the Bakudi and Nifkida. So I said, ultimately, right? A woman is not obligated to Torah. Fine, that's fine. Doesn't use it. The Muslim who must be denied. The what she says in the source that literally again the Mikra Master when I was at Rashi says second wide line. The Mikra Master Shetarchos Abnayem Labi Labeis HaSefer Mikra Velishnos Mishnah. In the source that a woman often prepares for children to go off to learn Torah. And she prepares them. Right? Preparing them to mean everything from literally preparing them, to taking them, to picking them up, to waiting for them. Right? I was going to say, it's a plug for carpool over here, right? But the so in the merit of the mother going ahead and preparing and taking the children to learn, and ultimately again the nurture will be with that right of the Asher and she needs for her husband to come up from the Medrash, you know how done by value, does she not receive a large portion of their schar as well? Like, let's say, what does this mean? What does this mean? Let's say, it's such a beautiful Gemara, and what it's telling you is the role of a Jewish woman in the Jewish world, which is that the Jewish woman is the enabler of the Lutheran's ultimate enabler. She is the one who creates the spiritual atmosphere for her children. She is the one who creates the spiritual atmosphere for her husband. She is the enabler, in general, let's say in general, the power of a Jewish woman in the home is that she's generally the enabler for every positive thing that happens in the home. But specifically, we was making a reference or a focus on the ruchnius. She is the one that allows the Torah and the ruchnius of the children to actualize. She is the one who allows ultimately again the Torah and the ruchnius of her husband to actualize. So because she is the enabler, that's like some you see this many times in Chazal, that sometimes more than the merit you could achieve for yourself by doing something is becoming the enabler for other people's spiritual growth. When you become the catalyst for others around you, that compounds your own personal success. Yes. So the Gemara says something amazing. What source does the soul to have? It's the source of Torah. How much is that obligated to learn Torah? It's not just simply talking about the source of the Torah she learns. The Father is talking about the source of the Torah that she enables in the other members of her family. The source of the spirituality that she enables in her children, in her husband. That's what's so powerful, but it can even stave off the effects of the soul for life. Or I said, by the way, you'll say to yourself, come on. If she's a sota, right there, so remember again, who are we talking about over here? Who are we talking about over here? This one is a sota. So now, you're telling me the sota has the zechuyos of spiritual enablement of the household? What's that come out? She's a sota. What's the answer? This was yes. Listen, good people do very bad things. and good people making good decisions, and no, it's actually no contradiction. Now, the woman is a sofa, but it's also the spiritual and legal of her family. Because sometimes good people get themselves into very bad spots. Very good people, very holy people, still make very poor decisions. And it's not a contradiction. We're all, each and every one of us is a living contradiction. Like, we do things that are good, and we do things that are really bad. And the hope is that the bad things that I do not only contradict or cancel out the good things that I'm currently doing. So we have a woman who's a sofa, but at the same time has done a great job and made her spiritual growth of her family. That's actually to dismiss that saves her in her time of need. But really, the beautiful part about being a Jew is look at the emotional level. The emotional accepts our contradictions. He literally accepts our contradictions. And he understands our contradictions. And the great part is he's willing to give us the time and the space to work through those contradictions. The only thing he wants us to do is try to work through them. That's all. That's the only expectation. And we still live with them. We're always going to live with them. Just try to work through them. Incredible. Incredible. Your mother's right there. The Gemara says, good. So my parsha struck him, so I said before, and what's the parsha struck him? What's the crossroads we came out before? So you know, I'm not, this is a come from your own stuff. It's the first to come from and the day of death. Also, we started out before. So the coming also, the crossroads represent death. A common from what she says, no matter how great he is never above the possibility of sin until the day of death. This is Mishkan Elvis. Coming Ba'atzmicha and Yomosecha. Do not believe in yourself until the day of your death. Recognize you are not, person is never above temptation, literally until they leave this world. And now, about yourself, I'm at Zokam Fakam, the last stage. It's something from the last stage. It was a very ultimately Fakam Fakam. Even after he has mitzvahs, and even after he has Torah, is never fully secure his spiritual identity until he has developed this midah of fear of sin. Now, good job on Zetam, who's a Rambam over here. Zetam Chacham, the Sakar is Shmeita, he didn't know this. Zetam Chacham ultimately again responded privileged to have his rulings accepted halacha l'maisa. Now, the Akar, Avera Mechad Mitzvah, Bein Avera Mechad Torah. They said Avera could extinguish a mitzvah, but Avera can never extinguish Torah. How about this? God Shem Menachem Ayossi, the high truck to Sinai. Yes, they said, Menachem Ayossi Darshin, this concept like Sinai, that was expounded on our Sinai. The more is actually a good and had good. And after Topha, like two arch enemies of David and the passage this way, they would have never pursued David and made his life zero. The six, Laymar, Kim Asafi, the same guy, my brush, but you know the part of us done. Once it said, you shall not do any matter of immorality. So let's say, so again, they assume this, that once a person engages in a matter of immorality, by definition, they've severed their relationship with Hashem. Without that concept of David and Anna had a relationship with Hashem anymore. They in the Sha'avir and the Chavisma, they were there in the Chavisma. Wow, what's the reason to this? And they never understood. It's true. And Avera could extinguish a mitzvah. But once I walk Torah and Avera never extinguish Torah. And Avera can never extinguish Torah. Once the Torah you have is yours and yours forever. Let's say switching gears. Now, Yahozulo. Let's say what's the concept that it means? Literally, bones Yahozulo. They just scorn him. What does that refer to? I know Enoch is supposed to tell you about. Loki Shemach Yazaya. But look at the one to be Messiah. Let's say not. It's not like Shimon, the brother of Isaiah, and not like Rabbi Yochanan and the house of the Mercy. Like I said, these represent some interesting partnerships. These Sachar living partnerships are people who are learning and other people who are successful in business, supporting those who are learning. And they're mutually reinforcing sometimes when people support learning, like, so the person they support them is fighting like, I'm doing such a program. Look at me. If a person doesn't realize it, when you're supporting someone in learning, it's like the supporter gets more out of this relationship than the one who is or just as much out of the relationship than the one who is learning. Because also when you support Torah, you get this support. You want to there's certain relationships where the supporter will call it the Zevulun, the worker, you recognize that he is getting as much out of his relationship. relationship as the suffer, as the learner. Contrast that, ultimately again, about the killer. Right? I'm sorry. The hero of the Shabna, I want to say ultimately the hero of the Shabna, I want to say anything. Killer was from Papa, and he was from a very prominent Babylonian family. Very prominent Babylonian family. Now listen, anything, when it comes to Bible Torah, and what does this family say? His family says, if you leave here, you're out of heaven. She left anyway. Listen, I'm regular, this is the famous story. Remember, how did he learn Torah? How did he learn Torah? By the skylight. Why was he by the skylight? Because remember, when he came before the entrance street, before the entrance street, he came from one of the wealthiest Babylonian families. Okay, they let him off. They let him off. Now, what happens is first scripture to the story was after Hillel, he paid Hillel. Yes, he was out of the video. Yes, his brother Shep. And Shebna said, hey, please, give me the skills to support you in Zola. Give me the skills to support you in Zola. Right, so let's say ultimately again, what ends up happening? So the Gemara says, Shebna operates so Amalek called, now let's go ahead and let's do a 50-50 split. And Shebna says, I'll give you money, you give me your skills. Let's say Sabas Kova Amra, and you take dishes called home base, so even if a person would go and give all of the money at his home, the Pasuk says ultimately again, right, those levels you go do is full sport. I said to Shebna, thank you for too little, too late. Too little, listen, by the way, there are a number of stories like this. Right, a number of stories like this. Ultimately again, you have of course story about Yakiva, but a very similar story as well. Father-in-law Kalba Savua totally wrote him off. After he becomes Rabbi Akiva, ultimately Kalba Savua wants to go ahead and share his wealth. So let's say it's an incredible story. There's so many lessons from the story. And let's say I think for us, the major takeaway is if you want to witness in Torah, you have to really sacrifice something. A greatness in Torah does not come by having your kid do it to it. A greatness in Torah only comes by willingness to sacrifice. Hillel was willing to sacrifice. Rabbi Akiva was willing to sacrifice. We also have to sacrifice. Now, I don't think it means for us that you have to go ahead and sacrifice your money. I think for us, what it often means is I have to sacrifice the tightness, the desires that are holding me back. I have to sacrifice again the forms of well-being engagement that are not good for me. Those are the things I have to sacrifice. But greatness in Torah only comes to those who are willing to give up the things which are holding them back. Incredible. Let's say other days, other than as I kind of in the Lamed, and then you're going to call it Lamed is people for a lot of people. Remember again, then the English kind of segue into a very interesting discussion about teaching one's brother Torah. And so was this interesting enough? And as I said, a person should teach for the Torah. Well, now, one thing, as I said, is so let's say there's really tools of looking at it either because this way shall have specific Torah, shall have some Torah, and ultimately, there was a kind of timeless look at it. If a man teaches love, she'll recognize the Torah. If she recognizes the Torah more than love, then she'll become the spiritual enabler of her family. Listen, if a woman doesn't know the importance of Torah, how could she be expected to become the spiritual enabler of her family? I only know the importance of something if I'm told it, if I'm exposed to it. If I don't know it, so then as I says, teach your daughter Torah. Teach your daughter Torah. This way, again, first of all, she becomes conversant and she becomes knowledgeable, which is important even if she does not have an obligation. Second of all, she comes to appreciate it. And if she appreciates it, then Eretz Hashem, one day when she has a home of her own, she will want to instill this in her children, in her husband. She will become the enabler of other people's spiritual growth, which is the greater than your own spiritual growth is becoming the enabler. I want to address it very quickly. So it says in the Torah, Amavinu was promised that he will have descendants because they are young. Like the stars of the sky, like the sunsets, did it never happen from her? Did it never happen? Or happen? Not directly, but Amavinu becomes the enabler for spirituality in the world. Listen, who is the father of spirituality in the world? Who is the father of all spirituality in the world? Of the three major things. It's Avinu. It's Avinu. When Hashem says you're going to be, your descendants will be, like the stars in the sky, you are the enabler of universal and global spirituality. That was the source of unloving to be the enabler of spiritual growth. So when Isaiah says, teach her the Torah, how else is she going to be an enabler if she doesn't understand? That was at a very limited level. But actually, Mishka also said, let's teach her Torah because the question one day she's a soka, and the waters don't work on her. She'll understand it's not that they're not working on her, it's that what? The effect had been delayed. It was Torah. So Moshe Kibbutz of the Rest says, no. Whoever teaches his daughter Torah, is like he teaches her immorality. What is that? Tiflus side of that talk? And the Ima Ki'ilu Lam the Tiflus. This is it. He has taught her his immorality. They say, look at Rashi Ki'ilu. Shemi Torah, Ki Yevila Amunis, Ba'isa Givara Batzmira. This is very interesting. Here's a byproduct of learning Torah, which is fascinating, which is what? It teaches you a little bit of cunning skills. I would say, what does this mean? So those are really the best part of it. We won't have this in our own lives. Which is an interesting skill set is developed through it. What's the interesting skill set? You can rationalize almost anything. Hey, I was saying, it is, we won't put this in the advertising material about the ending review, right? Come to the dot, and you can actually rationalize. You can type up pretty much anything you actually want to do in life. First of all, you almost find a shoot up for anything, right? You can't find an opinion to support pretty much anything. And the myself, with a good love shikak, right? With a good head for learning, you rationalize a whole bunch of stuff. So there is also some interesting. There is, it's like anything in life. Anything positive comes with a potential spiritual downside. That's the way it works. That's vice versa, but in the kibble. Wherever there's Yaakov is Asa, right? Wherever there's Tara, there's Tumah. It's always like that. So there is a certain danger that comes about with learning. So let's say some interesting words. Okay, let's just tell you about that danger. He says that perhaps a girl, perhaps a woman, a girl, possesses a certain level of just, you know, innocence is the wrong word. It's almost like a straightforwardness. I don't know what the right word is. Call it straightforwardness. And Torah kind of injects you with a little bit of ability to rationalize. And then this is another example. Sometimes there's something to be said. Ultimately, again, for just being a straightforward person who does not get wrapped up in all of the intellectual analysis of everything. I said, no, which is sometimes taken up. Listen, you know, the best thing sometimes when I'm learning is, especially when you want to get your head straight, when you open up, like the most esoteric piece of Hasidus, and then you open it up, you read it, and you plug away at it for like 15, 20 minutes, half hour, and then you look at it and you realize, I have no idea what it's talking about, but it's the best feeling in the world. Why? Because I say sometimes the greatest spiritual moments are not the ones you use your intellect, but it's the ones in which you use your heart. And so the Torah is beautiful. The Torah is beautiful. The Torah gives you all the tools of intellectual analysis. And if you're very honest, those aren't always how really serious, right? Like those aren't always the biggest things. Sometimes being a kasha to you, being a simple Jew, is the best thing. So therefore, you see this tension. I'm like, oh, Shavuot says, my time to the Lord of the Sid, Ani Chachma. So as it goes over here, the pasuk, Ani Chachma, Shachanti Arba. So it's a literally again, it says, Ani Shai, Keva Sheniknes Chachma Ba'adam, once wisdom enters into a person, ultimately, Nichneses Imo Amunus. Ultimately, there's a certain cunning nature that has entered the person as well. So I say this is important to understand, right? Let me say something really incredibly profound. That as incredible as Torah is and beautiful as us understand, it complicates us. It complicates us. Realization of the intellectual faculties is beautiful and is a gift. But it's important to understand sometimes it really does create difficulties in life. I talk about my idea. What to do about it? Ultimately do this any part. But I look for me, Shema'ani Hatzmane. Shema said, the Lord, you say no. Look where God, because the teacher God is told that what do they do? With this process, basically doesn't mean cunning. And I was saying, what does it mean? I quote. If a person wants excellence in Torah, they have to make themselves other. Which also, what does it mean? Rashi says, Page, we call that second, and that's side of the hustle. Sometimes you have to divest yourself of everything else when you learn. But so let's say on a global level, what this community is, on a global level, what this community is, that Allah can I say what excellence in Torah? Well, excellence in Torah comes from singular dedication. Singular dedication to learn. That was like, you could look at this on a global level and say, yes, if somebody wants to become excellent in Torah, they have to focus on that. And then I think for our purposes, we're real community like this. Speaking of yourself, listen, if you want to maximize your learning experience, eliminate distractions. Eliminate distractions. And also, this is true if you're learning for 5 minutes, if you're learning for 25 minutes, you're learning for 45 minutes, learning for 3 hours, whatever amount of learning you're doing, be present, be present, be on, be unclosed from every single other distraction. It doesn't matter if it's your meeting, it's your valid time, whatever it is, if you are distracted, you're getting the end of the entire experience. So the Rabbanan will say, if you want Chachma, you want Torah, when you are with it, like when you are engaged, go ahead and remove everything else from yourself. So it's like, we'll stop over for today. We're stopping the so I also want to, we're right on schedule, but I just want to mention, we're going to come back a little bit tomorrow to some of this concept, Talmud Torah by women as well, because this is a very big session, especially if you can't pray this session. It's like tomorrow to short it up. Next session, we start again at 5:15 that session, so we'll get a couple of more minutes, and we'll catch up. I'll say, what is this? All right, everybody remember, good day, everyone.
Yeah, at least my pants can't go to my ankles. Looks like they're gonna have some real trouble there with those pants and those swollen kneecaps of yours. Sorry, baby, hold on a second. Let's just fuck with my pants halfway up. You keep your t-shirt on while you fuck, like when you swim? Girls that fuck with fat boys will go on experience. Take that shit off. Hell yeah. Then you take your bra off afterwards too? Oh, I always miss it when you go away for a couple of days. It's so much fun to have you back. What else has been happening, David? It's been a couple weeks since we've seen you.
See, that's about it, bro. Same old. Waiting for LA to open up a little more. Texas wide ass open. I love this shit.
Hell yeah.
Still doing the same shit, eating barbecue, seeing smoke house, golden acres. Going there.
Oh, that's right. I can't believe it. Actually, I accidentally forgot to mention that. CM Smith.
That's brisket in Austin. I might say. That's brisket, motherfucker. CM Smokehouse on the mark.
Yeah, I gotta take you there. Ron introduced me to the great Terry Black's. My first meal here, visiting back in November to see
Terry Black.
Trust me.
So let's begin today. We said we should have and that was interesting. Hakusim Elam Muzimus. So the Gemara says Hakusim do not have the concept of Muzimus. Now listen, Hakusim means different things in different circles. If you look at Rashi over here, Rashi says that Hakusim is enough to feel over the first 5 dollars. Shemati the Muzimus, in Muzimus Kala, and Tony Gamer, and so if a non-Jew, if an idolater, goes ahead and accepts upon themselves and never Judas, that's when never Judas is not valid. Nothing that abomination is with and women and servants, again, when it says Avodah is an reference to other Tunai. So a non-Jew servant, we're going to also remember, a non-Jew servant, when a Jew purchases a non-Jew servant, the non-Jew servant undergoes what we call a partial quasi-conversion. Like there is something that is there that you can obligated to a certain source. But again, very often that's not necessarily because of emancipation from the Gentile servant is often discouraged by Torah. The Gemara says the Bible. Therefore, the Nashim Ba'avam is one of these. So we know servants do have a concept of Nazir. However, we're not on the same level. Chomer b'Nashim that there is a sufficiency that remains in the Zeus over a certain else should be played by as well, getting the clothes by as Ishmael. That a master can force a servant to violate his Zeus, but a husband cannot force his wife to violate her Zeus. Taking the precaution the moment, Homer the Davana should go as Apple, Sha'evan, Shemad the Nazir, if an ever takes another Zeus, Yapala, the master could force him to violence the one. Now, this is the reason because speaking the growth of the other, the actual body of the other, is coloring is required, is old by the master about social media, even the formula and the eliminated is that they have the right to provide it. If even that's like someone that will not not do any of the because look at I would have husbands like to never no one says that he's making to watch. We learned this earlier. And again, if he does not exercise his right at the moment in the window of the moment, then the nice again, when he gave the advocates no longer has the ability to use. He says Katani, Hafiz Abraham Jews. Sources in Mishnah said that non-Jews, right, Gentiles should not have the concept ultimately of Jews. So the verse is not Jews. So where do you know this from? Where do you know this from? Turn it out from the Rabbi said. Gather of the so let's remember, if you must be upright, his Mishnah just made a statement about Hafiz Abraham Jews. The Israel is used by non-Jews. If you do not first Mishnah do not find a statement, although again, if you do not know, everyone agrees if the Israel is used for a so asks the Gemara, so where do you know that from? Turn around and then the rabbis tell Gabriel of the Israel, so in the passage that we're talking about is Gabriel of the Israel, the Markab,
Here she is, everybody. Come on, one more time for Corey Wolf, everybody.
So the pasuk by Nazir says that brother Israel speak to the Jewish people. So what does he do right now? That brother Israel below the obvious of heaven. So this is the drush is which Baruch says to Moshe, speak to the Jewish people, and this is that's what a halacha that is related to the Jewish people and what, and not to non-Jews, Gentiles. The Amarta Alayim, which you shall say unto them, because what's going on that the Amarta Alayim is a redundance. Right? It's Daber of the Neis of the Amarta Alayim, then it goes into Ishon Isha Kiyachim Lindo Neder Nazir Hazirasha. Now the truth is, so Daber of the Neis of the Moses teaches me that this is a type that applies to Jews and not to Gentiles. Why does it have to say the Amarta Alayim, say unto them? To which the Gemara explains the rabbis as Ha'avah. So the Amarta Alayim say to them, that Alayim so is one group. The Amarta Alayim means say to what? To another group. Who is the other group that is being included in this list? The rabbis as Ha'avah that comes to these servants. And it tells you again that servants, the slaves, are slaves, not on subject to Moses, but are in the parsha of Moses. So when you get to the heaven in Adam, we want to become a Muslim. He has the ability to do so.
Selected on the show, and prepare less
Why do I
than
need to
nothing
do
for
that?
free.
Establish the
And then
principle.
you put an
So
extra into what you're going to say if you got
every
getting picked.
but we already previously established principle that any mitzvah that is chayim, ultimately, an evidence chayim, in other words, that would be both ways. That really is more important is about the Torah. But just as a woman is exempt from mitzvahs as seishat that it can out commanders, to have it commanded is exempt mitzvahs as seishat. So the Gemara is asking over here,
So far.
the Gemara is asking over here, is this idea that if we've already established that when we are in the parasha of mitzvahs, then why do I need extra things that Amarta Alayim to teach me that I'm looking at the March, we all know you're famous from the second Shondaria. Started in what made you start in March. So it's a secret kasha. You tell me that brother Israel teaches me that his Jewish only applies to Jewish people, not to Gentiles. And that Amarta comes to include every Qurani. Why do I need the Amarta to include every Qurani? Very simple. I just simply say that what? That the Maisa again, that the Maisa, that every since the woman is subject to reservation. Therefore, by definition, of commodity is also not that we might have a towards the United States and the other says no. Shiny Baka, this is me another Russian straight food epic commodity, and I'll tell you why. Shiny Baka is basically the other threat of the best cells. Let us start to sell on that show. Plus, we're speaking about Jeremy Darren. This is Kibi Revelation, only Shabashua. Let us start to sell on that show. The little something argues within on his soul. The new Shemaf Shokimuda. I will start on the general laws of the Darren, of which Muslim is a part. Only apply to me. Someone who can use also Issa and Nafsha. Someone who goes ahead and converted something on his neck, which means what they say. Someone, the niche Nafsha community, someone so to speak, owns himself. Lots of LA, check in Nafsha community. There was some other commodities because of other commodities. Oil, Nafsha. No, since he does not look so to speak, I would have said, Gabi Nazir, and that has, he does not have the ability to make it from zero. So listen, see what's happening over here? The mercy is like this. I would have thought that since when it comes to the Darren, general partial of Darren, the mushroom is totally using is the last not show to bring something on your soul, on your body, on your person. The laws of the Darren must be a part of that only apply to someone who owns themselves, so to speak. If someone who is not, someone cannot say not sure, but I own myself, I'm in control of myself. Ultimately, that's not even partial of the Darren at all, and if it can't become a Nazir. Therefore, again, the Gemara says, Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon, not what? Kamash Malon, therefore, because it is that Amarta Alayhim, go ahead and teach us that having is incorrect, and that Abandon are indeed in the partial of these years. Amar remember that God means the name of they could have. So let's go back to just a minute. So now we've established this. That's what that God teaches me that the laws of Israel apply to Jews and not to non-Jews. And the extra things that I'm not telling speaking of another category that's in his ears, and that's avoid. But why would avoid automatically included? Most women are included because the nice again since by regard it has much of last on that show. I would have thought only someone who owns that show. And someone who's not in control of himself, doesn't own himself, not something who goes in the garden. Kamash Malon, but Amarta then tells us that Avodim are also included in the garden. Fine. Now we're going back to the so you told me something, no, I'm not married, that wasn't even alone. So you're telling me now, if the way you know that a Gentile is not part of the laws of the Jews is because of the phrase, Gabe of the Navy Israel. That's an exclusionary phrase, and only Jews are that man. So is that true? Call him from the city Israel. Call him from the city Israel. All they can come, you know. In fact, every single time Torah phrases something as Gabe of the Israel. It only applies to Jews and not to Gentiles. But Gabe the rest of it, like the laws of earth, and then the other laws of earth. Those are openings in Eretz is that a person can go out and judge their value to the base of the flesh. Remember, the way it works in Eretz is that the Torah goes ahead and gives objective amount. So if you're 20 to 59, so you have right, again, like I said, it's not small for you get so the idea over here is the Torah gives objective values based on men and one value, and the other value, so it's a written value. So this is when it comes to error, the Gabriel is so plus it says Gabriel is so the yeah, it's got a link, so kind of. The name is something. The inner so we learned that it's interesting that the Jews can make an Arab value. And now you can't make an Arab value. The rest of the highlight of that therefore, the Gentile can also not be subject to the laws of the Arab value. Let's say, my Gentile neighbors have I want to make a donation to your honor. So I decide to make a donation to this English honor. So I want to go ahead and pledge the value of my Gentile neighbor Joe Smith. So I want to pledge Therefore, in the same way, go the Gentile and go ahead and make an Erev vow. This can't be the subject of an Erev vow, which was covered over Ish. Plus, it therefore says Ish. Was the Ish is a general term that means what? Or that as much as it's only B'nai Yisrael that can make the Erev vow, anyone can be the subject of an Erev vow. Let's just remember again, an Erev vow is you're pledging the value of a particular individual. So as much as the ability to make the vow is limited to Jews, but the ability to be the subject of the vow is Jew and Gentile, like based on what? The general amorphous term of Ish. Which we must show us as why this is important. So you see over here that as much as the section of Erev has Bible of the Yisrael, that the laws of the earth are not limited to Jews. So this goes ahead and this changes, this tells you every single thing, which anyone can know what I'm saying. Anytime it says Bible of the Yisrael, it automatically means that these concepts apply to Jews and not to Gentiles, to which the Gemara says, below is shiny. So this case is different. In this case, being Nazirus. Nazirus is different. Why? How do you know that a Gentile? So therefore, again, you actually need to find out if ultimately it's supposed to teach you that a non-Jew can become a Muslim. So we're going to from shiny up or the Amukra, La'avid will be the more young Yitama. So it's different than here because the Pasuk by Nazirus says that you will not become Kame for his mother or his father. Therefore, what do you see from here? For me, Sheyish lo av to the Sheyish la. So you see from here, when you applies to someone who has a legal relationship with their parents, Yatsa Obeko Havin She'in. This comes to exclude a Gentile that doesn't have a legal relationship with his father. So you might say, what are you talking about? I mean, that's not true. What do you mean that a Gentile doesn't have a legal relationship with his parents? Even in the Misha, if you want to say that we're talking about a legal relationship in terms of inheritance, so that's not true. There is a relationship, a parent-child relationship by inheritance, even by non-Jews. So I'm going to appeal that, but I'm going to be open. Obe Kocham, knowledge as the divine Torah. In fact, a non-Jewish son inherits his father from a biological level. Because what does the concept say? He Yerusha, Isa, Nasati es har Savior. He says, I have given to Isa as Yerusha as the inheritance. Har Savior. So the mother says that means that the laws of inheritance are applied to on a biblical level. So what does it mean when the Gemara says that somebody has a relationship with the Misha from the other? So the Gemara says rather the only person in the Parsha Nezir is what someone was commanded regarding honoring others. Now this is actually quite well. If you take a look at this for a moment, the Parsha says Shem Musa al Kibud Av Avar Oden Kolchad and Ren Yisrael. He says that a non-Jew is not commanded, is not obligated, he doesn't think of the unreal. So let's say, I'm going to come back to this. It sounds strange. Because often we assume that Gentile nations are bound by normative code of interpersonal human conduct as well, which would require honoring of parents. So in fact, this closest treaty says that there is no mitzvah of people of the age from a Gentile to his parents. We'll come back. So he mentioned oh, so good. We're gonna, if you have time, I can find what I want to show you. So the Gemara says the following. The Gemara says, but one second. So let's remember. So look at the Gemara trying to do that. The Gemara trying to say that unless it says, well, he doesn't know where you come out. If he knows his clothes go ahead and become defiled, even if it becomes something, even if his parents die. The Gemara suggesting based on that, he could become a Muslim only because the person who is obligated to people like that. So that's really get that from. There is no mention. All the Torah talks about by Muslim is Torah doesn't talk about Hebrew Avaim. El Mitzi Kabinet and Rufan Davinas. You Ella, Omicron, the Aviv and Rimor. So that when the person gets to his mother to his father, what do you think? The Mishi Yishlo Tina. Who represents in the Parsha of Nazir? Only someone who is subject to the laws of Tumah. However, on the base, Matzah Omicron Havin, She'in Lo Tumah. This comes to explain the fact that the Pasuk says that he may not become common to his mother or his father if his God indicates that only a person who is subject to the laws of Tumah can become a Muslim. But an only Kohanim, a non-Jew Gentile who is not subject to the laws of Tumah is not in the Parsha of Nazirus. So I ask this to the Moshe, we will come in that one direction. How do you know that? I'm sorry. Something like you know, when the last thing is, how do you know? How do you know that people tell you that subject? It was when you really know that them. You are the crowd, you each are showing them the way you start out. And the rest of the ethic says,
You know what? Normally I would say you didn't do any jokes, but I think the room needed a little fucking jolt to that energy, man. I think you did it, dude. So cool. What else do you do, Ben? Tell us more about you.
Well, other favorite hobby is ping-pong. Has anyone here ever played ping-pong with us?
Without any
purification process. Meaning enters into this English law covered. What kind of website for entering in this English law comic is Paris. So the United States from there. Blood says that. So I'm sorry. So we got the cow. The new creation cow. So you see again who is included. The overview is including putting the laws of Torah. There's someone who has a cow, someone who is part ultimately going to cow himself having this.
Jesus
Blood
Christ!
says that.
My mind is
So the
completely
cow.
blown.
However, it comes to include this Gentile, who is not part of the
Wow,
cow.
Ben, that is
This
so
is so now
fucking
we put
cool,
it down.
man.
That a Gentile is not subject to the laws of Torah. So much to be like, I don't know why you say that. During the Paris, we learn about its meaning. What is it? It's a suggestion. Maybe it's okay. Maybe the non-Jew is just not subject to the penalty of cuts. But the non-Jew is the subject to the laws of Torah. Maybe Paris is a good remember. You might pick up on that word. Cow, but cow is this not by cows. Look at the Paris. Only fight for someone that's not of the cow. But they did a tumble applies to everyone Jew and Gentile, which we might have known. On the cross.
My son, man, I've never seen out of all the whatever we've done here, 10, 12, whatever episodes, I got to say, I looked over when you went into the ping pong thing, and I saw the excitement on John Weeze's face. Looks like it was Chris's morning over there. You're so cool. You look like the fans excited, which is fun to see.
Was it any person who has Tyler, has the Tyler because of the Tumah? Any person who doesn't have the Tyler with the Tyler doesn't have the Tyler.
Blinded by the light.
The email, Tyler, we don't know how to work.
D-Man said he almost saw something because we listened to the mic for
Maybe a Gentile
D-Man.
could have a state of Tumah without having a state of
So
Tyler.
Ben, where'd you meet your girlfriend?
Maybe ultimately Tyler is only suitable by the perhaps
What does
Tumah
she do?
is a state
She works
in
for
which we
Apple.
manage
She speaks
to
French for Canadian Tech
on the
Support.
crop.
Sounds like what we're business.
I shared with Mel the low use
You ever
factor.
do any of your beatboxing tricks in the
The
bedroom
Pasuk
or
says,
anything like that?
that a person will become tummy and does not become tough. Once they look at the Josh over here, take a look at Josh. She's pretty much right across. Just look at Polish from Josh's right there. Oh, it's well. Ish Hashem Yitma
Ben,
V'lo
it's so
Yisrael.
fucking cool, dude.
This is still in Italian.
Very interesting stuff. I've never thought beatboxing was so cool
Listen to this.
until
It's
you just did it.
Tumah V'Kala Kalashta V'Kandava.
I already asked you where they can find your stuff,
So
right?
let's listen to this. The Pasuk says, Ish Hashem Yitma V'lo Yisrael. So you
Yeah, go get a
understand
sticker from
that the
Ben Buck
Pasuk
on
is
your way
referring
out.
to
One more
Tumah
time
and
for Ben,
Kala
everybody. Very
within the
awesome
same
stuff.
person.
Very
The
cool.
Tarbai
23, is that right, Ben? 23
But when
fucking
is a
years
person
old.
subject to the laws of
This
Tumah?
guy's gonna be a
Only when
huge
they're also
goddamn
subject to
star.
the laws of
Maybe
Torah.
wait till
The
lunch.
Hafnashra.
He already is one half of Run the Jewels.
Whoever does not have the ability to
You
reach
guys
this
probably
Torah,
already know.
also that's subject to the laws of
Actually,
Torah.
let's bring up the
The
other half
only
of
for
Run the
having
Jewels,
the
right?
Torah,
Yeah, let's do it. This guy won the extremely rare prize in almost 500 episodes of this show. Only 7 people ever have won a thing called the Golden Ticket, which means you have to have an absolutely perfect 60 seconds and an absolutely perfect interview. Last week, he reemerged for only the first time since winning the Golden Ticket in Iowa. There's only been 7 people to do it. 1 in England, 1 in Australia, 5 in America. This is one of those guys. In his appearance last week, it went so fucking rails. It got so crazy in here.
Why now June is not subject to the laws of nuts.
Like to talk about it, fans of the show are going to talk about it for years. This is his third time ever on the show. He's an anomaly. Let's see how it goes. Make some noise for the great Hello, me.
Now, like the still fighting on which the message was. The running out from the face, in the no you time out. But who's subject to laws of this? This is someone subject to laws. tuna. The same is not subject to Gentile, is not subject to laws of the Jews. So now you just need that a Muslim is not subject to the laws of tuna. Why? Because he's not in the Parsha Kara. So now the Parsha Kara, now the Parsha Tuna. Fine. When the Asha by Yaakov, saying that by Asha said, you'll be Jesus and the Jews and people on earth and why. Not the Parsha, but it says, it's not how can O son in the Nathan Achare. Because the passage says, you shall keep them over. You shall help them. You shall cause them to be inherited to your children after you. So let's remember again, this is talking about whatever Quran. Whatever Quran is properly to the Jewish master. And when the Jewish master dies, the other Quran is inherited by the heirs, by the children of the deceased. So this Nachal also the Nathan Achare. Kosh Yish Nachal Yish Natuna. Whoever has laws of inheritance, whoever's eager to bequeath something to the next generation has the laws of Torah. Therefore, She'er Lo Nachala, Ein Lo Torah. And whoever does not have Nachala also is not subject to Torah. You know, it's a simple look at Rashi, just know what's happening over here. By Yaakov, I'm shining up. God didn't see this. Kind of nice and computer over the community. It's not easy. The Yaakov by Yaakov is trying to go ahead and do another reason as to why and now he was not going to help him. So says Yaakov by Yaakov. Why is it? Why is it that it just like that partial numbers? Sim Hafa, well, we really know what we come out. The same how we do this, and it doesn't really have to come to the number of times. But hustle to is not helping also the nation operate in the Russian Sakiza. And it says, you shall cause them to be inherited to your children after you, from the generate portion. Some Jews will not allow the Holy Spirit of the even the custom Gabriel, Shishwa Avaim to the sea, while the Israel, Yishon Torah, the honey open to have the whole the Israel Bakala, to be a whole Adam in the sea. You got the Yaakov of Avaim Bakala, the honey to the there's a system for this. So you know, with what happened is very interesting.
decided to get ahead of it
Ultimately,
making fun of David and not letting David talk and since then they've gone back and forth.
What
Not specifically did not want to get roasted by David Lucas. And last week, David's clear battle was, and one single joke about how he made something about his jeans, and Paolo decided to summon all of the gods and devils that have ever existed in the world and he made fun of Donnell until basically Donnell left and then we don't want to show give it to the Bradford
however, that will not be true for our God. For example, you have a Gentile family that owns the Gentile servants, and the father, so the father Gentile guys, so ultimately those servants are different. Do not pass down to the children. Only Jewish servant owners pass down their servants to their children. Again, it's not happen from Gentile servants. So the idea is so again, it's a little bit too much better convoluted Russia than the one we just had. Therefore, notice what I have to do. Therefore, again, and one of the things I know here, now people you know you come up. So, what kind of son is subject to these laws of the Jews? What kind of son, if he's a nurture, cannot become tender for his parents? The type of son what is not also also the nation operation. The type of son ultimately, the type of son ultimately you can go ahead and inherit a servant from his parents. What type of son can inherit a servant from his parents? Only the Jewish son. Therefore, that's what it says. You see from here that a Gentile is excluded from the laws of the Jews. And the other rather than the same Bible. Krishna, my God, the answer to and I was in Israel. The Irish say that also. The Irish says, God's over in Israel. The name is on the Irish. They can talk about it. Remember, what he went from there, like the nice star again. Old Jewish Republic, ultimately, again, Jews can make electrons, but ultimately, now Jews cannot make electrons. We all follow no you know. So I'm not a fraud, but therefore, they also cannot be subject. They can't be a subject of an electron. We know that therefore, the concept says, each species of general status determines that all men, all people, are to be subject of the laws of electrons. So, it is so mostly in the game problem. Then you know, it becomes in the game problem. So the Gemara says, I might have left that question. Maybe that's a part of it. But the parents, when it comes to
the three security guards had to escort
so
him
why don't we say
towards
the
the exit,
that although
and I said, that's
so
what I
everything
call
gives us an
Chinese
interesting
takeout.
what everyone tells us is the God level
The
is
rest is history. He's been taking me on post. Yeah.
However,
Funny thing is that he actually said that I was making fun of the killings at the spa that happened, which I never made a joke about that. In retrospect, I sort of wish I did. I would have, and I thought about it, but I didn't. But it's interesting how someone will lump I in order to make their story seem fitting. So how everyone, right, wants to cancel me for a Chinese takeout joke that hurt his feelings. I probably shouldn't say Chinese takeout 3 times in front of you out loud. We're going to have a blood sugar attack right now. So you're leaving tomorrow. Ella lives in Iowa, by the way. I gave you a bunch of guesses. You probably wouldn't guess that I'm from Iowa. That's where you're born and raised.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we grow up like you out there.
He's going to Gentile.
It's a small part.
Gentile is permitted to go ahead.
Okay.
He's
Like,
permitted
what
to
do
partake.
your parents do for
In
work? Like, what do
particular,
they do
Lord,
in
the Torah
Iowa?
is discussing just not in the same capacity as a Jew. So, for example, each by entry teaches me that what? That a Gentile can't make an Eretz vow, but he can be the subject of an Eretz vow. So you must learn India. It says each by Muslim teaches me that a Muslim which makes becomes a Muslim and Kabbalah's going to do this. And the Gentile can become a Muslim but can't offer up the Kabbalah sub-Muslims. I'm sorry.
So what's the new? Because I know my parents is like, especially like last week, you know, it had all of
You're telling me
us
that the presence of
really
the word is
in
an
what you
inclusive
did in
statement
Iowa.
that includes the Gentile
So,
in this context
you
and
think
then
about getting out of there?
if that's true by asking why would that be why was this? Listen, you must you should come on love your life and that. No, that's not true. It's not looking for a
How
way
many do you think
to
Iowa
teach you.
Beach
It's looking
moved
for
to
a
Austin,
source to
Iowa?
teach you that a non-Jew, even if they don't say that a non-Jew is freedom is used, a non-Jew will bring you virus of these we already have learned that hustle of the US code is capital Araba darba code is not correct. İş bir basis like there bir so aşağı yakın kabarı konu gün konu dersen aşağı yakın da aşağı oldu. So this passage is going to rush as a teaching. This passage is going to check out the minute to offer the cover. I look at the cover of the minute to offer an Oma. So I don't need a passage over here to teach me that even if you want to have a heavenly that a nation is a Muslim that doesn't do the covenant Jesus. I know that already. How do I know that already? Because the passage by Ola, the word Ola teaches me that although I'm not doing permitted to bring the covenant, he's only permitted to go ahead and bring the Ola. Thanks for
coming all the way from Iowa. Golden ticket winners.
So therefore, again, this for another suggestion.
For the 7 people that have won it, that means they can, anytime they're ever in a city where Kiltummy is, they get to go spot.
In two different ways, the idea that a non-Jew is not subject to the laws of disease. We established that already. The demand out to back and question, using the word's question that is because of the presence of the word peace in the section of disease. Because taking the earthly amount of peace teaches me that although the primary halacha which is related to a Jew, there is the possibility for Gentile participation. Why doesn't each part of Jews also allow that so you must go in the possession. Eva, when they saw New Zealand Spain, they will open the other New Zealand Spain. Why is it the following? That
There's
maybe
only
a
about, we
Jew
only get
is
through
going to
about
be
7 or 8 maybe on average of these
you
days. That's always how it's
might
been.
have thought that maybe a Nazi shouldn't be able to become a
The
Muslim.
comedy store used to be able to, oh, look at this
Therefore, the passage says,
Oh yeah, this guy's back from last week. Ladies and gentlemen, Tim Warner, everybody.
as well. I'm not joking on Luke Sigma's doesn't tell her ever discuss Allah's order, therefore that suggestion is scrapped. I love the son of Dirin Benina Benazir. That you know, okay, it's not really good in those, especially we learn this one. Maybe the distinction women we try to discuss the idea that perhaps there is some level of Gentile participation in the Zeus. So maybe the distinction is like this. A Jew has the ability to go ahead and administer an Zeus to his child, learn so that perhaps a non-Jew does not have that ability. So the Gemara says, I think that's the distinction between Jew and non-Jew. maybe you'll say, what your follow you willing to? Maybe you'll say, but now you should be able to put it onto the right time.
Everyone's so happy.
For the person say, each say, and you should be included. However, if you're put on, I love to leave it on here. If you're put on, that idea that a father can go ahead and imagine his son, is a left relation. I was making this intention. Igual, tenéis só de dar a los dias a dias. Tem a outra forma de dar a los dias a dias. So next question, maybe.
There you go. A little bit of a
if the father was a Muslim,
manifesto
and
by
it set aside
Warner
general
that he was
funds
going to pull
for
out a
the
gun and shoot
nuclear
all those
missiles
to
that
the
specified which
exciting
funds
stuff.
go to each other. So we spoke
Yeah,
about
you
the
have a
idea
real,
that the son could then go ahead and use that money to go ahead and
so, Tim, you were literally on last week. We have the
could then
former
go ahead
president of the
and
United States, Donald Trump, on the line.
use
What do
that
you think
money
about
to
that, Seth?
satisfy his needs. To which he was maybe that they're going to only apply by Jews and not by non-Jews.
Do you think you'll ever come on
Your
and be a guest?
I usually say that a non-Jew shouldn't be able to become a Muslim.
That's very fun. What do you think about the job that Joe Biden's doing right now?
I love how your friends and brothers is special. I love how much you see
So
that.
you really got quiet
So
there.
listen, so therefore, if you bring this all together, so here's what we're
You're
looking
right, I'm not.
at. You might want to pose a couple of different suggestions as to how we
Last
Muslim
week we talked about a bunch of
could
stuff about your
potentially
life
be
and this
involved in
What didn't we
Muslim
talk about?
and we
What's some
pointed
interesting
out that
stuff
all
about
of the
you
possible
that we
ways
didn't
in which
find
a
out?
Muslim, which a Gentile could be included in this year. So we pointed out that all of these different distinctions you want to
Because we
draw
weren't here last
cannot
week, I
really
said
be
that
drawn.
his
And therefore,
murderers
again,
and
we end up right back to the conclusion we had, which is that here's what we're left with. The Muslim is not subject to the laws ultimately in the ground of a Muslim is. That's what I'm saying. A Gentile Ethnic is not subject to the laws of Muslims. How do we know that? So remember, bottom line is God's given us two passages. Either Babel and Israel, and that means back to Jews and not to non-Jews. Or perhaps the more accepted possibility, which is, again, number of different drushes, but it appears about these are the more lowly Tama, only to one who is subject to the laws of Torah. But an Akum who is not subject to the laws of Torah, again, does not go ahead, and is not shy or does not have a place in the laws of Muslims. Which is the first possibility, which was the drasha of what Acha by Yaakov, ultimately the zealous to Jewish. Okay, the bottom line is, I'm not Jew, I do not have shyness to the country. So it's like, we're just not going to be able to pick up that. I just want to show you on the back.
When you go to these AA meetings during the day, is there like a killer story that I know AA meetings, they tell great stories about like how they ended up in the
So remember again, on Ahmed Allen, the Gemara for this interesting idea that a non-Jew is subject to the laws of Peter Abbas. In fact, this was quite explicitly about the other members. So it was not connected about how they were passing that. So this is so interesting. So the design has practice, and here's the reason for this. There's no semantic balance. So listen to this. It's so something we have to leave around. The fish I in the practice of Omer. Eight say, be in the Halloween Shem Shemai, the Omer, Sunyach Aviv, Bahalach Lola Isitnosa. So that's all we is concerned. So when that doesn't recognize it, my elderly father, I'm an elderly father, and what are people going to say? This is the God of Abraham, right? This is the new God of knowledge. It's like you forsake your elderly parents, and you just go off on your own. So I'm not being amazing. I'm not being literally didn't argue about this part. But he said, you want me to go back to the Kadi Shem Shammai. I live this, that if I do left for her, it's going to be Chara Shem Shammai. So I'm going to respond to I need post from Kibud Ave. The in I post from Kibud Ave. The moment she says, I'm not even, I'm exempting you. I'm exempting you from the midst of honoring your father. The that you need to you, not to anyone else. I mean, the Kashash is Kara Shemai Ave, with Big Nagel. So we just get down on it. The Guar, the Big Nagel, Musra as Kibud Ave. So Rivan asked, again, it's a cash on the medrash. But interestingly enough, the Rivan was the base of the medrash, you see the word of God, that the Ribosh said to Adam, for you, I'm giving up to us. So you're giving an exemption to people out there, but what can you make from that? But others that like that Gentiles do it, so B'nai Noah,
we started 10 minutes
that
late,
B'nai
right?
Noah do have a top aggregation of people Arba'in. Everybody has an exemption at the door, but everyone else is obligated. He takes it a step further, by the way. He says, all right, I'm the near the lack of Shabbat. He says, the Chumash Chassav the Gemara, there's another piece to this, which is that the Ivan points out that the main part of Mitzvah's doing law is what's called a mitzvah sifris. Mitzvah sifris means anything that's intuitive. As long as it's intuitive, even if it's not one of the explicit shows as doing law, a bench is still obligated to it. So there's two questions the Ivan is asking. Number one, I don't understand the mitzvah sifris. So why would it be illogical? So why would it not be obligated? Furthermore, again, the Bible says explicitly. Again, as much as you bring out passion from halacha, but again, it's explicit control is exempted. I'm not doing it. And it's I'm going to use a ben noah. I'm not going to use that approach to use the Torah. See that? Sorry. He kept the Torah, whatever that means. Like whatever that means. Not as a binding system, but whatever it is. So the mice, again, sorry about that tonight, but I'm looking at it. So the idea is, so that why wouldn't the manager be obvious? This is what the Bible says amazing. He says, I'm the mirror electric people. So remember what he's saying is this Yaakov and Sultan is in the book is Tosos and Medrash. Right? So what's that? So since we bind, there's no matter. This is this. The Chumash Chassav the Gemara, the Inam Mitzvah out there. Hayim Shein Tzarech L'Chabed Ya'ovid Yibur Yisrael. Kigon, La'achilo, Ula'ashtoso, Ula'habusha Kibik Kedushin. Aish, U'me'idach Mashakaz V'Shtav Sav Alzeh, in the alcohol putting us also. Also into this. There are different forms of keeping out for Jews and non-Jews, but Jews obligated in a heavy level of keeping out. Namely, not only can I not disrespect my parents, and not only must I go ahead and give them what we call the evening forms and demonstrations of your honor, but I'm obligated to make sure that they're fed, I'm obligated to make sure that they're clothed, I'm obligated to make sure that they're obligated to make sure that they're to a life and their life is in a good place. A non-Jew says to me, God does not have that same level of people are there. People are there. Is a mistake to what? They never got to disrespect or to disparage points. But they do not have the same levels of respect for us. Of active going out of their way to honor parents. And we say, therefore, when we eat that mashkas of the Reish Rabbah, the mitzvah is that kind of the alcohol us with our souls and see goes on to explain the hey fucking loy tabi versus loy they don't talk about it sounds like the book that we with Rashi says it's all going to be for that I mean it's turns out that's a nice yeah I do know I don't care my father this guy not assumes this is not a degradation to my business teaching as far as he said it's a good title but I'm exempting he says again when I specify something but you're not even for the academic people حيث تاسك هيك معلش ما لم يتحسب يقصد زلزال ببساطة الحال. That makes an incredible distinction. So first of all, again, he explains, and therefore Tosis is not arguing. Tosis says, about Obi Kohan Lo Musar, but Obi Kohan is not commanded, is not obligated. It means that Obi Kohan is not obligated. But our mitzvahs are say at Kabila Sabikaba Asima. We have a kind of level of Kibbutz. We must make sure not just to only avoid disparaging or disrespecting parents, we have an active obligation to make sure that all of their physical needs are met to the point where so you know there's not focusing the Gemara, that's why who's obligated to pay for that. Right? Does that money to care for my parents come from my parents' money, or does it come from my money? So Shabbat means it comes from parents' money. Like Lamaisa, the parents don't have money. So who has that obligation? Children have that obligation. That's the key to what I want by Jews, by Gentiles, by the Redeemer, providing this of having to look at us network only to avoid diseases, to avoid any kind of degradation or disrespect, of the pure obligation to spend their own funds there, and the obligation to ensure that everybody lifestyle pieces of the parents are intact. Therefore, again, Tosis is saying that non-Jews are exempt from the mitzvah people that we have, but the Medrash is saying that after we are down by that basic level of people. So, yeah, well, the truth is, that I think it's an interesting thing that I'm not being. Was it clear? That was very well. No, because remember, the Gemara says, the Torah says, to Robin Levine, the actor trouble around the set for the show. When you thought you were going to be buried with your father. So everybody asked me, his father was an open level to Zora, to which the Gemara says, cannot be true.
Not to stop smoking spliffs or anything like that, but ever since I had the coronavirus back in December, the lingering symptom, which I had sometimes before, but now I have it almost every night, is night sweats. Oh, yeah. You ever have night sweats? I guess. I mean, I had it. I was asymptomatic. I don't know. I figured just maybe it was just when you do. That normally happens if you drink a lot of alcohol. And I do drink a lot of alcohol at night, so that's probably where it is. What kind of alcohol do you like to drink? Cokes. Whiskey. Maker's Mark and Coca-Cola brand loyalty. Yeah. Okay. You ever try number one tequila or fix high alkaline vodka? No. Well, you should. Bring me some? You should. Okay. I'll go get some. Yeah, absolutely. Right after this, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Well, where do you do your stand-up? You've been doing it 4 years. Where do you? Oh, yeah. So I moved here in August. I started doing it in the Bay Area. Okay. Like Oakland, San Francisco. Is that where you lived there? Since 2011, and then I just took advantage of COVID to become remote for my work, and I moved here permanently.
When did you move here exactly?
August. We actually met on New Year's Eve. Oh, I do remember you. You offered me mushrooms. I did offer you. Yeah, I remember you now. Yeah. You were sitting underneath. He was sitting underneath the table. And it really was. And he's like, hey, man, you want some mushrooms? I'm like, I'm actually good right now. It was a long drive. It was like 40 minutes north of here.
Then you'll see the Georgetown, Georgia.
This month, I was just in Fredericksburg for the first time. My buddy Kyle took us to a ranch. They got those shoot guns. And I actually cut down, used a chainsaw for the first time in my life. Thank you very much. Your 4 chest hairs that day. Because there's no counting how many chest hairs Tony has. I'm up to 9. Wow.
That's when sponsors for today's Siemens weekend. Dedicating the learning of all of the Francis Cabanas of Claudius throughout this constitution in America about commentary and Shabbos for having Aliyah and Yom Hashem and Sparkle with Usher in the eternal period of peace and Shalom for Claudius and Let's look at let us begin. Today's gap is Lamed Tes 39. We are picking up the Yom Hashem on Lamed Tes on the days 38. We are picking up This is just to orient ourselves a little bit. Remember the key statement of Abayi and Rama. So Abayi said as follows: if a person eats a person eats there's the poetry definition of person being a grape seed. Person goes there and eats grape seed. Person eats a grape seed, they look at night. Person gets 2 sets of malchus. Why 2 sets of malchus? One, for the specific prohibition of eating a grape seed. And number 2, for the general prohibition of Mikol, right, anything that comes from the body. Mikol Shayasa, Midyatan Hayai. So what's it? So this is a Bayish, but in general, anything, in other words, any prohibition that the Nazir is over is almost always inevitably going to be over on 2 soon. One the specific Isser and one the general Isser. You have to disagree with this because Rabbi had said, "Imokim Allah shed colors." You can't get much on a general love. General love finds that Papa really cash on Abaye, and the Papa pointed out the case ultimately again of a Nazir who went ahead and violated local things, right? And in order to bring the price, only gave him liability for 5 sets of marks. 5 sets of marks. The Papa says just Abaye back.
If you're at the comedy store, you can't do that.
If you're right,
if you yourself want to get better and get stage time,
sets of markets. Why 6?
There could also be competition there. It goes both ways. I think every year it changes. Like, you can also get a lot of spots in LA.
A 6 for the general prohibition of Mikol Shayas and Midyatan Hayai. The fact that there's only 5 and not 6 indicates not like the Papa that Abaye, you're wrong. Abaye counters, right? The Gemara says, Papa Bashir, no. In the Brisa says 5, the Brisa didn't include all of the things which were so what says now we're trying to figure out, in order to make the claim of Tana Bashir, you have to identify at least two things. Like that's the kind of left up. So one of them could be the love shot of levels. What's the other thing? Which we must only have here in our casual adoption. The Hashir, the Dame Having Night. They must say this is like I put the price on left off and I say Dame Having Night, listen to this. Here's what we've established, right? The Nazir eats a grape. I say, what do you hire for in a grape? What do we establish? You hire for Zug, grape skin. You hire for Katsugin, grape seeds. What else do you hire for? Everything between the skin and the seeds. That's called the Dame Having Night. Like the meat of the grape. So we'll say grape with the Rush. The Rush says as follows. Rush is the Hashir of the Dame Having Night. And the Mashi is the Katsugin that's out. So it's like, part of the grape is sort of extremely focusing on the seeds and the skins, so the stuff that is between the seeds and the skin to the harshnal, the Loki Arab, Mishum, the eye. That will say, now the truth is, there's no prohibition. So what's really fascinating about saying is, you eat a grape, you eat a whole grape. It sounds like, what are you carrying for? It's incredible. What are you carrying? Like, you carry for some grape skins, you carry for Dinabinai in the flesh, you carry for Katsugin the seeds. I say, by the way, all one little grape. Like one little grape. But I say, all these different prohibitions associated with it. So the Gemara says, that's not in the Brisa. That's not in the Brisa. I'm going to pop off. Well, kind of immediately published. So our Papa says, you know what? This is I retract. Like, don't say that the price is said with 5 times. So I said, that's not it. Papa Brother says, don't say published. But that was the whole point. In other words, Papa's whole passion on a diet was that the price is said you only get 5 6 a month. You get 5 6 a month. Now, Papa's entire passion was based on the number that the price gave, and the price is seemingly omits the last Shabbat Malos. You have to do it. I'm astonished. My time of host today. So I say, if the price is not going to have enough provide the Kunst of the Kasha, then what the Kasha that my Papa is bringing, what is this? I'm not Papa. My Papa says, I'm not savvy, not demolish PPI. So I say, my Papa said, the reason I questioned Abaye is because I didn't think that Abaye had a true tradition from his Rebbe about his position. However, it's a Huckabee. Right? The Huckabee. Although you found out the Gemara PPI, I originally thought that when I posed that question to Abaye didn't really possess a sincere tradition about this from his Rebbe. Therefore, it comes to the price. It wouldn't attract. And now that I realize that Abaye does have a true Gemara, she was so ultimately against her position, I retract my question. Fine. So if I was like, the way the Gemara essentially ends off is with a more Yesodistic Machlokas in Abaye and Rabbi, namely, do you get Malchus on a lab Shabbat levels? So do you get Malchus on a general lab? And again, at least we're going to keep hyper-focus on Nazir. So we'll say that's a big ramification, because what that would mean is, when you violate the tenant of Zealous, how many sets of Malchus do you get? So this, again, is a reason. So I'll point out, by the way, this goes on both ends, right? So in general, again, if you need to complete a grade, you're going to get about 4 grade levels. You're going to get Malchus, or down from the grade plus. From the correct chaos and you get an ayah or not. Sometimes says you look in the last of the follows. Rava says you look in the last of the follows. Shabbat says so. It's interesting is the Rambam is not supposed to zeros. I actually have not a class. Then he says follows. He says Nazir Sha'akon Kizayis Anodin Kizayis Hartan Kizayis Zot Kizayis Shimukim. He talks about over here if a Nazir eat a whole bunch of stuff, right? He ate Kizayis of grapes, Kizayis of seeds, Kizayis of skins, Kizayis of raisins. Other deals of wine, all these different things, he gets Malchus for every single thing that he did. Right? So you'll get Malchus for grape skins, you'll get Malchus for grape seeds, you'll get Malchus for grape crosser, right? You'll get Malchus for everything. Everything makes sense because each articulated as an independent block. So for the hand, the Rabbi. Listen to this. Now, John nice. This is the Lokia Malchus Shishis. Watch this. You know what it says? You're getting 6 sets of mouth to swallow. Mishom lo yachal devara. Fascinating. So I'm going to say, the Rambam holds like the lava over here in this case, meaning that Mikol Asher Yasem Gefen Hayayim is not an additional lie. But the Rambam does hold, and this is fascinating, that if you violate during the zeros, you're going to get markers for every particular infraction. Plus, the fact that you're in violation of Allah, what is that say? What does that don't profane your word. Now, where is that stated? Where is that stated? By the Torah, right? So, anyway, according to the Rambam, that's you're going to get that lie. You're going to be in violation of that. After you violate the neder, that's not unique to the zeros. What he's just pointing out is that halacha l'maisa, whenever you're in violation of the zeros, you're also in violation of those yachal verbs. It's a real muscle hustle to think about it. That, you know, there's a lot to do when you sit there and sort of about the psychology of things. Why do people sin? Why do people sin? Okay, so it's easy to say, you know, gaiva, haiva, like gaiva, everything's around there trying to say something like, I'm a pleasant season person, it's all about my effort. Haiva, I can't resist my temptations, and covet, which is kind of the same thing as gaiva. Right? So I say, oh, what's very interesting is, if you believe the concept that people are good at their part, which is what we do. I want to do the right thing. So why is it that I do this? Why do this? Listen, it's often because we think our actions don't matter. In other words, I'll do this, and it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Whatever the effects are, they're going to be localized, and there's not going to be any type of ripple effect on that institution. Anything I do doesn't really matter. And listen, it's fascinating to me that you see an Rambam like this. And what is the Rambam saying? Here's one little act. And look how one little act has a ripple effect. Right? So here, I'm a Nazir. I violated the terms of my resistance. Okay, fine. Right? Listen, you know how it is. Sometimes you just have to have that weight. Right? So sometimes, no matter what the ramifications are, you just can't hold back. What's fascinating is realize is, yes, it's not great, but it's not just about the grade. It's not just about the grade. There are also other ramifications. Well, not help tomorrow. Let us say we condition ourselves for pain. That kind of like throwing the rock into the pond. But there's a ripple effect that comes out. Every single thing we do, there's a ripple effect. When a person it's not localized. It's not the shot that it's just you and that's it. There's a ripple effect that goes out. The ripple effect is, who knows? Now the beautiful thing is, whatever is true with Avera, to 100 times over with a mitzvah. Something else that often we don't see that opportunity to do because we don't necessarily think that they matter all that much. And Avera has a ripple effect. Now we try to Naziris. It's a type of a yachal tomorrow. If it's true, you're right. And it's so it's taking advantage of our opportunities, the impact that positive things that mitzvahs on the Torah, Chesed, it's not just on us. It's a ripple effect that it has on our family, the ripple effect that it has on our community, the ripple effect that it has on our Israel. It's just as big as well. So the Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, I'm not going to say, the most September again, the last month focus in Mishnah was the death of Chatzanim and Zod. So in other words, let's say Chatzanim are grape seeds, Zod is grape seeds. But the OC said Chatzanim are grape seeds and Zod are grape steers. I'm going to say, tonight, because we put Sanim at the on the pasuk of Chatzanim ad Zod. Let's English translate Chatzanim ad Zod, literally. Sanim ad Zud. What's the definition? I'll say Sanim means like penis, the inner part. Zud means the outer part. So we'll say, in accordance with those English translate the part, to which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yossi. I will say, if you notice, by the way, already the Gemara adopted Rabbi Yossi as we're going through the Sugya. That type Sanim ultimately means grape seeds, and some grape skins. So it's also fascinating the way the Torah describes the grape. Right? How does the Torah describe the grape? The Torah describes the grape from the inside out. from the inside, which I will say is fascinating because I don't know why intuitively you would assume that how would you try to describe it? How would you try to describe the outside in? Let's say perhaps you ask them this as well, which is interesting. So why do I describe the grade from the inside out? Let's say if you think about it, it's such a contrast with the zeros. Right? What's the zeros you want to say? What's the zeros? The zeros is a person adopting extreme behaviors in order to what? In order to what? In order to go ahead and change the core. And that's what's happening by the zeros, right? Allah something that's someone sees something terrible occurring, what do? They adopt this extreme behavior. And what's the goal of extreme behavior? Shape the meanness of the individual. And by the way, this isn't and you mentioned last night, this is aligned with the same graph. Sometimes what you do is your behaviors have to shape how you feel. That's all what the zero says. The zero says behavioral modification in order to affect internal change. I would say perhaps what the response is telling you measuring nuanced fashion is this is not really the right data. What's the right data? Mechatsonim ad zar. The real data is change the way you think, and ultimately that will shape the way that you behave. Change should take effect from the inside and ultimately spread out from the seed to the listen. Is create change the way that you think. Change the way that you look at the world. Change the way that you look at yourself. What will shape the way you behave. This is where the interface. So the measure, again, once again, the measure adopts external behavior in order to affect internal change. HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives them the short measures. Shape a lot. Don't eat the grape. Don't eat the grape. And by the way, how sure you should eat the grape? From the inside out. Mechatsonim ad zar. Because what you're doing, I understand you're doing it, but that's not the best way. The best way is change yourself on the inside. Change the way you think. Change the way you look at the world. Change the way you look at yourself. And ultimately allow that change to shape ultimately the way you behave. An incredible nuanced message from the Ribono Shel Olam. I'll say Mishnah. Stand the zeros, stand the go. Great days. Stand the zeros for 30 days. You and you should go foolish. Let's say let's you know you accidentally cut his hair, or for that matter, okay, butter accidentally or he was shaved by wristling. Okay, let's say just understand, like, so we look at this sound like it sounds like amazing over here. So unfortunately, right, the Jew overcomes one of the ways in which the Ummahs ultimately again have exerted their negative influence on us is by shaving the face of the Jew, by shaving the beard of the Jew, by shaving the head of the Jew. So the mice again, so that we will shave by listing. What's the halacha? So the yod. You want to say this is very important. So what do you lose? So what you lose is 30 days. 30 days. So what the Central Commission is teaching us is, in order to complete, in order to bring the final offerings of the zeros, you have to have hair growth of at least 30 days. So if you cut your hair sometime during the zeros, unintentionally, purposely, it's a growth. No, Shagilach ben Zug ben Dekar, Sumi and Nazir, who cuts his hair, will say Zug are scissors, Har is a razor, Sifsufar say means you pluck out hairs. You pluck out hairs by hand. By hand, Halakha Lamaisa, you cut it. We'll say that is a violation. That is violation because the Nazir is not permitted to remove the hairs off his head, and therefore Halakha Lamaisa is going to be fine. So say that's Halakha. This is after the guys. This is by the way. Hi, Nazir. That's probably only the L. This is the Shaila. Gemara says, when hair grows, does hair grow from the base or does hair grow from the tip? Right? So this is the Shaila. Right? In other words, we know hair grows longer. Where is the growth taking place from? Does it grow from not the base, what do you call it? The pore. No, but it's a hair follicle. The part that's attached to the head It's got this through the hair.
Local humor
It
right
gets a
there.
point, bro. Okay, whatever. Right? I'm sorry? Bottom and top. Good. Excellent. Keep it easy. Good. Keep it easy. I would say, so does the hair grow from the bottom or the top? Good. Easy enough. I would say, so you are says, one of these interesting. I was like, can you imagine like the guy who asked this in the Medrash, right? So let's say, so the Gemara says, so it's a no napkin, you know? Hey, who cares? Who cares? Now let's say, now watch this. So my napkin, you know, the Nazir should get through this thing. The shiny book they lock off Rosh Hashanah. So listen to this. Let's say it's the case of Mishnah. Let's say these guys, you know, the Reuben's and Nazir, and what happened? Someone came along and cut his hair. Someone cut Reuben's hair. But listen, now what's the but? They left the hair is long enough that you can bend it over. Like in other words, that you can take the hair and essentially the tip of the hair, to touch the base. To touch the base. So his hair was cut. Right? His head wasn't shaved. His hair was cut, but the hair itself was still long enough that so the tip to touch the base. So what's the halacha? Now watch this. If we say ultimately again that hair grows from the bottom, then Rabbi Naziros Shakle, then ultimately we'll say that what ends up happening is the halacha of the nice stuff. That growth took place during the Nazir. That was removed. And therefore, again, you would have to let it go out again. If you say the hair grows in the half, my da'at I will say that is not what the Nazir consecrated. What did the Nazir consecrate? His hair at the time of his neder ultimately is still intact. Listen, you hear the Shiloh? If you hold that ultimately again, hair goes from the bottom. So then when they cut his hair off again, they cut off the hair that was consecrated. If you say that hair grows from the top, then that which he consecrated at the beginning of his Naziros ultimately is still which says Tashma Mehas. So let's analyze this for you. Very interesting. Listen to this. Inba is a knit. Inba Chaya, we call him Ikva Gedensa. They say, notice, a live knit always messes itself at the base, right at the bottom of the head. These are coming to attack us, Rabbi, and also if we say, then what should happen with the knit? Ultimately, in the ratio, they don't say, but they will say, hair goes bottom, then what? Then ultimately should be elevated together with the hair growth. If the knit messes itself as the knees at the base, it will indicate to us that where does hair grow from? Hair grows from the tip, not from the bottom. Where it says, which we must be all on the takas, Rabbi, not necessarily. Hair gets from the bottom, but I go missing not as a uva. I say, but that itself chooses if you climb down the hair, so itself by the tip. Tashma was having invalid, a dead knit, separation of the base. Ultimately, and I'll find out at the top of it. These are like Rabbi, and if you hold that the hair itself goes ahead and goes from the top, then if for the base of body related, and ultimately again, the knit should remain at the base, which the Lord says, no, Hassan, now you shouldn't the less take love, Sharuge, Shariga, Ba'azim. So what says, the reason why the knit normally finds up by the base is because it moves there. It moves there. It chooses. Once the knit is dead, ultimately again it falls. Because remember again, the assumption is that it's the top of the hair that is weighed down, and therefore so that's where the knit finds itself just by dint of gravity. Okay, Tashma. So it says interesting case with the bluest cushion. Let's say there's an interesting case from the bluest of the cushion. And let's say what's the bluest of the cushion? If you take a quick look at the rush, so let's say so the rush is on the bottom, it's about 7 lines up from the bottom of the rush in wide lines. The bluest of the cushion, shut up. The rush is your side. It's good. Because the glorious is the good. So let's say Shemagil, the glorious, the Shema is called. And let's say the glorious essentially like a ponytail. But it was a unique kind of ponytail because what would happen? They would shave their heads. And just leave like this ponytail. Let's say, you can see this. It's a Makulish scene in the Ten Commandments. So remember again, this is how the Egyptians looked in the Ten Commandments, right? They all had, which by the way, they must have taken, I don't know if that was in the Egyptian culture. I don't know if the Egyptians had graves. So remember they had that, who's Pharaoh? Your brother, right? Remember? The only person that watched the Ten Commandments? Again, right? I saw it on a trip to Eretz Yisrael. It was on right there, right? So it says, so that's right there. That's below us. That's below us. So I say, so now listen to this. It says, Rosham Agdin, Rosham L'Socharim. So now watch this. So here's the chap. Ukishay Mistapim, Migalkim Savid Rosham, Umashay Manichem Osim Osim Kimiya. So let's say, so they would shake the rest of the head, leave this after hair, and they would make a ponytail, like a ponytail. Essentially, like a ponytail from this piece of hair. כדי להיות הכלי החיים כשם כדיר לאופן, לא הפך כאשר סמוך לסרס, ואינו מחכה כדפני, I wasn't going to watch this. So I want to bring the following raya, where the Goyim would make this or rather they shave the head, they grow out this head, they would braid the hair very tightly. They braid the hair very tightly. Now let's say, now what would happen over time, so very interesting. The area of the hair attached to the head would become loose. Now let's say, now what does that seem to indicate? That indicate that growth is occurring where? At the bottom, at the base of it. Because what happening is the hair grows out, so the hair that's growing out obviously is not in the braid. It's not in the braid. So it gets loose where the braid is attached to the head. That would seem to indicate that ultimately again, hair growth takes place from the bottom, which the Hasanami, I become the Shiraratya, which the Gemara says, in reality, the reason why that gets loosened is because the Gentile sleeps on the braid. So as a result of sleeping on the braid, moving on the braid, that's why it gets loosened by the base. But that's not necessarily a raya, but growth takes place at the base of the hair, not at the top. So I'm still trying to prove this point. That's why the start of the Rafi Amma Minotapos. So let's say the Sanya, the sleep card Sanya is Sadia Pichuras. What's that's very interesting. So the Gemara says a raya for this is Meister Behema. So what's the Meister Behema? You take a sheep, right? You know, put them in the pan, smoke, and you want to, sheep number 10 comes out. What do you use sheep number 10? Like a little brush of paint. But let's say what happens to the wool that's painted? It becomes a wool painted. It becomes stiff. And like what's the word? Stiff. Becomes stiff as a result of the paint. Right? So listen, what's interesting is, but if you go underneath that wool, you go to the wool of the sheep. So over time, the wool underneath the paint is very soft. It's very soft. So listen, what do these things indicate? That where does hair grow from? It goes from the base and not from the top. So that's for us over here. The secret, the roughly amamilotapas. Like ultimately again, even when the sheep is painted, the roughly amamilotapas. Ultimately again, the wool underneath it is soft, which would seem to paint the picture. That wool, that hair grows from the base. Another example of this is when old men color their beards. Right? What do you see? Let's say, old men color their beards. What do you see? They are white at the roots. They are white at the roots. In other words, sometimes when you dye your hair, the old men dye their beard, and you can always tell really that they're actually gray or actually white by looking at the roots. So I say, what does that tell you? I'm going to tell you that. Sorry, I'm going to touch the base 39b. What does that tell you? Shmamina, Milatafas Rabbi Shmamina. So what do you see from here? You see from here that hair grows from the roots and not from the top. Incredible. Now, one second. So let's go. How do we get into this entire session? So we're going to remember again, what's the Mishnah's case? The Mishnah's case is a situation ultimately, again, of where somebody's cutting their hair up the nose. Right? Someone's going to be cutting his hair against his will. We're not cutting his hair with his will. Right? But the nice concern. But the nice thing in the Shiloh was not that they cut his hair, but they left off enough to be able to bend the tip of the hair to the base. That was it. So we're asking again, what's the status? So now we've established that halacha l'maisa, when you go ahead and hair blows from the base. So let's circle back. Now the Adisanya, the Dr. Shmir, the Brisa, Nazir should get to resisting the shiny fake to be locked up run from the Karo, ain't no social. So let's say what did we learn? Watch it, what did we learn? A Nazir, his head was shaved by listing. He didn't shave. His hair was cut by listing. And now what happened though? But they left over enough hair, right? Or I should say, they gave him a trim. They gave him a trim, right? But the hair is still long enough, so what can you do? You can bend the top of the hair to the bottom of the hair. What's that? Ain't no social. This does not go ahead and demolish or destroy the negative units yet observed. 1 second, doesn't make sense. These are like little study, but let's say 1 second. If you hold that hair grows from the base, you know, let's say, what's the halacha? Restart. Let's say why? Because the hair grows from the source, and then when they give him a trim, what have they done? They have taken away that he was matchless at the time of his music. So let's say, here's the whole cop. If we can get the hair grows from the top, so it's really interesting. What did that tell you? When you became a Nazir, what happens at the moment you become a Nazir? Matchfish the hair on your if hair grows from the top, they give him a little bit of a haircut. What's the good news? That the hair that he was matchfish at the time that he took his hair still intact. Okay, but now we're saying no, hair grows from the base. Well, hair grows from the base, so I said the first what that means is they removed the hair from that he was matchfish at the time of his disease. They became a Nazir. And yet, the Brisa says that trim does not go ahead and destroy his Naziris. But why not? Why not? What's going on over here? So what's the next week? We go, so get through after the list. Oh. So let's kiss the Brisa. Let's kiss the Brisa. When did they give him, when did they list him, give him a fourth chapter? After the duration of his Naziris has already come to an end. Wow. So let's just take a simple example over here. You've been between another 30 days. 30 days are now over. What happens? Now the listing, give them a forced test. So let's say, so now watch this. Two money, let me let's do after the list, it's not his social. Let's say you've seen this position before. Let me the edges of the opinion. And halakha myself. Once you finish the duration of your Naziris, if something happens, now by the way, the something could be a variety of things. The something could be either a trauma, as we say this moment, or something could be a haircut. Once you've finished your Neter Naziris, if something happens, the most you have to wait, or the most you have to observe is 7 days. 7 days. So therefore, the Gemara is suggesting a brisa that says that if a Nazir had his hair cut by listing, but they left over enough to go ahead and bend over the hair from the tip to the base, the halacha said it's not so for the Naziris. That's Rabbi Eliezer. And when is it taking place? After the conclusion of the Neder Naziris, and also said if something happens after the Naziris point, you must observe 7 days. Now where does he get this from? So let's say, so equals to million of 5. Where does he get this from? So my time, Rabbi Eliezer, Yoliv, Haglachas Talo, Haglachas Shubot. So let's say he learns out ultimately again the haircut of the Talo, the haircut of the Talo. What does this mean? Haglachas Shiva, Haglachas Talo Shiva. So let's say I watch this. So let's say like this. So let's say Rabbi Eliezer's kind of not a case in the case of Tama. What's not a case of Tama? You know, this is business. So you really give me as a 30 days, he finishes the 30 days. Then I say, then what happens after 30 days? He becomes 7. What is it in the hold? It's not socially easy. By the way, this was just 7 days. I'm say, there's an obligation to observe 7 days. It's not due to the years. Only 7 days, 27 days. That's the 7 days of Tumah. In other words, that's the halakha. That's the halakha. You have to observe 7 days. Again, with Hazara, sprinkling on these 3 and 7. But the Ezra says the same way that halakha lamaisa, you have to observe 7 days. For Tumah, you also observe 7 days for Tara. What's the example of Tara? That's our piece over here. where let's say again within is another, and what occurs, somebody comes along and cuts his hair. Someone comes along and cuts his hair, and if I localize the answer, there's 7 days prior to going ahead and offering up his kabbalah. The Gemara says, Shiva, the king of the Rabban, I say, because he gets the Rush is on the right hand column, about 9 lines in. In the early listed, the Achamalos, if let's say again listed, went ahead and shaved his head after the close of the disease, told him how about Kabbalah, before he brought his Kabbalah, Masha Kaglafaso Shiva Yom. He goes there and waits to do his official haircutting 7 days. The king gave him the Rabbanon, and the Rabbanon have established Kozayin Yom Asya Mazya to the Lakos Roshah Retail. As thou felt, there was over the course of 7 days, there's going to be enough hair growth, but the hair will grow long enough to allow the tip to touch the face. So I was like, very interesting. So I love the most assuming over here that this entire thing is reflective of the view of Rabbi Eliezer, which we'll talk about how but a very important area. There's the opinion. Once you close out your mechanism, when you say close out, that means once you've observed the requisite time, and the only thing you have left is what? Is the offering of the karbanos. The most you can lose is 7 days. So if you become Tanei, 7 days. Somebody cuts your hair, 7 days. Well, essentially, according to the Eliezer, is once you've observed the actual duration, that's locked in. The only thing that can happen is a delay of when you're able to offer us your concluding karbanos. Incredible. Most of it's going to be back there. We're going to see whether or not you try to should be left being the time and sort of establishing the stuff. When it comes to hair cutting, however you're cutting your hair, you are going to be tight. So whether it is scissors, razor, or plucking out hair by hand, you are going to be tight. Then you can Doris' razor. Right, the buzzer is Holy made nether in Israel. Ta'ar Yavot al Rosha. So that's the concept. All the things that are Naziris, a razor should not come upon his head. Ad Melos Hayonia should never find. So also, so Doris just says, so don't have on Ta'ar. Any other Ta'ar. Every know that music can use a razor. Talash, Mira, 6 8 Kosher line. So let's say, how do I know Talash? It's the ability against the full out. Here, so let's say, you look by the way outside the rush. The rush actually defines the place. The rush says Talash, Mira, she says the razor. They're all kinds of sounds synonymous. They all sound like a pulling out by hand. So the rush says Talash, Biad. The Talash means to pull out by hand. Mira, the sound. So let's say, Mira, it refers to hair removal with a depilatory. Go by a cream of some sort, right? So it's very interesting. So it seems to be, according to the Rush, Talash means pulling out by hands, but not necessarily the entire hair. Maybe just part of the hair. Let me do the book out. As opposed to shifsut, which means pulling out the entire hair. Mirate refers to hair removal with the depilatory. Okay, fine. One thing I will say is, I don't know, Torah talking about razor. How do I know that even if Allah again, you remove the hair, full hair by hand, part of the hair by hand, remove hair with the depilatory, you're kind of as well. The one of the question says, Kadosh, yes, God will tell us the Arasha. So we'll say the passage says, Kadosh, yes, it will be sanctified. It will be sanctified. God will tell us the Arasha. Literally again, the growth of the hair. So the fact that the growth of the hair is Kadosh, you might understand the use of it. So it's telling you that you cannot remove that hair with anything. With anything. So we'll say these are the real. So let's just point out. So first drasha, this is also one of these interesting drashas where once again, no one is arguing on the result, on the execution. What they're arguing about is how do we get it. So Moshe says like this. Torah tells me Nazir can't use a razor. How do I know that Nazir can't use other forms of hair removal? The fact that the hair is consecrated character is holy, that tells you you cannot remove it anyway. Fine, you understand says, how Pasuk says, razor, in the Elokai, I am your razor, Really? How much? 6 potion. Potter. Oh, okay. And the other thing says, Dora tells me, God, as Ali will explain, he's a razor, but if you go and you pull out a hair, right, they will say again, a hand, part of the hair, or the whole hair, depilatory, your Potter, so you use a razor. I have a hot sick, Kadoshi, I have a deposit says, yeah, the hair growth of the nose should be Kadosh. We'll say, what does it mean? The main law, the Gila made the car, calling my leg, but I say the low sassy. So let's say, this is incredible. Yola Sunset, Yola said, Yola Sunset is speaking of Yola. And Yola Sunset will the only time the kite for removing hair is when if you do so with the razor. But if you use any other means of hair removal, you will not be tired. I, but the presence, Kadosh, Media, Kadosh has the Sa'aro show, that they should be sanctified, which means anything that you're not allowed to remove it through any means. So if Yonasan was saying, no, what teaches me is that if a Nazir does remove hair, the Russian is in violation of both an assay and what? And a low sase. I should say, a low sase of Tarlo Yarrow show, and I say that's the last part of the passage. So incredible. So just to see this thing with a fundamental message, you have a Yoshio using the last part of the passage of Gogo Para Sa'aro show to teach me, I should say, Kadosh Yulia, Gogo Para Sa'aro show to teach me that any form of hair removal is assur. And if you're listening to this, teaching that the only type of hair removal that's assur in the life is what? Razor. What does the last part of the passage come to teach me? Meaning that if you remove hair, you're not only in violation of an assay, of a low sase, but also of an assay. I really know about that. Tara tells me razor. Amy, anyone can't use a razor. Kalash. Mire, sip safe portion right. How do I know that even if I love the myself, you go ahead and you remove it by hand, and it's over, which you don't do by it. I don't know, but yeah, I will show. Possibly the most inventive. According to this price, Har teaches me the prohibition of a razor. The phrase Loyabo Alo shall come to teach me what? All other forms of phrase. When we are purchased something in the Rabbos Kodavar, so if you're going to say that hair removal is also with everything not coming on our side, so I'm going to mention razor. Just leave off razor, so leave it off. And what would I infer to say about razor? What would I infer about hair removal? That any form will be us. And if you eat any form is assur, why would you even mention razor at all? Not Hamaloma Karlo Yaba Alo Show. The feet, Shimon Laman, Kaglacha, Shashona, she will hate the car. So let's say, listen to this, because Allah for the mercy is fascinating. It's like, remember against Bangladesh, there is a shade. Right? What's the shade? The shade is at the end of it. Right? What gets shade? It's head. Well, it's like, that shading has to be done with a razor. How do I know that shading gets done with a razor? How do you know that? To which degree sentences the way that I know that now, the fact that the Torah goes out of its way to go and tell you that Nazir cannot use a razor on his head tells you that during Nisilas that a razor can't come upon his head. But what? At the conclusion of the Nisilas, Dafka is done by a razor. Dafka done by a razor. So I'll say, again, I'm going to leave you up over there in the middle of the Joshua. Just share your start to bark on the Parsha.
I like this crowd.
Right, so again, we're kind of leading up the middle of the Joshua, but just to point out what we're leading up with are these two dramatic ideas. Number one, this machlok is between Rabbi Yosha and Rabbi Yonasan. Rabbi Yosha saying all forms of hair removal are problematic. Rabbi Yonasan telling that no, it's only a razor. And now this second brisa, that actually seems to support Rabbi Yosha, all forms of hair removal are assur. So why does the Torah single out razor? To tell me that ultimately, again, as razor is used at the end of the Nazarite process. So we'll say, here it's a shame to be continued tomorrow, so if you just a short thought.
Leo Kanopka is first on Coach outing. Anything can happen here. A few weeks ago, we had a completely
the Torah in the beginning of this is Parsha speaks about the obligation. The act of the Sabbath means are not opening possible in Parsha. The act of the Sabbath means something clear level. Shemen Zayis Zof, Kasista Ma'orla Mosina, from Zion Council, chapter 27, verse 20, that is opening possible. The prophet of Moshe Rabbeinu. And now, I want you to imagine yourself, take for you, Shemen Zayis Zof. Right, they'll take to you again pure olive oil, cassis. What's cassis? Crushed lama'or to give light, la'alos ner tamid, provide perpetual light. Remember the Torah tells us, shemen zayis zach, cassis lama'or is actually a very important halakhic piece, which is what type of oil can you use for the menorah? Only virgin olive oil. What's the definition of virgin olive oil? The oil that comes out from the first press, from the first squeeze, that you don't even use in your basin flesh. So let's say there's a beautiful insight by the great side from Moshe Leib of Sassler. And he says that in these words, Hasis Lamar. So now if you look at the Lashon, is like, again, the Lashon of the Pasuk is Shemen Zayis Zach, so pure olive oil, Hasis Lamar, crush it in order to give light. So Moshe Leib of Sassler sees in that phrase Hasis Lamar, crush it to give light, an incredible Muslim aspect. That's what he says. Hasis, after which Sheben Adam Mechasis Umechashish is Yisrael. So let's say, what's my avodah right? It says when Moshe Leib says, what's my avodah? Kassis. So let's say, what does kassis mean? I have to try to crush the trial. Right? Also, all of us have desires, wants, and passions, and proclivities in life. And I have to try to whatever degree I can to rein that in. Rein that in. Now, the truth is, there's also the consequences when I'm trying to pass outside of channeling those things. Right? Because again, the koach itself is a good koach. The koach is a good koach. But at the end of the day, that koach needs to be channeled. Listen, before you can channel everything, right, your prerequisite to channeling is restraint. Is restraint. So the emotion of Sassler says kassis, to crush something, doesn't necessarily mean to obliterate it. It means to restrain it. To restrain. But let's say, what happens after a person is able to exercise restraint in life? If I'm able to go ahead and literally rein in my types, rein in my wants, rein in my desires, exercise restraint in life. You know what the byproduct of restraint is? Says the Rebbe, the byproduct, like the pillars of restraint, is light. He says, Lama'or Yisugavu Lechanos Miziv Orash. The byproduct ultimately of process of restraint ultimately is to receive the light of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So I will say, it's an interesting thing because some companies only assume that the great light of Kedusha ultimately is a function of positive dynamic activity in which we engage. And what the Rebbe is trying to highlight to us is that sometimes the greatest light is not from what you do. The greatest light is to exercise restraint in the hardest areas of life. Whether it's restraint in what you do, in what you look at, restraint in what you say, restraint in how we put it out. Cassis. And personally, if I work on myself and try to hold back on doing something that I so badly desire to do, if I live a life of cassis, ultimately, I will deserve from Lord Hashem the beautiful life that I can find him. And listen, the chance.
That is incredible. How long has she been giving you this fucking stripper per diem? I think it's called Perennial. Wow, how long have you been getting this fucking alimony for?
All right, Jamal say good morning, good morning, good morning. So what up?
Wow, that's so cool.
It is Baruch Hashem to be able to learn the daf together from the holy city of Tzfas to Baruch Hashem. It's incredible because we've been here a long time, considering the number of things that we've done. Hashem Abi Akiva, the Ramchal, Hashem Teshuvah Mikvah.
That's incredible.
But Arizal, and now Baruch Hashem, they get to wake up in this beautifully holy city and now begin to learn that this Baruch was Torah together. It's such a dramatic day. So we also have the great schus today to begin Parak Test Zayin. Sorry, Parak Sheni, the second Parak of, no, try that again. The third parak of Mesechus. I was just sorry, getting a little bit off with my timing. Daf Tes Zayin. Daf Tes Zayin. Daf Tes Zayin. So let's begin the Mishnah. Really, just what a schus it is to be able to learn Torah's Am Yisrael in Eretz Yisrael. It's like the perfect convergence of multiple universes. versus a Kedusha.
Deep dark hobbies. Your set was great, by the way.
That's the thing. Okay. So Misham Harini Nazir, a person who says I'm a Nazir, Nigaleach Yom Shloshim Dach. So Moses, remember again, a lot of these concepts that we're going to see in this parak, we've actually seen referenced before. And I'm just also going to draw your attention. We're going to go ahead and rely on the Rush a lot today for the understanding of the Mishnah and subsequent Sugya. So the Rush is situated in the left-hand column of the daf. So a person says that I'm a Nazir, Megaleach Yom Shloshim Dach. So what says so in general? Remember again, Stam Nazir is how long? Stam Nazir is how long? 30 days. Now remember, we had a machlokes, right? Good. So the machlokes, we're asking about how which the Rush is going to reference in just a moment, about the standard duration of a Nazir. Is it 29 days or is it 30 days? Now obviously, again, at the conclusion of the Nazirus is when one goes ahead and cuts their hair and engages in all of the concluding sacrificial and ritual rites as well. So the Mishnah, first the Mishnah tells us is a person says, Nazir, Stam Nazir 30 days, and therefore again, Megaleach Yom Shloshim Da'achad. It's his haircut on day 31. A quick look at the Rush. So Rush says, Misha Amar Harini Nazir Megaleach Yom Lamed Aleph. It's right in the middle of the Rush. You have Masla the Amar Stam Nazir Lamed Yom Hilchach Megaleach Yom Lamed Aleph. So the first thing Rush tells us is the Mishnah is passing like Rav Masla that Stam Nazir is 30 days, and therefore Halacha L'Maisa haircut takes on day number 31. Stam meaning Rush still Stam Nazir Chaf Tes Yom. So again, we discussed how Farhad himself reconciles with the Mishnah. We'll leave that on this side. But I'll say that's halacha number one. Next, the Gilach Yom Shloshim, that however the Mishnah says, if he took his haircuts on day 30, so now again, what's happening over here? The passing Stam Naziros is Lamed Yom. Stam Naziros is 30 days. And now let's say we'll call him Rudain. He took on another Naziros, and now what happens? He goes ahead and takes his haircut on day 30. On day 30, what's the halacha? Yatsa. Now, why is Yotze? Once again, I'm also take a look at the Rush. Then Kilach Yom Lamed Yatsa. Lebat Kadamid. The Midaraisa Dina Hakat Yom Lamed. That was according to Rav Kada, which normally was. Standing there is how long? 29 days. So that makes perfect sense. Checking in is 29 days. On day number 30, you can go ahead and cut your hair. The Shai is going to Rav Masna. Rav Masna, the Farish Te'el Mishum de Mixas Hayom Kitulo. I will say this is the perfect segue from the previous staff into this staff. Remember again, we spent the whole last staff yesterday. Right, yeah. Yesterday's daf that we did on Monday, right? Yesterday's daf that we did on Monday. So remember again, we spent our time focusing on the concept of Mitzvah Kula. The idea that part of the day could count as the whole. Remember again, we developed that idea halachically and hashkafically to point out a concept that one day could potentially have a dual identity. So here's what's interesting. So the Mishnah says, went ahead and you shaved. You went and took your haircut day number 30. Ultimately, again, it could work. See, the striving is how could it work to take a haircut day number 30? After all, doesn't that mean that you haven't fully completed your neder naziros? But since we hold Tisha Kegulo, part of the day counts as the whole. Therefore, as long as you observe part of day 30 as your neder naziros, you're good to go. You're good to go. Good. So the Gemara, the Mishnah goes like, Harini Nazir Shloshim Yom. Now, if a person says, I'm a Nazir for 30 days, then I will say, what's your in the first case of the Mishnah, second case of the Mishnah? First case of the Mishnah, what is the guy saying? What is he saying? Harini Nazir. Harini Nazir. So we'll say, if you say Harini Nazir, now again, Stam Neder Naziros is for how long? 30 days. Okay? Now, in case number 2, he's saying Harini Nazir Shloshim Yom. I'm a Nazir for 30 days. In this case, the Mishnah said, and Gilach Yom Shloshim Lo Yatsa. If you shave on day number 30, you're not Yotze. Let's say, what's going on over here? In the first case, in the Mishnah, we said that what? If a person says Harini Nazir, so Nazirus is 30 days. In an ideal world, then when do you take your haircut? When do you take your haircut? Day 31. If you took your haircut on day 31, Salacha, you're Yotze. In case number 2, I'm a Nazir for 30 days. If you take your haircut on day number 30, then what? You're not Yotze. So what's the distinction? So we'll see in the Gemara, but the Mishnah already, again, the Rosh already references this. When you say Harini Nazir Shloshim Yom, what's implicit in your statement? Shloshim Yomim Shleim. You are accepting a Neder Naziros for 30 complete days. It's implicit. Otherwise, you will say why. So you'll say the Mishnah is operating with a basic premise, which is a person doesn't say things for no reason. Halavai, we should live up to that, right? That's an aspirational statement. Right? A person doesn't make a statement, a meaningless statement. So therefore, again, if I just want to become a Nazir for 30 days, all I need to do is what? Well, what do I need to say? Harini Nazir. If I'm saying Harini Nazir Shloshim Yom, that must mean that I'm coming to add on something additional. What am I coming to add on? That as opposed to a regular Nazirus, where there's a mitzvah Yom Kippur concept on day number 30, I'm taking on Nazirus for 30 complete days. 30 complete days. And therefore, Allah Kalamaisa, if I take a haircut on day number 30, you can't do that. You're still in the midst of my Nazirus. Beautiful. Let's go back there. I'm sorry. Oh, good. Excellent. Hold on to that. Hold on. See, Javi, see what happens when you, right when that, right, is that, no, that's why I was just talking about this. There's such a different dynamic in that also, like we do it normally, like first thing in the morning, it's 5:45. Here, again, after all the sleep everyone got last night, everyone's well rested. Again, different energy, beautiful. We'll say, I just also want to point out, remember, it's only our first full day after Kalo. But part of what we're also going to do is learning is not just going to be like the daf and Mesilas Yesharim in the morning. When we go to breakfast, we have more opportunity to talk about the daf. We have a whole package that Mesilas Yesharim are going to learn. So it's going to be beautiful. Good. So let's go back there. What was the shit about? I was kind of late. I was kind of breaking it out slowly. Yeah, trying to pick up on that. Yes, there's going to be more learning. Yeah, so let's say Mishnah. Misha Nazir Shtei Nazirus. What happens if a person took on 2 Nidre Nazirus? So what's say? So remember again, Stam Nazirus will give me 30 days. So at this point, he's taking on now 60 days of Nazirus. So Misha Nazir Shtei Nazirus. Megalech HaSarishona Yom Shloshim Ve'achad. That's Hashniya Yom Shishim Ve'achad. So what's that? Pasha case. Again, it's just an extension of the previous Mishnah. I take on Harini Nazir. I take on two durations on Nazir. So I will say, how long am I Nazir for? 60 days. But remember, in this case over here, I will say, I'm not taking on one Neder Nazirus of 60 days. I'm taking on 2 consecutive terms of Nazirus. So I observe the first 30, and then what? Do my hair cutting when? Day number 31. And then I go and observe the second Neder Nazirus and take my haircut when? Day number 61. Beautiful. In Gilach as I showing Yom Shloshim, I will say, now again, it's just in touch the first part of the Mishnah. If I take my haircut for my first Neder Nazirus on day number 30, now, why am I allowed to, once again, I will say Chazara, why am I allowed to take my haircut on day 30? Why? Mixes Yom Kikulo, right? Because remember, again, there's a case of Harini Nazir, not a case of Harini Nazir Shloshim Yom. So if I take my haircut on day number 30, so ultimately, I will say, that's fine. But then what that means is the second term, so we'll say the chap over here in this case is the first term and the second term are mirrors of each other. So therefore, if I take my haircut on day number 30, which is fine, mixed Yom Kikulo, I'm also going to Megaleach Hasashniya Yom Shishim. I'll take a haircut for the second term when? Day number 60. Day number 60, they have to mirror each other. However, now both I watch this. Then Gilach Yom Shishim Chasra Echad. The most here's what's interesting. What happens if you end up going ahead and taking your haircut on day 59, right? Yom Shishim Chasra Echad. Ultimately, again, you are Yotzei. So I'll say, see, the Gemara says, well, she would take. We'll see in the Gemara why this is. Fine. Let's see why this is. Good. Well, we don't have to do all the rush right now. So listen to this. The Eidus Heid Rapapis Al Mi Shegaza Nazar Shtei Nizir. Shabbos and Rapapis. But I will say, by the way, I'll point out over here was the Rapapis. Rapapis was a contemporary of Rabbi Akiva. So if you notice, this is the beauty of Israel. That here, we learn Torah in America, so it's beautiful. But sometimes it's just a bit more esoteric and removed. Here, so many of the personalities that we discussed live to it well here. So remember again, in the inscription of Rabbi Akiva's kever, the one to the left, it told the story of Rabbi Akiva's capture by the Romans and ultimately his death. The first part of the story was Rabbi Akiva was incarcerated with papas. With their papas, they were incarcerated at the same time. Right? It's an incredible thing. So Rabbi Papas also just pointing out, like he's like, so the Gemara says as follows. So Rabbi Papas, so the Gemara says, hey Rabbi Papas, Amisha Nazir Shtei Naziris, Shein Gilach es Harishona Yom Shloshim, Megalech es Hashniya Yom Shishim. So let's just listen to this. So this Eidos, that Papas went ahead and he was made Ashen Mishin Nazir Shtei Naziris, that if a person went ahead and took on 2 consecutive Nidrei Nazirus, Shemgilach es Harishon Yom Shloshim, if you went ahead and took your haircuts for the first one on day 30, which you're going to both say works why? Because Mitzvah Sayom Kikulo, so Megalech es Hashniya Yom Shishim. You can go ahead and take the second haircut on day 60. That if you went ahead and you took the second haircut on day 60 minus 1 day, so yatsa. We'll say it works. Now, how would that work? Now, so let's play this out. So now, remember, normally, remember, let's say in a perfect world, if you're taking on 2 Canadian Nidrei Naziris, how long is the first one? 30 days. When do you take your haircut? 31. Excellent. How long is the second Nidrei Naziris? 30 days. When you take your haircut? 61. Okay, so that's the idea. We now understand that what can you do technically? 62, right? We'll see. The truth is, right, we're going to get that good. So let's listen to this. Now, we understand also, if you end up doing it 30, right, good. It's not collect days. What it's talking about is how you go ahead and you review the 2 Nidrei Naziros. We're looking at it as 2 units of 30. So you're taking it so that you do it, you observe 30 days, and then go ahead and haircut 31. You observe the second 30 days and take it on 61, which you're counting the days actually together be 62. But now I understand, if I do 30 and 60, that work? Does that work? Why? Makes it low. Now Rabbi say, Papas is introducing us to the idea that if on the second Nidrei Naziros, you take the haircut on day 59, it works. Rabbi say, how would that work? Here we go. Listen to this. Sheyom shel shloshim ola lo min aminyan. Rabbi say, watch this. Day 30 works both ways. Day 30 could be, Rabbi say this again. See, everything comes back to the mix. Rabbi say, like we said on Monday. Anyone remember Monday? Feels like about 4.5 weeks ago, right? Listen, but if you remember again on Monday, this whole Yisrael Mission Kikulo teaches me that one day could have a dual identity. One day could have a dual identity. So therefore, day 30 could actually count as the end of the first Nidrei Naziris, and what? The last day of the first one and first day of the second one. So therefore, technically speaking, by the time you get to day 59 of the second Nidrei Naziris, technically, you can take your haircut. Incredible. So the Gemara goes right there. Misha Harini Nazir. So listen to this. Misha Harini Nazir. Person went ahead and said, I'm a Nazir. Now both say again, Stam Naziris. How long? 30 days. 30 days. We all said, but remember again, now what happens? In this case, Nikma Yom Shloshim. What happens if he becomes Tameh on day number 30? Right? It becomes day number 30. So what's the halacha? So stress us all. Like David said, you lose everything. Now both say, now I want to point out over here, see Kiddush in that. What's the Kiddush in that? The Kiddush, right, is all. Like David just said, remember, I would have thought that, and there's a workaround there. If you're going to be coming on day number 30, if you'll mix some Kikulo, effectively, I could kind of, that's what? I finished the Nidrei Naziris. But again, so we're going to discuss all of this in the Gemara. But Allah Kamaisi, you go and you become coming on day number 30, you lost everything. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Eliezer says as far as we'll say, just take a quick look at the Rush for just a moment. It's actually not so far if you go right across from the Mishnah to the Rush. So the Rush is over here, Mish Amar Harini Nazir, Nikma Yom Lamed, So Stress Hakol, Rav Masna, So Semin Torah, or maybe Carbon to Mulabar Pando, So Semin Drabanon. I'll do it fine. So listen to this. Rabbi Eliezer says no. Rabbi Eliezer says, So Sir, Ella Shiva. Rabbi Eliezer says to Allah, you don't lose the whole Nidrei Naziris. We've actually seen this reference before. You don't lose the whole Nidrei Naziris. He said, what are you losing? You're only losing 7 days. 7 days. I want to say, take a look at the Rush. Rabbi Eliezer Omer Eno Soser Ela Zayim, Delo Gazer Ol Rav Masna Mishum Desara Mixus and Kulos. Here it is. So Rabbi Eliezer holds like this. Rabbi Eliezer holds, look, Mitzvah Kikulo says that Allah Kalamaisa wants you to observe part of day 30. Then what? You're finished. You're done. So I'll say, so where does 7 come from? What does 7 relate to? What is 7? Tumah. So 7 represents the amount of time that you need in order to extricate yourself from Tumah. Halakha l'maisa again, so Moshe is incredible. So Eliezer will Mesis Yom Kikulo tells you that if you became tummy on day number 30, you're good. You're good. You've observed your full night of Naziris, but you have to go ahead and observe another 7 days corresponding ultimately to the Yom of Tumah. I already know there's Shloshim Yom. So we'll say now again. Remember, we'll say this Mishnah is beautifully set up. Compliments to the author. That's what we'll say. Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, right? His kever is right here. Where's Rabbi Yehuda Nasi buried? It's very old. Sipori. All right, next. Yarkei Galo. So many Kivarim, so little time, right? So I'll say, so, wasted, you bastard, yeah. So listen to this. So this, but again, in all seriousness, you come across Mishnayos that are just so beautifully arranged. So listen to this. So Rabbi, so now we'll say, what's the next case? Let's see, Harini Nazir Shloshim Yom. I'm a Nazir for 30 days. I will say, let's go back to the beginning of Mishnah. When you say you're a Nazir for 30 days, I will say, what does that statement mean? What does it mean? Full 30 days. Meaning what? No mitzvahs hayom kikulo. So now, if you say you're Nazir 30 days, nitba yom shloshim soser asakol. Ultimately, again, if you become tummy on day number 30, you lose everything. Now, that sounds like you lose everything, even according to who? Even according to Rabbi Eliezer. Right? Even according to Rabbi Eliezer, who said that beforehand you only have to observe 7 days for something to be Tumah because of mitzvah kikulo. If you say Harini Nazir shloshim yom, you don't get mitzvah yom kikulo. Incredible. Next. Harini Nazir Mea Yom. Person says, I'm a Nazir for 100 days. Nitma Yom Mea. You become tummy on the 100th day. Soser Esakol. You lose everything. Shabbos says, so again, that's the Tanakama. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, no. Now, Rabbi Eliezer says, Mitzvah Yom Kikulo. So because you're becoming tummy on the 100th day. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, you're fine. Mitzvah Kikulo, you have it locked in. However, Eino Soser Elo Shloshim. Rather, again, halacha l'maisa, you only go ahead and be tamei 30 days. Now, I will say, the Rush points out we actually already learned this halacha before, because Rabbi Eliezer holds that halacha l'maisa, when you become tamei biyom melos, on the day in which you conclude your neder naziros, the most you can lose for a prolonged or protracted neder naziros is 30 days. Therefore, on 100-day neder naziros, the most you're going to have to make up is 30 days. Incredible. So, Nikba Yom Mea Ve'echad. Now, this is interesting. What happens if you became Tameh on the 101st day? On the 101st day, then what's the halacha? So Sir Shloshim Yom. So let's listen to this. So the Tanakama says we'll define all of these cases. But Pashtos, what this means is I became Tameh after the Neder Naziros was over, but before the corresponding sacrificial rites and haircut was able to be performed. So in this case, even the Tanakama says, listen, you finished your Neder Naziros. So because you finished your Neder Naziros, that's kind of locked in. But because you haven't performed, therefore you can't lose it in totality. But what you will have to go ahead and repeat is a 30-day duration. And in this case, Rabbi Eliezer says no, Eino Soser Elo Shiva. The most you're going to put in this case is what? 7 days. 7 days. Beautiful. I will say, our first Mishnah in Eretz Yisrael. L'chaim. Even I'm going to hold a little too early. It's not 5 o'clock anywhere. Right? So we're going to stick with coffee. Black coffee is perfect right now. Says the Gemara. And the boss says the Gemara. Let's go right there. Mishama Harini Nazir. The Nitma Yom Shloshim. So a person says, I'm a Nazir. So remember again, let's just reinforce these concepts. A person says, Harini Nazir. How long is he a Nazir for? 30 days. That was like, when you see a Harini Nazir, according to Tanakam and the Mishnah, what halachic principle do you have the ability to tap into? Mixed Yom Kikulo. And that's a big thing. That means once you get to day 30 with an Harini Nazir Neder, ultimately what? Halacha l'maisa, you've locked in your Neder Naziros at the beginning of day number 30. So Mishar Harini Nazir Finit Mayom Shloshim, and now you became Tameh on day number 30. So stress Akol. You lose everything. Okay, so the Gemara Eliezer says, Eno Soser Ela Shiva. Ultimately, again, you only lose 7 days. You only lose 7 days. I will say, by the way, before you turn the page, it's actually interesting. So Rabbi Eliezer says, why do you lose 7 days? So it's according to Rashi, the idea over here is why 7 days? Because ultimately, again, we want you to be able to bring your carbon in a state of ritual purity. Otherwise, I just want to point out, obviously, you can't bring your carbon while you are tummy. So everyone's agreeing you're going to have to undergo the 7-day ritual purification process for your tumah. What Rabbi Eliezer is adding in over here is we're going to tack on another 7 days to your Nazirus, so that ultimately, again, you're able to bring your carbon from a state of purity in your Nazirus as well. So the Gemara goes like, fine, you only lose 7 days. How many days? Rabbi Eliezer holds, Kol Achar Malos Shiva Sosa. Okay, so let's say here it is. So Rabbi Eliezer holds like this. See, Rabbi Eliezer is holding Mitzas Hayom Kikulo. That's what he's holding. So as soon as we say Mitzas Kikulo, therefore what? Once you get to day 30, halachically it's like what? It's like what? You're done. So according to Rabbi Eliezer, what we're looking at over here is when a guy becomes tummy on day number 30. What we're effectively looking at is a guy who has become tummy after the conclusion of his neder nazirus. That's effectively what we're looking at over here. So listen, any time you become tamei after the conclusion of your neder nazirus, the most you lose out on is 7 days. 7 days. Now, the truth is, that might not be true. In other words, we're going to see in 100-day nazirus it's more, but he means just in a stam neder nazirus. Fine. So, I'm sorry? Why lose? Oh, so good. We're gonna see his svara. The truth is, we actually already saw his svara. We saw Darshan of Psukim, but we're gonna see it again in Meretz Hashem. So the Gemara says this: Harini knows your Shloshim Yom. So almost the second line. It's the 10th of days, 16b, second line from the top. Harini knows your Shloshim Yom. B'nitma Yom Shloshim. Person says, I'm a Nazir for 30 days. And then someone says, now remember again, this is a different case. In this case, he's explicitly articulating the duration of the Neder Nazirus. I am a Nazir now for 30 days. I am a Nazir Shloshim Yom, B'nitma Yom Shloshim, and now he becomes a Nazir on 30 days. Soser es hakol. Ultimately, again, he loses everything. Now, both say, according to Tanakama, why does he lose everything? Right? Why does he lose everything? Because again, he said Shleimim. He said Shleimim, right? 30 days. 30 days. So yeah, in this case, lo polyg Rabbi Elazar. I will say, why doesn't Rabbi Elazar argue on this case? I will say, at the end of the day, why doesn't he argue? The Amr Shleim. Okay, so a little bit anticlimactic because Rashi already told us this, right? But for myself, what's the case? I will say, when a person says Harini Nazir Shloshim, but what is he saying? Harini Nazir. So there is Harini Nazir Shloshim Yom. Ultimately, again, once I'm a Nazir for 30 complete days. Once he makes that articulation, then halacha l'maisa again, the Nazirus goes on 30 complete days. Even according to Eliezer, and Eliezer will say, therefore halacha l'maisa, if you become tamei on day number 30, go ahead and you lose the entire thing. Incredible. Harini Nazir male, that's the case I will say. Person says, I'm a Nazir for 100 days in my Yomeya, and he becomes coming on the 100th day. Soser as Hakol, he loses everything. Rabbi Eliezer Omer Eno Soser Ela Shloshim. Right? Rabbi Eliezer says you only go ahead and lose versus V'kula that you know Ba'aliba the Barpat Rav Masna. I will say the Gemara says we already learned the discussion, and this entire discussion between Barpat. Remember again. Focus by Padan Rav Masna ultimately again was the machlokas about whether to stand there to the 0 20 days versus 30. Gemara says we don't have to rehash that entire discussion. So just please get into this. So again, just to highlight what we're walking away with over here. So first of all, reinforcing the idea that we pass like Rav Masna, namely, stand there to the 0 is going to be for a duration of 30 days. Ideally, in an ideal world, you would use it for 30 days. When do you haircut? Using it as a verb. When do you haircut? Day 31. If you haircut on day 30, what's the halacha? It works. Why? Mitzvah Kikulo. The only exception to that rule will be if you say Hareini Nazir Shloshim Yomim Shleimim. If you say that, then what? Then you are Nazir for a complete 30 days, and because of that halacha l'maisa, Halacha l'maisa, you can't haircut on day 30 in that case. Furthermore, again, even according to Eliezer, if you were to become tamei on that day 30, what would happen? Halacha l'maisa, what would happen? You lose everything. You lose everything in that because, again, here you were supposed to be articulated 30 complete days. And those you miss. Correct. And we're going to get into this. Remember, I will say, good. Coffee is coffee. It's already sauce perfect. Right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, it's perfect. No, it's perfect. Everything is sauce perfect. Everything is sauce perfect. So I'll just point out is, remember, we've been doing this long enough to also know, but the way these sugis, if also we have not learned about the haircut of the Nazir, or for that matter, again, the competing Kabbalic rituals of the rituals, or the line of Kabbalah of the Nazir. So again, remember, we're referencing all these things, but obviously we can see it spelled out in the coming months. Again, remember saying new Mishnah. Here we go. So the Gemara says also, in the previous study also mentioned that in the Shleiman also right? Not over here. Not over here. So this whole discussion. Yeah, we'll see. We're going to come back to the case of Ani. We're not finished with that yet as well. Says the Mishnah. Mishnah Nazir. Here we go. It's an interesting case. Here's the case. A guy is in the cemetery. He's in the cemetery, right? It's okay. Good. It's just beautiful. Good. So inspired. Irene knows you. Right? Irene knows you, right? People took on a lot of Kabbalahs last night. That was nice. So what happens? But I'm just pointing out. So he comes out. So you should know zero base akbaros. So everyone says now, halacha l'maisa. Somebody took on a neder nazirus, but he's in the cemetery. So everyone says now, watch this. Even if he's in the cemetery 30 days. Some people like Kvarv, right? They like Kvarv. See, he was in the cemetery for 30 days. So what's the halacha? Ein olden lo min aminyan. Ultimately, again, those 30 days do not count towards his neder nazirus. Now, the truth is, it's obvious that they don't count towards his neder nazirus. We see exactly what the Gemara is trying to highlight. Here's the chad. The eno may be carbon tumah. So let's say that's really what's happening over here. In other words, the initial teaching is as follows: when a guy goes ahead and says "Hareini Nazir," and he's standing in the cemetery, essentially, we'll say there are two ways to look at this. Right? Possibility one is he's a Nazir, and what else? He's instantaneously tummy. So now he became a Nazir, and he also became tummy, and therefore Allah he has to bring a carbon tumah. So first of all, he destroys the days observed, which is really irrelevant. Why? Because he hasn't observed anything. But the real chap would be is that maybe he has to bring a carbon for tumah. What the Mishnah is essentially teaching me is that no, when a person says Hareini Nazir and he's standing in a cemetery, essentially what it is a delayed acceptance. In other words, you've taken the vow, you've taken the neder, but Lamaisa, the neder doesn't really devolve upon you until when? Now, what's that? It's not really even right. It's not really even until you leave the cemetery. Because even once you leave the cemetery, your problems aren't over. Remember again, you leave the cemetery, you're tummy. So really, it's going to be the neder nazirus really devolves upon you when you depart the cemetery plus 7. That's the Meitara. So the idea that the Mishnah is teaching me over here is that you might have thought that when you become a Nazir in a cemetery, you are a Nazir immediately. And therefore, again, perhaps you'd have to bring a carbon tumah immediately. Kamash Malan, no. Kamash Malan, the neder nazirus does not devolve upon you until you leave.
Is all of your material based on stuff that would kill him for 10 years?
So first, let's lift my either to do such a thing like that. Yeah, no. The simple reason, I'll tell you why. Simple reason is because you, contrary to popular opinion, you don't have to drink, right? In other words, you could put the cup down, right? You can have put camelbacks, right? The big, yeah, no, you can become a Nazir, you can have the wine, right? So let me know. So the Gemara says as follows. Listen to this. So I feel like maybe carbon tumah. Good. Yatsa finichnas. Now watch this. he made. So we'll say here's the timeline. He went ahead and he took the ned in his zeros, and then what? Then he left the cemetery, and then he came back in. Yotza v'nichnas. So we'll say ultimately again. Now, obviously, the days that he observed outside of the cemetery ultimately count towards his ned and his zeros. And what's the halacha? Well, maybe carbon tumah. And we'll say that obviously in this case, now again, we'll discuss exactly what the novelties in these cases. But halacha l'maisa over here. Now, if you left the cemetery, that gives the opportunity for the ned and the zeros to devolve upon him. And now when he goes back in again, the tumah is there again. He loses whatever days he's observed. And halacha l'maisa, and halacha l'maisa, he's going to have to bring a carbon tumah. Okay. So that's what we're going to see. We're going to see essentially what are the mechanics. This is going to be machlokes in the Gemara. When you take a neder naziros in a cemetery, what is happening? Is it the shot now that there's a binding neder naziros, but there's just something preventing the neder naziros from devolving upon you, and the moment you leave the cemetery, boom, the neder naziros attaches itself to you, or that effectively you've done nothing? Taking a neder naziros in a cemetery is an irrelevant statement. That's exactly what we're going to see in the Gemara. Rabbi said that you go out of the cemetery and come back in, you haven't lost anything, and you also don't have to bring a carbon tumah. Why? Why not? Listen to this incredible. Why? Rabbi says that the way the pasuk is when it comes to tumah is as follows. That if a person becomes tumah, the Torah says the days you have observed, yiplu, literally again will fall by the wayside. So Rabbi Eliezer is a diaper. We'll say, what does the pasuk say? What does yomim mean? Plural. Days. Days means you have to have at least 2 days of naziros under your belt for tumah to destroy those days and obligate you to go ahead and bring a carbon. Incredible. So Gemara says, okay, let's analyze. And this goes for the details. Here we go. So let's start this sugya. Good. Itmar, Misha, Nazar, so we'll say, let's now go down into this. A person ahead and takes a neder naziros, and he is in the cemetery, so we'll say, so now what's the halacha? Rabbi Yochanan says, naziros chala alos. So we'll say, Rabbi Yochanan is of the opinion that the neder is chal on you. The neder is chal, right? It devolves upon you. So in other words, what's happening over here? What's happening? I'm in the cemetery. I say Harini Nazir. What does Rabbi say in that moment? What happens? Am I a Nazir? Am I kind of? What's happening over here is like this. The Naziros is chal. There is a neder that is upon you. There's a neder that's upon you. But the ability to observe the neder, right? The ability or the obligation to observe the neder is not yet there. I go out because I can't. Conversely, one second. Reish Lakish says, "Ein naziros chalava." Reish Lakish says, "No, the naziros is not chal." When you say Hareini Nazir in a cemetery, I say, what's the effect of that statement? It's meaningless. Right? In other words, it doesn't matter. It doesn't accomplish anything. So this is the fundamental machlokes. So the Yochanan says when you see Hareini Nazir in a cemetery, ultimately again the neder is chal. It's just that you can't execute on it, right? So the neder applies, right? So I was saying when you see chal is if somebody were to ask you, tell me where are you holding your life? What can you answer? According to the Yochanan, what could you answer? I'm a Nazir. Just a non-practicing one, right? I'm not practicing, right? I'm a not yet observant Nazir. So Lamaisa again, the neder is chal. You just can't do anything with it. You'll see what you have to do. You take a neder naziris in a cemetery, that's an irrelevant, inconsequential, meaningless statement. Now I will say, where's the nafkamina? Here we go. Rabbi Yochanan Amar Nez, here it is. Rabbi Yochanan Amar Nazir's chal. Rabbi Yochanan says when you become a Nazir in the cemetery, ultimately again, the naziris is chal. Savar, listen to this. Misla Talya. He holds, I will say, that when you become a Nazir, it's almost as if that neder is like suspended. It's right, you took it upon yourself, but the application or the execution or the living of that mitla tell you, literally, it's suspended over you. The kaima, kevan de mishkechatara chayla. Once you find yourself in a state of tara, a state of ritual purity, then we'll say what happens? Boom. The nether devolves upon you. Reish Lakish says, Ein Naziris Chal Alav. Reish Lakish says, no. You see Iranian Nazir in a cemetery. Both say you see Iranian Nazir in a cemetery. What's the effect of that statement? What's the effect? Zero. Now both say, now watch this. This is incredibly important. So now I come out of the cemetery. I go through my purification process. According to Reish Lakish, what's my status? I'm a non-Nazir. And therefore, I hadar va'amar chayli alei v'ilo lo. And therefore, again, Reish Lakish says, if you want to become a Nazir, what do you have to do? You have to re-accept another Nazirus upon you. So we'll say, you know what's happening over here? So we'll say, so this is great. Even if we had to get back on the plane right now, first getting some additional coffee, right away. So if I say, listen to this. I'm standing in the cemetery. I see Harani Nazir. So what's happened? Rabbi Yochanan says, you're a Nazir. You just can't practice your Nazirus. But that nether is a part. In other words, you've made a binding nether. You've made a binding promise to be a Nazir. You just can't observe that nether because of circumstantial realities. But the moment your circumstances change and the ability to observe a nether Nazirus is there, you are a Nazir. Do you have to do anything else to accept that Neder Nazirus upon yourself? Zero. All you need is your circumstances to change, and ultimately, again, you're a Nazir. Reish Lakish says, what are you talking about? You cannot accept something upon yourself if you don't have the ability to act on it. So you go ahead and you see Harani Nazir in a cemetery. That's a meaningless statement. That doesn't make any sense. Right? So we'll say, that doesn't make any sense. And therefore, again, once you become tahar, if you want to be a Nazir, you want to practice Nazir, what do you have to do? You have to accept it upon yourself again. If your circumstances don't allow for the performance of the neder, then the verbal articulation of the neder is absolutely meaningless. So if you want to become a Nazir again, if you want to be a Nazir after you are purified, you can do that, but you would have to make another Kabbalah. Also, I'll just point out that even if you think about this much graphically, it's so profound. What are they arguing about? What are they arguing about? So Reish Lakish is saying like this. Reish Lakish is saying, if you say you're going to do something, you say you're going to do something, but you don't do anything, right? You accept. This is what I'm going to be, but you don't perform. What is it? Like you're saying, meaningless. Articulation of self-actualization, an aspirational articulation is only meaningful if you do something about it. Just say what you're going to do, talk about what you do, plan what you're going to do, but you don't deliver, tactless. You don't act, it's meaningless. It's absolutely nothing. And comes on Rabbi Yochanan, what does Rabbi Yochanan say? That's the shalom. When a person talks about an aspiration, a person goes ahead and has an aspiration, a moment of articulating what they want to be, who they want to be, what they want to accomplish in life. Sometimes your circumstances do not allow for the actualization of your aspirations. Sometimes it is. And also, you know how it works in life? Sometimes just standing in the graveyard. I'm just standing in the cemetery. For whatever the reason, I have to go. For whatever the reason, I'm just stuck together. For whatever the reason, I just can't move myself forward. But when I articulate that I want something bigger, better, and holier in life, what Yochanan says, That is absolutely unequivocally. There's like, don't say that. Don't say that just because you don't act. Because sometimes in life you can't. Now let's say this is an example, right? This is an example of a guy who's thinking why. Why isn't he becoming a the moment after his articulation? Circumstances are preventing him from doing so. It's not that he's lazy. It's not that he doesn't want it. He can't do it right now. Like I said, I don't care. You give all the excuses in the world. If you don't deliver actually statements, right articulations of aspirations for greatness are meaningless if they're not followed up by action. Yochanan says, when he articulates that he wants to be great, he articulates that he wants to accomplish, even if he can't do it, even if act. It will say, dreams of greatness are meaningful, even if they're not immediately followed by action. Because at least think about greatness. I'm not actually delivering. At least my head is in the right place. And if my head is in the right place, then my body will catch that. So we'll stop over here for today with this machlokas. So we'll leave this machlokas. So we're going to now do a little bit of a translation, a little bit of Mesilas Yesharim.
I played along to get that person to stay with you. Yeah. Guys like Joe love it when people play the long game. They just have
for the month of Teves.
Hey Joe, I'm seeing you around.
Thank you, Dr. Yomi Shir, for dedicating Ovishim and Joshua this month. In memory of dedicating Ovishim and Joshua this month of the yard site of Cherry Elbaum, Yaakov Menachem, the obtain the merit of our Talmud Torah, the Neshamas Mahavira, and the families in Kama. And we'll say with that, let us begin. So we'll say today's dot is Hey 85. And we are picking up in Meretz Hashem at 2 dots. Right, thank you. 2 dots on 84b. 2 dots on the dollar on the base. So let's go. Says the Gemara. So we are now 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up in the right. And the Mishnah said, again, you have 2 pieces in your knife. So it says, or it doesn't have to be rough, by the way. It can actually be first, it says, I never make a ledger, and everything. So when you're really asking to be their friend, you're like, okay, okay. What is the true in terms of too much and niceness? So the Mishnah says, in that case, Yislu al-Farqa. Also, against Hanan, we have the ability to true and nicer against the will of the vow. So that's case 1. Case 2, the Mishnah says, Kohanim Exus. Case 2 is Kohanim will be an Elu. 2 is where the Mishnah says, the vow says, these particular Kohanim, or these particular Elu, cannot take Truma and Meiser, then what's the halacha? So you must be able to say, even enemy, you block it. So those specified Kohanim and cannot take Truma and Meiser, but other Kohanim absolutely fine. So what's the sense of this one? That's the sense of this one. Allah, what is he there? That was like, we spoke about this yesterday already, but a quick follow-up. Remember again, I feel like we spoke about when it comes to Truma and Meiser. Obviously, I'm the Jewish farmer, I'm in Israel. I set up Truma and Meiser. Who does the Truma and Meiser belong to? Who's it belong to? Kohanim and Levi. All of you. Now, granted, Meiser, we don't technically speaking himself. Well, let's just work the idea from Kohanim. So as Israel, what right do I have in this produce? What rights? I have the full Tovas Hanah. Tovas Hanah means I have the right to decide who, that is a right. So it's not here we go. It says Allah, Tovas Hanah in the mouth. I will say, now let's analyze this. The critical shadow we're going to deal with now is everybody does Tovas Hanah the right to decide which coin or maybe to give because does that right have a financial value or not? Now, what the Gemara says just out, we're going to see why that's very important for a little bit. So now, case number 1, I make a nether. My nether is no coin or maybe to get any benefit from me. That's the nether. So what's my love? Muhammad was able to come and take Truma and Meiser again. You just take it from. So what do you see from there? You see from there that Tovas Hanah does not have a financial benefit. Right? Why? Because it had a financial benefit, then what? And we're being shopped to get Truma and Meiser. What are they doing? The fact that Kohanim are allowed to shop and take my Truma and Meiser indicates that Tovas Hanah is right but it is right out financial value. So the Gemara says, Alma, tell us about in a moment. Yes, was it in a safer? Yeah, again, this is the last time of the if my net is I mean the right? So, you know, so, Aaron Avihu cannot get enough of me. Like Moshe, Eliezer, and Gershom can't get, those of you who can't get any enough of me. If I name them, then what's that level? You will feel it. Then the other Kohanim, other than the name Kohanim, other than the name Reveal, you go and take from the Celestial. What do you see there? About a honey loaf. But the named Kohanim didn't care. So what do you see from there? Alma, Kavasana, Amam. Say that the fact that the named Kohanim and Reveal cannot take the human nature. What does that indicate? What does that indicate? That Kavasana does have a financial value, right? Because if it didn't have a financial value, then a lot of what I saw, it would not be the definition that even the name of the should be able to. So I say, what do we have? We have a contradiction. From the first case in the show, it sounds like Kavas Hano does have financial value. In the second case in the show, sorry, in the first case in the show, it sounds like Kavas Hano does not have financial value. In the second case, it sounds like Kavas Hano does have value. So which one? Which do you want to say? Actually, already, let's see. I was going to say this time, when you listen to this. I'm going to this. I don't know the upload. Here, listen to the following case. Ruvain comes along, and Ruvain steals my cattle. What does it mean? I have produce. I just harvested out here. I have not yet separated out humus and nitrous. So therefore, again, I have crop, I have grain, and my grain is cattle. Ruvain comes along and steals my cattle. Here's my cattle. Then let's just what's the shadow? So now the question is, the upload, now you can see the cattle. You can see all of my grain. Now, Ruvain, about Shiloh. So he comes along now and he wants to go out and compensate me for the theft. So what's the Shiloh? What's the Shiloh? What does that mean? So listen to this. You know, you make two loads of the So that means look, what does that mean? It's the value of the cattle. I will say, now what's the value of the cattle? So the question value of the cattle means everything. Like everything, the entire value of that crop. The entire value of that crop. I will say, the question is what that means is the cattle, and also whatever the nitrous were inside of that as well. We'll find just the very ready. So we also need to do that. Ain't no trying to we also need this to what is it going to have to do with this? Only amount of what has been seen. In other words, when you basically see the crop, why not? Why not? It's my crop. It's my cattle. So ultimately, again, now we stole the whole archive fund of pile. He ate it. Now what is it to me back? Rebbe says he's got to pay back. He's made kidnapped. Value of the cattle. Value. So Rebbe Yogi says no. You're not saying that the whole of it. Why? Because remember again, the Suma Elisa wasn't mine. So I hear that being back from something that's not much going to go to it. Suma lost to the kind of looking at him. Now we've got to have to do it why not? Because the life said this is following let's say money that has no particular claims. Or particular claims that may be claims that woman was that it could be back. Because of that, there's no claim and therefore again that's a nice thought. But what we do say is he doesn't have to do the value of the higher crop that he stole. Only the amount of freedom that would have been in it, and that represents my portion. And I love Ultimate. You know, say argument about. What are you about? The backup day, here we go. Backup day. Fine. So I'll just point out. Right. Let me just mention this. Okay, Ryan points out what he does. Ryan points out that when listen to what Rudy says, I'm sorry, when Reggie says you need kidnapped, I will say. So actually, take a quick look. Go back to the dollar of just a moment. Shali looked in so ultimately again from the round says over here. So he says, we make Shabo, would make just a nice just with feet of us. She reached the button. So let's see, let me explain it to you. So now let's go back. I have Drake. Ruben unties Drake. Tevel. Ruben steals my Tevel, consumes it. Now what does Ruben want to do? Chumas. Earth the Chumas. Pay back. Pay back what he stole. What's left of this? What does he have to pay back? So let's work backwards. Now the other thing we do that says he has to pay me back is the cooling that was in the grave. Because that's really stole from me. The cooling. That's the part that kind of what he has to pay me back. Rebbe on the other hand, he has to pay me back down the other Tevel. Now I will say, what's the value of the Tevel? Even Rebbe agrees. He has to pay back the cooling, like that's something. Plus what? It can't be plus the actual value of the Tuma. That's not a value to me. It's not a value to me. But unless you know what Rebbe means is one plus it to me that, Tavasana. The value of the Tavasana. I had Tuma and Meiser in my possession. I also had the choice to give that Tuma and Meiser to someone. That choice, right, that right, has a value. Moving by stealing my dream, depriving me of my value. And therefore, that is obligated to pay me the value of that right, however we assess that. The value of that right plus the amount of food. It says the so what's going on? Right? What's going on? Positive. It's my love alchemy. So we're arguing about the following today. The right top of pay rate. The Rebbe Saba, Rebbe holds, Tovas Mamo, Rebbe holds, Tovas Hema is Mamo. Rebbe holds that Yosef, the right to choose who to give Tuna and Meiser to is a right that has, and therefore again, when legal skills might be not only does he have to bring back to in that way, he also has to bring back for what? For the value of the right that I've had to assign Tuna and Meiser. That he holds its moment. That he also that you got Sabar. This really on the hand holds no. What you really has to pay back for says what you has to pay back for is the Thomas I know while it is true it's a right, but it's a, that does not have a monetary. That was like that was because the very idea that these two opinions are reflected in the two different pieces in this. Case number one, like that's the idea where I'm making a measure, no kind of idea. How many maximum answer? So the Mishnah said, no, this is how to come to the human answer against my word. That is the idea of us and all does not be value. That's whereas the second piece in it, where it says that I make a certain kind of being can't any maximum answer that those named Kohanim can't, but others can. That reflects the view of Rabbi Yossi, that Tovas Hana does have a value. So it's on the focus, which was low. Before the Avatar in a moment, not true. In fact, everybody sees that's Tovas Hana. So let's say, I just want to point out, everyone is agreeing that there is a right that exists. Like, what's my right? What's my right? My right is the small farmers to determine who gets my Shema and who gets my Meiser. But the question is, right now, everyone agrees that that is right does not have the monetary value. The monetary value, right? So, Kuyama, Kawasanama, that's less than that. Yes, it's very true. And the Hafa, the Matanos, Shalom,
These special moves and keep us
so let's see what's interesting. My focus of here is when you have produce from which Shuma and Meiser is not accepted. Also, keep other people in line. One is on the left hand side. This particular line is 3 lines high. I'm going to show how much it is. The Rebbe Saba, Rebbe holds Kevin Shalom, when which Shuma and Meiser are really looking for Shabbat. The last Shmuel Daniel. We'll say Rebbe says the opinion that before Shuma and Meiser has been separated, it's cooler. The whole thing is cooler. And that's what Rebbe holds, that a living steals my iron and consumes the whole thing. What is the obligation? He's already here back part. It would be higher because it's separated. It's not viewed as existing. It's simply looked at as conversely, Rabbi Yossi Savar, the Ingo Bahan Klum. Rabbi Yossi on the other hand holds a little pile of grain. The fact that I have a different mice in that pile, as if human mice have been separated already. And therefore, what? When Reuben steals the pile and consumes the entire pile, he's essentially here as having consumed Reuben, Shuma, and Meiser. And therefore, the only thing he has to compensate for is what? Is the food in the salad. So let's say some alternate version. In this version, everyone is agreeing that Kovas Hano is not a monetary right. I know it's not a right with a monetary value. So what am I focused? My focus is how you view unseparated piles. Let's use unseparated piles as being cool. Therefore, the whole pile is cool. Therefore, Reuben is compensating for the entire pile. And we say this is no. We know that this Truma and Meiser in that even if it's yet being separated, and therefore, again, Reuben is only obligated compensate for the value of the coolness in that pile independent of this. Of the future to be separated from a nice which means one second. Because in the moment that if it's true as well as ultimately a value in doers, what is it matter if so much energy is separated or not? I love any time to do that, that's a very good. Rather the real reason of wrecking that fire is consume Banov, the reality is, every one of these that Kovas Hana is not money. The ability of the right that I have is Yisrael to determine which code, which link is given to my answer. That is a right, but that is a right to how in monetary value. So watch this, that's my focus is like great. I want to stole it. Get ready for this. Rebbe holds to penalize the thief. Penalize the thief. But also, in reality, go ahead and do this. This is reality. Women steals unpaid produce. Right? This is unpaid produce. Consumes it, and then else pay it back. We're saying, halachic. Right? Make that. And then we have to do that. Oh, so you have to do that. Just the human. Like, really just the human, right? Because I know that with that pile of grain, there's string is this and nice. Did Reuben steal the truma and Meiser from me? Did he steal the Meiser from me? No. What did he steal from me? Kovas Hana. But Kovas Hana never value. Monetary value. So in reality, what did he really steal from me? The human. How do you incentivize, right? How do you disincentivize it? Right? Make it right. So if you steal unpriced produce, now you ask for the value of the entire pile. Not by my instruments of the entire, and the hope is that by levying taking financial penalty against it's going to make the fee twice before going to actually the produce. Okay, that's levy. And so I run on the Gano. Cases don't live now. You'll see, Rabbi, you read the sermons list. Everything you read the whole, he holds the Suva one of the Balabayas, which is incredible. On the other hand, we read the holds, and ultimately again, does not penalize the meat. It buys the produce one. Why? In order not to go ahead and include so as I say, in order to go ahead and encourage people to try it as quickly as possible, if you go ahead and you have your produce stolen, the only produce you're getting back is what? Is the food and sugar and nothing else. So what does this do? It just incentivizes the owner to go ahead and harvest this produce. This way will be able to dispense the necessary. Incredible. So that's not focus. They always say, but I'm trying to point out the bottom line, interestingly enough, we are suggesting that everyone is agreeing that Cobalt Law is not normal. So I say, here's the problem. We'll come back to these halacha in just a moment. The parallel is, no, let's look at now, Rabbah. Moses said, here's the problem. We're still left now with contradiction of Mishnah. Remember, they're going to also be two cases. Case number one is I'm making that dirt, Kohanim or Levim can get benefit from it. Let's not look on that case. Someone is calling over here to do what? Show them my house that they get from this. What does that show? That Tovas Hanal is not Mumble. If Tovas Hanal wasn't, then they are taking a boundary from the day and another. Please finish, as I say, so what's that? So those who can't control myself, what? Others can, which shows you that Tovas Hanal is a value. So, how do you reconcile that? So it's like, we're not reconciling. So what comes along Rava? Rava says, Shuma, the Hainu from the Yitla couple, we shouldn't be Shuma nor Chazakhan. So listen to this. Let's be provided for Shuma 40% of us things about 4, 6, 7 from before it gets wide. So Rava Amar, Rava says, Shuma. You know, I think what we think is to go outside now, Mamon. So let's listen to this. Rava holds that in reality, every one of us that Shuma no, Tovas Hanal is Mamon. Reversing course now. Everyone agrees that like Shuma no said, is right, that has money. Now let's work on it. So it's like based on this second piece, let's say, I always say this. I make another, these Kohanim, so what's that? Those Kohanim, those cannot get like Shuma. So we can, all other comments, that makes sense, because what is that Shuma? That Tovas Hanal, you value. Therefore, the animal will be in can't get Shuma from me, because they'll be getting better. But what do I do in the first case? I make an all Kohanim that again cannot get it. So what's that on that case? What's that? They can come and take it even against my will. But what about the Tovas Hanal? So watch this. We'll give you the Rava Amar, shiny Shuma. The Hainu time will do. I talk for most of the years of these. Shuma was Chazal. So let's remember it. Who is Shuma? Like Shuma can only be different like behind from you. Which means they can't get benefits like Shuma. So if the Hainu will get benefits like Shuma, okay? No one. Which essentially means I relegated my Shuma to the status of what? Even the Ka'asi, the Mr. Shavya Afra, the and also, once I've asked my Shuma, ultimately again to Oharim, then essentially what is my Shuma becomes? Like the dust of the earth. And once it becomes like the dust of the earth, what is the level saying? It's hefker. So what do we do by people? We bought up or have a hefker. And this is absolutely fascinating. So it says, if you be hold Tovas Hanal, in this first case, in this first case, in the first case, we're on saying, my Shuma should be ushered to all Kohanim. Or if my Shuma is ushered to all Kohanim, that means it's not fit for anyone. If it's not fit for anyone, it effectively becomes like the dust of the earth. If it becomes like the earth, it effectively becomes dirt. If it becomes dirt, then you need to take it to Kohanim. I argue that if it becomes no, not anything. Because I was like, where are they getting from? The Rafa makes a matter not to get benefits. someone who's working at some who has them. So what's the absolutely romantic look at the line again? Iran says, Rob Amr Shani Truma, Kilomar, Kulomas Nisan is the was Allah Mama just the view that Thomas Allah is actually Mama has monetary value. Entonces, you got the choice is not the second option, which is again which makes me resurrect and certain for every time I think that makes sense. Relation with time of the swine ratio, which means never against also have why people have the right to come and take produce even against her will. No, Khazia El Kohanim. Like true was only fit for Kohanim. She actually literally struck her off. Keva the Astra Alayu Shah. Amada Akira Thomas and she is the bomb. So what's really incredible? Really incredible. So that's just a dramatic interpretation. So what's saying this interpretation? So then Thomas Hana is Mamo. Thomas Hana is Mamo. If that's the case has a monetary value. Case number 2 makes sense. Case number 1 is difficult. So Travis is case 1 is not difficult. When you ask your Truma Kohanim, you've effectively relegated Truma to the status of dirt. And because it's dirt, it automatically becomes hefker. Because it becomes hefker, once it has the ability to have it. Incredible, I will say. Bottom line, by the way, bottom line, how do we does Tovas Hana, is Tovas Hana, Mamo, or no, I'll tell you what makes it good. So as we listen to this case, the Rambam goes on this paragraph, chapter 5, paragraph 6. What's this to this? How about you sell Shekish? So what's this to this case? I am Israel. I would like to get married. So I give a woman truma. There's no more problem, guys. I'm Israel. She's in Israel. I say that no problem. There's a value in this truma. What's the value in truma? Tovas Hana. Take this truma, like our actually possessiously with Tovas Hana. Like when we're this truma, and I you have the right to give this truma to whoever you want. Now listen, I watch this. Does the Jesus work? Now it depends. Does it depend on? All of us have not had a value. If all of us have not does have a monetary value, it's woman an item of value. If Thomas has no monetary value, nothing. Nothing. Passing the Rambam, Aaron Mikudashas. Why? Shahari Inglo Bamafra, she can't sell it. The Inglo Ba Ella Obas and thing that exists within Obas and give the Haskins ultimately again. Inglo Mama. So we'll say that is indeed our love for the Mesa. It is a right, the right, an exercisable right that Israel has. Give his tremendous to whoever he wants. But that right does not have monetary value. Good says the Mishnah. Konan she'el sha'afi abo. This is the interesting case here. Same case, Rachel is married to Reuben. Rachel is married to Reuben, and in this case, she's a nether. What's her nether? That she is not going to do anything for her father. She's not going to give any enough to her I'm not ready to live for the mouth. I can get it for my father. Or which makes an end to I'm not going to be your father. Or I'm not going to do it for my brother. Most cases, Eno Yalahafer. Most in all those cases, he is not going to go for that. Say, why is he not going to go for that? Why not? Who knows? Why not? There's no in that message, and it's not going to say no. They know. Take a look at the line on the last line in Yalahafer. The aim alum literally nor are they discovering anything in their marital life. Therefore, he has no power of reputation. Next, Shani also is Idulus. What happens if Rachel makes an eder? Rachel make an eder is Elaine, and make an eder not to do anything for you. I'm not going to do anything for you. Shani also in this case, he does not mean, it doesn't mean because she is bound by certain things for her. Like if she works for her, there's certain other domestic activities that she has to do. And therefore, Allah for the myself, obligations is an effective measure. So when it says he doesn't have to know, it means that the measure never even takes effect. There's nothing to talk about. So say if you look at the line by the line just goes on to the next page. Shani Osapi Fa'ino Shaka you see that line. Show the Shabute. The Shabute Mishabata. The last community was class of the Shibuya. And for people. Fine. So he's gonna watch this, but he keep it saying, so I'm gonna keep it over. So Yofer says you should husband should know that. Why should you know that? Shema kind of Allah Yosef in Arab. But perhaps she'll earn more when she is obligated to give to us. And he keep us easy to follow. The comment says, Rachel makes an effort to argue with the rain and not going to provide any benefit to you. So what's that? The answer is Rachel, no negative. There's no negative. Why? Because she's undertaking that will undermine her core obligations that she has for her husband. Such negative is fundamental. Husband doesn't even have to know it at all. Because you know what? They will say because something called Abba. We learn this in Sudas. They will say his wife is obligated to contribute to certain amount to the household. Let's say she's obligated to earn X amount of dollars per week. They will say that amount that she earns, that is towards the household. Not additional amount. Well, Hashem says a good job. She makes a lot of money. So they'll say, what's the status of funds above and beyond that core amount? The answer is she's entitled to that. She's entitled to that amount. And he says, I think you know that never. Why? Because ultimately, again, if he doesn't know that never, it will devolve upon money. Now, look at some Russian. Russia's on the right hand column. It's 4 lines, 4 lines about it. Shemet Hadith Yosem Eloi. He's the Farishla. Ham Oselo, but mostly Kolomakish. I will say again, so there's a certain format that she brings into the household, but he's entitled to. Right? When you say he's got the house. But there's some amount that she brings in. She has complete control. Therefore, when first law, some bad stuff, I should get attacked. God, Harvey, the found a love at Bobby Farm shipping, you know, the actual ghost choice on the show. That he also love when I saw, doesn't should love that any unemployability benefit you, can come and say, no, never is bottle. Never is bottle, husband doesn't have to do anything. But if you listen, no, you need to know why. The specific effect is all additional. Because additional earnings what you keep on now from the should they know they know right? I'm not sure you're the union uses the affair. Somebody can shoot off with your ass. Very good. You're coming really sad. That comienza. He agreed with the people that husband should have all this together, but ultimately agrees for different reasons. And Yokomaru says, ultimately again, she should have known the nether because the nether could be held on additional amount that she earned. But Yokomaru says no. The nether is not going to help during the marriage. But what could happen alongside? But if they get divorced, that nether could kick in. Right? Because if you're divorced, ultimately she owes him nothing. So because she owes him taking the back, what should the husband do? Simply annul it now. Good. So we'll say, so three-way math focus about what should have, like, Rachel takes the nether, I'm not right. I cannot give any benefit to you. So what should Ruben do with that nether? What should he do? Nothing. Because the nether is essentially void because she's making it my current to come back on additional amounts of really because perhaps when they get divorced, then they put out in order to go ahead. By the way, the contribution to the church, to the board, to the church, right? So what's this? So they run after things that are on the days, the issue is, there's been education fact, here the board. Let's think like I said there, with the conclusion from the when he says no, the never now, you know, doesn't take effect upon it. Incredible. We'll say that's what's analyzed. How much Shmuel says, Halacha,
Give me this.
What does that tell you? Shmuel, this is fascinating. Because again, look up when he says, what is reality? Rachel makes him right there. I'm not committed. I'm thinking of that. Hold on, I'm not giving you any benefit. But Yochanan when he says, now why should you know? Think of Yochanan. Does this thing like that he's married to him? The answer is no. What is it Yochanan saying for? That you're going to get divorced, and what's going to happen? Now the nether is going to spring into effect, and suddenly again, usher to give him a no, which precludes marriage, which would also preclude just in benefit from her in whatever way. So the also really says, annul it now. Now what's that? Again, does the nether have any present impact? Zero. But annul it now because of this potential future.
Substantially
In fact, the Shmuel says Allah is like a miracle. What does that tell you? That tells you that a person has the ability to consecrate something that is not yet in existence. That was said God. It's similar to your shit and no nether now. Even though there's no part of the future, so it's a future potential that. The real thing when he says, he essentially negotiates something now in the present for something that may occur in the future. The similarly, a Shmuel must also hold. The Shmuel is not for the video family. Also hold. Not negotiate a reality now. What? That what? Yeah, take a look at the last rush on the page. Rush says, Adam Yish. Lover Shavaliola. Daniel Girsha. For again, he seems to be called this leather, but yet he hasn't divorced her yet. Nothing has happened. Nothing has happened. And also, Gemara supposedly the same Shmuel will hold that the halacha follows of Yochanan and the Nuri, that namely again, that you will know this letter because of what it may become, will also hold that one. We want to consecrate something that has not yet come into this world. But is that true? I don't know, is a kasha, or is a kasha, a makdish might be the ishto, if a man is in consequence, really of his life. Right, so husband says, wife, right, anything you earn is heavish. So what's that? I'm going to say, Arayz you also about Allah. So listen to this. Allah is all that she gives up his love. And whatever she earns, ultimately again, that she able to work with others, which is another way of saying, Allah nice up, and then this Ramos, what does that mean? And Yochai Sandler says, Shmuel says, halal, and Yochai Sandler. Allah says, Yochai Sandler. So what does that mean? So what does that tell you? What does that tell you? So that was just to paint this picture. Ruben says to Rachel's starting the first day on a new job. Ruben says, Rachel, whatever you earn is hektish. So beautiful, like throw on other people's accounts, right? I'm really dedicated to answering questions. So whatever you earn is right? And Rachel, what is Rachel? Whatever. Right, so what happens? So she goes to her. The status of additional or she owns beyond the amount of her support. And says, namely, not work on the Shmuel, but Shmuel says, I don't think you're what do you see from here? I know, aim of the Makish. What is the problem with the husband consecrated his wife's earnings? What's the problem? What's the problem? The problem is him. That is true. Right? The problem is the earnings don't exist. In this case over here, the husband is being not issued davar shalom. His consecration doesn't exist. And what do you see from here? What do you see from here? His consecration doesn't work. So you see from here that any of the makdish davar shalom person can't consecrate doesn't exist. What do you see from here? A contradiction in Shmuel is right. Previously, we were saying Shmuel holds that the husband of the Nuri, namely, annul the nether now because of what may occur. What may occur? So it sounds like Joel saying, "Adam not discover Shabbat." Here we're saying, in case the actual earnings, aim of the not discover Shabbat. So what's going on? Maybe again, just for any reason. So you must be back to place, leave, just then say that. Then say that. The other possibility is, kind of combo, or you can smoke the moment. Now, listen, they were Shmuel says Allah calls it the Manuri, that's only for additional amounts. Maybe the core amount is actually consecrated, but additional amounts are not consecrated. If that's the case, say it. Or Shmuel says that Allah calls the Tanakh. Inami, say, say, that's all the Akiva. And we're stuck, right? We have these theory, we have this position for Shmuel. I'm not going to say shiny front of us. The truth is, the Darim are different. I will say, why are the Darim different? Only of the Adam also is having the Adam. Since the person has been built to the side, to ultimately answer someone else's produce on himself. Also, Davar Shalom Bali Olam. So I will say, this is fascinating. The same way that I can answer someone's produce upon myself, I can also ask for a double shalom in Olam as well. So what's the comparison between these two? So the Ran essentially explains that Allah for the Maisa, my friend's produce is like a double shalom in Olam thing. Makes sense, right? I have nothing to do with my friend's produce. So for me, like my friend's produce is not shalom. In fact, I have the ability to ask my friend's produce upon myself. Just like I can ask that upon myself, I can ask for a double shalom upon myself as well. On that by advice, 1 second. Ishtal other also feels having a love. So I understand like ask for my friend's produce upon myself. Sorry, other also feels about having a similar question like ask for my produce upon my friend. And then yes, so double shalom on the only one having that will say, I have the ability to ask for a double shalom upon my friend. Sorry, I don't also feels having a you see that I can ask my friend's produce upon my friend. Hello, I'm a so say actually we'll stop over for today. So I'm leaving you in the middle of all of this. Just say we leave off in the middle of this. So again, so we left off with is a stira in shua. The shua holds the person can ask for a double shalom. A person can't double shalom. We'll say that means to be continued to march, and the implication that has on our Mishnah, particularly on the position of the upper. I'm sorry, leaving off kind of mid-sentence.
Yeah, sure. Cabinets. Okay. Or windows or okay. All right. How about for fun? What are some of I started a lot at a nightclub in Orlando. They do house groups. You do a live podcast while there's an actual nightclub happening. Yes. Yeah, they good. The people I love it. People were talking about our audio. Can you imagine what it sounds like? It's not. I don't post it live, but I'm about to. But it's live to where people come and sit down. Yeah. I mean, other than that, I'm fucking. I rap, I work. I'm trying to even keep like shit.
All right, so it looks like good morning, beautiful way to start the new month together. I'm having a special truck for the football club. We're dedicating the correspondence this morning's breakfast. And I know a ton of stuff. There's tremendous stuff to say. You always really probably don't realize that. It gives up to be something happening. Go ahead and prepare breakfast for everyone else, which is, I know many people might be like that. A lot of different things, right? But it's about happening. But now it's to go ahead and facilitate pleasure, but it is for everyone else who does this. So everything. Let's say with that, let us begin. Begin with all of our sponsors today. Our Commodore sponsors. For the month of Avis, Abba Alinu Litova, the this month is dedicated by the Bakloni Shir, in memory of Mordechai David Ben Rafal Achoin, the Lord of Islam Brother Shamo Havanaria family. To thank Shirley Elbaum and family for dedicating the Shir in this month. Information of the yard sites are Jerry Elbaum, Yaakov's couple, Barak Avram, and Nachum Zechon Lebrach, of Love Ben America. Allow Hamid Grow Up, and Shamo Havanaria and the family. Well, so with that, let us be back to today. Our church today? No, yes, there is a lot to do today. In general, in life. And the daf has to be a little bit shorter, but the next channel is very rewarding. So let's begin. Today's daf is Summit Aleph 61. Yehuda, thank you. You are out there. Thank you so very much. Really, really beautiful. Seconds. It's nice. Also, let's space a little bit more, so people expand. And does I saw it really, and while we're doing that kind of stuff, because tremendous we're always having coffee and always making sure so without coffee, nothing is life happens without coffee, especially again early morning backroom. And for sure that whoever he's here, we delegate the responsibilities of someone else instead of functioning those habits out of okay, let's go back. So today's daf is Son of Ali on the 61A. We're actually picking up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down from the top. So I just want to close out yesterday. I realized I could have closed it at the end of Shir, but we were out of time. If you remember again, in yesterday's daf, we spoke about 3 different cases. We spoke about Konam Yayin She'ini Toim Hayom or Konam Yayin She'ini Toim Yom Echad. What's the difference between Hayom and Yom? Hayom means what? Hayom means today, which means calendrical day. Versus Yom Echad, which means 24 hours. If you call it Allah, how often you make 24 hours. If you want to end up with the shine, what happens if a person just says, Yo, Konam Yain She'in Toim Yom. What is Yom? Is Yom like Echad? Is Yom like so much like to do? So the way this thing ends is totally inconclusive. So if you look at the Ran on Summit Aleph and about 61A, on the left-hand side, first short line. The Ran says, "V'inin halacha, Ezon Dayin lo Yeshita." Since we didn't answer this question, therefore, Naktina Lef, the Yom Echad Gani. This is very interesting. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we don't really answer that. We might doesn't really resolve. So therefore, any time you have resolution on halakha, what are you going to do? You're going to go to so therefore, because we can't prove whether Yom is Yom Echad or Hayom, again, therefore, it's Usher or 24-hour period. So essentially, almost like the default chumrah is that Yom is like Yom Echad. Okay, good. With that, let's go back. Let's listen to this. Amar Yayin Sha'an Kohen Yovel. This is such an interesting case. First, it says, I take a letter that I'm not going to drink wine for a Yovel. For a Yovel, so what's the halacha? So my Shnas Hamishim Kirchni Open La'achar. So what does that mean? So now, when he gets, let's just say that like this here. This is the first year of the Shemitah cycle. So now, if I say, I'm not going to go ahead and drink wine for a Yovel, so what does that mean? Does that mean I'm not allowed to drink wine through the 50th year or until the 50th year? So my Shnas Hamishim Kirchni is the 5th year included in the nether. Or is your 50 kind of, the nether extends to 50, but your 50 post. So which one is it? So let's analyze. Let's give it out about it. So we'll say, in reality, if the game is not close to losing the right bottom, what's not close? Here we go. So the So the pasuk says you see it here. So what do we see here? Shnas hachamishim hakamona. The hakamona shnas hamishim ba'achas. So I want to say, listen to this. We're going to see now in our focus and how you look at the Shemitah. Let's remember again. Remember, when is the Shemitah year? When is the Shemitah year? The 50th year. But specifically, when does it occur? After 7 Shemitah cycles. Right, so you have 7 Shemitah cycles. That gives you 49 years. And the 50th year, a year after the end of the Shemitah cycle, your year, 50. What's the Shaila? Is year 50 also count as year 1 of the next cycle? Right? So remember, technically speaking, if that 50th year wasn't a Yovel year, what would that 50th year be? What would it be? Year 1 of cycle number 8. Okay, so that's the Shaila. You observe a Yovel year is a Yovel year, year 50, and also year 51. In other words, doesn't count as the 50th year, but that 50th year is also year 1 of the new cycle. Or no, maybe year 50 is year 50, and when does year 1 of the 8th cycle be? And year what we call year 51. Year 51. So that's the Shiloh. Does the Yovel year count both as the 50th year and as the first year of the new cycle or not? So therefore the Gemara says over here, you shall sanctify the 50th year. So the Gemara says, Shnasa Kanakamona. Teaches us, Yovel is counted only as year 50, but it does not count as year 51. It does not count as 51. So once I take a look at the Rosh for just a moment. Actually, before we go, we can't remember from here we say, Yovel Eino Ola Lemina. The Yovel does not count as year 1 towards the 8th cycle. Yovel is year 50, but it does not count as year number 1 in the 8th Shemitah cycle. I'm going to say, take a look at the Rosh. It's really interesting. Take a look at the Rosh. It's like right in the middle of the Rosh. Shnas Hamishim Akamona Viakamona Shnas Hamishim Ba'achas. Shnas Hamishim Akamona Lekashtim Kamona Osa is Achad Yovel Habal. The 50th year of Osa is the conclusion of the previous Yovel cycle. So it closes out the previous Yovel cycle. But that year 50 does not count as year 1 of the next cycle. Shete Nikas Tilas Shnas Shemitah Abba. So we'll say, so just to appreciate this, we don't really have this yet because we don't have Yovel yet. Although again, pretty soon also, because again, all you require, what you require is Rov Yoshua, I don't know how. The majority of probably shall reside in Eretz Yisrael, and the truth is that skill is going to fit relatively shortly. There's going to be very many incredibly exciting things that happen when the majority of Yisrael lives in Eretz Yisrael. Already, of us that you saw, the most dramatic thing happened this last year, which is this past year, saw the greatest number of farmers observing Shemitah since the times of the second Beis Hamikdash. It's incredible. So we'll say, so in any event, what the Gemara saying over here is like this. In the agricultural cycle, we're used to thinking about things in like 7 or 8 Shemitah cycles. The truth in agricultural cycle, things are looked at as part of cycles, 6-year cycles. So remember, again, this is also important because remember, also in Yovel, you have certain, we'll call it real estate transactions are reversed as well. Okay, we'll get into more of that. In any event, so the Gemara says it like this. Yovel year, the 50th year, is the closeout of it. But the Yovel year does not count as year 1 of the cycle. Now, both sides, remember, why is there this tension? Why is there a tension? The tension was year 50 is technically what? First year of the next cycle. Right? So again, so that's what this tension is. The Gemara says, the 50th year is the 50th close of the cycle. It is not year one of the negative reading says. No. Yovel Ola Lemina Shabua. Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. Rabbi Yehuda
What's up, everybody? Excited for a big night or what?
yes, absolutely. Does Yovel ultimately again is the close of the previous agricultural cycle, and Yovel also is the beginning of the cycle. So it's a great Yovel could actually operate in both capacities. So it's Yovel now listen to this. I'll go on. Before we go on, now this fundamental focus in the nature of yoga. Yoga simply flows out toward people called the previous agricultural cycle and not one. Therefore, not you wanted the next cycle. Or yoga was again. The truth is, everyone agrees that yoga flows out to the previous cycle. The shaila is also year number one of the next cycle. Yehuda says you can essentially dual purpose yoga. You close out the previous cycle and ultimately again year number one of the next cycle. So now the reason why this makes sense is because what happens if a person says Honam Yayin She'eni Yovel? So now I'm not going to drink wine for Yovel. So we'll say, so what's the shaila? When does that neder end? So according to the Rabbanon, when does the neder end? Neder goes through the Yovel year because the Yovel year is part of his current cycle. It could very well be that it couldn't take, right? The neder acts at the Yovel year. It doesn't include the Yovel year. Why? Why? Because it's part of the next cycle. Therefore, Allah, you could drink wine during that year. Okay, so that's pretty much going over here. I will say, now once we got into this focus, we must spend a little bit of time on this. So you might say, says, good. So I'm going to read them. So remember again, the Rabbanan are saying, Yovel is part of the current agricultural, does not count the year as year one of the next. It is part of the current agricultural cycle. It also counts as year one of the next cycle. So what Rabbi Yehuda says that Yehuda, Hari Omer, Sheish Shanim, Izra Sadeh, Yain Kai Alokomish. Listen, here's the problem. Watch this. Look at Yehuda. I'll say why you're wrong. Because what is the process? How does the Shemitah cycle work? 6 years you're allowed to plow your field, and year number 7 you can. You hold that the Yovel year counts as the first year of the cycle. So let's play this out. Therefore, year one of what we'll call cycle number 8. Year one of cycle number 8 is Yovel. What can you do with your field during Yovel? What do you do during Yovel? Nothing. It's like just like a Shemitah year. So we'll say that's a plowable year, right? Because year one is Yovel. Then you have year 2, 3, 5, 6, right? And then ultimately year 7 is Shemitah again. So there's only 5 years. There's only 5 plowable years. But the consequence is that plowable years, which is a proof that Yovel does not count year 1 of cycle 8, but rather Yovel only previous cycle. So I'm going to say that's to the Braham. Lost that war with Shalosh Shani. It was like this. The Pasuk says by year number 6 in the cycle, that actually should give us enough crop for 3 years. It was 7. And I will say the post Shemitah year 8, you also need when the new crop comes in. But according to your Rabbanon, ultimately again, Harei Kan Arba. In the Yovel year, you need for 4 years. Right? So let's remember again, Yovel is a Shemitah year, which means in year number 6, you're going to need, I should say, really in year 48. Right? In year 48, you need for 48. That's right, that's the 6th year. You're getting 49, that's the Shemitah year. You're getting 50, that's the Yovel. And you're getting year 51, which is again, according to the Rabbanon, year number 1 of cycle number 8. So what do you do with the pasuk? So I say, now you have to say, what you have to say, Elo Lifika בשער שני שבועות. Nami, this will open up the shar shani shel. So that what you have to say is that these of shaning is vasada or vasisas atol shalosh regular non-yoga cycles, which is the majority. So the psukim themselves, yoga year, we'll say, and if you think about it, it's actually incredible. In the year, that year number 6 or year number 48, you have to have 4 times as much praise. It's actually quite incredible. That essentially speak back to that 20 years. Okay, so in any event, what he was going to say is it has to be that what? It has to be that Allah Lamaisa, those are referring to yoga years. Good. Therefore, we'll say Allah Lamaisa. Allah Lamaisa would indicate that if you go ahead and like,
Exciting one tonight. You know, sometimes on this
that
show,
doesn't bring down
I
to Allah
love a little
Lamaisa. So we'll say, so it sounds like
people been famous for
if you went
decades
ahead
and
and
this
you
and
made a
that,
nether,
but also here
if you
on
made a
Kiltony,
nether,
I like to think
ultimately
we
again, I'm
famously
not going to drink wine. Does that nether include the yoga year? Not include the year. To suggest that Allah Lamaisa, that's part of my focus. Rabbi Yehuda and which always says it's fantastic network. So again, let's get on this more. How do you do year number 50? Is year number 50 the yoga year considered to be, is it attached to the previous cycle? It's called the previous cycle. It has nothing to do with, we'll call it Shmita, or no, perhaps year number, that's the Rabbanon, or Rabbi Yehuda, year 50 kind of has a good, closes out, specifically year 50, the close of the previous cycle, and also counts as what? Year number 1 of the next cycle. So ultimately, you know, if Rambam has to write like the Rabbanon, that yoga in the ordinary Sharia. The Rambam says that the yoga year close out of many previous cycles, the yoga year does not count as year number 1 of the next cycle. So essentially just how you realize it in Europe, year 48, which is essentially 6 years of the 7th Shemitah cycle. I'm sorry, yes, you'd have then year 49, which is the 7th Shemitah, year 50. Then I will say what would have be year number 1, which essentially, again, the clocks, but for illustrative purposes, would be 1 of the 8 cycle. Incredible. Let's go back to Ada Pesach also. So we'll say, so remember again, going back to the we had this interesting case here. So the Mishnah said, Ada Pesach, the person makes a nether not to drink wine at Pesach. So we'll say, so what's the halacha? Asr ad shiagia. Okay, so we'll say in that case, everyone agrees, what does Ada Pesach mean? In the Pesach comes. Now, what happens if you say ad shia until it is Pesach? Asr ad shiatse. Okay, so this case, what happens if a person says up until Lifnei Pesach? So what does that mean? That Meir said Asra Achiadia. The Meir says Ad Lifnei means up until the beginning of Pesach. That Yossi says Asra Achiadia. Ultimately again until Pesach is over. Until Pesach is over. Okay, so what's this now? Watch this. So now remember, you got to be mixed up. Loma Ayel in this verse. So let's start in just a moment. So here's the case. Before we turn the page, here's the case. Right? Ad Sheyagia. Right? I'm sorry. Here. Ad Lifnei Pesach. That was the Lashon. Now go its meaning changed a little bit. He said really it means Ad Pnei HaPesach. Ad Pnei HaPesach. So what's Ad Pnei HaPesach? Rabbi Meir says it means the beginning of the Yom Kippur. It says it means until the end of the Yom Kippur. Now let's say Rabbi Yehuda says it means up until the end of the Yom Kippur. What is the what does he say? It couldn't mean that. It couldn't mean that. So since it couldn't mean that, so what's unfolding over here? The fundamental do we assume that people are ambiguous with their Lashonos or precise with their Lashonos? That's the real. machlokes.
Here we go.
So this
Nice
says
show.
the Gemara.
We'll start.
Remember,
Styling.
Rabbi Meir Savar lo ma'ayel inish nafshi l'sika on the base. Rabbi Meir holds a person does not say ambiguous lashon. Therefore, Ad Pnei Pesach must mean what? Up until the start of Pesach. A person doesn't say things in an ambiguous fashion. Ultimately, Rabbi Yossi holds ma'ayel inish nafshi l'sika. Rabbi Yossi says no. We do say ambiguous things, and therefore Pnei Pesach means what? Up until the end of Pesach, which the Gemara says are minimum. Is that true? Rishi Shlomo says, what I was going to say is, in other words, so right now we're saying that in their holds, people don't ambiguous statements, and therefore when something sounds ambiguous, we assume they still mean something precise, and therefore we'll interpret it that way. Rabbi Meir says, no, people do make ambiguous statements. And therefore, again, we're going to have to go ahead and explain those statements in kind of the most expansive way possible. So the Gemara says, is that true? Or maybe, listen to this. This is such a great case. So here we go. This guy, we'll call him Reuben. Reuben has 2 wives and 2 groups of daughters from both wives. Okay. You already know this is very, very good. And so actually, Vamar is Hidashti Iti Hagidola. So the guy says, I know that I betrothed my oldest daughter. The only Yodea, the only problem is, I don't know which daughter it was. It happens. Right? There was a big breakfast by that Yomi, right? Conversation with someone. You've got a son, I've got a daughter, let's just lock these down. Hey, so, but then I said, very easily distracted. Joe says, now watch this. So he says, so he went ahead, and he knows that he was in a Kadesh. A Kadesh is the daughter, my older daughter. I just don't know. Now watch this. They know again. They both say, now here's the ambiguity. Yodea should be Gidolos in Gidolos times. So listen, now remember again, why is this case confusing? Reuben has 2 wives, Rachel. By the way, we have not mentioned Rachel and Leah. Sorry, your bum mistakes, right? Your bum mistakes, that. So now, let's take our argument's sake. He has 2 daughters with Rachel, 2 daughters with Leah. Just for illustrative purposes, let's assume he married Rachel first and then Leah. So watch this. And let's assume for a moment that the order of the daughters are Rachel's daughter A, daughter B, daughter C, daughter D. Okay, so Rachel's daughters are, now watch this. So he says, know that I betrothed older daughter. Then you again, now older daughter can mean a lot in this context. It can mean, and you again, in Gedolos Shebigdolos, maybe it means the oldest of Rachel's daughters. In Gedolos Shebigdolos, or maybe it means what? The firstborn of Leah's daughters, or maybe it means in Kikana Shebigdolos, or maybe it means Rachel's second daughter, who's still older than what? Leah's 2 daughters. Shehu Gidola min Shehu Gidola min Hagdola. So essentially, first of all, looking at these things, right? So first of all, number 1, Reuben, you probably should sleep elsewhere tonight, right? That's number 1, right? Number 2, what do we do? So first of all, and Mary says the truth is, all of the daughters are usher, except for Mina. So they will say, well, now, the only girl who for sure is not betrothed was Jesus, the youngest of Leah's daughters. Right? The youngest of Leah's daughters. The youngest daughter. Because she's not a Gedola, right? She's not older than anyone. Anyone else wants to remember again, let's go through this, right? Remember, he married Rachel before Leah. Rachel's 2 daughters are older than Leah's 2 daughters. So remember, it could be Rachel's firstborn, which is the oldest. It could be Rachel's secondborn, because it's still what? Older than Leah's 2 daughters. It could be Leah's firstborn. It can't be Leah's secondborn. Okay, so the only for sure who is not included in this is Leah's second. That kind of shouldn't count. So let's say that's right there. And Yossi says, all of them are mutter. No. What does oldest daughter mean? What does oldest daughter mean? Reuben's oldest daughter. Who's Reuben's oldest daughter? Who's Reuben's oldest daughter? Rachel's firstborn. So we'll say, so by the way, now what do you see here? The shitos are flipped. So we'll say, in this case, Rabbi Meir is the one that people make ambiguous shows, and therefore, again, is going to go ahead and ultimately, and I'm sorry, Rabbi Meir is the one who says that all except for the youngest one. So you see from here that people make ambiguous shows. Rabbi Yossi says that what people ambiguous statements, rather again, must have meant his oldest brother. So of the way it's explained there on Mishnah, which we about here, Amarav, will practice Hashik. In a switch on the Mishnah. And therefore, we'll say our Mishnah also, in our Mishnah, that if you said Ad Pesach, the Mir holds that you're usher to the end of Pesach, Rabbi Yossi says you're only usher up until the beginning of Pesach. Switch the sheet. I got so also again, vice that support. Is that well? Also, Shezmano Kavua, the Amar Ad. So ultimately, anything that has a set time, like Pesach, and you said Agud, the Meir Omer actually, say, the Meir is the and the young kid, Omer actually like you are, and the ultimate living only us will be alive. So also say indeed, we end up doing this switching jobs. So now say it turns out that the Meir is the opinion that holds. People do make and begin. We say, Shoning She'eni Torah, the Meir Hasadas, that the Meir interprets that the you are also convinced one until when? Until the end of Pesach. Just I mean, we say that halacha. So in this case of Reuben, if Reuben chose his oldest brother and he's not sure which one he did, who's our or also except for youngest of right, the youngest of the youngest. Mamish, the youngest on the other hand says, if you're making an claim, Akne Pesach, that Yossi will say, your daughter, which daughter is the biggest daughter of Yossi holds, people don't make ambiguous statements, and therefore we ambiguous statements, and therefore again, you have to interpret the statements. Let's say back there. Ada Katsir, Ada Katsir, Ada Nasi. Here we go. A person goes ahead and says, in the same case, any 29, any 29, hold on, any 29, not going to drink wine until when? Ada Katsir, Katsir means the harvest. Batsir means the great heart. So what's that? Ain't no Asir Ella Akshiyagia is arrives. So the boss says, what's the Havamina? The Havamina means that Zach cloud. So I said, no, just like this is the rule. Kosher's Manokabua. Anything that has a Siya, and you frame your nether as I will be Asir up till the arrival of this event. Asir Akshiyagia. And again, the Isser only applies until the arrival of the event. Amar Akshia, hey, let's say he's washing up, right? Let's say I will not drink wine, Akshia, hey, until it will be, or until it is, Usser actuates it. You are Usser through the conclusion of the event. So let's just give you an example. Right? So if you were to go ahead and say, let me use Pesach for just a moment. Pesach is a good example of Zmano Kavua. So if a person says, right? Ad HaPesach, Ad HaPesach, or Ad Shiagia HaPesach, I can't drink wine until when? Up until the arrival of Pesach. Once Pesach arrives, I can drink wine. You would say, Konam Yayin Shikoin, Ad Shehei HaPesach, until it is Pesach, and what? I must drink wine when? Through the end of Pesach. That's with something that is Zmano Kavua, has a set time on the other hand. The host in Navua, what happens to something that doesn't have a set time? What halacha? Bein Amar Achiyahe, Bein Amar Achiyagia, Eino Asr Ela Achiyagia. So what's this? So again, if something doesn't have a set time, then halacha l'maisa watch. Then halacha l'maisa, whether you said Ad Achiyahe or Achiyagia, so up until you begin that particular act. Fine. We'll define that a bit more. Adakais, what happens if I say now? Adakais is the what if I said same case? I'm not going up until the beginning, up until the big harvest. Adakais, so I'll say ultimately again, if you say I'm not going to drink wine, so what does that mean? Yes, you ha'am happens to colors. So you're only asir upright that people get things into their minds. Also, at the time of this, when does the harvest begin? When they begin to put things into their basket, that's the duration of the net. Achiyava akayitz, Rabbi said, if you say you make the way from the nether is, I'm not going to drink wine until when? Until the kayitz is over. Achiyava akayitz, right? Then achiyipulu hamikutzas. You are not going to drink wine up until they put away their nets. Rabbi said, so if you look at fine. Until they put away their nets. So apparently again, that actually put on the result. Hasakim and Shemi Yisradim Nahakarim B'Testament and Gulen with yourselves. These were the knives. These were the knives. Now, also the truth is, these were actually knives that we cut the pigs and make pigs that protect the pigs that don't come down here. He says, so it's not the Ashke Chatzah. So ultimately, again, so this is actually very interesting. Or actually, so when is that neder in effect? So actually, see on the Hakim Stikas, he's beginning to put pigs in the. But if you praise the neder, actually, you won't drink wine until when? Until the big harvest season over. When they have pig knives, then the harvest season is over. So what's it said to Gemara? When we speak about the also when Gemara says that if a person makes season begins, it said, when does it begin? Or when does the season begin? When people begin to put things into their basket. And what's another Raisa says, when we speak, it means a basket of pigs below pelt their grapes. So Tanya, putting it there, Sakai, for putting it in there, they're not eating potatoes of the pigs. And after 2 pigs, so Shimon says, I'm loving the thoughts of the root of the Tanya. It's like, what's interesting about this is as follows. Then for great harvest, right? Remember again, kites. What's interesting will be the original thought is like this. If I make a neder, I'm not going to drink wine up until the kites, the baskets. Now, we assumed pigs. The rice now comes along and says, yeah, it only means currently there's a school of thought with some level of interchangeability between grapes and pigs. So what's included in that? So right, so the first thing we said, what do you look at a camera? Cassava, Se'inam, Nixon, the Ada. So this is very interesting. And Thomas says because there's no entirely harvested differently. Pigs apparently are harvested by hand. And also, by the way, the Ran says you make a neder not to go ahead and drink wine until the end of the season. When's the end of the harvest season? What is that? And if we're denied, what are the knives used for? The question is not used for harvest. Dates are actually harvested by hand. Versus grapes, which are not with a knife or some type of utensil, not by hand. So the comment says, therefore, if you make a neder, not a kayitz, it only remotely harvested differently. You shouldn't listen to another holds. Another Kimerar done the cut the sun yada. So I'm showing on else, he says over here, another. The line says, when ultimately again, the stems are about to be by knife. Rashi's the line. Geshiav show oxiatum apemi tzad no, by hand. And so also, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. It seems to be that the leaves aren't normally harvested by knife because since the stem is moist, so it would be harder to do it by knife versus by hand. Altogether, I'm sorry, just the opposite. Like the grapes normally harvested by knife because the stems are moist. And therefore, to get it off by hand, you just start ruining the grapes. However, so therefore, again, the Tanakama will say that if you go ahead and you make a neder that says, I'm not going to eat kudos Paris not refers to figs because figs are harvested. What we're showing you, it says, yeah, normally figs are harvested differently than grapes. But Lamaisa, by grapes also, stem dries out. Ultimately, then you can use harvested by hand. Grapes are harvested the same way. The Heroes Kayas, it could include grapes as well. Good, I will say. So again, Mesilas Yesharim. So I will say again tomorrow we're in 7:15. Shirat is Vasai. Tomorrow, good. Too good. Managed to almost like we have let's say a little Mesilas Yesharim. So let's say so today we are starting in Meretz Hashem, Perek in Mesilas Yesharim, a great sugya today. That require the midah of Tara. So let's say remember Ruchnius Tara, purity of thought that comes really relates to the material world and the spirit. Derek Hamida Azos. How does one midah Tara? How do we believe Shekar the Nisik Amilo Kashmir Amilo? Was it? This is such a letter of says, by the way, if you've been paying and been acquiring the midah discussed up until this point, then acquiring Tara, a little bit of a little bit. Tara said this explicit that the power of the Mesilas Yesharim and the power of this approach incrementally to internalize these steps as we learn them. He says, all of the most of Yimos Bahem, Olos, the Cascolos, Hakamia, Oshavada. One of the ways in which a person, by focusing on the fact that indulgence or inappropriate indulgence in the material world, use what you need, learn what you need, but do not get lost in it or down a path of just self-destruction. Because Amis Etzah Yosem Mamish Mesoros. By that, she not get on the bottom of the bottom. Check when you know that something is bad. Then the truth is, it's much easier to do. Don't have the desire to stick your head. It's so warm. It looks so pretty. I have to ask myself for putting my hand there. No, I don't. Why? Because you were saying, the goal is to get to that level. My life works. Grow and help me grow. Of course, the thoughts that always destructive. Indulgence in the material becomes like putting my hand there. And it's just not a purpose. It's such a profound metaphor. Because the truth is, in general, a wonderful mind, again, it has the status of fire. In the same way, I have no, because it's just, it's going to be as destructive as fire. He goes on. Okay. Como Shiami Kias and the Hatchet of people from Kenya stuff, and you love those who are not alone with time actually. So you don't look for so you took out. You should my summon a mouse. Shofar Blanco says the same, the more I work on myself and review the previous chapters and understand why overindulgence in the material could be so destructive. Why overindulgence in the material leads me down what I will say. By the way, and remember, the overindulgence that we're talking about is not us. In other words, it's not overindulging in something us. It's not that I'm eating too much chocolate, right? Or that I'm stealing other people's money. No. My overindulgence, quote unquote, is being done beheter. Like, in other words, I'm not committing any averas to indulge in material. It's just that my mindset and my approach to life is off. The more I review that concept and review that idea, the greater clarity that reality has in my mind, and therefore the easier it is for me to ultimately avoid it. Elliot Massa, Farin Paros, goes to us fine. Random. Moshe Paras, I'm not sure that they can move the Shnei Chalokim. I watch this. The same way, it was in the previous chapter, when it came to Tara, purity of thought, we divided purity of thought into two categories. One was purity of thought when it comes to my physical actions, that I was saying is what? That even when I enjoy the material, I should be doing it for a higher purpose. And again, I should recognize that overindulgence in the material leads me down a dark destruction path. Back on my Saboda, we also spoke about the interesting idea, which was also Tara, purity of thought in what? And ruchnius. Also, remember again, what's purity of thought and ruchnius? This was the avoidance, if you remember, of what? Of shalom v'shema. We spoke about the three different categories, the three different levels of shalom v'shema, three mitzvahs for the wrong purposes. So Tara says that even in my ruchnius, I have to avoid shema. I will say again, shema number one was because I want for reward. Number two, avoidance of punishment. Right? And number three, or I should say, reward/covet, avoidance of punishment. The third level was like the hybrid. Remember again, I start serving Hashem for the right purposes, but then what happens? I get praise for it, and suddenly again it's the praise that becomes the catalyst for my Sotara. In Ruchnius means the ability to serve Hashem with purity of thought, not for these other ulterior motives. He goes on and says, therefore, what's the way to acquire Tara is also divided into two categories. In order to go ahead and literally purify my thoughts when it comes to material things, I gotta so it's like purity of thought when it comes to material pleasures is that you just spoke about before. To condition myself to think about that overindulgence is destructive. Overindulgence, we'll say, you ever had a siga and the food is so delicious, you eat too much. We'll say, how do you feel after you eat too much? Right? I'm never going to do it. What's the problem? You do it again, right? You forget about that. And let's say, but then I start doing it again, like, yeah, I was here, right? So again, Also, that you recognize that in that moment of overindulgence, it's just again, I haven't done everything else yet, but it's just so destructive, right? It's just not good for me. So Tara, when it comes to gentleness, is having that constant thought that overindulgence in material is simply not healthy. I don't want to feel that way. I don't want to be that person. Well, the time Shato Masabo does so, so I say, how do I go ahead and achieve Tara when it comes to my lookiness and spiritual matters? Yarden is going with our kindness, Hakabud, the Hazabot. Yarden Asmo Midrach Minute. As Nacha Days Abodasa, with nose Halasheva, Verahila, Ashera Bani Adam, the Kia Makshasa Pona Bikot Aladona. So I remember again, the danger when it comes to lookiness is that the danger in lookiness is that I'm going to do things for cover. I'm going to do things for honor, I'm going to do things for praise. So let's say, so the way to cleanse myself of that is to remind myself that I get used to pursuing honor, or I get used to pursuing praise. And I will say that's what people do all the terrible things. So to remind myself, honor, praise, is nothing. It's worthless. It's meaningless. And I shouldn't live my life because I need the positive praise and positive reinforcement from others. If I should live my life in a way that is in conformance with the will of God. I shall read to you saying, "Ruth will cultivate and each one saying that is the loss." Okay, you Omer, you lost for the cap. So what's the stop over for today? Again, I stopped a little early, but the nights I get early, not early in time, early in the assignment. I stopped one paragraph early. No sake, but again, the example I give, what do you begin to see over here? How do you acquire the need of Tara? How do you acquire Tara? You acquire Tara through contemplation. You acquire Tara through thought. So in Gashmias, ultimately again, it's like thinking about the fact that overindulgence in material is going to lead you down a path of destruction. And when it comes to Ruchnius, it's again thought about how if I do things to acquire cover, I'm going to go down the wrong path in life. Ruchnius, I realize that real motivation should be one thing, which is to serve the devotees. So it's fascinating because up until now, when Ramchal teaches us about how to acquire certain states, how to acquire certain egos, there's an actional piece. Interesting that there will be an actional piece here as well. Think of right now, it's not an actional piece. What is it? It's a cognitive piece. Think about the destructiveness of the overindulgence in material. Think about living a life where you run out of cover, and how both of these things ultimately lead you down a path of destruction. Once I stop there for today, Shkoya.
You go there all by yourself?
Yeah, a couple times I've gone there. You can always meet people on the street. Everyone's drinking.
All right, everyone's have a great day, everyone.
But for the most part, you just run by yourself. You don't run with anyone. It's kind of weird. Because once you're alive, you're like, you're just on the street. Like, it's a weird feeling. You're like, I'm alive. I'm just here.
Yeah, that's how I felt during all the Black Lives Matter marches. I remember I was okie dokie, not ready to laugh at that yet. All right.
Good job, guys.
Okie dokie.
Good job.
I was just getting run off the street. I was all by myself and scared, but I guess it's not funny yet. Thank you, Jeremiah. I guess we're going to give that joke a few more months to marinate, and when I do it, you'll be there. You'll see, I tell you. I'm running with the Bulls. Black Lives Matter. That's fun, Mexican. You never got hurt by any of the Bulls, though?
No, never. No, I've seen people get destroyed, though. Just trampled. Yeah, thank God I never got hit. I got hit with a couple elbows. The people are more dangerous because like shoulder to shoulder. So you're running with everyone. Everyone's trying to get the fuck out the way.
And then the Bulls hit me with their elbows for a second. I was very impressed when I've seen the way you do Muay Thai. So actually,
I'm dangerous.
Actually, not surprised if a bull was actually able to hit you with its elbow.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. I apologize for the little bit of the radio shots. Actually, something very beautiful. Seeing one of my other roles in the home from the boys of shooting here at Hanoi, seeing I am a good man, ran a basketball center. Was a basketball team at YMC, getting with a group of boys from the inner city. It was such an incredible Kiddush Hashem. Such a Kiddush Hashem. And the opportunity, right, it's fascinating to go the life is to be able to go through. Different communities, different types of communities together of a shared language. It's so really fascinating, beautiful language. Like, so many more things like this should happen. All kinds of like communication should be very strong. So again, but I apologize. That was my, I think it was a pretty solid excuse, but as far as excuses goes, I think it's probably much better than what I've heard from most of you. I'm just gonna put that out there. Anyway, okay, well, so with that, let us begin. No, that I don't do. I didn't even use it. All right, so let's begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our commentator sponsors for the month of Kislev. Josh and Metro Feeding is dedicated all the show himself, really mission of Josh's party, so you get that. I got Chaim Yoval, to thank Sonny Malka Eskerson, the dedicated mission memory of their parents, Yitzchak Leib of the Nara Cohen, Sarah Rafa Bakara Padron, Inda Baskara for finding the continuing result of the stock of Mr. Morton Eskerson, Amanda Eskerson, Shannon Provost. To thank the Pepper family, the dedicated mission of the of the Yosef brother, Yosef Pepper, Yosef Brothers, and the death of Ben Yaakov. To thank our legal learning sponsors, Allowance Steinberg, and exclusively Richmond Official Shamus Pasusha, Hillary Jacobson Kent, and Akiva Kent, in memory of Hillary's father, Harold Mitnick, C. Hirsch, Ben Hanok, and to thank our Kakyomi sponsors, the Birnbaum family, in honor of Bernard's birthday, Baruch Hashem, Netz Hashem Shibizoka, Amanda Eshem Shalom. So also with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, a beautiful God ahead of us today. Today's God is God. Then we left off on the bottom of it. Again, continuing on the subject of people holy, this we began yesterday. We left off yesterday on the bottom of Ram's test on the days 39b. I'm Rabbi Hanira, so we'll say 2, 4, 6 lines up on the bottom. I'm Rabbi Akabar Hanira. So on the back of the anyone who goes there and visits a sick person knows what Echad Mishishin Tzaro takes 1/60th of his side, 1/60th of his pain. So the Gemara says that also it's interesting. It's interesting. So the Gemara says if that's the case, Amar Lei in came Leo Shisim Bulukme. Why not go ahead and have 60 people come in and visit him at once, thereby removing all of his illness? So the Gemara says, Amar Lei Yisraisa Gedei. So ultimately, you're ready. This is also actually this takes us back to the stage. This is like the rice of the 1/10 of the estate that we had by Rabbi Nassan. The boss will get to that. We'll get to that in just a moment. So the Gemara says, so essentially, this is actually very interesting. Because we're often very with this idea. It's actually the Gemara stuff is brachas as well. The Gemara stuff is brachas. The lashon over there is kalamabakir chola nota akamishishin bekelyo. Goes right, the person visits the sick person. Ultimately, again, they go ahead and they take 1/60th of his illness. Here is 1/60th of his side. And what's the Gemara teaching us a very profound idea. Sar, right? Sar is pain. Pain can be physical, pain can be emotional. Because all our sensitizing us too, because sometimes when a person is suffering, pain can be worse than suffering alone. And when you go ahead and the person is in pain, and you are there, and you're there with them, even if you do not go ahead and take a piece of their illness, you absolutely take a piece of their side. And even if it's a very small piece of their side, maybe it's only 1/60th, but the knowledge that when I'm struggling, I'm not struggling by myself. The knowledge that when I'm struggling, someone else there is alongside me. The knowledge that when I'm having pain, ultimately at the end of the day, someone is there to hold my hand, that helps take away some small amount of the time experience. So the Gemara says Ben Gilo. However, where does this work? Ben Gilo. Now, most like Ben Gilo is interesting. If you look at the Ran says Ben Gilo, second to last line. Shinola Hamadaki Benazara Shakola. But mostly, when does it work that the person who's visiting takes 1/60th of the tsar? Only if the visitor was born under the same astrological sign as the person who was ill. Rashi, on the other hand, understands Ben Gilo, Bacher Kamoso, or Zakin Zakin. Ben Gilo means someone the same age. You know what I'm saying? So if we go ultimately with Rashi's interpretation, that's very profound. Sometimes, so if we go with the idea that when you visit a sick person, you take 1/60th of their side, the recognition that at the end of the day, you're there for someone, and therefore the knowledge that you're not alone, by definition, you need some of the side. So I will say that's my situation felt with someone who can relate to what it is that you're going through. So sometimes people are going through suffering, or people are going through difficulties, and I can't relate to what it is that they're going through. Well, that's just another Ben Gilo, means someone your age, right? Someone in your stage of life, when someone who, let's say this happens all of us, when you do something dramatic or tragic, something happening to someone much older, okay, they're much older. You hear it happening to someone your age, suddenly again, it strikes home straight away. It's so much closer to my head because I can relate to it. So Rashi says something amazing over here. When is it that a visit can be most impactful and remove some level of the sound of the person who is ill? So then do it. The same can relate to the sound of the person who is suffering. That to be clear. The mitzvah of bigger holiness, no matter what age or no matter what stage the visitor is. And anytime you go to visit someone who's sick, it's a mitzvah. But the ability to shoulder someone else's pain and woe, to talking to someone who's in the same stage of life, who can truly relate to what the person who is suffering is undergoing. It's incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. The Dutch from Gita. The sign you have the Omer Basan and notice the Nitsa happens. So that's what you said before. His daughter who is supported from the estate of brothers, the Natellas Eastern Apostle, takes 1/10 of the estate as her dowry. Amrulon Rebbe said to Baracha, Nishish La Estebanos Udain, someone who has 10 daughters and 1 son, ain't holding them the Malcolm bonus. Son will get nothing because each daughter gets a 10. So son will be left with nothing. Amrulahan, Shomer Talis Eastern Apostle, Shneim Mashi Shaira, Shlishah Maya Shaira. This was actually focused on Shalom. No, what it means is daughter number 1 takes a 10, right, for her dowry. Then daughter number 2 takes what? A 10th of what's left. Daughter number 3 takes a 10th of what's left. So there's always something left over. You must bring this in because it's the same way. When you go to visit someone, you take a 60th of their tsar, of their pain and suffering away. So again, it's not the pshat that if 60 people converge in the whole at once, Baruch Hashem Mazel Tov is cured, but rather again, what it means is each one takes a successive 60th from the remaining illness. Much in the same way that you saw by the dowry case. Incredible. But Elbow, listen to this case. Elbow Polish. The elbow got sick. That's it. Not like after his left Kahana, half of men, but Elbow Polish. So the Kahana went out, and he announced that the elbow is sick. Lo Ika the class. No one came to visit. No one came to visit. But I said, what's the chat? Like, what's the pshat? No one came to visit Rabbi Karmo. So let's say, what's the pshat is? We hear about people who are in need all of the time. Why is it that so often we don't answer the call? Not because we don't care, not because we're not Catholic, it's because it doesn't. Or we perceive that for 2 reasons. It's that people get caught up in their own lives, and you get caught up enough in your own life, you just simply hear things, but you don't internalize it. So people live at the Chavo is sick. But again, okay, I'm sure they're adapting for him. But what is I gotta go to work, I have this, I have that. So no one visits. No one visits. So what happened? So they did the cost. I'm able. But I might say come from the Talmud Rabbi Akiva. So he said there was once an episode with one of the Talmudim of Rabbi Akiva. Shekala, lo nichnis u'chachamim lebakra. Was Rabbi Akiva at a Talmud who was ill. None of his rabbinic colleagues seemed to visit him. Nichnas, Rabbi Akiva lebakra. Rabbi Akiva came in to visit. And because Rabbi Akiva literally went ahead and swept. Was it this something they had dirt floors? She sprinkled water on the floor in order to keep the dirt settled. So Rabbi Akiva came in, and Rabbi Akiva went ahead and scrubbed. He sprinkled and he swept. And I say, I'll point out to you, if you look at the rush, which is the moment. The rush is in the bottom right hand column. About 4 or 5 lines into the rush, so she kicked over the telephone up. If Neapola, it's Siva Rabbi Akiva. She should say, Rush just points out it doesn't necessarily mean Rabbi Akiva himself went ahead and swept, but rather Rabbi Akiva came in, he saw that sweeping and sprinkling needed to be done, so he made sure to get someone to provide this service. The Rush says you see from here an incredible aspect of Bigger Holy. The Rush explains what is the primary essence of the mitzvah of Bigger Holy. What's the mitzvah? The mitzvah is to see if the holy is taken care of. In other words, why do I go to visit a sick person? To look around, to see, is everything in place? Does he have what he needs to eat? Does he have what he needs to drink? Is the house kept? Is the temperature okay? Is there enough light? That's the mitzvah. So that the Akiva goes in and sees no one's sweat, no one's sprinkled the floor. So he goes ahead and does this, or has someone do it. Amalei, Rebbe, if he's son. So the Talmud says, comes into the Akiva, Rebbe, you gave me life. Right? What the Talmud was saying is, Rebbe, no one has come to visit me, and therefore, by definition, no one has really seen to the needs of the household. The also Rabbi Akiva V'Darash, Rabbi Akiva went down to the Darshan. Tomu she'im mevakar cholim, she'im shofei chudamin. Wow. Rabbi Akiva says, if you don't do bikkur cholim, it's like you're shedding blood. And I will say, obviously, this is a big hyperbolic. Rashi says over here, Yushavah Chamin, Nipnei Shebnei Adam Shenichnosim Levakro, Osim Lo B'Chol HaKol Tzracha. I will say, this is really incredible, and what you begin to is something really amazing, which is the Gemara is really built it up to constantly people. So, in other words, just on the days, you see the mixture of the following this idea that when you visit someone who's sick, by definition, you provide empathy, you provide compassion, and that goes ahead and removes some of the sound of the person who's suffering. Now the Gemara says there's also a very utilitarian aspect of the which is you go and you see, does the person need it? Does the person need it? And if they do need something, I'm going to spring into action and ultimately do for them. Incredible. We also have been on our phone, the Bakras Achola. Goy Rosh Yifya. Rosh Yifya Malone, who said, anyone who goes down and visits the sick causes him to live. It's the same idea, because if you go to visit the sick, you're able to see what they need, and by definition, you're able to go ahead and provide for them. The Kosher Imavakar Sakola, Goy Rosh Yamas. And I say, if you don't visit the sick, you cause them to die. So I said, well, let's talk about this. So this is my drama. What does it mean if you visit them with causing them to live, and if you don't visit them with causing them to die? What is this causation? It means like this. Anyone who goes to visit a sick person, ultimately God means for them that they should live. And whoever does not according to the Kohen, we're diving that he should die. So that's really, she almost said the right phrase. Is that true? That at the end of the day, you're diving for a person to die? And the whole shit in the ground of the verse is like this. Whole shit in the back of Chola. Ein mevakish alav rachamim, lo shiyichyer, lo shiyamos. It's incredible. The Gemara says it like this. Is that if you don't visit a person who is ill, you don't become sensitized enough to their condition, and therefore you don't really daven. I will say, what's riveting about this Gemara is if you look at the Lashon, it's very incredible. If you don't visit the sick, you won't daven for compassion, that he should live, or that he should die. You will say, look at the Ran. Get ready for this. Top Ran, left hand column. Look at the Ran says, they will say, what's strange about the wording of the Gemara? The Gemara says, sounds like there's a time to dive in for a person to live, and there's a time to dive in for a person to die. So the Ran says something amazing. They will say there is a concept of davening for a person to die. There is a concept like this. The Gemara says, if you see that a person is dramatically ill, there is really no reasonable way that they are going to survive the illness, and all that's happening is pain and suffering. Ultimately, again, you can daven for the person to die. We're going to give examples of this. Ultimately, this happened with Rebbe, his maidservant. So let's say if you skip down a little bit, when you should have to Amar Damavake, Ola Mo'ila Biklaso, Akidu Lakis, the patient Sila Yosama Alas, when you should about it, it's how much you know what it's to be a good because like this. So we're saying two things. Number one, you truly only know the situation of a person what? If you visit. Those days, the aim of Gomashnia Kiriya, right? Nothing ever replaces seeing something for yourself to understand the totality of the event. What I will say, what Ravana sensitizing us to, this is a very difficult idea in halacha, which is sometimes when a person is suffering terribly, and there is no natural way for this person to have it, you are not davening for a person to die. I will say, what's interesting about this concept is, you see, we have two like competing concepts. You notice that that You might also know, even if a person has a sharp sword against his neck, don't give up on divine compassion. Which sounds like no matter how terrible things look, you always have to believe that a Baruch Hu will come through. And yet here, the Gemara is saying, you're allowed to daven for someone to die if they are in a horrible situation. So it's like, this is kind of sounds like one of the most difficult things to navigate. Because can Hashem perform miracles? Can Hashem perform miracles? Absolutely. Does Baruch Hu turn around the most dire looking of situations? Absolutely. Does that happen more often than not? No. In other words, the world, Olam Kiman Hago Noe, right? So most people with an end-stage terminal illness die. That's because the Baruch Hu chooses to allow the world to function in a certain natural order. That's the way that it works. So it's this interesting idea theologically that I have to believe that Baruch Hu can turn around anything at any time, but at the same time the world also works in a natural order. So it's like, I tell you, someone's been involved like, in a lot of these types of situations. The families often ask, like, what should we daven for? We daven for the solution, if someone is clearly objectively dying. There's no medical remedy, there's no medical intervention. That's it. So we daven for the solution, but they're suffering so much. They're davening for life, they're davening for death, they're davening for course. At this point out, with Gemara over here, this is the first step. It's like the idea that you're allowed to daven for death. I've often felt the right thing to do is to daven to actually Baruch Hu, that the Ribono Shel Olam should take care of your life. That's what you daven for. Because at the end, I don't know. I have no idea. I believe in miracles. I believe in all of my heart with miracles. But I also believe that the world runs according to a certain level of chaos, or level of nature. And again, if there's no medical intervention for someone who is at the end stage of the illness, the statistical probabilities that they're going to die. But if Baruch Hu turn it around, I'm 1,000,000%. So what am I going to say? They should die, they shouldn't die, they should have a solution. Baruch Hu, take care of my life. Take care. Because at the end of the day, that's like every team that is anyway. If you distill every single thing that we daven for, at the end of the day, what is it? Hashem take care. And I'm davening for Parnasa. Maybe I should have Parnasa. I think I should have Parnasa. Maybe I should. If Baruch Hu knows that if I was genetically wealthy, like I didn't win the Powerball, and if Baruch Hu knows, you know why? You know I didn't win it? Because maybe he knows that if I won it, I'd be another one of those lottery winners. And you know this. Right? And those people, like, their life goes down in flames, right? Everything was fine. We're totally happy with Taylor. Right? Everything was fine. Right? Everything was okay. Now it happened. Now they win the lottery, and like every single terrible thing that could possibly happen happens. Right? So I think I could do wonderful things with that wealth. I could change the world. Baruch Hu knows better. Saying the best thing you could daven for is Baruch Hu take care of you. First, Hashem Rahman Sallallahu Alaihi has a relative in a special situation, but in a situation, sometimes it's not, don't daven for life, but don't daven for death. Just go through that for Baruch Hu, please take care of my love life in the way that only you know. Love up. Yom HaKadmah, the Chumash, was this teacher's in the Rabbi, when he was ill, the first day that he was ill, Amar Mahon, will Tiglu Velo Mitzvah Masha. Rabbi said the first day he was ill, he would be very secretive about it. Say, I don't want anyone to know that I'm ill. My mazel shouldn't be compromised. I was like, why isn't his mazel shouldn't be compromised? If you look at the rush again, the second wide line, Lo Mitzvah Masha, the Nafal Tura Hadzu Sakini. This is going to catch the noise of the Shabbos. When the ox falls down, sharpen the knife. Meaning what? It's really hard to get an ox down. So again, it's very hard. It's very hard to get the ox down. Once the ox is down, right? It's already down. Sharpen the knife. So that's an expression that when someone's down on their luck, right? When someone's suffering through hard times, their whole nozzle is eroding. So that says the ulai v'rakasha mu'eta shivakshu sono ra'a v'kosef hayom. This is incredible. Show us like this. What's it? Love it when people do things. What's you think to yourself? Love us. How could somebody not like love? So I'm saying, the rule is in life. If you have any level of communal profile, right? Any level. It's always going to be so. Any position of leadership is always going to be someone who doesn't have it. That doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. Right? It just means that if you're in the public eye, someone's not going to like you. The trouble is concerned like this. someone who I hear doesn't like someone who doesn't like me hears that I'm ill, my mouth has already been compromised. Perhaps they could have been left for the Shkarafu to punish me for all of my misdeeds. Rather says I have misdeeds as well, and therefore again I'm in a compromised state. Therefore, on the first day that he was ill, he would not have anything to know. After that, if his illness persisted, he would say, go and announce in the marketplace that I go, that people should dive into me. Listen to this. The whole decidedly with me, whoever hates me will rejoice over the fact that I go. And the Pasuk says, in fall a vefa al tishnach. Also, the Pasuk says, when your enemy falls, do not go ahead and rejoice. And the Pasuk says, because if you do, after the Baruch will get upset at you. The Rabbi said, okay, the Baruch will get upset at you. The Baruch will get upset at his house. Is that you and me? So get happy that after people become happy that I'm ill, I'll benefit from that. If you love me and those who love me or those who have compassion on me, the boy alai racham. Ultimately, again, what have racham. Incredible. All right. So we'll say, by the way, this is another piece of generate. When people fall ill, we often are very secretive about it. And there is something to be said about that. And there is something to be said for preserving one's privacy. On the flip side, one loses out on the opportunity to have others damage. So there is this balance. So Rava does introduce us this idea of sometimes, at least initially, especially before someone knows when there's exactly what's going on, there may be an element of keeping things a little bit quiet. But again, once the illness persists, one definitely requires to make it known that someone's going to do a lot of gathering around. And the podcast let's say anyone who goes ahead and visits the sick, ultimately again is saved from Gehenna. Shneimar, Ashrei Maskil El Dal, Yom Ra'a Yimalkei. Ve'im Dal, Elachola. So let's say literally again, Maskil El Dal, who goes ahead and gives his time and gives up his little sefer to the Dal, to the Chola, will be saved on the terrible day. Shneimar, Yidala Yitzei, Yinani Minagi, מדוע אתה כך אדם בן המלך אימרו על גהנם במסגרת שנאמר וכל השם למעננו גם רשע יאמרו ושבו say therefore again Allah to visit the sick is from Gehenna then be mascaro and if you visit the sick your reward mascaro kita menunjukkan di second one was my reward you just said the reward is you saved from Gehenna el mascaro ba'olam hazeh so I will say the fact that I'm saved from Gehenna that's my reward in the afterlife. What's my reward in this world? Shem Yishmereyu, Yichayehu, Va'oshem Ba'aretz, Va'al Tipneu, V'nefesh Shaitab. We'll say, what does this mean? Shem Yishmereyu, Hashem will watch me, Yitzhahara. Hashem will guard me from Yitzhahara. Yichayehu, Hashem will give me life, meaning Hashem will save me from suffering. Va'oshem Ba'aretz, wealth in this world, Shakomis Kabdim. We'll say, everyone ultimately again will honor and will give honor to me and take honor in me. Let's say, by the way, if you think about it, why is there so much reward? Why is there so much reward associated with Bika Cholim? It's sometimes we must say, listen to this. So if you just watch what's happening over here. If you do Bika Cholim, we'll say, what happened? Bika Cholim, first of all, after 120, you're safe from Gehenna, which for many of us, it's a big thing. That is a very big thing of us. Like, because chances are there's going to be some skin. Really, I'm not saying that. I know what I've done in life. It turns out I'm going to meet some friends and hopefully before I get to go on to the Olam Haba. So the ability to be saved from Gehenna is a very good thing. And then in this world, once you listen to the word in this world, you get saved from the Yitzhahara, right? Ultimately, again, you get saved from suffering and covered. Incredible. You know, I said, what's a shot? The shot is like this. Bika Cholim is often a very uncomfortable stuff. Bika Cholim and Yishmamadu, both uncomfortable. That's interesting. One of the fascinating things that I often see by Yishmamadu is, you know, when people really start going to Shirim Yanim, when people really start going to Shirim Yanim, after they sit Shiva themselves, or someone they love sits Shiva. Because they realize like how crucial it is for people to help. Right? Like in other words, you're at the mercy of the community. You're sitting person at one is sitting in their house. Right? I
That is
not other
that
people's
is
stuff.
the
And
security.
my friend, not my friend, I just, and so you become like,
Watching the podcast, we
you
are
recognize
easily
how necessary it is. So I say, what's the shot? Why is it that often? And same with Beaker Coleman, by the way. Beaker Coleman, people really only get involved in Beaker Coleman if they've either been on the receiving end of it, or ultimately, again, have had a relative who has really needed and seen others come through. Why is that? And I'll tell you, I think my theory with this is because it's an uncomfortable incident. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to go through a shiva. It is. Because you know what happens? You go in, you sit there. So sometimes you go in there and the Avel's like all talkative and great. And sometimes you go there, what happens? Silence. And you don't know what to do. And you don't know, like, so for the truth, I just get up after 2 minutes, wait. I'm waiting for like kind of like exiting WhatsApp groups. Like in other words, all I need is one person to do it. Just I need that one person to do it, and then there's like a flow. It's like it's yes and sign. Then we could go. Right? And base of all I need is one person. Just I'm not gonna just get up. Just get up. Once the person get up, it's like I'll just kind of stand behind them, right? And we'll walk out together. It's uncomfortable. Speaker Poland, what if there's someone who's sick and you're that's uncomfortable. That's why, Wesley, that's why we naturally avoid these myths. Meaning, I love Yiddish and I'll do anything, but as long as it's comfortable, the moment that it makes me uncomfortable is the moment I just don't want to do it until I realize how necessary it is. So let's say, just well, realize this as well. Therefore, the more uncomfortable a mitzvah is, the more stronger it is to do it. Because the rules that people hold in, you have to fundamentally move yourself out of your comfort zone. Like the Baruch Hu says, you move yourself out of your comfort zone, I'm going to give you more comfort in the afterlife. What's more comfort in the afterlife? No different. And not only that, I'm going to give you more comfort in this world. I'm going to remove you from Sahara, or I'm going to help save you from Sahara. Struggle. I'm going to save you from suffering. Struggle. I'm going to go ahead and lift you up. That people, Baruch Hashem, give you college, people treat you nicely. You go out of your comfort zone, you sacrifice some of your personalistic comfort. So Baruch Hu says, I'll give you more comfort in the world to come, and I'll give you more comfort in this world. I will say, it's just sometimes a powerful needs to us. And listen, you know, by the way, I will tell you, the most incredible thing is by Shiva homes. Listen, do you know when people are sitting Shiva, do you know the visits they remember most? I can't tell how many times I've heard the visits they remember most. Not from their friends. Because you always expect your friends to come. It's that guy who you know from shul who you never said 2 words to. What? He cares. Those are the most memorable, it's incredible things. Those are because no one expected you to come because you're not a close friend. You showed up every day for Minion or whatever. Once for Minion, it's a killer. So you ask anyone who's ever said Shiva, and you ask them the most memorable visits, the people who you never expected to come, and then they show up. Speak of Poland, you lift up, it's not even an in-person visit. You lift up the phone, you go ahead and you call someone, like, wow, that person called me. I didn't even know they knew who I was. Or I know they know who I was, but like, we never even shared 2 words, and they cared enough to go ahead and visit me or call me. It's a totally different thing. You need to move yourself out of your comfort zone. There is no telling what you can do for the other individual, and no telling the reward that Hakadosh Baruch Hu has in store for you. Incredible. So Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, oh, sorry, I didn't finish up. I'm sorry, I stopped you saying this about the Kir B'Nefesh Hayva. We'll say, oh, that the mitzvah for Bika Polim right? Like the mitzvah Bika Polim is, furthermore, the reward for Bika Polim is, she is done you low layer. You get more friends. And we'll say, where do you see you get more friends? Kinamon, Shariku Es Sarasa. So we'll say, this story of Naaman, Naaman was an Arami in general who was killed from Saras by Elisha. So we'll say, if you Bika Polim, what do you get? You get more friends. Which I will say is just like de facto reality, right? You do nice things for other people will be there for you as well. She tells us nothing. So I will say, and you'll avoid negative friends like your Chabad. We'll get to that in just a moment. Like the Chabad also is the son of Shlomo HaMelech. He had bad friends. Bad friends who gave him bad advice. Tanya, well, see, here we go. It's just, it's almost like too good to have this all in one day. It should be divided up over here. There's Tanya. Rishon Ozer Omer. In Yom Lecha Yeladim B'nei, there's a Canaan's son. We'll say, get ready for this tomorrow. Let's say, we'll say, if young people tell you you should build, and old people tell you you should demolish, Shemal is the king about this one in the right. Listen to older people and ignore the advice of younger people. Why? Shebinyan Miladin Stira, whose Stiras is a king of Binyan. As I will say, the building of young people is demolition. The demolition of older people is building. How do we know this? The Chavan ben Shlomo. As I say, the Chavan was the son of Shlomo. Shlomo dies, the Chavan takes over. They will say, Rechavam decided to go and clean out his father's cabinet, like officers, and he replaced his father's officers, his father's officials, with all of his buddies. What was the problem? They were young, impulsive guys. And they told Rechavam, no, if you want to solidify your reign, rule with an iron hand. Rule with an iron hand. Raise taxes, do jobs, show them who's boss. Now, almost one more advisor said to Rechavam, they urged him to rule with love, rule with compassion, stern sometimes, but rule with an open heart. And ultimately, again, the people will coalesce around him. Rechavam ignored the advice of his father's advisors, went with his young friend advisor, and then split. Seeing them split, so we're going to choose tomorrow's doctrines like where we can of us. Seeing them split, like when he stayed with Rechavam, and the other half, missing again the same part, went with Rechavam ben Nebat. So listen, this is an incredible idea. Getting some people don't like it. Because the worst thing you do is get advice. Sometimes, I remember this is about 20 years this son residence. And he said to me, oh, you're so young. You're so young. All right. So, oh, don't worry about it. It's a moment over. So let's have two different types of movement, like two different blemishes. There's a permanent blemish, right, and a blemish that goes away that heals. She's not going to use is a blemish that heals. And when you started, I was like thinking about it, so I'm like, welcome back anyway, right? And I was like, so thinking back, and then the truth is that statement is always been with me, and it is such a truth, or there's such profundity in that. You see, when you're young, you think you know everything, and the truth is, then you get older, and you realize, I don't know anything now. Forget about when I was young, and even less than. That's even less. You know, if you have two different groups of people speaking to you, right? And the young people are telling you to build, and old people are telling you to demolish, so to speak. It's a metaphor. Go with your, even though building always looks great. And now they go. Be careful, because sometimes that which looks like it's good in fact is not good. So make sure you are sensitizing us to it. Because all of us need to turn to people first. Because at the end of the day, if you think that you can solve all of life's challenges on your own, without third-party intervention, without third-party advice, you lose. All of us need people who can help us. And I want to say, by the way, I want to point out, it could be anyone. The idea of what I'm saying is, make sure it's someone with life experience. Because sometimes, ultimately, life experience gives you the greatest amount of knowledge. That's why I was like, what do you call an older person? A Zaki. Like, what is Zaki? Zaki stands for? That's the kind of talk about. One who has acquired life wisdom. I will say, what happens if a person is old but they've never learned the word of Torah? It's still called Zaki. Why? Because there's a certain amount of wisdom that comes just from living life. Even if you haven't learned Torah, there's a certain amount of wisdom that just comes from life experience. And make sure to get your advice in life on people who have life experience. Incredible. אבל שיש רבידי. Also, lo liso ginish kitsira, lo betlos shay kadmai. So lo betlos shay das rice biyoma. So also, this is very interesting. A person shouldn't visit the sick in the first 3 hours of the day or the last 3 hours of the day. Why? If you go sit typing in that, because I want to say, what's the problem? If you visit somebody who's still in the first hours, the last 3 hours, you're not going to properly dodge it. Why not? Listen to this. Plus, shloi kadmai. So it's not kadaiku. But so often, first thing in the morning, the person who is ill is feeling good. So what happens if you're going to visit them in the morning? You're going to see them. You're going to say, "Oh, you're doing great." So I'm not going to dive into them as much. Right? Basraisa, if you go to visit in the last 3 hours of the day, talk to Fisha. Often the person is feeling even sick, right? And what's going to happen? What's going to say, "Oh, he's a goner. He's a goner," right? There's no point in, not exactly, but there's no point in diving for him, like he's already passed any kind of help. So therefore, don't visit the first day out of that visit. What it's also going to is that there's an etiquette in being forward and making sure that when you do visit, it's at a convenient time for the folder. So let's say often a person is getting up in the morning, folder needs a little bit more time to put themselves together. One person is winding down their day, but often not come for a visit. So again, it's twofold. Number one, you want to make sure I say, it's interesting. What you begin to see is, why do I visit a sick person? Number one, because it's an attack. Number two, because when I do so, I remove some element of their pain. Number three, if they need something, I'm going to know I can actually physically help them. Number four, when I see the person I see him, I'm more motivated to diving forward. So this is really going to number four. In the realm of tefillah, making sure to see the reality of the circumstance. What I'm saying is, in the first two guys, last you don't see the reality of your circumstances, right? You're not seeing the real day. The middle of the day, that you see how that's really incredible. Amarav and Amarav. The actual stuff was on a whole lot of how do you know that the Sparky sustains a person who is there? Hashem Yisadenu Eresh Tavai. Also, the Pasuk says, literally again, Hashem will go ahead. Excuse me. Hashem will support them. Yisadenu literally means to support, right? Sa'ad, the Gemara is understanding to me from a lesson about sustenance. Eresh Tavai, on their sick day. Amra, the Shina resides at the head of the bed of the home. Literally, that's to say, above the bed of the home. The most famous site that supports this is incredible. If one goes to visit a sick person, Lo Yeshe Al Gabi Mita, person shouldn't sit on a bed. The law of Gabi Saf, so not on a bench. The law of Gabi Kishim, not in a chair. Elemis Ati Yoshe Al Gabi Al. Rather, a person should wrap himself in his cloak, sit on the floor. Why? Because the Shina goes ahead and resides above the bed of the Chola. Above the bed of the Chola. So the Gemara says, Shneimar Hashem Yisadenu Eres Tavai. Ultimately, again, Hashem will go ahead and literally support the Chola while he's in his sick bed. Now, this I'll point out on this. It's pretty very interesting. If you look at the Ran on the left hand side, it's the most interesting. The most interesting thing is when you visit a sick person, you can't sit on a bed, you can't stay on a bench, you can't sit on a chair, you have to sit on the floor. The Sisi had a breakfast to the Shina. The Ran qualifies this and says, listen, this is what Ran says. If the Chola is sleeping on the floor, the idea is you can't sit higher than the Chola. Why? Because what's right above the Chola? The Shina, the divine presence. You can't sit opposite the divine presence. The person has to be lower than the divine presence, the Shina. So therefore, again, essentially, if the Chola is on the floor, then what? I have to be on the floor. If the Chola is on the bed, then ultimately again I just have to be sitting a little bit lower than the bed. It looks like it's also an idea, also a concept of sometimes not sitting on the bed of the children itself, which is an interesting idea brought down in our local as well. And a definitely one should always try to be a little bit lower than the Chola in order that one is not positioned at the same level as the Shema. That was like what you tell the lesson as well. Isn't it fascinating to say that we often think that in times of life adversity, that's when our spirituality is not present with me. Like, I think if I'm suffering, that means spirituality is removed. Yet, what does the Gemara say? When a person is ill, the Shema is right there. The Shema is hovering above the head on his bed, right by his head. That's what the Shema is. It's this incredible reality in life. There's sometimes in the times that we are suffering most, in the times that we are encountering the most adverse circumstances, is exactly the time that Hashem is closest. We mistake adversity, meaning that God is sick. And there's nothing from the truth. Sometimes the great sickness, the greater the illness, the more intense the adversity, the closer the Shema actually is to us. Incredibly disturbing life. You might be right there. You might say, Amarav, Mikshel Ma'arava, Sada Rabba Pras. We'll say, if you want to know when it's raining in Eretz Yisrael, the greatest witness to the rain in Eretz Yisrael is the Euphrates. Right, I will say, when it rains in Eretz Yisrael, the water trickles from Eretz Yisrael into the Euphrates. So when the Euphrates becomes swollen, that means that what? It means that what? It's raining in Eretz Yisrael. So the Gemara says, "If the Shmuel, this argues like Shmuel, but Shmuel, now you're on the from this bar. So Shmuel holds that a river, like a river, is only fed from its own springs. So Shmuel holds that rivers are not really fed by rain; they're fed by their own substance. Rain and springs. Therefore, again, when these babies become small, that's not from rainwater by Israel, but rather what? That's from its own spring. The Pligi the Shmuel, that wasn't the truth. The Shmuel argued on himself. What does Shmuel say? Dumber Shmuel, Ein Hamayim Mekarim B'Zochlin, Ella. You thought I wasn't going to make it. You thought I wasn't going to make it. It's not my first rodeo. So listen to this. So get ready. So it says the girl like this. So Shmuel says like this. Shmuel says, well, say, just let me talk to you about this outside for just a moment. We'll say the halacha is like this. A mikvah can be comprised of two things. A mikvah could be a natural body of water. An ocean could be a mikvah. A lake could be a mikvah. A river could be a mikvah as well. Rainwater could also create a mikvah. They will say, well, what's the difference? Rainwater can only serve as a mikvah if it's collected and cooled. Flowing rainwater cannot go ahead and serve as a mikvah. Now, flowing natural water, then if you have a river that's a flowing river, that can serve as a mikvah. But a local amount of rainwater only works as a mikvah if it's cooled and collected. So watch this. So Shmuel says, last time on Amadalef again, from Shmuel, Einamai Mikarin B'Zochalin, Ella Pras B'Yomei Tishrei Yovad. Normally, again, he says water cannot go ahead and serve as a mikvah when it's flowing, except Euphrates and Tishrei. I will say, what's the trouble with Euphrates and Tishrei? So remember again, I will say, by the time you get to Tishrei means you've gone through the whole summer. At that point in time, the water that's in the Euphrates is no longer rainwater. It's no longer flowing rainwater. So Shmuel is essentially saying that Allah Lamaisa, you can use the Euphrates as a mikvah, but only during Tishrei, when you know for sure that it's no longer flowing rainwater, but rather again it's cold collected water. So Avua de Shmuel, so we'll say just along these same lines, Avua de Shmuel, Avid Lahon Mikvaos Lebanse B'Yomei Nisan. So once you listen to this, as a result of this, very interesting, the father of Shmuel would make mikvaos for his daughters during the days of Nisan. I will say, Yunai says actually, what he would do is he would make inborn mikvaos for his daughters. I will say, now what's happening over here? Shmuel's father was concerned that if his daughters would use natural bodies of water for a mikvah during Nisan, what's Nisan? Easter already again, the rainy season is over. Like, because remember again, Easter is already the beginning of spring. But again, in many bodies of water, you still have rainwater flowing in. Shmuel was concerned that if his water was used, that his water was used in the flows of natural bodies of water, would really be immersing in flowing rainwater. And that's how I listen. Now again, rainwater could be used for a mikvah. But when is rainwater? When can it be used? When can it be used? But it's got to listen, brother. That's how our mikvahs work. Like I have a mikvah that has rainwater, right? It's as long as it's cold rainwater, totally fine. So Shmuel's father was concerned that if his water is used outrun mikvahs during up until Nisan, ultimately again, they would be immersing in flowing rainwater. So what did he do? He dug for them. He made for them in garlic balls. What's how do you make it in garlic balls? Not so complicated. Dig a big hole, right? Create a cistern that collects rainwater, and then allow the rainwater ultimately again to collect in the hole. And you have a mikvah. You have a mikvah. That's a different. What else do we do? We not see the younger Tishrei. Shabbos listen to this. Now in Tishrei, as we said before, we use the Euphrates. Is a mikvah in Tishrei use the Euphrates? Yes. Yes. Why? Why? Because the Tishrei there's no concern of flowing rainwater. I will say that there is a different problem about the Euphrates in Tishrei, which is the bottom of the Euphrates is very muddy. So what was the problem? The concern was that if a woman is using the Euphrates as a mitzvah, what's that when she walks in there? Her feet sink into the mud. What's the concern? What's the concern? Katzitza. So Shmuel's father made like mats, and his daughter said they would take the mat into the Euphrates. They would stand on the mat. This way their feet wouldn't sink into the mud, and ultimately again there was no problem. There was no problem ultimately again of the Katzitza in the mitzvah. So let's say, so again, just an interesting idea. So there was these are interesting locals in the clothes. Rainwater works as long as it's collected. Right? The moment that it's flowing, it can't work, and therefore ultimately again you have Shmuel saying Allah, I see you use the Euphrates in Tishrei. Father of Shmuel made his daughters in the clothes during the rainy season, that they shouldn't run into any flowing rain. In water issues and mats for the Euphrates ultimately again, so that the mud should not cause the Katzitza. So let's stop over here for today. Let's stop in a few minutes of the Sivas Yisharim. We'll say tremendous stuff. And so I'll tell you tomorrow also, ridiculously good tomorrow, we'll say. Let's go. Yeah, just a few minutes, it's done.
Just like hearing like what was like miss you, and then just kind of figure out. I don't know, I'm really big on just on the like political side, just why did someone think this?
All right, we'll say good morning. So we are picking up today on Sunday, it's the short piece today. Sunday the 10th of Kislev, December 4th. And I'll write this out. The Sirah. Ako Sakinot Yakdadan Taiwan. I will say this is incredible. And I'll write to see the younger sister, ultimately again of jealousy. What's the younger sister of jealousy? Chemda is desire and Taiva. So the truth is Chemda and Taiva often translate in the same way. Right? They both go ahead and they mean desire. Right? So the younger sister of jealousy is desire. Hello, against the other Yamosa. That's a person to be consumed with desire, and everyone has different desires until the day that they die. Ukima Amara to call the Brachas Chazal say, any other makes the Kati Tavas of the other. They'll say, when a person dies, he hasn't even gone ahead and acquired the quality of his past. They'll say, in other words, when a person leaves this world, they haven't even acquired half of the things they desire. That's how profound desire is. You spend a lifetime trying to satisfy your desires, and yet by the time you leave this world, you haven't even satisfied half of them. But Ikra Taiva Konya the rest of Sheva, which is generally type of desire, manifests itself in 2 ways. Ha'achadu Amman, we'll say what is the desire for money? And when you see desire for money yourself, you can manifest it on a variety of ways. Shini Wakaba. The second is a desire to cover, to honor. Same to Echad Raimod, both are terrible. The Garmin La'adam Ra'ol Savas. And because man, terrible pain. Let's analyze. Sini Hemda Samamani, how Seres Osura Masara Olam, Seres Abosas Amaba Isak as well. The desire for money, Rabbi Stein, that desire for money, literally again, oseres, chains one, right? It encumbers a person in the chains and shackles of this world. And ultimately puts upon him the yoke of work and Azra also. So we're going to see that ultimately the desire for money sometimes makes you a slave to work. A slave to work. He says, well, he's the concept. And also, if you love, you never get enough work. He has I will say what happens, you know, so it's all about money. Whenever I have to do this again, I want to, and before you get into like illicit activities, what it just means really the making of money is going to take priority over anything else in life, even my whole life. The making of money will become first and foremost in my life. He may come up to those evanos, person in this family, they come up with those nishkafos, the person in this experiences, that they wrote of Haisik Diaz Hamanaswaya to make the sale. To make each money, Koshkin Kawatoya. So I will say it's an incredible thing. But you must look at it, I'm saying over here is if the essence of my life becomes the pursuit of money, then at the end of it, I will say at the end of it, at the end of the day, that becomes priority. And it takes precedence over that. And it takes precedence over mitzvahs. And it takes precedence ultimately again over Avodas Hashem. It takes precedence over everything. That's what happens when a person falls in love with money. He goes on to say, by the way, I want to point out over here, he's not even talking about Averis. He's talking about Averis. Not talking about cheating. He's talking about when the most important thing in my life becomes my parnasa, that takes precedence over everything. So I don't daven in the same way. I don't do mitzvahs in the same way. I don't do effort in the same way. Because my parnasa, my making of money takes precedence over. Money becomes good. Cash becomes good. Often learning is compromised because all I know I need to make money. The problem is from the Rafa, the awesome show from the Era and the Torah. We'll say sometimes again, a person even goes overseas to make money. I will say, sometimes it's great to travel for money. The child is like this. Am I traveling to make parnasa? Am I traveling because at the end of the day, I just want more and more and more? And does that desire for more ultimately come at the expense of my life? Very often, those who are successful in business do not necessarily become sometimes the desire or the pursuit of material success comes at a collateral. Ultimately again the desire running after money to put me in dangerous situations, often spiritually dangerous situations, and weakens my body, saps me up by vitality because I'm consumed by it. Like, I'm always worried about that. I'm always worried about that. I'm always worried about it. I'm not going to see behind that. And I'm going to say, this is true. Even after I had a lot of success, Baruch Hashem. I have money. In the bank. I always want to do more, grow more, make more, consumed. Constant worry over my blessing. That in Shanino, Marbe the Fasim, Marbe Digest. As I said, sometimes the said the more you have, the more worry you have. Yeah, there is time in rabbis. Sometimes the pursuit of finance ultimately causes me to go ahead and violate tenets of the Torah, right? And that people are too close to say that. So that even causes me to violate logical things that I should know better. Listen, I want to point out the thing very quickly. The great challenge that I was outlining over here, they'll say, is fine line between a drive for success and allowing that drive for success to eclipse everything else in life. So listen, a person should never settle for mediocrity, even in their finals. You should have a
She's
drive
gonna watch your comedy act and be like, oh, he's doing that
to be
like me
successful.
acting,
Hey, it's almost like,
other people.
can't even believe. When it comes to your parent also, you should never strive simply to make enough.
Okay, Nick, fun times. Good to have you. Thanks so much, Corey, everybody.
You should strive to be successful. Strive to be successful, because the drive for success is a powerful thing. What I'm probably saying is, the drive of success itself has to be tempered.
It's funny, only the guys climb.
So how do you create that balance when the drive for success does not encumber my rookiness? So I'm still davening with the I'm still going ahead and learning Shkai every single day. I'm involved in tests. I'm doing the things I need to do outside my rookiness. Then I know that the drive for success is not constantly showing equation of my rookiness. But the moment that the drive for material success erodes my spirituality, then suddenly there's something wrong. Then I know already, it was like how counterintuitive, right? As if we think, as if I think that by cutting corners with my spirituality, sometimes I'm going to be more successful. Well, I'm referring to, I know that I can start with hold the peak of us. So somehow, by going ahead and diminishing, cutting corners, or eroding my spirituality, I'm going to make more money. I'm going to be materially successful. You see, when you say it, it sounds so foolish. You do this all of the time. I have this tension, right? My parnasa, my ruknis, and whether we realize it or not, often we allow parnasa to win over ruknis. Because what is that from? That's in Kandas Hamamo. That's when we desire for money. We have to be so incredibly careful all about that. Should you have the desire for material success? Absolutely. Absolutely. But that desire has to be kept in check. The moment that that desire encroaches on my spirituality, that's when already again it's out of control. That's already. And when that desire becomes something, that's no longer success. That's what's called desire for money. The moment it becomes desire for money, the moment that I'm down, I make sure it never comes up with strength. So stop over there for today. Again, I know we're not doing a full part of it. We'll pick up. We'll have more time tomorrow. We'll pick up as a piece of site. So yeah.
Thank you very much. Very confident full-time magician. Because before our first date, he texted me and he was like, hey, just so you know, I'm only looking for something casual. And I was like, yeah, bro. I got that from magician. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, do you think I called up my friends at Canada? I was like, found them guys. He's the one. Can't wait for the wedding. There's going to be fucking doves everywhere. But the way he said it was, he was like, I just wanted to be honest. I didn't want to let you down a deceptive path. And I was like, bro, isn't that your fucking job? Like, magic is just gaslighting with fire. Still gonna film now. Because you have face tattoos and I'm still face tattoos. Looks like a CS doodle bear. Can't wait. Because I'm gonna blow him. I'm gonna be like, did you finish? And he's gonna be like, check. I like your hair. Gina. That's a good joke. Hell yeah. Thanks, Gina. Wow. Very fun. Welcome to the show, Gina. Thanks for having me. How long have you been on comedy for? 1 year. 1 year. Perfect. All of it here in Texas? Started in Texas, lost my job right before COVID.
All right, so let's say good morning, good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking our sponsors for this.
You still live there? You're happy there? I'm happy now.
Good morning, share to thank our co-sponsors for the month of Teshuvah, Yankee and Lisa Stratman, and Rebecca Stratman, for dedicating and sharing this month promotion of the first website of the sister Luca Shingo Yehudis, Basta de Yosef, Luca Shingo Yehudis, Basta de Yosef, and Shmuel Rabin Tzrak, for dedicating and sharing this month promotion. And Tentative blood types of Rabbi's mother, Pesach, Mira, Das Ein, Zukon the Rafa, Yop, and American Outcome, and Shams, and the Family Zero. Most of the cast from a really incredible dance today. Today's dance is of days 22, and we're picking up the notes from the left off on Alice on the base 21B, and we left off Rabbi Yishmael Rabbi Yossi Omer, which is 2, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 1, and about 4. So just to orient ourselves a little bit. So we're having a very interesting discussion now about the process of annulling a neder. So remember again, just passages on the flow. So the Mishnah spoke about 4 categories of nedarim that don't require annulment at all. Right? Why? Why? Because halakha l'maisa, they're not nedarim. They're sunnah. Again, we only spoke about the first of the 4 UJZs. The Gemara then used that as a launch pad to discuss about the general concept of annulling a neder, or revoking the neder. Right? We'll use lesson of annulling the neder. Right? So again, so what we were introduced to yesterday are 2 different schools of thought, or 2 different processes. Number 1 is charata. What's charata? What's charata? So charata is regret. I will say we saw that even in the world of charata, there are really 2 forms of charata. There's what we'll call present charata and retrospective charata. So present charata means I regret I made the neder. I just regret it. Why do I regret it? It's too onerous. It's too difficult. I wish I never did it. Okay. Then there's what seems to be like a nuanced retrospective charata, which again seems like I would have never made it to begin with. Something happened at the time that I made it, and I wish I never made it then. And then there's what's called Pesach. Pesach, I was saying what? Essentially, there's a piece of information that I am now cognizant of, that had I been cognizant of it at the time I made the neder, I would have never made the neder. So again, a simple example I gave you yesterday was I made a neder now to drink wine. Comes Shabbos, I'm ready to make Kiddush, and realize, oh my gosh, I can't use wine for Kiddush. And I was cognizant of the fact at the time that I made the neder that I wouldn't be able to use wine for Kiddush. I would have never made the neder. Okay, so now we're like, what we're really deep in over here is whether or not halakha actually works. So you might make a statement, you know, one of the time that halakha doesn't work. And now the Gemara is going to read the same name of the Rasi that halakha doesn't work. And now the Gemara is showing other examples of Rabbanim who said halakha didn't work. For example, the Gemara says, Rabbi Yishmael, Rabbi Yossi, and Rabbi Shmuel, Adam. You say to a person, let's say a guy comes to go ahead and have his neder annulled. So we ask him, at the time you made the neder, if there were 10 people who could have calmed you down, would you have made the neder? In Amar Love, if he says no, also, ultimately, again, we go to a makir neder. So once again, the Ran seems to say that this is charata. Right? So in other words, it's not that there's new information over here, but this is essentially you made the neder in an excited state. Right? Had there been 10 people to calm you down, would you have calmed down and not made the neder? The guy says, yes, that's charata. You could be makir neder based on charata. So a guy Amalek, so let's say the guy, again, the part of the that's not mentioned over years, the guy wanted to have his neder. So Rashi says, tell me, remorse, having made the neder, I'm already low, and low over here means like, how could I not have remorse? So that's a Jewish way of answering the question, saying no. I'm always saying, yes, I do have remorse. So the Gemara is shouting. And ultimately, again, Rabbi Asi committed neder. Again, look at the Ran. The Ran is 2, 4, 600 and bottom is Shariah. Kasabar posting the charata. So what's that? All of these little stories are just examples of Rabbanim who allow for the annulment of neder with charata, with simple remorse. And we got to know Rabbi Elazar, so there was a guy who came with Rabbi Elazar, and again he had made a neder, and now we want to have the neder annulled. Come on, boys, neder. Do you want your neder? Do you want the neder to remain in effect. Amalei, so the guy that the dower responded, even though Maragzini, had those people not gotten angry, I would have never made the nether to begin with. So what he was saying was, I regret having made the nether. I made the nether in a state of anger. Amalei, Tihiki voice. It should be like your wish, namely, the nether is a rose. The nether is a rose. So Moses says, these are all examples. Ultimately, again, look at the rhyme. The rhyme is four lines from Rani Kilomar. Belohir Bizunim Tilo Klum Hayis Belohir Bizunim Tilo Klum Hayisi Nodar Lo Bevadai Ela Ayude Kasna Darti Ulapita and Miskarik Asha Ashna Darti. Moses, remember, you begin to see the way Charaka works. There's no new information that comes to life. As opposed to a Pesach, there's often a new piece of information that comes to life that I was not that it was just discovered, but that I was not aware of before. So now I say to myself, had I known that piece of information at the time when I made the nether, I would have never made the nether. Everyone agrees that works. These are examples of haraka. So the guy ultimately says, Terasi, he's like, you know what, so it comes to says Rabbi Lazar, had I not gotten angry, I would never made this nether. So there's no new information everywhere. Good old-fashioned remorse. And Rabbi Lazar ultimately again committed the amount of the nether based on haraka. Another case. Amar is Hahi is a very interesting case. Hahi is a there was a woman. He made a nether prohibiting her daughter from getting any benefits from her property. That's the case over here. So we'll call that the mother is Rachel. Well, Rachel got upset at her daughter Leah, and as a result made a nether prohibiting Leah from deriving any benefit from her property. Okay, so now what happened? So now Rachel, the mother, is upset, wants to have the nether annulled. So the Yochanan says to Amalek, Ilu Havi Yodis, the Amin Megillah say, Allah, the heart, so Rabbi Elazar says it like this, Ilu Havi Yodis, the Amin Megillah say, how do you know that your neighbors are now talking? And what are your neighbors saying? And Megillah saying, Allah, they're saying about you, the Barakah, half days from the Amalek, Ilu Lo Ham As Ba, Ima Nimin Da Aziba Kudela Adarta, Yadarta. What was happening now? Now that Rachel made this net that's opening her daughter Leah from getting a bunch of property, Rabbi Elazar says, no, the neighbors are talking. And what are the neighbors saying? Oh, Leah must have done something really bad. And must have been probably remembered in morality as well, because her mother takes such a serious stance against her. So Rabbi Elazar says to the mother Rachel, how do you know that the neighbors would say about you that your daughter must have done something so terrible, or now she's going to be ruining your daughter's reputation? Because you have taken the nether, Rachel, the mother responds, I'm already low. So Rachel says, of course not, I would not have done it, and shot. And ultimately, again, and Rabbi Yochanan committed the nether. Again, another example of haraka. Bar Bartei Rabbi Saba. Also committed Rabbi Saba. So literally, again, the son of the daughter of Rabbi Saba came before Rabbi Saba. Or in other words, Rabbi Saba's grandson came before him with a nether. It was incredible. Amalei. So the grandfather says to the grandson, Rabbi says to his grandson, now the grandson wants to be released from his nether. And he says, Amalei, Ilu Hava Yad. The Paskin in Kosach, and the Mashmashin Ba'avodecha, Mina Darth. Isn't this what I say? Rabbi says to his grandson, tell his grandson, how do you realize that when you make a nether, what happens in Shamayim is they open up your file and they examine all of your deeds. You see why that is. When you make a nether, that's what happens. They open up the file and examine all of your deeds. If you have made a nether, which the grandson responds, no, I would not have. The Sharia ultimately permitted the nether. Rabbi says, this is also a form of haraka. Rabbi says, you notice again, this is a little bit different. Because up until now, the haraka itself is focused on the actual nether. Here, the haraka is focused on the spiritual implications of the nether. Now, take a look at the Quran. This is incredible. The Quran says, Tap Quran and Chafazim Dal 22a, the Christian King Osef and Max Shabbat, Shmidot Shminoder, Mir Shmaxik Atzmo Kichosid, Shetash Noder. I want to listen to this. I will read spoken about this one again. Here's again today and today's down. Chazal do not like Nidarim. Now, why does Chazal not like Nidarim? Because at the end of the day, you're setting yourself up for potential significant religious trespass. Right at the end of the day, now you've made a binding promise, and if you don't keep your word, you're in violation of the vertical prohibition. So, based on this, it's interesting. Rabbi was saying that there is an element of guidance, right? And what's the element of guidance? The element of arrogance. So if I make the neder, that shows a certain level of confidence that I'm going to go ahead and honor my word. Person is portraying himself as a chassid, as a very pious individual, where there's no concern of transgressing my word. Well, if you think you're such a chassid, so what happened in Shammai? He says, well, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's see really how it is